Chapter 1. The Chaotic World of Cows, a realm that has recently extricated itself from disorder and has begun to establish a rudimentary framework of rules. The ancient deities, the primordial beings who embody the essence of chaos, are the creators of this world, which bears his name. This ancient god's origins are shrouded in mystery, yet he has left behind a vast and intricate mythology within this realm. Among his first offspring is the eldest daughter of the primordial gods, the cornerstone of the world, the goddess Gaia, who symbolizes the very essence of the earth. She ought to be a deity of unparalleled status, revered by countless souls. Yet at this moment, this magnificent primordial goddess has lost her radiance, the power. She represents the strength of the earth yearns for stability, and thus the world must not be trifled with. Consequently, this great primordial goddess can only watch helplessly as her husband, Uranus, the king of the heavens, takes away their youngest son, Chronos, who embodies the destructive forces of time and space, the last child she had concealed and protected. Perhaps the dignity of the primordial goddess and the queen of the ancients forbids Gaia from weeping aloud. However, as a mother, her innate love for her children fills her heart with profound anguish. This sorrow gradually manifests as a single tear at the corner of Gaia's eye, which falls to the ground beneath her. This tear, imbued with her pain, swiftly expands upon hitting the earth, transforming in an instant into a vast saltwater lake, a manifestation of the goddess' suffering now spread across the land. After the tear has fallen, the goddess perhaps feels a slight alleviation. Gazing at the empty space where her husband and youngest son once stood, Gaia ultimately sheds her garments and steps into the newly formed saline lake. Standing in the brackish waters, she allows the salt water to wash away the remnants of her dignity that have been stripped from her. The water is cool, yet this chill serves to awaken her spirit somewhat. Now, the once mighty Uranus can no longer be regarded as her husband in Gaia's heart. Although she once loved Uranus profoundly, the tyrannical god of the skies has repeatedly wounded Gaia, the mother, by taking their newborns from her side. Just moments ago, after their union, Uranus discovered their last son. The thought that her youngest child might be enslaved like his 11 brothers and sisters by his own father rekindles an immeasurable anguish within the Earth Mother, overshadowing her brief respite. The primordial goddess, as a representative of a portion of the world, embodies the earth upon which all life rests. Gaia's current emotional state casts a pall of inexplicable sorrow over the entire expanse of the land. The grass by the lake has lost its former vigor, lying flat against the earth. Fortunately, this goddess is not a fragile being. On the contrary, as the embodiment of the solid earth, she possesses an incredibly resilient heart. As a mother who has lost her child, her heart is ablaze with a terrifying fire. As she tidies her appearance in preparation to return to her temple, the goddess Gaia suddenly halts in her tracks. It is a given that her emotions influence all living things upon the earth. Her status is exalted. Among all newly born deities, only those of Gaia's lineage are numerous. Unless one counts the demigod Nymphs, who lack divine offices, there are slightly more of them. Yet the ocean itself is also a progeny of the goddess Gaia. To address her as the mother of all gods would invite no dissent. Thus, it is entirely normal for both the animals and plants of the earth to be affected by her changing moods. Yet she is currently too weak, and the earth has been ravaged by the skies. Despite her exalted status, her emotions cannot perpetually influence the operations of the world. However, the flora surrounding the saltwater lake has all fallen to the ground. Even if she feels a modicum of recovery, there is no sign of improvement. Instead, they gradually transform into soft mud, beginning to decompose and return nutrients to the earth. Though this nourishment is minimal, it is sufficient for the Earth Mother, who is on the brink of an eternal slumber, to endure a while longer. Should such transformations continue, perhaps one day in the future, the goddess Gaia will fully emerge from her current frailty, accumulating enough time to ascend once more to the exalted heights of the primordial god. The will of the world has also taken notice of these changes. All that benefits the world shall not escape the gaze of the will of the chaotic realm. In an instant, these alterations are assimilated and organized by the will of cows, and a small dark brown crystal unexpectedly emerges, floating above the land. This divine office symbolizes a phenomenon born of the earth's sorrow and weakness. Upon witnessing this divine office, a glimmer of light flickers in Gaia's eyes as despair and numbness give way to a fleeting joy. Just as she reaches out to grasp this divine office, it suddenly darts away from her grasp, soaring into the saltwater lake that was formed from her tear of sorrow, eluding even the feeble reflexes of the weakened primordial goddess. At that moment, Gaia becomes aware. The essence left within her by Uranus during their union has dissolved into the water. The earth coexists with life, and the heavens have transcended the formidable powers of the divine. As the mother of the earth enters the saline lake, the essences of life and another formidable being intertwine, creating a nurturing environment within the lake. The Earth Mother has grown too weak. She can no longer bear another child within her own body. Perhaps this instinct prompted her last son to develop externally rather than within her. This also marks the first time Gaia has encountered a nymph devoid of divine office, despite their lineage being of at least moderate divine power. However, that was merely a fleeting moment now. With the divine office of decay and the essence of decay bestowed upon her by the world, the once nearly non-existent aura begins to swell, quickly approaching that of moderate divine power. After all, as beings who bring progress to the world, they possess sufficient qualifications to remain unaffected by external harm. Gaia exhales softly, yet she does not feel particularly anxious. If she herself can harness the divine office of decay and its essence to rapidly restore her strength, then this child, being her son and the offspring of the king of the skies, should be afforded the same honor. Within the rules of the chaotic world, regardless of the glory their child might receive, as the mother goddess, she will not be deprived of her share of radiance. Moreover, this essence of decay rightfully belongs to the earth. Even the benefits derived by the king of the skies cannot exceed her own. Yet such a splendid opportunity slips away right before her eyes, leaving the earth goddess with a hint of reluctance. As she contemplates how to dismiss this child of the skies, he seems to sense something, and the aura of moderate divine power swiftly diminishes, plummeting to the brink of losing his divine status. The surplus divine power rushes into the earth, alleviating even a fraction of the immense pressure on the already battered primordial goddess. Now, the god of decay, once of moderate power, has been reduced to a state of weakness, possessing only a faint divine essence. It is important to note that this divine power was originally a gift from the world, not an indication that the power of decay has achieved the status of moderate divinity. Returning to his former state may take some time. Nevertheless, even as a mere flicker of divine power, he is still a deity. The life of a primordial god is safeguarded. They represent a natural or man-made phenomenon beneficial to the world. Even the weakest divine power will receive the world's auspicious protection. Not even Uranus, the king of the gods, has ever dared to act harshly against any primordial deity under his dominion. Sensing the feeble aura in the lake and observing the almost transparent form, a flicker of compassion emerges in Gaia's eyes. Once more, the goddess wades into the saltwater lake, gently cradling the nearly transparent infant. This is a sight she has never encountered before. Her offspring, whether of the sky, the ocean, or the hills, or even the 12 titans who have been taken away, have all been born with at least moderate divine power and a formidable divine office, making them esteemed primordial gods. Thus, these children are inherently wise and appear as young adults, often in their late teens. But now, before her stands an infant, unchanged and vulnerable, presenting a challenge for the earth goddess, who has never cared for a baby. Yet, recalling how the essence of decay has nourished her body and observing the infant's frail form, which would struggle to survive without maternal care, Gaia ultimately succumbs to her maternal instincts. Whether it be the other children who had never shown him affection before, or the last child who had just been taken away, the vast maternal instinct within the Mother of Earth remained unquenched. Now, with the presence of this infant who could most profoundly evoke a mother's love, the Mother of Earth ultimately chose not to abandon the child to fend for himself upon the earth, but instead brought him back to her temple. As the Mother of Earth placed the child in a cradle, he opened his eyes. Where am I? Just moments ago, I sensed a danger, then felt weak, and now I find myself in safety. Why is that? This child may never comprehend the profound love that his instinctive drive to seek fortune and avoid peril has brought him, though perhaps it is best that he remains unaware. Since bringing the child back, the despair and numbness had finally faded from the Mother of Earth's visage, replaced by a hint of a smile. The child was indeed a powerful deity, possessing an innate knowledge, yet in the final moments, he had bestowed his divine power upon his weakened mother. Otherwise, he would have surely been a youth of considerable strength. Observing the infant, who explored her temple with wide-eyed wonder, as if encountering everything for the first time, the goddess Gaia felt an even deeper pang of affection and an increasing sense of guilt. As for the child himself, Rinaudo, he was taken aback upon learning of his divine role and name. Naturally, he had never heard this name before. In truth, aside from this designation, he could not find anything within his myriad and chaotic memories that related to his identity. Perhaps his mother goddess referred to his condition as innate knowledge. Yet, he would rather assert that he ought to be called a reincarnation, albeit one who had forgotten to drink the soup of oblivion. If he recalled correctly, he had previously been on a break from school, yearning for a delightful meal, which led him to embark on an impromptu journey to a restaurant. Unfortunately, during this journey, a cataclysmic shift in the tectonic plates of the continent occurred, resulting in the cracking of the high-rise structures built by mankind. Ultimately, those edifices transformed into countless massive stones plummeting from the sky, and many, including himself, were swept away to be reincarnated. In an instant, he found himself transformed into Rinaudo, the god of decay, the 13th child born of the earth, and sky deities, a name that had never been mentioned in Greek mythology. Yet, amidst this mythological narrative where parental affection was markedly absent, his mother's love for him was profound, as if she were channeling all the affection she had failed to bestow upon her 12 other siblings into him. Regrettably, the experiences of his 12 predecessors weighed heavily upon him. Rinaudo was strictly forbidden by the earth goddess to leave the temple, venturing beyond its sacred confines. Nevertheless, Gaia exhibited remarkable leniency. Towards him, he had no doubt that should he express such a desire, she would readily offer him the very temple they inhabited. After pondering for a while, Rinaudo instinctively understood that he should seek additional divine roles to augment his strength, enabling him to confront his fearsome father and the 12 siblings with whom he felt no kinship. However, to attain divine roles, the most crucial element was divinity itself. One must ignite their divine essence to communicate with the will of the world. If the content of that dialogue were deemed useless by the world, no matter how eloquently articulated, it would yield no benefit. Even though this world harbored vast voids, Rinaudo was aware of countless natural phenomena and artificially created possibilities that did not exist within his memory. Yet, he was reluctant to take risks, having always lived in proximity to his Mother of Earth. If he were to miscalculate, even his benevolent mother might become incensed by the harm he would inflict upon himself. At that time, he would surely have experienced a complete childhood. After all, this goddess of the earth had repeatedly cautioned him not to seek greater powers until his divine abilities reached a certain threshold. The decayed powers he possessed were at least sufficient to elevate him to the status of a deity of moderate strength. Having already lost 12 children, the goddess of the earth was unwilling to see her youngest suffer any further harm. The protection she provided felt almost stifling, especially in this moment. Rinaudo, with his diminutive legs, sought to reach for a crystal dish atop a rocky table. Yet his frail appearance made the mother goddess instinctively forget that he was, in fact, a deity, even fearing that he might be unable to lift the crystal dish and subsequently removing the weight of the earth from it. Rinaudo even began to wonder if the rocks of this world were inherently so light. Time flowed slowly, and the decayed powers were ultimately quite limited, offering him a trickle of divine strength that was indeed very faint. This day, he resembled a child of merely 2 or 3 years. As a deity devoid of any perception of time, Rinaudo had no knowledge of how long had truly passed. This world, still too immature, lacked both sun and moon. The sky would suddenly radiate with brilliant light, marking the dawn, a tribute to the goddess of daylight. Hemera in the next moment. Darkness would envelop the land, courtesy of the great goddess of night, Nyx. There were no dawns or dusks to signify the transition. However, as primordial gods who had existed for ages, these deities were still aware of the cycles of day and night and the passage of time. They est the wife of the king of the sky. The goddess of the earth was required to periodically seek out her husband on the sacred mountain, the highest peak of the world, Olympus. Aside from the grandest sky temple, there existed 12 smaller palaces, each less than 1/10 the size of the sky temple, resembling doghouses. The king of the sky, overly arrogant, regarded his 12 powerful Titan offspring with disdain, perhaps believing that bringing them to Olympus was his greatest act of generosity. Typically, Olympus was filled with a sense of lifelessness, yet today it bore a hint of vitality. The usually tyrannical and capricious Uranus awaited the silhouette of his wife with a beaming smile at the entrance. Beside him, his 12 children eagerly anticipated the arrival of their mother. Olympus only flourished with a semblance of life when this beloved goddess graced it with her presence. Otherwise, one might mistake it for the underworld. Had the concept of such a realm existed in this world, the goddess of the earth regularly visited her 11 children, who were enslaved and oppressed by their cruel husband, but now it should be 12. Ah, my dear goddess of the earth, beloved queen who shares half the glory of the king, each cycle of day and night deepens my longing for you. Yet you never direct your concern towards your wretched husband. Instead, you devote all your time to these outsiders. When will your gaze rest solely upon me? Upon seeing the figure he longed for at the doorway, Uranus rose from his throne, warmly assisting the goddess of the earth to a seat beside him. Equal in height. Had this occurred before the loss of their 12th child, the goddess's expression might have softened, allowing for conversation with the king of the sky. However, after losing all 12 of her children, her demeanor towards her husband had soured entirely. Uranus, you know well that I do not wish to see you. When you disregarded my will and bound me to you, when you ignored my pleas and took my children, you should have understood that my primary concern now lies with my 12 offspring. Although Rinaudo remained by the goddess's side, easing the ache of separation from his siblings, this mother had spent far more time with Chronos and missed him dearly. Uranus's expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced by a gleeful smile. Who in the cosmos could surpass the nobility of his motherly wife? Let her vent her frustrations. It was better than enduring a sudden tempest of her wrath. After all, she shared the throne of divinity with him, possessing half of its radiance. Furthermore, he was her husband, and allowing her a moment to express her anger was only fitting, a trivial flirtation between spouses. As for their 12 children, if one dared to speak out, he would show no mercy. The 12 Titans, upon seeing their mother, were filled with immeasurable joy, but the sight of Uranus standing nearby instantly dampened their spirits. Indeed, as long as the king of the sky remained in their midst, the dream of freedom and peace seemed utterly unattainable. Fortunately, under prolonged oppression, they had learned to adapt. At the very least, they could cherish the moments spent with their mother, finding comfort in her presence, surrounded by children she had not seen in a long while. The mother of the earth, Gaia, felt her overflowing maternal love erupt like an uncontrollable volcano. The earth symbolized tolerance and compassion, and her boundless affection for her children inevitably leaned towards favoritism. Faced with their pleas, despite her worries about the little one left in the temple, how could she outright refuse her other 12 children? Surely, staying here for a few days would not bring harm to that child. Thus thought the mother of the earth. Meanwhile, having not seen his mother for several days, Rinaudo busied himself with the marble columns of the earth temple out of sheer boredom. Yet, as this was the abode of both him and his mother, he would not truly use his divine powers to destroy the pillar. He was merely so bored that he resorted to scraping it with his nails. As divine beings do not require sustenance, Gaia often spent her time in a state of weakened slumber, living under the oppression of her husband. The earth temple lacked even the simplest of snacks to satisfy cravings. Given the current circumstances, finding a hint of sweet and sour fruit was akin to chasing a mirage. This time, over 90% of the world's flora consisted of naturally occurring weeds. While there were trees, they bore no fruit, and the low shrubs yielded not a single berry, making it impossible to find strawberries or blueberries. Moreover, due to the goddess's waning powers, many plants birthed from nature could not propagate their seeds, leading to their permanent disappearance within the chaotic realm, leaving only memories, perhaps lingering in the minds of certain deities or cast aside by fate in some forgotten corner. Rinaudo waited in the temple for the return of the mother goddess of the earth until the divine force sustaining the temple's doors began to weaken. Unaware of why the power left by the mighty mother of the gods suddenly diminished, Rinaudo speculated that perhaps too much time had passed outside or that some other reason was at play. Nonetheless, such matters were inconsequential. The earth temple was devoid of attendants, and having spent an eternity in solitude, he was nearly driven mad by the silence. Now, as the door's power waned, it seemed that soon the grand entrance would swing open for him. Indeed, nothing unfolded as anticipated. With a gentle push of his small hand, Rinaudo effortlessly opened the towering stone door, solid and massive, despite his appearance resembling that of a 3-year-old child. Although he was not skilled in combat, nor particularly strong, the mundane world's objects were still comparatively inferior to their divine counterparts. At that moment, Rinaudo joyfully planned to exit the earth temple, only to suddenly recall his mother's numerous warnings before her departure, expressing great trepidation about him leaving the temple. Surely, if he stepped out, he might encounter something terrifying. The primordial gods should not lie, he reasoned, hesitating to withdraw his foot from the threshold. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the outside world, he beheld hard rocks and soil, and beyond that, an expanse of tranquil waters. It appeared as if the world had come to a standstill. The light from the heavens descended upon the water, and the vast lake resembled an immense mirror. Rinaudo felt a stirring within him. Though the goddess Gaia granted him nearly every wish within the confines of the temple, she was simply too frail. After giving birth to 12 primordial deities, along with Rinaudo himself, she had previously birthed 3 mighty beings of divine power. The very essence of the earth had been wounded beyond repair. Although the earth possesses an inherent vitality that ensures its gradual recovery as long as it remains alive, the capacity for restoration is one matter, while the toll required during this process is quite another. The simplest recourse is to succumb to slumber, a primal instinctive safeguard that life resorts to in times of crisis. Even the noble Gaia, the primordial goddess, cannot resist this necessity, for it is perhaps her singular best choice, if not the only one. Often enveloped in sleep, the goddess Gaia harbors boundless love to bestow upon her youngest son. Yet, she finds herself in need of an abundance of time and is frail, leaving behind only the source of life, the vial of existence. This vessel contains the nurturing essence of the Earth Mother's milk, and the vial itself stands as a tangible manifestation of the essence of life. The milk of the earth serves as sustenance for Rinaudo. Otherwise, given his confinement within the earth temple, his aspirations to reach the age of 3 would be nothing short of miraculous, especially without even becoming a mere specter. Moreover, the vial of life is an immensely powerful artifact. Anything placed within it receives the nurturing essence of life. Even ordinary fresh water, once poured out, is transformed into the water of life. This artifact is one of the 2 formidable treasures wielded by the Earth Mother, the other being the Delphic Oracle, composed of 3 prophecies and a stone tablet. However, even Rinaudo, her beloved youngest, has never laid eyes upon it, having only heard of its existence in another temple. Yet, this is of little concern. The milk within the vial has long been consumed. Perhaps Gaia sensed something amiss before her departure and urged him to drink every last drop. Fearing that Rinaudo would not absorb it all, even leaving behind a trace of the earth's divine power to shield the life-giving milk. Now, whether it be the actions taken by the earth goddess before her departure or the door that has opened, are they not both signaling to Rinaudo that it is time to leave the earth temple and pursue his own path? Surely, this must be the message from the goddess of the earth. Rinaudo mused, fully aware that he was merely deceiving himself, yet he could not quell this insatiable curiosity. He even recognized that possessing such curiosity was rather unusual, as he had never ventured beyond the confines of his sheltered existence. How could someone who had glimpsed the vibrant world outside harbor such profound curiosity for the barren and monotonous realm of chaos? Yet, even with this acute awareness, the curiosity acted as an enchantment, compelling Rinaudo to leave the earth temple. The moment his feet touched the ground, the ancient trees that had stood for an indeterminate time abruptly fell to the ground, decaying before his eyes and merging into the earth. At that moment, the essence of the chaos world rejoiced, for the god of decay had finally entered the earth, signifying the official convergence of decay's essence with the realm of chaos. The earth goddess had been excessively protective of her son, unwilling to let him stray far from her nurturing wings, resulting in the god of decay's inability to fulfill his divine duties outside the temple. Were it not for his embodiment of the concept of decay, other gods with duties would have long been cast aside by the world, stripped of their divine roles. The Earth Goddess's refusal to allow the god of decay to encounter danger meant that he had never truly touched the earth of the chaos world, thus creating an insurmountable chasm between the essence of decay and the entirety of the chaos realm. As long as the Earth Goddess was present, she resolutely prohibited her child from departing her temple. Even the will of the world could not compel the foundation of existence to undertake what she vehemently opposed. Fortunately, the Earth Goddess had departed for Olympus, much to the delight of the sky god, who eagerly sought more powerful allies. Although he had been powerless while the goddess remained in the temple, with his wife now at Olympus, could he remain indifferent under the relentless provocation of the world? Coupled with the primal love that, though now formless, had dispersed among all living beings, a tempestuous upheaval ensued, further weakening the Earth's power. It was this very will of the world that could now manipulate the naive and fragile god of decay to step onto the land he had never before traversed, to fulfill his destined purpose. The instant the god of decay set foot upon the earth, the temple of the earth vanished, swept away by an irresistible force. When this bewildered and manipulated deity sought to return to the embrace of the earth, he discovered that the temple was no longer within his sight. Rinaudo felt a pang of anxiety. He had never contemplated what he might do outside the protective embrace of the earth. It was not that he lacked ambition, but rather that the goddess's control had been exceedingly stringent. Even in her slumber, a delicate chain of divine power tethered him to the Earth Goddess's palm, solely to prevent her youngest from straying beyond the temple's bounds. This led him to never consider the possibility of one day leaving the safety of the earth to face the world alone. Frankly, it was rather daunting. Yet, Rinaudo was not merely a 3-year-old child. He was, in essence, a young adult with over a decade of experiences, or at least he presumed so, in a world where age bore little significance. He truly did not grasp the weight of those years. However, given the current circumstances, it had been far too long since he had performed his divine duties, and even the will of the world was beginning to urge him onward. Since there was no immediate objective, perhaps he should wander for a while. Rinaudo contemplated this, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he sadly realized that he was not nestled in the embrace of his Earth Mother. Instead, he found himself amidst the remnants of what the earth had bestowed upon him, on a small island. Moreover, it appeared that this island lacked a divine guardian. It seemed to be a fragment of earth that had drifted into the sea when Gaia and Uranus merged the heavens and the earth. Thus, while he stood upon the land of the Earth Goddess, she had no dominion over this tiny island in the ocean. This predicament made matters even more complicated. Rinaudo scratched his head and patted the thin fabric that adorned him. A garment woven from the splashes of water created when stones fell into the sea. The Earth Goddess had received many such gifts, but they were all of the earth, and he possessed but this single piece of clothing. Consequently, he now faced challenges regarding his very sustenance and shelter. Rinaudo felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why was existence so arduous? Just as the god of decay pondered his predicament, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from the distance. As he looked up, he beheld a group of young men and women, clad in light, breezy attire, joyfully chasing one another. Their garments, made of surrounding leaves, suggested that they were unfamiliar with the art of weaving. Observing them, Rinaudo worried that those leaves might disintegrate at any moment due to their exertion, having received a higher education and possessing a commendable moral compass. Rinaudo instinctively averted his gaze, unwilling to witness such unabashed displays of youthful exuberance. It was not that he was easily scandalized. All deities born of this world possessed an appreciation for beauty, a pursuit almost instinctual. However, it was worth noting that among the original 5 deities, one presided over the desire for procreation. Yet, such thoughts were more likely to manifest in the context of allure and beauty. If placed atop a mound of slime, only a select few exceptionally unique individuals would harbor such thoughts. It is precisely for this reason that the birth of deities is often accompanied by remarkable beauty. Even those who may appear ugly or ordinary do so only in comparison to their far more perfect divine counterparts. Yet, these beings seem excessively naive. Their innocent facade induces a tinge of shame within Rinaudo. As his mind insists, he ought to feel embarrassed for gazing upon such sights, compelling him to turn away in respect. However, to speak candidly, the form of this 3-year-old deity does not evoke any sentiments related to procreation. Rinaudo could even, devoid of any subjective bias, appraise those individuals, whether plump or slendered. He himself harbors no desire to engage with these beings. Nevertheless, this island must be a realm they have inhabited for quite some time, and the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar presence would surely ignite their curiosity. Approaching them now is likely a manifestation of that very curiosity. Rinaudo, even if he wished to evade them, could not do so. His blue and white attire is far too conspicuous. My heavens, who would abandon such a young child upon this remote island, far from the land? To forsake a newborn child is an act that would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of the mother of life. The earth goddess. As they drew near, Rinaudo finally discerned that this group did not consist of deities with divine offices. Rather, they were demigods, offspring of the ocean river, the eldest son of Gaia, and the mistress of salt water. As mentioned by the goddess Gaia, they are also known as nymphs. These children of the gods, lacking divine offices, are regarded as part of the fairy realm, frequently found in forests, fields, springs, and seas. Typically, they are depicted as beautiful young maidens. Although males exist, albeit in exceedingly scarce numbers, perhaps this rarity is due to the fact that the primordial god of creation, chaos, manifested in a male form. Thus, the likelihood of males aspiring to godhood is significantly higher than that of females. Returning to the nymphs, they delight in song and dance. As descendants of deities, they do not age or fall ill, yet they can perish. They can also bear immortal offspring when united with celestial beings. Many nymphs are free, while some serve the celestial gods. For instance, many nymphs currently attend to the reigning god Uranus upon Mount Olympus. The one who spoke earlier is a sea nymph, a spirit born from the waters, possibly the offspring of 2 sea deities, possessing an essence tied to water. They exhibit a faint divine nature. Should they ever grasp a certain potential, they might acquire the right to claim a divine office from the realm of chaos. Generally, those who succeed attain a modicum of divine power, while those who fail may find that divinity is not an essential aspect of existence. However, even the weakest divine power would not accept a handmaiden devoid of any divine essence. As mere lovers, they might be discarded once their novelty wears off. Even if they possess a trace of divinity in essence, they are granted a singular opportunity to alter their fates, a fleeting chance to exist beyond the constraints of others. Should they fail, aspiring to godhood would necessitate praying for a deity to take interest in a night of indulgence. However, if they do not ascend to divinity, it signifies they remain nameless, gazing at the approaching nymph intent on embracing him. Rinaudo feels a tumult of emotions. The ocean lineage, it is said that his elder sister, the mistress of salt water, and his elder brother together birth over 3,000 sea deities, the majority of whom are the very nymphs before him. By lineage, it seems he could be considered an uncle to these nymphs, which is rather peculiar. Just as the impulsive girl is about to embrace a senior and a deity, a relatively sensible little spirit finally perceives the anomaly. Nymphs may merely face mortality, and they possess but a single opportunity to become deities. Yet this does not imply that the spirits birthed by other Titan gods lack any discernment. Upon witnessing their frail appearances, they are inevitably clouded by the compassion in their hearts. Among them are several males. While their father deities harbor love for their youthful forms, their affection leans more towards protection than the kind of blind compassion that can cloud one's judgment. Thus, one of them quickly discerns the discrepancy. He swiftly grasps the eager nymph, pulling her behind him, and then respectfully addresses Rinaudo. Esteemed deity, please forgive my sister's ignorance. She is often overly impulsive and is unaware of your purpose here. This display of intellect and courtesy instills a sense of satisfaction within Rinaudo, who once lived as an ordinary mortal, who would not desire to be treated with such respect. Rinaudo acknowledges the dangers of this world. Yet it does not hinder his burgeoning fondness for the being before him. However, the joy and arrogance that arise swiftly dissipate. Rinaudo has encountered powerful primordial gods and has spent considerable time in their presence. Although Gaia often appears feeble, even the slightest display of her power is sufficient to astound someone who was once an ordinary individual. This serves as a constant reminder of the world's inherent dangers, urging him to maintain humility. I am merely fulfilling my divine duties. There is no need for concern on your part. If the astute male spirit initially suspected Rinaudo's potent divinity, might suggest he is a god. Then Rinaudo's current proclamation makes it abundantly clear. Indeed, he is a deity. The once eager nymph now pales. They may be offspring of the Titan gods, yet their parents bestow little attention upon this group of spirits, who possess beauty but lack divine offices. After all, even the mother of the abyss and the father of the ocean have their own burdens to bear. As the eldest of the 12 Titan gods, Oceanus is perhaps the most afflicted by Uranus's malice. Where would he find the energy to care for his children devoid of divine offices? Their beauty alone makes them vulnerable. Any deity could easily strip them of everything with but a word. Only the exceedingly weak and unconnected gods might spare them a glance. Yet should a day come when they are held accountable, their divine parents would surely not shield them from retribution. Now, they can only pray that this young deity possesses a benevolent disposition or lacks a formidable backing that might consider their parents' fates. Rinaudo, having attained divinity, finds his mind remarkably sharper. He quickly grasps the thoughts of those before him. He has no desire to intimidate them. Jesting is reserved for those with whom he shares familiarity, and he is not inclined to derive amusement from others' startled reactions unless they are acquaintances. I shall remain here for a while. If there is nothing else, you may attend to your own affairs. Rinaudo is not so domineering as to seize another's island outright. Those frail spirits would likely perish in some remote corner of the endless ocean should he claim this island. Moreover, his mother goddess is the earth, and she dotes upon him greatly. If he truly desired an island, a simple request would suffice. Rinaudo intends to establish his dominion over this area, imprinting his divine seal upon the bay he occupies, signifying his residence and warning other deities against infringing upon his divine authority. However, to truly claim this as his exclusive domain, he must coalesce the divine essence of the bay, thereby attaining a godly status such as god of this bay or guardian of this bay. Such a divine rank is akin to painting oneself into a corner. The territory itself poses no immediate threat, yet should it ever be breached, the backlash from the shattered divine essence could cost one dearly. Should the divine rank be obliterated entirely, even the weakest of deities could revert to their original essence. After all, the divine essence resides within the body, and its destruction unleashes enough energy to annihilate most frail deities. Rinaudo's brusque expulsion of the group, however, leaves the once proud youths exhaling sighs of relief as if granted forgiveness. They swiftly depart. Rinaudo, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly lifts his gaze and declares, "Great realm of chaos, I proclaim that the power of decay shall accompany the hope of rebirth. Through the nourishment of decay, the earth shall yield bountiful harvests. Decay is the inevitable decay of life as time flows, a cessation and forgetting of existence. Thus, I shall embody the god of prosperity, the god of decay, and the god of oblivion." Rinaudo is exceedingly greedy. However, his actions have indeed prompted a moment of contemplation from the will of the chaos world. Subsequently, several divine entities manifested before him, namely prosperity, decay, and a rather unexpected one, greed, yet not forgetfulness. Perhaps the will of the world perceives no significant correlation between corruption and oblivion. What is rather disconcerting is why even the essence of greed would ensnare him. Are the deities of this world so naive as to simply demand one thing after another? Rinaudo fails to comprehend this, yet it matters not. It is time to fortify himself that he channels the power of decay into his essence, placing the divine aspect of decay beside him, and unsurprisingly, the force of decay envelopes the rod. After all, being a divine essence, decay no longer transforms into nourishing mud for the earth in an instant of collapse. Instead, it undergoes a gradual process of decay over time, slowly transmuting into nutrients for the land. Although this pace has slowed, such an approach poses no risks of contaminating the earth's essence with any other unclean elements. In a certain sense, this could be considered a form of purification for the power of prosperity. Rinaudo does not intend to assimilate it into decay, or rather, the time for such a fusion has yet to arrive. He has a premonition that the amalgamation of these seemingly unrelated forces will yield great surprises. In truth, he yearns to infuse the power of greed into decay. Yet alas, greed is a negative emotion, a force on the emotional spectrum, barely qualifying as a primal instinct of life. Conversely, decay represents a process that occurs post-mortem, a means by which life returns to nourish the world after death. This is a tangible aspect of nature, but regrettably, the two forces are indeed unrelated. Rinaudo wishes to request something further, Yet the will of the world evidently has no intention of waiting for him. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, feeling the scarcity of his own divinity, Rinaudo ultimately refrains from making a second request for power from the world, should he attempt to do so with his current divine essence. He might very well fall into a prolonged stupor, or even risk the shattering of his own soul. It is prudent not to be overly eager. Instead, he should absorb the gains from this encounter. Presently, under the dominion of Uranus, the concept of prosperity is not flourishing. The quantity of life and density of vegetation hardly qualify as prosperous. This power emphasizes density and thriving, but the only realm that seems somewhat related is Olympus, which results in the divine power bestowed by this position being of merely a weak degree, in a future bursting with life. It could potentially provide a moderate upper limit of divine power. Alas, that is not the case. Greed also relies on quantity. The current life forms are predominantly simple, and if fear were present, it could instantaneously elevate one to moderate divine power. After all, the king of the sky is notoriously capricious. So much so that it engenders fear rather than greed, as they have exhausted all their strength merely to survive. After much effort, he has acquired two abilities, which amount to two weak divine powers. Fortunately, his primary power of decay, having become more refined, offers him the possibility of further advancement. Once Rinaudo has absorbed for a time and ascended to a weak divine being, he intends to wander and spread decay, allowing those who have grasped the essence of death to return to the earth. The deities of death and sleep have long since come into being, with the former being a true model of diligence. Aside from the brief time spent with his mother, Nymphs, at birth, he has since roamed alongside his brother, the god of sleep, harvesting souls. Regrettably, the underworld has yet to be established, and currently, the number of ordinary life forms is too sparse, rendering the god of death's powers merely weak divine energy. After all, he cannot judge the gods, and the primary beings in this world are deities that in contrast, his brother, the god of sleep, has thrived, as with the onset of night. Deities can no longer wander freely, making sleep a necessary respite. It is essential to relax one's spirit, even in ignorance. This has allowed his brother to effortlessly attain moderate divine power. Remarkably, Gaia mentioned that the two brothers were born less than a century ago. To contain such strength within a single force is no small feat, especially in this age when Uranus has absorbed an excessive amount of primal forces from the universe, and the shares available in the world are limited. Rinaudo must act swiftly. Otherwise, if others consume more, he shall have less. Unless he waits for the world to ascend, further advancement will prove exceedingly challenging. When Rinaudo declared his intentions to the will of the world, many deities felt a stirring, though they were not particularly concerned. The king of the sky, intrigued by the audacity of a small creature beneath his dominion, cast a fleeting glance, only to dismiss it upon realizing it was an insignificant insect that could be easily crushed. Imagine this, a creature so easily squashed. Yet, to do so might result in a whole burning into oneself, a wound that could potentially spread over time that if ignored, one would find that apart from occasional chirps, it poses no significant issue. Moreover, that creature has not offended the king's divine authority. He has never decreed that no deity may request divine positions from the chaos world. Yet, the world has surprisingly denied this little creature the position of forgetfulness. A casual glance at the relieved memory goddess, Nymphs, prompted Uranus to break into a mischievous smile. That little insect appears rather agreeable. Perhaps once it matures, he could employ it as a servant. However, in its current state, it would only be a source of trouble. Better to lend it assistance. He chuckled, as the compassionate king of the gods. I shall naturally procure some small boon for my subjects, by the authority of the divine king. I grant the god of decay the power of forgetfulness. He chuckled. The divine king, as the sovereign of the deities, holds a position of authority that is second only to the will of the world itself, nearly equating to the very essence of the world. When the divine king speaks, the power of forgetfulness automatically condenses in the air, simultaneously usurping a portion of the authority over memory. Nymphs' complexion paled. That small portion of authority posed no threat to her as the goddess of memory, and even with its loss, her future ascension to greater divine power would remain effortless. After all, the memories of life continuously accumulate, and her strength will invariably grow. Although possessing the power of forgetfulness would enhance her abilities further, what truly instilled terror within her was the question of why her father, the king of the sky, Uranus would take such actions. Was this a warning to her, the goddess of memory, that she had erred in some manner? Yet she could not recall having done anything wrong. She had not left Olympus for some time. A wave of immense dread nearly overwhelmed Mnemosyne. Observing her trembling daughter, Gaia instinctively wished to protect her, but when she followed Uranus's gaze into the distance, she was horrified to discover her hidden son inexplicably positioned on a small island in the ocean. Fortunately, the distance was too great at this moment, and the king of the sky's interest was limited. He failed to perceive the trace of Earth's divine power within Rinaudo. Otherwise, the king of the sky might have easily pieced together the unfolding events. Thankfully, it was a close call. Rinaudo has acquired new strength as for why Rinaudo found himself there. It could be surmised that he had been inadvertently obstructing the will of the world, leading to this unknowing excursion into a situation of being robbed. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards his daughter, as a powerful goddess, Mnemosyne could afford to lose a modicum of strength, compared to their younger brother, who was born with only weak divine power. Their abilities ensured self-preservation. After contemplating, Uranus, even when speaking amiably in his presence, would likely forget the moment he turned away, rendering him incapable of accomplishing anything. Instead of failing at everything, it would be better to provide some protection for his lost son, ensuring he grows stronger, ever stronger, until no one could harm him. Gaia silently thought this, yet she could not express it outwardly, for if she did, Uranus would undoubtedly take away this last child. A lost child can return, but one taken by Uranus will never come back, unless a change of dynasty occurs, Gaia mused quietly. However, at this moment, no matter what the great mother of all gods contemplated, it was futile. She was far too weak, lacking even the strength to return to the earth. Thankfully, she and the divine king had not conceived another new deity. Otherwise, even an ordinary intermediate divine power would send her away. Now, the decaying force begins to spread across the earth. After a period of time, once she regains some strength and Euryalus commits further errors, she will have a fair chance to overthrow Euryalus' cruel and merciless reign. She hopes her youngest son can hasten the execution of his mission upon the earth. And she also wishes for him to acquire sufficient formidable power swiftly. After witnessing Euryalus' brutality, the goddess of the earth finds it hard to believe that the other offspring who have always followed Euryalus are psychologically sound. In order to allow her youngest son the freedom to roam the earth after her eventual slumber, Gaia does not wish for Rinaudo's fate to depend on others. Deities ought to be free. However, to what extent can Rinaudo achieve this? Gaia is uncertain. Before her, Rinaudo has had no opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities, that he is merely well protected by her, requiring no effort of his own. Rinaudo cannot fathom Gaia's current emotions. The clash among the potent divine powers is beyond someone of his feeble strength to engage in. He knows not what those gods are contemplating. He merely accepts the unexpected gift the world has bestowed upon him. A realm of memory and the power of forgetfulness. That is the will of the world delayed? No, the essence of greed has been granted to me, yet the power of forgetfulness stumbles. How reasonable is that? How shall I evaluate this? It is truly absurd, Rinaudo muses. Nevertheless, receiving a newfound power without any dissatisfaction is a fortunate occurrence for Rinaudo. That it is akin to tripping on the roadside only to discover, upon lifting his gaze, a gold ingot. Such good fortune would not typically incite anger in anyone. Regardless of other circumstances, Rinaudo perceives himself as that ordinary individual. The divine office is a gift from the world. Rinaudo effortlessly merges with this new power, elevating his divine strength from feeble to a weak level. Although he remains a mere underpowered entity in combat, he is no longer helpless against the actions of other gods. Currently, the ruler is Uranus of the sky. Thus the heavens command a vast portion of the elemental forces, enabling the divine king to achieve a legendary tier closest to the primordial gods, a magnificent divine power. Additionally, the 12 offspring of the divine king occupy shares of 12 formidable divine powers, resulting in limited potential for other deities to ascend, unless one day Uranus displays benevolence and relinquishes a portion of his usurped share, or some deity returns to the essence of the world. However, these possibilities are exceedingly slim. Rinaudo believes it more prudent to strive for the collection of divine power himself. After all, aside from the 12 titans, as well as the sky, the sea, and the hills, alongside a scant few primordial gods, most deities today possess merely weak divine powers. Although Rinaudo is still weak, he has finally escaped the danger zone. He is now safe, at least in the presence of ordinary gods, as long as he avoids the deep sea and encounters Pontus's 5 siblings representing the 5 facets of the ocean. That is the only conceivable demise he can imagine, one that possesses the potential for resistance. Yet, it remains unsafe. Since arriving on this nameless isle, Rinaudo has scarcely interacted with other life forms. Those nymphs who first approached him have since refrained from visiting. Rinaudo is somewhat perplexed. With his endearing appearance and inherent divinity, devoid of malice, why do those nymphs still harbor such fear of him? It is truly baffling. Nevertheless, it matters not. Rinaudo is untroubled by solitude. The laws and divine offices possess boundless profundity. The mere absence of the prosperity associated with his divine office holds enough power to leave one dazzled. It is more exhilarating than any addictive plant. It is a vast, mysterious, and alluring domain. Before a deity endowed with a divine office, an entirely new and unknown expansive world appears like a coy maiden, seemingly steadfast in her rejection, obscuring her essence from view, yet occasionally revealing glimpses that ensnare the gaze. Sensing the distant sounds of laughter, the joy of little sprites playing together is so uncomplicated. Nymphs, born to sing and dance, find themselves lacking melodies and lyrics in this primal and desolate world. Yet, this does not hinder them. The nature-born sprites attempt to mimic the sounds of rocks colliding, the rustling of leaves brushing against one another, and the splashes of water when deities frolic in it, causing a melodic ripple. This place resembles the legendary utopia, free from sorrow, devoid of sadness, absent of oppression, where no one bullies another. They need not fret over survival, for even if only half belongs to the deities, they remain unburdened by the worry of food. They can revel in merriment, their hearts untainted. No one harbors ulterior motives, nor dark thoughts. They can sing and dance, for time leaves no discernible mark upon them. The nymphs possess an almost eternal youth and long lives. Without worries, nor those tiresome negative emotions, they can enjoy life in its purest form. Perhaps these nymphs do not comprehend the meaning of existence. Yet the joy of the moment feels profoundly real. Rinaudo finds himself envious. After all, he has never witnessed such pristine and delightful scenes in his world. Alas, they are not his bloodkin. More regrettably, he has become a deity, unable to integrate into the gatherings of these sprites. Should he venture there, he would only transform their joyous revelry into a memory. His mere presence could easily constrain these delicate nymphs. Rinaudo cannot help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Perhaps an unknown world awaits his exploration. Yet, as a being with emotions and desires, he longs for a small community. After all, surviving alone on this isle inevitably breeds a sense of loneliness. But here, there are no other deities. Indeed, solitude morphs into isolation. The essence of the primordial power resonates with the holder's emotions. The presence of the goddess of prosperity causes the flora to flourish. The withered branches and leaves, serving as the goddess of the earth's preparatory strength, begin to emit a foul odor, a stench of decay. This scent does not belong to the fragrance of life that rejoices and embraces. Rather, it is a noxious odor, a signal to other beings that here lies a little creature, rendered motionless and pitiful, its soul claimed by the god of death, returning to the earth's embrace, if it were merely an ordinary divine office. Even in the depths of despair, one would need to actively communicate with their divine office to achieve such a state. After all, they exist as mere agents. Yet Rinaudo belongs to the primordial gods. Their existence arises from their birth, naturally giving rise to certain phenomena. They embody a mastery over these occurrences, noble, and their emotions readily evoke a resonance within their domains. Such is the case at this moment. Rinaudo's mood has only dipped slightly. Yet, even as his spirits begin to rise, the surrounding stench shows no sign of abating. Instead, it gradually expands the reach of this principle. Eventually, the foul odor of the divine office descends from above, unbidden, penetrating the decaying divine office and the essence itself. Henceforth, the process of the deceased's body returning no longer unfolds in tranquility, but is accompanied by the stench that symbolizes death. This unprecedented odor swiftly spreads across the entire world, shattering the peaceful existence of countless beings. The frailty of the earth has inevitably led to the widespread decay of vegetation, leaving but a scant few plants upon its surface. while the remnants of countless others lie in abundance. The nymphs and deities residing in these overgrown locales find themselves besieged by the noxious scent emanating from this decay, each lamenting their plight, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the root cause of such devastation. Regrettably, the god of decay has never declared his existence to the world, leaving them bereft of means to retaliate. Unbeknownst to him, Rinaudo, who inadvertently contributes to the turmoil of life on Earth, merely experiences a fleeting sense of loneliness before he begins to appreciate the wonders of the natural world. The essence of prosperity within him struggles to manifest perfectly. It seems he must undertake some actions, such as nurturing plants or infusing the land with vitality, to increase the abundance of life. One wonders if his prosperity will continue to flourish after the establishment of human civilization, ultimately evolving into a divine role akin to that of a god. However, as a child of both sky and earth, Rinaudo is drawn to the forces of nature, embodying what could be termed the god of plant prosperity. Indeed, his essence scarcely approaches the realm of living beings. Henceforth, Rinaudo resolves to perfect the power of prosperity, hoping that a complete manifestation will grant him the qualifications to ascend to the ranks of intermediate deities. As for the foul odor intended as a warning, while it may not be considered friendly by others, it cannot be denied that, despite not bestowing a divine role upon its master, it has indeed strengthened decay, rendering the process all the more intricate. Unbeknownst to all, even the very source of decay has begun to expand outward. The will of the world is pleased by this. Although the decay that emerged alongside Rinaudo may not sound particularly favorable, indeed, it could be deemed rather dismal, when viewed through the lens of human action. It is akin to transforming discarded scrap into currency. Selling scrap may not be seen as a noble pursuit by some, yet it undeniably represents a means of turning waste into treasure. At this nascent stage of the world, having existed for scarcely a few 100,000 years, the number of deities is limited, and their divine roles are varied and eclectic, reflecting the phenomena that arose concurrently with the world's birth. Yet, none of these deities contribute any assistance to the world. They merely fulfill their duties in earnest. The power of transformation that Rinaudo brings, turning waste into treasure, undoubtedly surprises the world. However, the source of decay has seen little enhancement, resulting in no immediate changes. Were it not for Rinaudo's vigilant observation of his inner essence, he would remain entirely unaware of its gradual elevation. Meanwhile, far atop Mount Olympus, the goddess Gaias slowly opens her eyes. Casting a glance upon Rinaudo's domain, her countenance blossoming into a smile of contentment. As the bearer of decay, Rinaudo's mother, the glory of the god of decay, also reflects upon Gaia in times of abundance. Even the primal deity might not perceive such subtle shifts that it can only be said that Gaia finds herself in a state of decline. Even the slightest growth brings her joy. Perhaps it is the sentiment of a mother witnessing her child break free from her grasp. Though concerned, she feels pride when that child achieves a certain measure of success. As for the king of the sky, although he cast a fleeting glance at Rinaudo, it was merely a momentary whim. He remains oblivious to the existence of a child wandering the world. Furthermore, the forces of the sky are entirely unrelated to decay, meaning the glory of the god of decay exerts little influence upon the heavens. In this era, under the sky's dominion, there are neither sun nor moon, nor twinkling stars, nor a single cloud bold enough to meet the gaze of the divine king, while the expanse of the sky has not continued to grow. The divine power it provides each day remains considerable. Thus, the minuscule changes occurring below are of little concern to the king, who simply thinks that one of his 12 offspring has achieved a minor advancement. After a period of silence, Rinaudo proves to be far more diligent than other deities who prefer indulgence over self-improvement. Since departing from the temple of the earth, he has been contemplating his divine role. Alas, his insular approach proves insufficient for elevating his divine power to a greater level, leaving him to develop freely thereafter. Only now, in this moment, does Rinaudo take the opportunity to observe the appearance of the island upon which he currently finds himself. In a world devoid of the concept of sand, the juxtaposition of rocks and land rising from the ocean appears rather peculiar. Perhaps it is simply a strange sight to one who has traversed time. Regardless, other beings seem accustomed to such scenes. There are no beaches here, and the variety of plant life is dismally scant. Only a handful of enormous trees, born alongside the world, populate the land at a first glance. The ancient trees stretch skyward, their roots entwined. Yet upon closer inspection, apart from the oak, banyan, and pine, Rinaudo can find no fourth species of tree at the level of laws and essence, thanks to the emergence of the god of hills. This small island possesses a few hills and ponds. Near the island's center lies a clear spring, a natural creation likely birthed alongside Gaia during her early nurturing of her eldest child. If a small sprite were to discover this spring, it could very well become the deity of mountain springs. Glancing beside him, Rinaudo finally encounters some good news. A delicate grapevine clings to a towering pine, bearing small, green fruits. However, the taste of these wild grapes is far from pleasant, their flavor exceedingly tart. Upon closer inspection, one might note that, were it not for the towering trees, the island would scarcely qualify as having abundant vegetation. To phrase it charitably, everything here is minimalistic. To phrase it uncharitably, the place is truly impoverished. Rinaudo suppresses the urge to roll his eyes. The trees, unkissed by the god of wisdom, appear so dull, lacking not only beauty but even the very traits of life, such as speech and movement. The god of prosperity cannot abide such desolation. Although he possesses no weapons, it is not solely through a staff that power can be exerted. The deity of prosperity strolls through the woodland, and in his wake, tender shoots of grass and saplings burst forth in eager haste. The pale green essence of the god of prosperity begins to radiate outward. Rinaudo is even struck by the feeling that, should he desire, he might reclaim the prosperity of this place. For the first time, he actively channels his divine power, and his innate curiosity as a deity is ignited. In this moment, he resembles a child delighted by a new toy. Eager to exert as much of his power as possible, prosperity, in any form, is a boon. Nothing can refuse its growth. Yet, when the force of prosperity becomes overwhelming, it may also bring forth troubles, large or small. At this moment, while Rinaudo is immersed in his newfound might, he is abruptly awakened by a chorus of shrill screams. Initially displeased by this disturbance to the nature of prosperity, he quickly suppresses his irritation. Through the plants he has nurtured, he directs his gaze toward the source of the commotion. It is the nymphs who had been frightened by him on their first day, due to the rapid and excessive growth of the plants. These ethereal beings, possessing beauty yet devoid of combat prowess, find themselves ensnared by the foliage, unable to escape. How curious it is that, despite being half divine, they are so feeble. Rinaudo furrows his brow and exhales softly. It seems that freely unleashing his divine power whenever he pleases may prove to be somewhat challenging. Care must be taken around these fragile nymphs to avoid inadvertently sending them away. After all, in this world, the concept of death has yet to be conceived. To die is to truly perish. Having just experimented with his power, he finds himself lacking in interest for the moment. Thus, the deity of prosperity dispersed its essence and reclaimed the forces of abundance, causing the wildly burgeoning trees to cease their encroachment upon the nymphs' living space on the opposite side of the island. The nymphs, who had narrowly escaped death, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing their brother, the young nymph, who appeared half dead from the strangulation, his sisters seethed with indignation. Yet, upon recalling the terrifying spectacle they had just witnessed, their anger swiftly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of dread. They could not fathom why the deity had acted in such a manner. Had they unwittingly provoked this enigmatic being? After all, they had never sought the deity out. With a mixture of fear towards the divine and anger for their injured sibling, the eldest nymph stepped forward and declared, "My dear brothers and sisters, it seems we must communicate with this deity that has come to our island. Should I fail to return, you must heed my words and abandon your capriciousness henceforth." "No," the wounded youth protested, struggling to rise. In the chaotic realm of chaos, the paths to power for males were considerably more lenient. However, the primal lusts of many deities often led to reckless behavior. "It is far too perilous for you to venture forth. I shall go instead." "What nonsense are you spouting? You are in no condition to confront the deity. If it takes offense, not only will you be in danger, but our other sisters may also suffer. Allow me to go. Even if the outcome is dire, at least I would merely serve as a consort to the deity. We are but nature's sprites, and our divine parents are preoccupied. Surely, being a companion to such a youthful god would not be a loss for us." While the young nymph's reasoning reflected the reality of the current world. As the eldest sister, she could not permit her younger siblings to take such risks. Moreover, Her earlier statement held merit. The deity's diminutive appearance did not necessarily imply a vulnerability to primal desires. Even if they were to serve as the deity's consorts, was it not an excellent opportunity for beings like them, devoid of divine office? Not to mention, offspring born of a deity would possess a greater likelihood of divinity. Furthermore, establishing such a connection could enhance the chances of her siblings attaining divine status, even if only as the beloved of another. It must be noted that the ratio of gods to nymphs was exceedingly disproportionate. Regardless of the situation, if these nymphs were to successfully ally with the deity, they would gain some measure of protection against future threats from other creatures. The youth was clearly aware of this logic. Yet these nymphs were not merely enamored by any deity they encountered. What if the one they desired turned out to be a scoundrel, leaving them heartbroken? Even the most beautiful nymph would only capture a deity's attention in her purity. Otherwise, she would be seen as a discarded plaything, unworthy of the haughty god's interest. The two continued to argue, neither willing to yield. The youth's potential demise loomed should he proceed, while their eldest sister risked losing her innocence. They had reached a critical juncture, a harrowing choice between two dire alternatives. It was hardly surprising that they leaned towards pessimism, for the gods in this realm were indeed capricious in their nature, often exhibiting peculiar tastes. If it were merely a matter of appreciating beautiful beings, that could be excused. However, the notion of being enamored with grotesque creatures capable of producing offspring was utterly absurd. Rinaudo was entirely oblivious to these events. He held no interest in the nymphs whose lives bore no relevance to him. After having audaciously wielded the powers of prosperity, he had gleaned a new understanding and sought to elevate the essence of prosperity to a more perfect level. Just as he had begun to survey the environment he would inhabit, he felt the urge to retreat into seclusion once more. It seemed that even a brief foray into activity could be beneficial. Rinaudo concluded that his insights were limited, and fearing forgetfulness, he opted to deepen his understanding, estimating that 1 or 2 days would suffice. After enduring a solitary existence of contemplation for over 10 days, he had gleaned some insights, albeit meager ones. This was largely due to the expansive world he had inherited from countless ancestors, which served as a benchmark, allowing him to make slight advancements in his abilities within a mere 10 days. For other deities, such an endeavor might yield results tantamount to zero. Alas, the laws of existence do not conspire to transform aspirations into reality without merit. One must possess a degree of accomplishment in a particular domain to be entitled to seek new divine offices and sources from the laws. Otherwise, in this vast, empty sky, the celestial phenomena and seasonal changes are potent divine offices indeed. Rinaudo felt a pang of regret, aware that many of the grand natural phenomena had little to do with his essence. As a child of the sky and earth, he belonged inherently to the realms of nature and life. However, the nature he represented encompassed both decay and prosperity. The only connection his abilities had with the seasonal cycles lay in the transition of seasons. The power of prosperity might enable the establishment of an autumnal divine office, yet the essence of decay remained elusive. Decay transforms matter into foundational nutrients that nourish the earth, but only winter truly replenishes the land. The other 3 seasons are periods of vibrant life. Yet, regardless of interpretation, winter necessitated the divine offices of ice and snow as prerequisites. Thus, he could only endeavor to explore the potential for the power of prosperity to evolve into an autumnal essence. As the bountiful harvest of autumn represents a form of vegetation's prosperity, bearing a faint resemblance to summer, it appeared that further contemplation was warranted, suddenly struck by a new line of thought. Rinaudo's previously troubled mind found clarity. The discomfort of being confined to a small space for over 10 days began to dissipate, and he felt an impulse to venture outside and take in the surroundings. As the deity of decay emerged from his secluded abode, his gaze fell upon 2 figures that had no place in his domain. Those 2 water nymphs, he wondered if they were the offspring of saltwater or freshwater, or perhaps denizens of the deep sea. Ultimately, what significance did it hold for him, a child of the earth? He had never encountered their elder siblings and had never conversed with Pontus, the ruler of the deep sea. While these nymphs could be considered his nieces and nephews, he felt no sense of familial connection. Oceanic sprites, reveal your purpose, he commanded, although he did not believe himself to be the uncle of these 2 sea nymphs. The lineage was undeniable. Chaos, however, seemed indifferent to such familial hierarchies. Nevertheless, there remained a subtle awareness of the few source gods, a semblance of order that was perpetually vigilant. Rinaudo was uncertain whether this world possessed its own will or operated as an emotionless mechanism. Regardless, the dignity of the gods surpassed that of the nymphs, beings who bore divine blood yet lacked divine power, leading most divine entities to unconsciously regard them with contempt. Though Rinaudo was well-mannered, he did not extend undue warmth to strangers that in such circumstances. The most prudent course of action was to assert his divine pride, dissuading these unfamiliar beings who sought favor from him from pursuing their objectives. After all, in a realm where deities could live for decades or centuries, was it not true that he was considerably younger than they? Rinaudo momentarily divided his attention, only to swiftly return his focus to the matter at hand. It was evident that the two nymphs were on edge. He suspected that if he were to raise a hand, they would immediately kneel before him to expedite their departure. Rinaudo softened his expression and moderated his tone. You need not be apprehensive. You are the oceanic nymphs born of salt and fresh water, and I share a distant kinship with your two elders. If we were to trace it back, I could indeed be considered your uncle. The two oceanic nymphs nodded in agreement, yet it was evident that they did not take the deity's words to heart. Life in this era was simple, but that did not render them foolish. Without a foundation of genuine affection, how could they aspire to ascend the ranks alongside a deity who had already soared to greatness? Should they dare to take his words at face value, they would surely become the subject of the year's most ludicrous joke. Nevertheless, with a deity addressing them, they could not afford to appear too hesitant, lest they diminish their standing in the eyes of the divine. As a male nymph, he hurriedly spoke before another nymph could utter a word. O great deity, I beseech your mercy. I yearn to be by your side, as your devoted servant. I implore you to show a modicum of compassion, to safeguard this fragile isle amidst the sea, and to protect the kind-hearted and innocent sea sprites dwelling upon it from the perils of the ocean. In the midst of his entreaty, the nymph knelt before him, causing Rinaudo to momentarily be taken aback. Was this a jest? In his understanding, kneeling was reserved for the heavens above and the earth below, with parents and elders occupying the space in between. To kneel indiscriminately would disrupt the established order. It seemed rather peculiar for a youth, who appeared to be significantly older than himself, to bow before him, a mere child of 3 years. They asked for the words he spoke. Rinaudo was not a fool. What incentive did he have to take under his wing a modest isle? Furthermore, in the world of chaos, everything belonged to the supremely exalted origin. Beyond that, the ocean was under the dominion of Pontos and the fathomless depths beneath him. Later, he had incorporated the elder brother of the ocean and the elder sister of the sea goddess into the equation. The skies eternally belonged to Uranus, the god of the heavens, while the earth remained the domain of Gaia, the Earth Mother. Even if he was Gaia's only son treading upon the land, it did not grant him the right to encroach upon the realms of other deities, particularly without prior notification. No matter how much that goddess cherished him, there would inevitably be some dissatisfaction. From any angle, it appeared he was not quite justified in accepting this isle. Hence, why should he acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Merely because of a devoted servant? Rinaudo considered himself somewhat naive in appearance. However, he was not truly dim-witted and possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the current state of the world of chaos. Divine beings were exceedingly rare, while the number of sea monsters and sprites born upon the earth was staggering. Should Rinaudo, a deity of the origin, choose to speak, who could fathom the multitude of sprites eager to serve him as humble attendants? It was even conceivable that a deity with a connection to his divine duties, albeit not present, might wish to serve as a devoted follower. Such a proposition seemed utterly meaningless. Yet, outright refusal felt inappropriate. Observing the kneeling youth and the anxious girl beside him, Rinaudo fell into silence for a moment before slowly speaking. I shall not accept a useless servant. A nymph such as you is far too feeble for my needs. Let alone expecting me to become the guardian of this isle with your empty hands. It is rather presumptuous, do you not think? Here is my proposal. You shall verbally establish a pact with me. I am aware of a place where divine power can be acquired, and it lies upon this very isle that if you are willing to dedicate that divine power to me once you obtain it, I shall agree to protect this isle. Of course, you may choose not to offer it, for in truth, that power holds little significance for me. Rinaudo spoke with a smile, as he contemplated the divine power of the spring, which belonged to the element of water. However, he had no genuine desire regarding it. After all, He was under the auspices of three deities representing the ultimate destinations of water. There was Chronos, symbolizing freshwater and rivers, his elder brother. Then there was Thalassa, the sea goddess and wife of Chronos, representing salt water. Not to mention Pontos, a deity contemporaneous with the king of the heavens. These three entities epitomized the pinnacle of water. And for Rinaudo, hailing from the powers of earth and sky, to attempt to insert himself into the realm of the ocean seemed rather absurd. His original intent was merely to dismiss this young nephew with the notion of the spring's divine authority. After all, upon obtaining the divine title, forcibly stripping oneself of divine authority would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen repercussions. Furthermore, to compel someone to return to being a sprite with no capacity for resistance after acquiring divine power would be excessively challenging. Rinaudo did not believe that this oceanic sprite, whom he had only met twice, possessed such resolve that in the end, if he were reluctant to relinquish the divine authority, he could not blame himself for failing to protect the isle. Moreover, had he not indirectly passed on the divine authority of the spring to them, what transpired thereafter was of no concern to him. The smiling deity of decay mused, while his words continued to flow, elucidating the current vacancy of the spring deity almost as if presenting the divine title directly to the two younger beings. As he observed the departing duo, Rinaudo stretched lazily, suddenly losing the inclination to venture outside. Indeed, remaining in his humble cave brought about no troubles. Venturing out inevitably led to minor complications. Perhaps it would be best to return home, after leaving the abode of the deity of decay. The nymph siblings proceeded to the location indicated by the divine being. True to the words of the deity of decay, they discovered a spring and a vine bearing a few unripe fruits. Rinaudo held little interest in the powers of water, as his divine essence possessed scant tolerance for identities for the grapevine. He had already inscribed a portion of the concept of grapes into his divine authority. Such a plant inherently existed within the realm of decay. Even if he were to acquire that divine authority, it would serve little purpose, and he had no interest in a power that offered neither offense nor defense. It was better to leave the opportunity to other sprites yet to ascend to divinity. The conditions for obtaining the divine authority of grapes were rather lenient, which dissuaded Rinaudo from exploring whether other deities already possessed it. After all, every request made to the laws required the sacrifice of one's own divine essence. The first attempt was the most excruciating. Afterward, it felt akin to vanishing into thin air. Yet, this did not justify wasting one's strength frivolously. To seek divine authority for a power lacking might, and potentially offend a deity of varying strength, was hardly a worthwhile endeavor. The primary issue remained that the divine authority of plants did not align well with his own capabilities. Furthermore, if he recalled correctly, much of the power of plants belonged to his elder brother, the god of growth, who wielded the power of growth. Although it was a mighty divine force, it lacked the formidable origin artifact. However, this deity had been perfectly attuned to the essence of growth since his inception, and given his daily servitude to the king of the heavens, who could say whether the god of growth bore any resentment towards sprites daring to trespass upon his domain. Rinaudo had certainly made his stance clear to the sibling duo, as for whether they chose to heed his counsel and refrain from harboring excessive aspirations regarding the power of grape sugar, lest they inadvertently face consequences, or whether they were fortunate enough to obtain that power. It mattered little to him. Rinaudo was not particularly concerned about deities born of such weak origins. Perhaps he himself was not a particularly powerful divine being, but he had at least once possessed the strength of a middle-tier deity. Moreover, the essence of decay inherently possessed a degree of offensive capability. Powers such as those of springs and grapes hardly seemed suited for combat. Those who wield power could always act with greater abandon. Yet, the siblings, who felt no trepidation, found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. The younger male, gazing at his sister, who clearly yearned for the divine authority yet hesitated to voice her desires, shifted his attention to the grapevine, which potentially harbored deadly peril. On the other hand, the authority they might control belonged entirely to their father and mother, posing no threat. The parental gods of the ocean were especially lenient towards their offspring. However, these oceanic sprites were merely innocent, not foolish. Each sibling harbored their own thoughts, and after a moment, the younger nymph's gaze suddenly firmed. He stepped forward, and the divine essence that had long resided within the sprite coalesced within his chest, igniting a faint flicker of flame, a symbol of divine purity and dominion. This was the world's acknowledgement of divine rule in the realm of chaos, O great Okeanos, father of rivers, lakes, and seas. I, the nymph of the ocean, beseech you. The spring is the outlet of water beneath the earth, a natural emergence upon the surface, an integral part of the land. I am the discoverer of the spring. Please bestow upon your child the divine essence of the spring. Rinaudo is not far from the place where one prays to the god of the spring, and he is naturally well aware of this. Such an explanation of the spring feels somewhat hasty. If Rinaudo possessed sufficient divine attributes of water, he could acquire at least 2 divine ranks through a single prayer. After all, that little fellow is blessed with the lineage of his father, the water god Oceanus. And in such circumstances, one capable of ascending to divinity must possess a certain degree of innate talent. It seems unlikely that this master of freshwater would concern himself with such trifling divine essence. So pure and unready, this child is indeed difficult to judge. Perhaps the god of greed, born of greed itself, is simply too avaricious. Yet, this is merely the fulfillment of his divine duty, is it not? Meanwhile, the ocean sprite, having completed the oath, is now enveloped in divine flames, the golden red sacred fire consuming every fiber of his being, fueled by his own divinity. The divinity connected to his soul is being incinerated, and the agony he endures is akin to having his flesh sliced away piece by piece. Throughout this process, the radiance of divinity will cloak the frail sprite, and aside from their immortality and prolonged lifespan, they will also be bestowed with the divine essence of undying. This is a trait that every deity is destined to possess. Even if their heads are severed, their lives may continue to endure to a certain extent. However, it appears that while the spring may be frail, it is not something that can be casually given away with mere words. Rinaudo, as a naturally born deity, does not comprehend the suffering involved in the transformation to divinity. For they are born immortal. Of course, he harbors certain suspicions. Otherwise, he would not have proposed exchanging divine ranks. How could one so easily relinquish power acquired through such torment? In this way, he could live blissfully for a time. As for the ocean sprite, the elder sister, she gazes at her suffering brother with an expression tinged with peculiarity. If she feels sorrow, it is undeniable. They were born together, having endured countless cycles of day and night. Yet, as beings of the chaotic world, divine ranks hold a fatal allure for them. Should the god of decay have only shared this method with his brother, she would have said nothing, only extending her heartfelt wishes. But given that both of them now possess the potential for competition, to directly lose such eligibility without expressing negative emotions would be disingenuous. Nonetheless, the long-standing bond between them ultimately overcomes a flicker of jealousy and resentment. While negative feelings may arise, they are fleeting. Nymph, once more, focuses her gaze on her tormented brother, wishing for an expeditious end to his suffering, at least hoping to spare the child further torment. Nymph is a sprite imbued with divinity, possibly a child of a deity, or perhaps born of nature itself. However, the best outcome for attaining divinity is to be birthed by a powerful god. Divine beings born of natural evolution, although not emerging from the womb of a deity, can still be considered offspring of a god wielding corresponding powers. For instance, the 2 ocean nymphs are the progeny of the mother god of the deep sea and the father god of the ocean. When the vast salty depths converge with the rivers, lakes, and seas on the earth's surface, the point of their contact becomes a place where divine essences intertwine, easily giving rise to new sprites. However, due to the celestial god king imposing decrees upon the world with his omnipotence, the number of gods born with divine ranks is exceedingly rare. Most emerge as not particularly powerful beings, merely beautiful in appearance, while some take the form of grotesque creatures that, while capable of self-protection, are exceedingly ugly. Regardless of the form they take, each possesses the potential to ascend to divinity. Yet, there exists an almost insurmountable chasm between gods and the creatures or sprites. This chasm is vast, and crossing it inevitably incurs a steep price. Consider the ocean nymph struggling within the majestic golden flames. If he cannot loudly declare his true name to the world at this moment, even if he miraculously survives the divine fire that refines his body and burns away the mundane, his physical form may become stronger than before, but his chances of becoming a deity will be irrevocably lost. Rinaudo glanced outside for a moment before closing his eyes. Whether it is the supreme will and laws of the chaotic world or his elder brother, who embodies the great river of the ocean, One is unfathomably powerful. Yet, even primordial gods cannot easily contend with him. The latter is a deity of tremendous power, the firstborn of the sky god, and his eldest brother. Rinaudo assures himself that he possesses no capacity to rival either. However, observing the processes of other gods attaining divinity has allowed him to glean some insights into their powers and divine ranks. Water is often called the source of life, and as Rinaudo is a deity of prosperity. If he truly harnesses the power of the spring, prosperity will undoubtedly flourish even further. Gleaning a bit of water's power should not be considered an unauthorized incursion into the domains of his brother and sister. Given that the divine duty of the spring is inherently weak, although the burning divine flames are excruciating, that meager divine essence is insufficient to sustain the flames indefinitely, in merely a few minutes. The fire began to weaken, becoming invisible to ordinary life. Yet, as a god, Rinaudo and the ocean nymph, the rightful master, could distinctly perceive a formless and unviewable force suddenly converging. This force harbored immense wisdom. Symbolizing water, a fragment of its primordial power, Rinaudo, having merely caught a glimpse, was overwhelmed with boundless insights. Simultaneously, his eyes shed golden blood, a symbol of divinity, which fell to the ground, infusing the desolate cavern with a touch of green. Moss, lichen, and algae rapidly spread throughout the cave, nourished by the blood of the deity of prosperity, while small mushrooms timidly emerged from the corners. The very act of a deity attaining divinity triggered a minuscule fragment of the will of the chaotic world to descend here. After all, the god of the spring is not inherently powerful, and while his divine duty is not entirely superfluous, it is not indispensable either. The fact that the chaotic world can bestow even a hint of its will is already a profound respect for the deity. Thus, when the cave's flora emerged, the laws swiftly responded, creating a divine rank belonging to the cave plants. Before Rinaudo could fully process the sudden influx of water's laws and natural principles in his mind, a verdant crystal appeared in his hand. The divine rank of the cave plants, without hesitation, burrowed into the interior of Rinaudo's divine rank of prosperity, only for half of it to be expelled. Plants thrive on prosperity, yet prosperity cannot encompass all forms of vegetation. After the forces not belonging to prosperity were cast aside, they reformed into the divine rank of the cave plants. However, observing that precarious divine rank, teetering on the brink of shattering into countless fragments, Rinaudo sighed softly and drew some divine power from decay to infuse it into the divine rank of the cave plants. The upper limit of the divine rank of cave plants is not high, as there are presently few caves. Furthermore, cave plants are not the type of vegetation that can be widely cultivated, Rinaudo speculated. Before the emergence of the divine rank of the underground cave, the highest limit for cave plants was merely a weak divine power. Yet, due to the intertwining of prosperity, decay, and cave plants, Rinaudo felt his divine power increase slightly, bringing him a step closer to attaining medium divine power. Particularly with the power of prosperity, this newly birthed divine rank has already surpassed his original divine rank of decay. Once the celestial god king relinquishes his divine position, life and plants will simultaneously explode in vitality, and Rinaudo's power of prosperity will further elevate him, at least enabling him to become a medium deity. However, the essence of prosperity does not reside within him. This matter requires prompt contemplation. Although the essence of prosperity seemed to express a slight desire to approach him upon the birth of the cave plants, he already possesses two sources that a single weak divine power cannot bear the burden of more forces he cannot master. He must grow stronger. Two flowers bloom, each showcasing its own branch. Rinaudo is devising ways to enhance his strength. While the already ascended god of the spring remains stuck at the step of calling out his divine name, an elder sister, the female nymph grows anxious over her brother's sudden silence. Yet, he is merely a sprite of nature, lacking the qualifications to interfere in a deity's ascension ceremony. After all, their kind, the nymphs, are not particularly endowed with great talent. Rinaudo has indeed provided them with an exceedingly detailed and feasible method. However, this does not guarantee their success, at the very least. This child is currently ensnared in the pivotal moment of his divinity. Far upon Mount Olympus, the parents of the ocean exhibit palpable concern for their child, who is on the verge of becoming a deity. Yet, that feeble god is not even worthy of the sky king's glance. Though the two parental deities yearn to assist their offspring, they find themselves equally powerless. The Sky King is not a benevolent sovereign. In his quest to assert his absolute authority, he frequently manipulates the essence of his 12 progeny. For instance, he might cause rivers to intertwine chaotically, compelling the flowing waters to ascend, thereby reveling in the anguished cries of the couple. Oceanus and Tethys, he also sporadically scatters time, forcing diverse beings to revert to their pre-existence forms, brazenly defying the passage of time represented by his daughter, Rhea, and the temporal dominion embodied by his son. Chronos, he toys with divine law, manipulating justice and equity. He obscures brilliance, concealing the light of the heavens, and vision, as the supreme ruler of the world, second only to the primordial gods and the will of the universe. The Sky King possesses immense capabilities. Now, with the 12 titans struggling for survival, how can they concern themselves with a lesser deity on the brink of failure? As the final moment approaches, the will of the world begins to dissipate. If he cannot reveal his true name in this critical instance, the power of the spring water could lead to the instantaneous demise of this god, who does not belong to the divine realm. To be frank, Rinaudo had never contemplated the possibility of a deity failing in their ascension, for such an eventuality had never been heard of. Rinaudo sighed softly. The child has faltered. What a pity. Had he succeeded, Rinaudo would have sought the water deity for some divine power related to water for further exploration. Indeed, it seems fate possesses an absolute nature. Rinaudo recalls that there are only 3 male deities who govern water, while the power of the spring is likely associated with a goddess. Given that even a minor deity could perceive such matters, how could other formidable beings remain oblivious? Aside from the will of the world still lingering, nearly all other events have been retracted. Rinaudo had initially intended to withdraw his gaze, yet in a moment of daze, a stream of azure divine power unexpectedly descended, delicately enveloping the thriving divine essence, transforming incomprehensible words into those that could be heard. O noble primordial deity, benefactor of the earth, embodiment of prosperity upon the land, heed my plea. I am Oceanus, serving the Sky King alongside my wife. Yet the mournful cries of my pitiful child rend our hearts with anguish. Please, take away the divine essence of the spring water and rescue that innocent, harmless child. Consider the divine power just bestowed as my token of gratitude. And I implore you to extend your hand in favor. This brief entreaty, though concise, emanated from Oceanus. Earlier, the parental deities symbolizing the oceans had already diverted their attention, leading Rinaudo to believe they had abandoned the child. However, upon reflection, he recalled hearing from Mother Earth that Rinaudo's other 12 brothers and sisters had been taken by the Sky King. Observing the cautious demeanor of Oceanus, it seemed their days were fraught with difficulties. Yet, despite the hardships, potent divine power remains potent. The water deity, representing all rivers, lakes, and seas, indeed acted generously. Although he did not directly confer a divine essence, he granted substantial divine attributes of water, establishing a connection between the water now flourishing and the plants. Should he truly possess the essence of the spring, the cave's flora could thrive at an accelerated pace, achieving prosperity more swiftly. One should not dwell excessively on this, for what matters most is not what is to be done now. Rinaudo approached the cave's entrance, glancing at the place where assistance had previously been requested, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. It seems every outing heralds trouble. Yet, since he has already received a boon, it would be remiss not to offer aid. He harbored no desire to contest with this elder brother. The gaze of the divine laws had nearly entirely diverted, yet a slender thread remained, offering one final chance to this deity, which should occur approximately 510 minutes hence. Though somewhat belated, it mattered little. Upon witnessing the arrival of the deity of decay, the siblings of the Nymphs brightened. Having someone to assist them in such dire straits was truly fortuitous. That Rinaudo's lips twitched. He wished they would not harbor such lofty hopes for him, for he was not the god of hope. Grumbling aside, Rinaudo extracted a modicum of undigested water divinity from the essence of prosperity, then raised his left hand, forming a gesture akin to a gun towards the nymph, who remained unable to proclaim her divine name. That a blue beam surged into the divine essence, symbolizing the water pooling from the earth. At that moment, the gaze of the laws was entirely withdrawn. Rinaudo, in the final second, severed the essence of the spring water. Without the aid of the laws, who could fathom how long this flame would have burned? Nor its might as a symbol of divine authority. Deprived of the divine essence, the nymph was no longer worthy of igniting the holy fire that signified the absolute power of the deities. The golden flames vanished without a trace, revealing the nymph, marred with scars. "Oh dear, how untrustworthy of you to leave the conclusion to me," Rinaudo sighed, shaking his head, yet devoid of any ire. Instead, he knelt down, kindly utilizing the life-affirming powers of prosperity to heal the nymph before him. Although the nymph had failed in her ascension and possessed no prospect of becoming a god again, this was merely her personal plight. In contrast, Rinaudo could be deemed quite fortunate this time. What had appeared as a mere gift of water attributes from Uranus had also signaled something else. Should he prove capable, the deity representing both salt water and freshwater would be willing to open the realm of water to Rinaudo. After all, as previously stated, regardless of how the domain of water expands, the three great entities symbolizing freshwater, salt water, and the Earth's depths inherently stand at the pinnacle of water. However, this was of little consequence. Having healed the nymph from her burns, Rinaudo turned towards the cave, leaving behind a parting remark. "If this little one awakens, let him seek me out. The master of rivers, lakes, and seas has made a small pact with me. One that I have now fulfilled, that I ask for your agreement. Though it was somewhat convoluted, it has also been passed. Have him come to find me. Otherwise, he shall have no further opportunities," with the oceanic nymph expressing heartfelt gratitude. Rinaudo returned to his own cavern. Yet this time, he was not devoid of motivation. Within the dark cave, a verdant array of plants merely blanketed the rocks. Though somewhat sparse, they exhibited a hint of vibrant hues. Akin to the Earth's garment. In the corner, a few small mushrooms with red caps and white stems peeked out. Rinaudo lightly flicked them, causing the little mushrooms to sway side to side, yet astonishingly, they did not release any spores, appearing to be non-toxic. These little mushrooms certainly lacked any defensive instincts. One must ponder how such a plant could propagate. Although Rinaudo was the god of prosperity, his primary focus lay in plants flourishing through the nourishment derived from decay. He did not encompass the powers of animals and propagation. Regardless, now that he possessed the essence of cave plants, why not also acquire the essence of mushrooms? He could then channel their powers entirely into the cave plants and propagation. That if he could attain a certain degree of reproductive power, the scope of prosperity would broaden, and his avenues to acquire divine power would expand as well. Thus, the decision was made. He would delve into the mysteries of plant reproduction henceforth. After all, he had always been rather idle. This island was quite remote. While Rinaudo harbored a sense of crisis, the prospect of acquiring strength through less laborious means felt swifter. Thus, attaining divinity is indeed the key to becoming stronger. In pursuit of enhancing the power of prosperity. Rinaudo began meticulously observing the moss on the cave walls, the mushrooms in the corners, and even relocated a grapevine along with the solitary mountain spring from the island's center to his doorstep. The grapes of this year differ vastly from those of the future. It is uncertain whether it is due to their immaturity, but the deep purple, large, and plump grapes he once remembered have vanished, replaced instead by mere finger-sized green grapes. One cannot help but wonder if they are unripe or simply of a different variety. Biting into one reveals no hint of the delightful sweet and sour flavor. Rather, it unleashes a horrifyingly acrid taste that could easily take one's life. He has already spat out the unripe fruit more than a dozen times, and Rinaudo feels as though his palate has been rendered incapable of savoring any flavor. His mind is now overwhelmed by that lethal sourness. Compared to the vividly clear memories of grapes, this is utterly inedible. To draw a comparison, it is akin to juxtaposing a meticulously prepared braised meat dish with the refuse left untouched by passers-by on the roadside. It is not outright disgusting, but consuming it challenges the very limits of a god's taste. How peculiar! Where exactly did things go awry? Why were the grapes I have eaten so delectably sweet and sour? So perfectly suited to my palate? If it were natural selection, the fruits of the plants should be. Rinaudo fervently attempted to discern the reason behind the peculiar taste of these fruits from his memories. Yet his university major had no relation to botany. He specialized in electronic machinery design and repair, a field utterly useless in this ancient era. Even his elective was an equally futile accounting course. What good would it do him to calculate accounts for some deity? That would be absurd. For the first time, Rinaudo found himself despising his past self for disregarding the significance of natural plants. even dozing off during middle and high school biology classes. Truly, a grave sin. Instantly, he was overcome with frustration, and a small temper flared within him that he refused to continue. Forcing a mechanical student to autonomously research biology, was this not a mockery? Yet, despite this thought, Rinaudo dared not act on it. Should he have the audacity to choose to lie idle in this age of perfect striving, he would be doomed. Not every era is replete with boundless opportunities, but this particular epoch is indeed brimming with them. And with countless prospects laid before him, Rinaudo recognized himself as a greedy individual. Otherwise, he would not have attained the divine essence of greed. That it is precisely because of this insatiable greed that he knew he would regret not striving for more in the future. There was no grand rationale, simply a primal desire to survive, compounded by his inherent greed. Though, truth be told, he would rather not exert himself. He absent-mindedly tossed a green grape into his mouth. The familiar sourness contorted Rinaudo's cherubic features. Barely 3 or 4 years old, into a grimace. The intensity of the flavor was overwhelming and stimulating, far beyond what a human palate could endure. At least, his could not. Let us think positively. At least this fruit does not require me to spit out its seeds. No need to spit out seeds. What, then, do they use for reproduction? Rinaudo's singularly focused mind suddenly pivoted. If memory served him correctly, these somewhat palatable fruits were designed to entice other creatures to consume them, allowing their seeds to enter the animal stomachs, subsequently dispersing with the creatures as they moved about, ultimately being excreted and taking root, thereby propagating the species. If this grape lacks seeds, how then does it reproduce? Rinaudo examined the grapevine, unhesitatingly tearing off a segment to bury it in the soil, while also plucking a grape to set aside for comparison. He then turned and struck a mighty tree in half. The decaying force swiftly transformed the massive trunk into a pool of black, nutrient-rich matter, its pungent odor suppressed by the god of decay's intentional concealment. Yet its efficacy remained undiminished, once that segment of grapevine and the comparison grape were buried. Rinaudo invoked his divine power of prosperity to hasten their growth. In no time, Rinaudo, through the lens of his own divine essence, witnessed the grapevine taking root and sprouting. Its roots began to spread outward. Under the nurturing embrace of divine power, before long, a grapevine identical to its predecessor unfurled before Rinaudo's for the comparison fruit. That object remained impervious to the allure of prosperity's power, instead attracting a fair amount of decaying energy, and was now transformed into nutrient matter. This indicated that, much like willow trees, it possessed the ability to propagate through cuttings. No, perhaps it was not just the grapevine. Rinaudo no longer fretted over the consumption of divine energy and forcefully scanned the island with his own divine essence, forcibly acquiring a branch and pine cones from a pine tree. Inserting the branch into the soil, through the nurturing touch of prosperity's power, this tree commenced its growth. The pine cones, however, swiftly decayed, leaving Rinaudo perplexed as to their utility. Predictably, it grew in perfect likeness to the other tree. Aside from the new tree boasting an additional branch, the overall resemblance was strikingly identical. Rinaudo, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, recognized that he was no formidable biology student. Nevertheless, this phenomenon that upended his understanding was rather, well, one could say, engaging, but the adage crossing fields is like climbing mountains held true, making it difficult to evaluate. Divine propagation occurs through a maternal form, yet plants lack such organs as a uterus. Thus, it devolved into a matter of directly severing branches and perfectly replicating them. Was this appropriate? Rinaudo found himself at a loss to assess this occurrence. Perhaps the pine tree's ability to do so stemmed from his insufficient knowledge. However, it seemed implausible that grapes could regenerate simply from a small segment of vine. This was nothing short of a challenge to the dignity of grapes. Yet, upon reflection, this world had existed for a considerable duration. Nevertheless, it had yet to exceed 10,000 years. Rinaudo was among the earlier births. Consequently, the world remained largely imperfect. The propagation of plants primarily occurred through primitive growth, which likely explained why one of the 12 Titan gods, the god of growth, possessed such formidable divine power. Symbolizing the process of plant growth and abundant yield, Rinaudo's power of prosperity indeed stood in competition with that deity. Fortunately, that god of growth likely had little interest in concerning himself with a god of prosperity. After all, nearly all the essence of growth resided within that entity. The power of plants was almost entirely monopolized by him, as long as Rinaudo refrained from encroaching upon the core essence of plant power. He should avoid inciting any resentment. Very well. It appears that in the coming period, he must learn to manipulate seeds. What a pity! Had his divine essence been that of growth, manipulating seeds would have been a breeze. However, as a deity of prosperity, he could only control the growth of seeds, unable to revert them to their former state, thus prolonging the duration of experimentation indefinitely. A true hassle. The ocean spirits had not sought out Rinaudo for an extended period, and he was unaware of the specific reasons behind their absence. Perhaps the ocean nymph was still plagued by the backlash of her failed ascension, or perhaps they felt they had let down their divine parents, rendering them unable to face the other deities who witnessed everything. Nevertheless, none of this mattered much. Rinaudo would protect this island, but his guardianship extended only to the overall preservation of the island from persecution. The fate of other lives held little relevance to him. If this island were endowed with a few more resources, perhaps he would consider it his home. However, in such a destitute place, it is exceedingly troublesome for the deity of prosperity to effect any change. During this period of observing the island's flora, Rinaudo has roughly concluded the current state of these plants. The fruit-bearing plants produce fruit without flowering, while the other flora, collected from the earth, bloom but do not bear fruit. Aside from a select few exceptional plants that manage to yield fruit, the majority merely blossom and then wither, only to bloom again, perpetually cycling through this process. The propagation of plants is also quite intriguing. Should someone uproot a particular tree here, they would be contending against the very forces of the island itself, for the roots of these great trees are interconnected. They form an extensive network, enveloping the entire island. Remarkably, these trees rely solely on their root systems for reproduction. Rinaudo mused on how these trees might reproduce through their branches without human intervention, realizing there were still aspects he had yet to observe. Regrettably, whether it be the humble weeds or the towering trees, they all adhere to this principle, the current law governing the growth and reproduction of nature's flora. Rinaudo is aware that his research on plants is rather lacking. However, he is fortunate to have a couple of acquaintances who specialize in botany or agriculture, and through their influence, he has acquired a modicum of foundational knowledge. In his understanding, plants typically exhibit a diversity of reproductive methods, and it is uncommon for them to rely solely on such a rudimentary and brutal growth approach. It is crucial to note that this nearly replicative process of generating the next generation renders them vulnerable to natural variations. For instance, should a disease affect one plant of a specific type, it could easily infect them all. That a mere minor incident could lead to the obliteration of these naturally occurring plants, rendering them mere historical remnants. Consequently, Rinaudo has been diligently observing the growth of the plants, occasionally employing his divine powers to influence their development. Although he has yet to acquire a new divine aspect, his command over the power of prosperity has become more adept, and his understanding of this concept has slightly expanded, which could be deemed a positive development. After numerous repetitions, even a novice like Rinaudo has sensed the existence of some peculiar force impeding the plants from shedding their blossoms and bearing fruit. Alas, another plant has succumbed to natural demise. The absence of seasonal transitions is exceedingly vexing, making it impossible to conduct a more meticulous observation of these plants. Watching yet another flower he had brought from the outside transform into a pool of nutrients assimilated into the earth, Rinaudo rubbed the back of his head, feeling the onset of hypertension. The lack of seasons is utterly maddening. Seedling number 1 remains in the spring stage, while number 4 has abruptly perished in winter. All plants grow naturally, influenced by the passage of time. Yet, there is no unified temporal framework, and he is left wondering what his siblings, the personifications of time, are engaged in. If only they would manifest a divine aspect of temporal distinction, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Why are they so reluctant to entertain such an idea? Perhaps they deem it beneath them. Let us shift our focus to the future deity of time and space. Uranus. What is this god, embodying the destructive force of time and space, currently engaged in? It appears he has just been struck by a long whip, pulled by the god of the sky from an unknown source, leaving him with a multitude of injuries as he hides in his time-space temple, quietly nursing his wounds. No wonder this world remains ensnared in a primitive state. the sky god possesses the power to halt its progress. With such a feeble divine strength, could he possibly ascend the divine mountain to challenge the 12 potent deities and one supreme god? It seems highly improbable, confronted with the futility of reality. Rinaudo resolved to exert his efforts to induce the plants to bear fruit. Yet, it is not merely the fruit that is significant, but the seeds contained within. Perhaps the two are, in essence, one and the same? It matters little. The world is in a state of confusion. Can he be expected to delineate it with precision? Please do not burden one who is not versed in agriculture. However, despite his lack of formal training, he possesses ample time and a prodigious memory. Endowed with a quantity of wisdom that surpasses modern understanding and sufficient time to accumulate knowledge, he is confident in his ability to cultivate seeds. In the forthcoming period, Rinaudo will immerse himself in numerous endeavors, including, but not limited to, communicating with plants. He will harness the power of decay to create nutrients that plants can absorb for fertilization and facilitate dialogue. Adjusting the environment is also a frequent undertaking of his, though regrettably, he is not a deity of natural weather and can only rely on his short legs to scurry about. Nevertheless, he has time on his side and hopes to uncover a solution to the predicament. Throughout this process, Rinaudo has fully mastered the divine aspect representing springs, and he has begun to leverage the power of water to further the cause of prosperity, proving to be effective. Water indeed promotes the growth and flourishing of plants. Time flows slowly. The cycles of day and night seem to pass swiftly yet languidly. After an indeterminate number of days, Rinaudo finally discerns some clues. Although the power of prosperity cannot revert the plants to their original forms. The world, in its desire for broader plant coverage, sporadically creates natural seedlings. These seedlings are crucial to the propagation of plants. They represent the next stage of seeds, a phase that is frail yet has already taken form. Akin to infancy, perhaps, in a world dominated by deities, most are born as youths. Yet, it cannot be denied that they evolve from infancy directly into youth. This implies that the concept of infancy, or childhood, exists within this realm. Through relentless effort, Rinaudo identified the seedlings symbolizing adolescence among the plants, employing this insight for reverse deduction. Finally, on a sunlit afternoon, he observed a tree on the ground that, after flowering, did not proceed to the next stage of bud development, but instead produced a small, red, fleshy structure. Days turned into weeks, and that tiny fleshy structure transformed into a vibrant red fruit, appearing quite tempting. Rinaudo delightedly sampled the tart grape, promptly spitting out the seeds. Although the flavor was quite stimulating, he had grown accustomed to it over the days. Besides, his mood was excellent today, and he chose not to dwell on trivial matters. The sky god has grown increasingly tyrannical. He is no longer satisfied with merely exercising his authority through manipulating the laws, and has even begun to resort to violence against his 12 subjugated offspring. After yet another bout of brutality from the sky god, Chronos returned to his growth temple, adorned with numerous scars. This is all that the 12 titans can do. Their only recourse is to silently endure, emitting cries of anguish to appease the sky god before retreating to their temples to lick their wounds. This monotonous existence continues day after day, year after year. To this day, the once proud 12 titans have had their proud spines broken. Paralyzed by the fear instilled by the formidable sky god, Uranus, leaving them devoid of any desire to resist, they can only passively endure their fate. This life resembles a stagnant pool of water. Even Chronos, who was once the epitome of rebellion, has lost his ambition to resist, along with the vitality they once possessed. In such an environment, how can anyone avoid insanity? Moreover, while they possess immense divine power, they are still obliged to fulfill their divine duties. Yet they are confined within the sky god's temple, their divine powers occasionally rebounding against them, compounded by physical suffering, driving them to the brink of madness. Have you not noticed how their elder brother, Oceanus, has become somewhat dazed and sluggish? Perhaps the pain has grown so intense that it has nearly damaged his very soul. Contemplating this, the god of growth cannot help but sigh, pondering when such a ghastly existence will come to an end. Suddenly, Chronos sensed a subtle disturbance in the essence of the plants he embodied. He represented the very process of botanical growth. Rather than merely symbolizing growth, he was, in essence, the entirety of the plant realm as the singular deity of flora. Thus, the plants upon the earth perpetually blossomed and withered, only to bloom anew and fade once more. This cyclical existence of flowering and decay constituted all that they could achieve. However, the situation had transformed. Despite the unchanged quantity of essence, the god of growth keenly felt that he was no longer the sole embodiment of plant life. An inexplicable intuition stirring within him, he was aware that plants could perish. After all, nothing other than deities could claim eternity. Reflecting upon the notion of life and death, it was clear that while plants may die, new life inevitably emerges. The interdependence of existence was a truth not lost on the common spirits, nor on a god such as he. Yet, this revelation bore its silver lining. He was no longer the sole deity of plants. For another god now nurtured the growth of flora, thereby significantly alleviating the backlash he faced from the world. Chronos offered a bittersweet smile, astonished that his divine essence required the assistance of external forces to mitigate the repercussions of existence. After all, he was a being of immense power, a son of the revered primordial god. To find himself in such a predicament was indeed laughable. Gradually, he shifted his gaze towards the new deity of plants, one who did not merely guard a specific type of flora, but represented the entirety of the plant cycle. Only such an entity could earn his recognition. Was this once again the god of decay? Chronos was not unfamiliar with Rinaudo. Not long ago, the king of gods had whimsically cast his eyes upon the earthly realm, bestowing upon a particular deity the power of forgetfulness, which had terrified the goddess of memory, leading even the other gods to fear for her fate. Fortunately, all had ended well. Unexpectedly, after reaping the benefits from the domain of memory, this god of decay had extended his influence into the realm of plants. However, upon reflection, it made sense. This deity represented the return of life to the earth following the death of plants, a harbinger of plant mortality. Previously, decay had existed as a distinct domain, unintegrated with the essence of plants. Now, however, having acquired the essence of seeds, a fragment of plant essence, it remained to be seen what decisions this god of decay would make. Chronos, whose heart had nearly succumbed to desolation, felt a gradual revival within him. Although the Titans placed great importance on their powers, especially in their current enslaved state, Chronos, as the embodiment of growth, encompassed not only plants but also the growth of all living beings. He found himself admiring this clever and rapidly flourishing deity. Observing the dismal environment surrounding the small, dilapidated island, where life managed to endure despite the adversity, Chronos readily appreciated such a god, one who exhibited resilience and the ability to grow swiftly, akin to the resplendent treasures of the earth bestowed by the mother of nature. Plants experience infancy as seeds, transition into vigorous youth during growth, and ultimately, upon death, they transform into the nutrients enriching the earth. This is the power of decay. It seemed that this god of decay was destined to be aligned with him. He epitomized the zenith of youthful vigor in plants, while this deity symbolized both beginnings and endings. Upon closer inspection, despite not yet having fully matured, the beauty was undeniable. Regrettably, being a male deity, he could only serve as a subordinate. If only he were a goddess. Chronos' thoughts wandered, and he felt a flush of warmth cross his cheeks. Abruptly, he slapped himself, astonished that he harbored such thoughts about a deity in such a nascent form. But it seemed that deities who lingered too long in the temple of Uranus tended to develop peculiar inclinations. Nonetheless, this god of decay had acquired both the beginnings and endings of plant life. However, the true power of flora remained firmly within his grasp, signifying that the rightful master of plants would eternally be the god of growth himself, unless, of course, he were ever forcibly stripped of his essence, a scenario that held an infinitesimal probability that it appeared that this god of decay would need to chart a different path in the future. While he harbored some admiration for this resilient little entity, it did not imply that the god of growth would willingly relinquish the powers he represented, even if he did not embody the entirety of plant life. Preliminary investments were still permissible. Moreover, given the apparent frailty of this diminutive divine power, it seemed improbable that it could ever surpass his formidable strength. With this conviction, the god of growth cast forth a modest fragment of the not-so-potent essence of harvest, allowing this power to subtly merge with the essence of prosperity without even rousing the attention of the god of decay himself. The essence of harvest could stand alone as a divine entity. Yet it was equally valid to regard it as part of the flourishing of plants, thereby enhancing the potency of prosperity once more. However, This time, it merely elevated the upper limits without directly conferring divine power. When others bestow divine essences, the associated divine power is naturally extracted, necessitating a gradual accumulation of divine strength within the essence over time. This fragment of power went unnoticed even by the god of decay. As his growth in divine power remained consistent, hindered by the scant vegetation upon the earth, recently, Rinaudo was exceedingly joyful. His rate of growth was accelerating, and he was accumulating more divine essences at this pace. It would not take 200 years before he could stabilize his status at a moderate level of divine power, provided he possessed a divine essence robust enough to sustain it. So far, the essence of decay had not reached sufficient levels that as for relying on other divine essences. That seemed unlikely that a deity can possess countless divine essences, yet the power associated with each essence has its limitations. Recently, when the essence of seeds had unexpectedly manifested within him, he had been petrified, fearing he might be overwhelmed by 3 essences. Fortunately, the essence of seeds did not seek his demise, seemingly self-regulating to minimize its own proportion. However, the crux of the matter was that a primary divine essence could only be singular. Should he attempt to replace his primary essence, it would undoubtedly inflict grave wounds upon him, requiring extensive time for recovery. It was conceivable that a secondary divine essence could enhance his strength. Yet if the subordinate surpassed the primary too significantly, who could guarantee that the subordinate would not one day ascend without warning? Should a conflict arise with other deities, he might find himself in a profoundly unforgettable predicament. Thus, the paramount concern was how to elevate the limits of decay. Presently, however, he was merely a weak deity, wholly untroubled by such matters. Unless he were to acquire a secondary essence of formidable divine power, he had no cause for concern, allowing him to accumulate strength gradually. He contemplated wandering the earth to seek the essence of animal decay. For Rinaudo's powers were still predominantly aligned with plants. Once he had sufficiently integrated the essence of decay into the animal kingdom, the world would naturally bestow that power upon him. However, while the decay of plants was instinctual, that of animals required him to instill such instinct, a clear method but presently impractical. He had previously promised the 2 ocean nymphs to protect this island. Although the 2 mischievous beings had clearly played tricks, he did not wish to offend his siblings who represented water. Nevertheless, this matter would soon be resolved. After all, with a modicum of divine power, they could ensure their own survival. Rinaudo gazed inward at the nearly unified essence of seeds. Prosperity, decay, springs, and cave flora. These abilities interlinking and gradually broadening the coverage of his other powers. In the future, it remained uncertain whether they could coalesce into a formidable new force. Meanwhile, the powers of forgetfulness and greed lay forgotten, solitary and devoid of any notion of alliance. Although both powers were not particularly strong, Rinaudo was still the deity of greed, while the reason for greed's essence being wholly entrusted to him remained unclear. The combination of divine essence and essence itself sufficed to forge a weak divine power. He could linger upon this desolate island for a while longer, intending to cultivate the vegetation into a more luxuriant state before venturing deeper into the earth. The Mother of Earth bore countless scars. Although Rinaudo possessed limited power, he could still cover the ravaged landscape with a renewed verdant mantle. He resolved to see what flowers might blossom, for cave flora was ultimately unsuitable for the outer layer of the earth. With determination set, Rinaudo commenced to wield his divine power upon the island, conducting experiments. Wherever the essence of prosperity flowed, plants would thrive rapidly, yet no new flora would emerge. However, could a living being like Rinaudo truly be stifled by such trivial obstacles? It is evidently impossible. He directly harnessed the power of seeds to create a substantial bundle, akin to grape seeds or various tree seeds, contemplating the possibility of beautiful blossoms in the future. To gather some when the time is ripe, Rinaudo temporarily requires the flourishing of the harbor Gaias for the matters concerning the earth. He needs a bit more time, at least to finish attending to the current affairs. However, the situation of the earth is far from optimistic. The land and sky still occasionally converge, and each time the sky departs from the earth to reclaim its heights, the earth becomes increasingly desolate. The ravaged fissures on the ground have even given rise to canyons and caverns, manifestations of divine essence. These forces have allowed the earth to barely regain a modicum of vitality, yet they merely postpone the inevitable decay. All the gods observe this unfolding drama, yet none dare to step forward, for the might of the sky is overwhelmingly potent and brutally fierce. They cannot assure whether the sky might, out of some trivial dissatisfaction, banish them eternally to the void. To return to the source, in mortal terms, is akin to death. Recently, Rinaudo has endeavored to enhance the prosperity of the harbor as much as possible. In truth, this is an almost insurmountable objective. Plants rely on the foundational essence of the world, the goddess Gaia, to survive. Yet, the very essence of the earth has been wounded, making it exceedingly difficult for flora to thrive, and even maintaining a basic population without decline is a Herculean effort for the plants. Having spent considerable time with the goddess Gaia, Rinaudo harbors a lingering sorrow for his suffering mother. Although he is not powerful, he can still accomplish tasks that are not overly burdensome, and such deeds could at least breathe a little life back into the earth, bolstering his own strength of prosperity. For instance, the spring waters transform into tiny droplets, hovering in the air, drawing near to the earth, cloaking their mother in a shimmering veil of dew. This is mist. Rinaudo employs the modest portion of water power within him to gently elevate the tranquil waters of the sea into the sky, converting them into countless minuscule droplets that, overcoming their longing for the earth, float delicately in the air. The descending droplets manifest as rain, while the ascending mist becomes clouds. Although the concept of rain has yet to materialize, it is clear that both forces belong to the realm of the sky. The tyrannical sky god, who may possess a vindictive temperament, instills in Rinaudo a hesitance to gamble on whether this deity would allow the expansion of sky power due to his minor endeavors, potentially leading to a catastrophic downfall from the earth to Tartarus. After all, each god holds their power in high regard, and any attempt to encroach upon another's domain could lead to unfriendly repercussions. The power of mist, in comparison to the sky, oscillates more between the domains of water and earth, leaning towards a form of water, while the power of plants previously stirred Chronos. This time, the expansion of water's power did not draw the attention of the three water gods, nor that of the sky god. Instead, the earth mother, feeling the sudden coolness upon her dry skin, redirected her gaze towards her smallest son, Rinaudo, the god of decay who nourishes the earth. Your actions bring joy to the land. You alleviate the suffering of the earth, which delights your mother greatly. Alas, your mother is currently too weak to bestow upon you greater glory. Yet, even in her frailty, she can grant you a blessing. My dearest son, Rinaudo, who embodies decay, from this day forth, wherever the earth exists, nothing shall hinder your progress. Where you tread, flowers shall bloom in abundance. While I cannot grant you tremendous power at this moment, your mother will ensure that her diligent child does not feel the chill. When the day of my restoration arrives, I shall bestow upon you a formidable artifact of the source. Gaia spoke with a gentle gaze. At this moment, the sensation of coolness and moisture upon her skin alleviated the earth mother's condition considerably. The contact between the sky god and the earth inevitably inflicts harm upon the now fragile land. With the mist replenishing moisture, the earth's recovery would accelerate. However, considering the sky god's seemingly affectionate demeanor, which masked an unrelenting pursuit of her, Gaia pondered the true intentions of the deity. Yet, such actions have undeniably been damaging to the essence of the earth mother. Reflecting on this, as the primordial mother endowed with boundless maternal essence, Gaia clenched her fist, but upon gazing at the distant sky, her resolve softened. A goddess, particularly one of motherhood, the earth is not adept in warfare. The sky, in contrast, wields its powers predominantly for conflict and dominion following its ascension to godhood. Even if the earth goddess were not weakened, she might still struggle to subdue the formidable sky god. After all, he is exceedingly powerful, especially now that she has been rendered so weak that her survival hinges on her children who wander beyond. Contemplating these thoughts, Gaia's heart swelled with sorrow. She had birthed so many children. Yet only the smallest among them exhibited a semblance of compassion, and it was that child, who had not even emerged from her womb, who endeavored to alleviate her burdens, albeit with limited efficacy. As a mother, she questioned whether her failures were her own, or if the gods of this world were inherently callous. No one perceived the earth's lament. Only some creatures noticed the mist that had inexplicably emerged above the spring waters deep within the forest. This mist gradually spread throughout the woods, dissipating at an astonishing pace. From initial surprise to gradual acclimatization, The natural changes allowed these beings to adapt swiftly, even if such shifts occurred infrequently. Rinaudos mist, born from the power of the spring waters, would only expand outward from its center until he grew stronger. This led to some gods noticing the phenomenon, yet they lacked interest in delving deeper, dismissing it as an inconsequential natural occurrence. After all, the spring was feeble. Thus, the mist originating from it must be even weaker, seamlessly integrating into the cycle of decay and prosperity. However, at present, the mist's impact remains subtle. Based on his prior knowledge, mist should be more effective at blocking ultraviolet rays from the sun, yet the current daylight is merely a manifestation of the day goddess's command, an illumination that pervades the world, arriving in an instant and departing just as swiftly. Where, then, are the ultraviolet rays? Nonetheless, it has at least begun to extend its coverage into the realm of water. The forthcoming dilemma lies in whether those two little sprites recall the words he had spoken to them. Why have they yet to arrive? Over 30 years have passed. Are they toying with him? Rinaudo rolled his eyes in exasperation. He urgently needed one of them to reach a feeble level of divine power, for he intended to venture forth. If his previous words were merely to extricate himself from a minor inconvenience, now he genuinely seeks to relinquish the essence of greed. There are no complex motives. Primarily, he has acquired the essence of seeds, although he is currently unable to bear it, rendering the seed's power quite weak. One must recognize how ancient the world of Chronos truly is, that as the sole deity representing seeds. As long as he can endure, the world shall undoubtedly entrust him with all the seed essences. Thus, the greed that occupies a position, yet does not align with his own strength, must be relinquished. However, to casually discard this essence would undoubtedly incite the world's disdain. Rinaudo has no means of returning greed to the world. The optimal resolution would be to transfer this power to another god. Though that little sprite had failed in their ascension to godhood, they nonetheless possessed a brief period of divine essence, their mortal form now adorned with a layer of divine radiance, while they may never attain true divinity. The fact that this sprite has endured the sacred fire for so long suggests that their body should possess some immortal traits of the divine. He must now journey to the earth, for it is there that the seeds of decay and prosperity, along with the essence of mist, can flourish most optimally. Only the earth can yield an ample supply of seeds, and it is solely the earth that requires the gentle caress of mist for its nourishment. At this moment, the role of the mist is merely to alleviate a modicum of fatigue from the goddess of the earth. Furthermore, being born of water, this power does not belong to the celestial phenomena above. However, if in the future it could be elevated to clouds, leading to rain and snow, it might not be impossible to scheme a portion based on this foundation. Of course, such aspirations are mere future conjectures. Even the grandest of dreams cannot be effortlessly realized by a deity of limited power. It would be prudent to hasten towards the earth instead. This island, though it appears quite substantial at a cursory glance, upon closer examination, proves to be even smaller than the temple where the goddess of the earth resides. Despite being a sanctuary dedicated to a primordial deity, the diminutive size of this island renders it challenging to assess. Consequently, locating an individual in such an expansive area is astonishingly effortless. Rinaudo quietly approached the elf, as one of the two beings on this island possessing divinity. The presence of the other was unmistakable. The ocean nymph immediately sensed the arrival of the god of decay. Although the other elves remained oblivious, it is not that the mist possesses the ability to obscure vision. Rinaudo harbored intentions to develop this capability in the future. However, for now, it seems implausible, as the celestial king does not permit anything to obstruct his sight. Thus, the sky remains devoid of anything. Water cannot descend from above, and even the tiniest droplet cannot overcome the weight of the earth to ascend into the heavens. As for why the elves were unable to perceive Rinaudo, it is simply because he wished to keep it that way. "You did not come to my side as instructed," Rinaudo remarked with indifference. Although it mattered little to him whether or not the elf complied, he had little interest in such matters. Nevertheless, observing the youth, who stood apart from the other nymphs, it seemed he had been excluded for some reason. Despite their pure hearts, these elves are still driven by emotions that it is likely that the nearly deified youth felt out of place among them. Yet, it is evident even to the unseeing eyes that the nymph, on the verge of ascension, surpassed the other elves in both appearance and demeanor, rendering him distinctly incongruous. This is only natural. Even a god who has long ascended would feel out of place among a throng of elves if he did not exercise restraint. The elf, taken aback by Rinaudo's approach, was overtaken by a palpable fear that crept across his handsome visage. However, this beauty paled significantly in comparison to that of the earth goddess, who had transformed into a weakened and aging figure. Rinaudo remained unaffected, continuing to address the matter at hand. I am not particularly concerned about your affairs, nor am I interested in why you did not seek me out. Nevertheless, according to our previous agreement, I am obliged to designate you as my subordinate deity, which entails granting you a divine essence. Prepare yourself. You have a span of 1 day and night. Should you fail to arrive by then, our covenant shall inevitably come to an end. Though this may not be the most comforting of news, you must understand that you are not the only one in this regard. Rinaudo possessed a sufficient number of divine essences. Bestowing 1 or 2 would bear no significant impact, especially considering they were granted to subordinates. While the divine essence and source did not reside within him, in terms of affiliation, these entities still belonged to him. The god of decay, divine essences and sources are inherent products of nature. Once they come into his possession, they acquire the mark of his essence that a true god can effortlessly perceive and gradually wear away any marks that do not belong to them over time. However, as for the nymphs, in every conceivable sense, they are also unclaimed entities within nature. Upon accepting the divine essence of another god, their very affiliation would shift to that deity. The simplest analogy is that the divine essence is akin to colorless water, while the mark of the god of decay serves as the pigment. When the pigment is introduced into the water, it alters its hue. If it were another being, they would continuously produce pigments, ultimately masking the water with their own color. Yet, the elves are akin to empty vessels, incapable of generating pigments. Whatever hue they acquire will reflect upon them, in their understanding of life. 2 identical colors exist. The larger can dominate the smaller. This defines the relationship between a primary god and a subordinate deity. For whether the smaller vessel might suddenly elevate itself. Theoretically, it is improbable. Even if the smaller vessel changes color, it will not generate pigments if the larger vessel ceases to pay attention to the smaller one. The latter shall remain a small vessel for all its days. That a slight focus might elevate it to a different container, but it can never surpass the larger one. At this moment, Rinaudo could scarcely be bothered to continue the discourse. Even Oceanus, the river of the infinite seas, had not provided him with any further communication after their initial exchange. It seemed he had little interest in this child who had yet to ascend to divinity. Perhaps that was the last semblance of affection from his father, for nurturing other elves? Such a notion might seem peculiar, yet Rinaudo found himself somewhat admiring this nymph, who had the audacity to make demands of him, more so than those subordinate deities he had never laid eyes upon. However, if this individual were truly averse to the notion, he would have no choice but to grant the child freedom, for after all, he was merely a nymph. It is hardly surprising that he looked down upon these elves. He sensed a hint of arrogance within himself, yet this pride was deeply ingrained, akin to a natural instinct. The 12 Titans had endured a millennium of torment beneath Uranus before their pride was gradually shattered. Yet, when confronted with those diminutive elves, they could effortlessly don that pride anew, not for any other reason, but because even their weakest flicker of divine power could spell the end for numerous nature spirits. Rinaudo left the words he wished to convey unspoken and retreated to his dwelling, needing time to consolidate the divine essence and source before presenting it. Meanwhile, the nymph, who had displayed nothing but fear, regained his composure once the god's figure was no longer in sight. He was not entirely isolated. Others were still eager to converse with him. However, having glimpsed the grandeur of divinity for that fleeting moment, he found it exceedingly difficult to continue his jovial revelry. In that instant, he must have felt like a mere flicker of divine power. Unfortunately, he lacked the capacity to harness it, and he bore no resentment towards anyone. Yet, that fleeting moment instilled within him a profound sense of peril, an unparalleled crisis. He had believed that despite the dangers of the world, they could continue to sing and dance joyfully on this secluded island. Yet, the power he sensed so distinctly informed him that should a single god wish it, none could escape their grasp. Most critically, he realized he had no further potential for advancement. The yearning for power and the love for his siblings filled his heart with immeasurable anguish. He was utterly enamored with that power, yet how could he easily abandon the family he had cherished for so long? Ultimately, familial bonds triumphed over greed. and he resolved it would be best to discuss this matter with the others. After all, no matter how much he changed, he remained himself. He could not sever ties with his past upon achieving divinity. With a clear time frame established, Rinaudo did not linger long. The following day, as dawn broke, the youth arrived punctually at the cave where Rinaudo temporarily resided. However, unlike the previous occasion when he had come with companions, this time he approached alone. You have arrived earlier this time. It seems you are quite punctual. I have some affairs to attend to shortly, and I also have some less stringent agreements with you. In light of this, let us resolve these matters all at once. Rinaudo beckoned with a finger, causing a tree to grow rapidly and usher the youth into the cave. Although the god of decay had attained a level of power considered formidable among the weaker deities, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of this tier. Thus, he maintained his youthful appearance, unchanged since their last encounter. If one were to note a difference, it would be that Rinaudo's youthful visage appeared pale, exuding an air of fragility, as if he might dissipate at any moment. It was evident that the god of decay was profoundly weakened. Yet, despite this, the youth did not dare act recklessly. Instead, he dutifully knelt before Rinaudo. This was indeed the correct course of action. Rinaudo, though appearing feeble, was not to be disrespected by the elves. Rinaudo was pleased with this show of respect, nodding before continuing. Last time, I miscalculated. I had thought that with such a detailed tutorial, anyone could achieve divinity. Yet I had not anticipated the final trial. That was an oversight on my part. He paused before continuing. Therefore, consider this a form of compensation. My power is aligned with nature, and I myself am not yet sufficiently strong. If I were to share my power with you, it would inevitably lead to the forfeiture of my own solace. Thus, I have resolved to bestow upon you a divine essence that I have no use for. Of course, as I have mentioned, this is intended as compensation. Similarly, I shall provide you with the key to greatness. This statement is not a falsehood. The distinction between greatness and strength may seem minor, yet there exists a significant disparity along the path. Whether feeble, diminutive, moderate, or formidable, these terms may be employed to describe one's own power. However, once one ascends to the realm of greatness, that essence no longer belongs to an individual but is elevated to a collective identity known as divinity. Setting aside the notions of weakness and diminutiveness, let us consider that mediocrity refers to a power that barely aligns with the concept of a deity. Yet, the very idea of divinity is inherently exalted. Consequently, mediocrity can also be interpreted as banality, or perhaps as a middle ground of strength. It is indeed advantageous to possess a noble lineage. Rinaudo assures that if it were merely other gods of similar power, they would scarcely comprehend the significance of these titles. He himself came to understand them only through the occasional lessons imparted by the Mother of Earth. Rinaudo speaks truthfully when he claims to offer the young one the key to greatness. To attain divine might, they must possess an absolute characteristic, the essence of origin. Upon reaching such divine strength, as stated by the Mother of Earth, a deity ought to possess their own artifact of origin. And the simplest, most direct method to acquire such an artifact is to deeply comprehend and master a particular essence, even to the extent of becoming the eternal master of that essence. However, the likelihood of this is exceedingly slim, and thus we shall not dwell on it for now. Even the King of the Skies does not hold dominion over all that is eternal in the sky. He merely is the most fitting candidate for the heavens, coupled with his status as the King of the Gods, which renders it impossible for anyone to take even the slightest fragment of the sky from him. Therefore, the most straightforward way to obtain an artifact of origin remains the diligent enhancement of oneself, though it is not solely dependent on effort, as not all endeavors yield fruitful results. This is merely a thought. Moreover, since the essence of origin represents a fragment of the world, only this fragment holds the qualification to symbolize the grandeur of divinity as a whole. If mediocrity and strength signify the power of a deity, then greatness ought to be regarded as the very essence of the divine concept. Rinaudo perceives himself as sufficiently magnanimous. Furthermore, should the future necessitate it, he could easily reclaim the essence of greed. And regardless of how the young one develops that power, as long as he wishes, it is merely a matter of thought. After all, it is a transaction devoid of cost. Being overly stingy would be somewhat unbecoming. Let us declare an oath to the essence of greatness. Today, I bestow upon you divinity, essence, and a divine name. And from this moment forth, you shall wholly belong to me, as my subordinate deity, an extension of my glory, Henceforth, you shall serve as my eyes and hands. From this moment on, you are the new god of greed, the god of the essence of greed. My power leans towards life and vegetation. Thus, in the name of the forest, I grant you the name Silvirus to carry out my will. Rinaudo does not embody hypocrisy or deceit. Therefore, any words he speaks formally and sincerely bear the same weight as a direct declaration to the laws of existence. This is the world's favoritism and the preferential treatment of essence, the timely emergence of the essence of greed and divinity, extracted yesterday, resembles a small, dark purple hand, symbolizing a demand. Indeed, Rinaudo is precisely the embodiment of unrestrained essence, demanding the divine essence required to possess this essence of greed. The youth, no, he should now be called Silvirus. The moment he acquired his name, an incomplete deity became whole that body, possessing certain immortal traits. Reignited its sacred flame, and as divine power flowed anew into the arid realm of his spirit, he understood that his fate was now intertwined with others. He recognized that his future was no longer solely his own. Yet, this feeling was utterly intoxicating. Silvirus continued to revel in his self-adoration, and Rinaudo did not find it necessary to interrupt his reverie. Instead, he calmly left a message before soaring towards the realm of earth. As for whether this fellow would be influenced by the power of greed to become even more avaricious, or perhaps revert to his essence, that was no longer his concern. Although he had indeed heard that if one cannot control power, they would be led astray by it, ultimately igniting the divine fire within their chest, leading to self-immolation. It is said that one very ancient deity perished in such a manner. Yet, this is merely a means of self-selection by the laws of existence. The current world cannot accommodate an excess of deities, and perhaps in the future, this regulation might vanish unexpectedly. Regardless, he would not be affected. After all, the decay of power does not penetrate the heart, at least not to such an extent, and he is not entirely devoid of influence. Every divine essence yearns for greater strength. Thus, even without intention, these forces will still compel their current master to fulfill their mission. Much like the previous essence of decay, the mere thought of this brings Rinaudo a slight discomfort in his stomach. Although he has achieved some success externally, when it comes to safety, it is best to remain close to the Mother of Earth. However, it matters not, for he is soon to venture forth to seek the Mother of Earth, a reunion long awaited, and the thought of seeing her after many years stirs excitement within him. Speaking of which, how does one return to the Temple of Earth? Rinaudo has never departed from the Temple of Earth before. This is his first experience. Furthermore, the Mother of Earth is not in the best condition. Perhaps it would be wiser to delay his return. For now, he should alleviate some of the pressure on this deity that symbolizes the earth, perhaps by planting some flowers or greenery, in hopes of at least reviving a semblance of botanical prosperity. He feels rather weak at present and must strive to elevate himself to a moderate level of divine power. Otherwise, his meager strength would be a disgrace to the goddess of earth. Rinaudo finds it quite easy to journey to the earth. He is a child of the earth, possessing the divine essence of the earth, a power inherited from his mother, which will guide him to the essence of the earth without fear of losing his way. As for traversing the seas, while Rinaudo may not excel in crafts or manual skills, as a deity, all his innate talents are nearly boundless in their enhancement. Even if he only possesses vague memories of ships, he is a god of plants, so mastering the growth of plants is hardly a trivial matter. Thus, he cast a seed from a tree onto the land connected to water, and within the span of 2 breaths, that seed transformed into a great tree shaped like a ship. Rinaudo then cast that vessel into the water and stepped aboard. The concept of a ship was thus born. Although Rinaudo deemed this divine essence of little significance, it was nonetheless a fortunate acquisition. It is uncertain whether Rinaudo's lack of hands-on experience with tools contributed to his not acquiring divine essences related to craftsmanship or carpentry. Initially, he had thought that the king of the boxers would only need to complete linear tasks, accumulating his divine power over time. Now, it appears that he has acquired a second task to undertake, one born in an era of information overload. Rinaudo possesses an inherent fondness for art, as it serves to alleviate his boredom. Arriving in this even more tedious and primal world, his longing for art has become an uncontainable torrent. He desperately craves activities to occupy his time, as this world offers too few means to do so. However, there is good news. Since the concept of art may not yet exist, at least in the currently known world, there are no gods of art to be found. Nor are there any carpenters or craftsmen to collaborate with. Thus, he opted to engage in a small pairing with the ability that is most akin to him. Surprisingly, he found a remarkable affinity with the essence of spring water. Upon reflection, it is understandable. The concept of a ship is fundamentally a vessel for navigation upon water, possessing the basic functions of traversing and avoiding water, thus establishing a natural connection with it. Their union is not particularly surprising that at the very least, the power of spring water has received a certain degree of enhancement. However, one must wonder, is the essence of spring water, symbolizing water, not rather feeble? Rinaudo has already conceived ambitious ideas, plotting for a more potent water deity. The vastness of water is indeed alluring. Its domain extends far beyond one's imagination, and a mere spring cannot satisfy certain envisioned needs. However, to directly covet powers akin to tidal waves or tsunamis would be tantamount to opposing the ancient sea god Pontus, whose progeny symbolized the ocean's quintessence, embodying both strength and calamity. Among these are Phorcys, representing the ocean's wrath, Ceto, symbolizing its peril, and Eurybia, epitomizing its might. These three, despite being deities of lesser stature, signify only a facet of the sea, making it challenging for them to ascend to a medium level of divine power. Moreover, the dominion of the world has already been seized by that selfish god-king, while the ocean god, though less egocentric, exerts a terrifying control over the waters, particularly after the emergence of two descendants vying for the right to water. This original ocean deity has tightened his grip on the element. Yet, the gods of this era are predominantly simple-minded. How many can truly innovate within such constrained realms? Reflecting on this, it seems the deity of springs may retain his divine essence for a considerable time. Focusing on accumulating divine power, once sufficient power is amassed and the spring can no longer bear it, the world will naturally bestow upon him a higher divine essence. Thus, the current priority lies in expanding authority over life and death while striving to achieve greatness in the arts. If even one audacious individual dares to break new ground, the world will inevitably evolve to produce more artistic endeavors. However, if he merely acquires a divine song, it is likely that the world will only sing. Extending beyond this foundation poses a challenge. Nevertheless, time is on his side, as a deity. He lacks not for time, and given the chaotic nature of time in Greek mythology, he cannot ascertain when the sky god-king will be overthrown. Until then, the most prudent course of action is to continue cultivating his strength. Upon reaching the earth, Rinaudo did not sense a call from the temple of the earth goddess. Perhaps she has her reasons for not meeting him. Or perhaps she simply does not wish to. Regardless of the reason, it is impossible for him to force his way into the temple of a powerful deity against their will, as that would not only be a provocation but also a desecration of their glory, an egregious act for one lacking significant power. Unable to locate the earth goddess, Rinaudo could not remain idle. First, he surveyed the surroundings for any unfamiliar flora. Alas, there was none. He then cast the seeds he had been holding into the ground, channeling his divine power to transform the area into a thriving forest. Although he considered creating an entire bundle, he currently lacked the divine essence for weaving. Moreover, he found no suitable materials. The island was so impoverished that even vines were absent, preventing him from crafting a rudimentary bag from those coarse, thick vines due to the complete lack of raw materials. It seems that weaving falls under the category of craftsmanship, while art can only serve as a transitional divine essence and not as a primary source of power. Possessing sufficient divine essences is not without merit. At the very least, it encompasses numerous domains, allowing for greater freedom in future innovative ideas. Regardless, after Rinaudo revitalized this small area with flourishing vegetation, the power of prosperity experienced a slight increase. Though minimal, it brought him satisfaction. At this rate, within 10 years, he could attain the pinnacle of lesser divine power, provided all the plants remained uncorrupted, not to mention the myriad of other divine essences. It appears that in less than a decade, he could also attempt to break through to medium divine power. Contemplating this brought him joy that a cheerful disposition is the greatest motivator for undertaking any endeavor. Without musical accompaniment, Rinaudo, in his good spirits, softly hummed a lullaby from his childhood. While popular songs have their charm, the absence of instruments felt peculiar, and he was never fond of the more explosive modern tunes. He hummed a lullaby, and with his gentle melody, musical cymbals, or sheet music, naturally emerged in the world as the sole deity of music, the essence of vocalization, notation, and the power to soothe and guide one into dreams seamlessly integrated into his being. After all, the purpose of a lullaby is to usher restless children into slumber. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the sky, a god who had kept his eyes closed for an eternity opened them today. Gazing into the distance, he sensed an intrusion into his realm without permission, yet it was within the bounds of the LAWIN, a world where all that remains is a threadbare existence. The universe would not permit anyone to halt the birth of something new. To do so would invite the world's disdain, a concept both esoteric and palpable to all gods, the right to dream. Despite not having scattered the divine essence of slumber upon the earth, someone had managed to condense this divine essence. By what means could this be accomplished? The realities of existence are truly vexing. The winged god murmured, slowly closing his eyes once more, retreating into his ethereal realm. Compared to his busy brother, the primordial god of death, this god of dreams enjoyed a much easier task, merely blending his mystique with the night and casting it upon the earth each evening. Furthermore, as the deity of dreams, he governs the very essence of slumber. Although he felt slightly irked by the encroachment into his domain, upon reflection, if others could draw people into dreams through various methods, his own workload would diminish. Though he possesses medium divine power, the essence of dreams can render one somewhat unmotivated, and the divine essence of dreams is by no means weak, especially given the excessive pressures inflicted upon life by the tyrannical sky god. Many preferred to escape through sleep to find relief. This has led to an overwhelming divine essence impacting the dream god himself. After all, he was never one to labor diligently, even too lazy to create a subordinate deity. Now, a genuine deity of dreams has come into existence. Perhaps he might consider visiting when he recalls and finds the time and motivation. How could a slothful being like him refuse such a naturally gifted worker? Indeed, as deities of origin, they view the invasion of their rights with indifference. After all, their essence signifies that no matter how others toil, the ultimate glory will always belong to them. Given this, what necessity is there to stifle another's growth? The beneficiaries will always include them. Thus, the dream god re-entered the cradle of slumber. Indeed, only in this chaotic and ephemeral world could he find a moment of tranquility. Uranus has recently been in high spirits. Although he remains as perpetually bored as ever, announcing his absolute power and authority to his 12 children has been a ritual spanning thousands of years, and the initial thrill and amusement have long since eroded with time. Nevertheless, those ambitious offspring of his, at least in the eyes of their god-king, require necessary admonishment. However, in recent times, the 12 have received ample reprimands, at least the last little thorn among them no longer dares to stir. Not long ago, the goddess Gaia graced his temple once more, and his beloved queen, with her motherly essence, shared a moment of bliss derived from primal love. Alas, if only this time a new child would not be conceived. Were it just he and his cherished earth goddess, he would not need to toil so hard worrying about the theft of his power. Indeed, even indulging in such fantasies, he remains with his beloved queen. He is undeniably a deeply affectionate god. Nevertheless, recent times have considerably lightened his spirits. The once prolific Gaia, who would almost invariably give birth to a child every few centuries, now appears utterly frail. Even refraining from allowing him to take the child away actively, she instinctively curbs her maternal instincts. Otherwise, this beautiful goddess would forever be lost in the depths of the earth. However, the goddess of the earth, weakened as she is, grows increasingly frail each passing day, rendering it quite difficult for him to muster any interest. Even the ancient pleasures of love have faded, and thus the Lord of the Skies has become even more weary of existence. Granting him ample time to gaze down upon his dominion, the entirety of the chaos world, all lands shrouded beneath the heavens. Not long ago, it seemed a new direction for the birth of deities had emerged. Yet, the power of this direction is so feeble that no one has proclaimed it to the world. Consequently, he remains uncertain of the nature of this pantheon, only able to ascertain through his own authority that it represents a weak and limited potential. Since it poses no threat to him, he naturally lacks the inclination to investigate further. Even though his time has grown so tedious that he counts the fingers on his left hand to those on his right. And then back again, the entire world appears to have settled into a profound tranquility, devoid of any ripples. How exceedingly dull, the sky god, who had been preoccupied with solidifying his own power, suddenly finds this serene world rather insipid. A yawn escapes him. What is that sound? Is it the little god of sleep, born of Nyx, extending his divine role? Such a voice can indeed lull one into slumber. That little one possesses quite a talent, making even him feel drowsy. Faintly, the Lord of the Skies seems to hear the sound, yet as he savors it, his eyelids grow heavier. Though it induces a sense of lethargy, he cannot deny that this unfamiliar melody brings him a fleeting moment of joy. Alas, behind that little god of sleep stands the goddess who embodies the night and the two primordial deities that represent darkness. Otherwise, he might truly desire to capture that little one and bring him to his temple to sing. At least until he tires of the performance. However, that god of darkness is not akin to Gaia. The power of darkness does not champion life as the earth does. This deity is as terrifying as Tartarus, the god of the abyss, and he considers himself capable of conquering his own wife. Yet he does not believe he can surpass her brother. After all, the supremacy of male deities over female deities is an ironclad rule in the chaos world, devoid of elaborate reasons, merely because the creator of the world ultimately vanished in male form, rendering all that pertains to him supreme in this realm, including gender. Nevertheless, this is not of great consequence. Uranus is not disturbed in his current good spirits by such matters. After all, only two beings remain capable of suppressing his existence in this world, even with Nyx's ascension to the title of Sky God. He remains unafraid. The only true fear lies with the essence of that goddess of the night and her other powers, namely, the elusive force of fate. Though his understanding is not comprehensive, he can at least claim kinship with some of the earliest gods. Apart from the fate, however, he muses, suddenly chuckling coldly. Such a force can only bind the lives of the weak. What right does it have to constrain him, the Lord of the Skies? He stands atop the pinnacle of the world, the king of the gods, and his governance should traverse all timelines from the ancient past to the distant future. Even fate holds no authority to dictate his choices. This is the pride of the God King, the essence of his confidence. After all, she is merely a goddess. His wife, the goddess of the earth, was once equally noble, yet has now fallen from grace. It is worth noting that apart from chaos, she is one of the foundational entities of the world. Had she been a male deity, she might have been the strongest among all gods. Regrettably, Gaia is a goddess, and thus her mission is solely to expand the world's borders. Uranus possesses unyielding confidence, even arrogance. In his rule, he is but one step away from uniting with his mother and wife once more, when the sky and the earth cease to be separate. He will ascend to that exalted throne, a seat higher than the heavens and deeper than the abyss. Unlike the god representing chaos and disorder, he shall usher in order to the world. All life shall fall under his dominion, and this world will undoubtedly flourish. However, from that moment on, it will no longer be the chaos world but the domain of Uranus, the king of the skies. Thus, while he may begrudge other gods for growing more powerful through worldly means, he does not resent those who continuously expand the rights of the world, for they contribute to the amplification of his own glory. Do they not? Yet, compared to the unchanging eras of millennia past, recent centuries have seemed to possess a hint of intrigue, as if a clever little imp has been scheming to amass strength from all corners. However, as the god of plants, he will inevitably clash with the god of growth in his temple in the future. When contemplating this, it does seem rather amusing, does it not? The king of the skies requires absolutely loyal subordinates. Yet amusing endeavors can always capture the attention of these playful deities. Patience, he thinks, just a little longer. The goddess of the earth is already sufficiently frail, but she still lacks a touch. This, too, can be seen as a self-rescue of the foundational entities. After all, a new god capable of restoring vitality to the earth has suddenly emerged. It is merely a matter of investing a bit more time, and he is not short of that. One must understand that a natural phenomenon is far more precious than a mere fragment of time. If he were to accidentally slay that god of decay, it would not bode well. After all, it can be considered a continuous source of strength for the earth, undoubtedly useful in the future. For those who are beneficial, there is no harm in making that child a little more comfortable. After all, it will not stir up any waves. Rinaudo feels himself to be obscure, yet he dreams of the many who have once taken notice of him. Now, He is merely troubled by why he believes his mother still refuses to meet him. Clearly, his birth has summoned springs across the world, allowing mist to nourish the skin of the earth. He has even enabled plants to return to the land, replenishing the earth's lost strength. With all he has accomplished, he should be considered the greatest boon to the earth among all deities, should he not? Even now, he tirelessly increases the number of plants, scattering seeds across the globe, transforming every place he touches into lush forests and blooming meadows. Regrettably, the divine essence of flowers and woods belongs to the earth, not to him. Yet, do all these endeavors not merit a meeting with the mother of the earth? Rinaudo, in a foul mood, feels the decay that occupies the realm of plant death beginning to spread rapidly. In the span of 2 breaths, Rinaudo snaps back to reality, only to find that the vast forest he had painstakingly nurtured has lost all signs of life, succumbing to decay. The scope is so extensive that he can even sense the laws of decay beginning to strengthen. Initially, he had contemplated merging the forces of decay and seeds into 2 states of time for plants. If he were to do so, he could at least possess half of the essence of plants. And in the future, it would be significantly easier to draw upon the divine essence of life. Moreover, the essence of plants, having grown in accordance with the laws of the world, would likely be quite pleased. And he would undoubtedly receive commendations, perhaps even acquire another divine essence. However, he feels that the power of seeds should not so prematurely merge with that of decay. Shaking his head vigorously, Rinaudo ultimately decides not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, his brooding serves no purpose, yet he still harbors some resentment toward the Earth Mother for her unwillingness to acknowledge him. This world, though absurd, leans toward protecting maternal bonds, whether between mother and son or mother and daughter. A newly born god may strike forth with a fatherly sword, but such actions have never been directed toward a mother, at least. No one has ever done so overtly. Rinaudo has come to understand this. And he still holds feelings for the Earth Mother, with whom he has cohabited for many years since his birth. Time, besides dulling feelings, can also deepen them. Not to mention, as the first mother, the Earth Mother's maternal love is so abundant that it evokes a slight fear in the gods. Perhaps her many children make it difficult for her to act with bias over 1 or 2. Yet today, the actions of the King of the Skies may very well have strained the last thread of her patience. Similarly, being the youngest child, Rinaudo enjoys far more favor than his other siblings. After all, the majority of them were taken away by the King of the Sky upon their very birth. The only one who might be somewhat comparable is the time-warping deity Chronos, who inherited the love of his 11 older brothers, while Rinaudo received the legacy of 12, for Chronos too was whisked away. However, upon further reflection, at such a juncture, it seems likely that when the legendary trio of Cyclopes and the 300-handed giants were born, if the King of the Sky chose to open a passage from the earth to the abyss, the war of transposition would undoubtedly commence. Indeed, it is wise to adhere faithfully to one's divine responsibilities. A moment's contemplation reveals just how complex this world truly is. Moreover, the dangers are glaringly apparent. Indeed, this world is fraught with peril. Before ascending to a moderate level of divine power, it would be prudent to refrain from seeking out his mother. Yet, at this pace, it may take another 3 to 5 years. It is imperative to pursue a new divine essence. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. On one side, Rinaudo laments his own powerlessness, while on the other, the somewhat deranged Mother Earth revels in the enhancement of her powers associated with flowers and forests. My dearest child, she exclaims, this is indeed the way to bring your mother greater glory. To liberate her from this wretched humiliation, when I reclaim my primordial divine status, Uranus, you shall await my return. Perhaps Gaia initially held deep affection for Uranus when she bore him, yet as time and his brutal actions eroded this affection, when life and death hung in the balance, that sentiment transformed from a binding chain into liberation. She loved her firstborn son, yet this did not diminish her love for her remaining 15 children, including Pontus, the god of the deep sea, and Uranus, the god of the mountains, not to mention the 12 titans who were taken away, and the decaying god who wandered the earth, neglected by his mother. All of these tribulations stemmed from that accursed sky. Such suffering was brought upon by him. Yet, the King of the gods has, to a certain extent, transcended these primordial deities, even at her most complete and powerful. Gaia's combat prowess may not rival that of Uranus, who aspires to break through the primordial divine realm as the initial master of the chaos world, the embodiment of chaos, and the eldest sister of the primordial gods. Gaia was born to foster the flourishing of life within the world. This deity, intended to expand the world, bore a child with terrifying potential. Moreover, the existence of the sky held deeper significance, under multiple layers of protection. Even Gaia, despite her vast knowledge, could not conceive of an effective means to confront Uranus. Furthermore, now was not the optimal time for a complete rupture. She caressed her slightly protruding abdomen. Although Gaia's essence is the earth itself, her will often resides within this body, making it a fitting embodiment of the earth. The swelling of her abdomen could be attributed to various factors, such as illness or even weight gain. Yet, she is a goddess. Within the confines of the rules, she embodies perfection. Perhaps this perfection does not render her the most beautiful among deities, but without exception, all gods born at this moment are strikingly beautiful. Perhaps this world possesses an appreciation for beauty. After all, the offspring born of nature and the original deities are generally pleasing to behold. Returning to the main topic, it suggests that they are neither ill nor gaining weight. If these two possibilities are eliminated, the sole remaining likelihood is that she is once again to bear a child for that king of the sky. This also explains why the god of decay, despite her presence on earth, has yet to reveal herself. The youngest son always receives the most affection, and a toddler is the epitome of what stirs a mother's instincts. However, the situation has changed. Gaia felt a sense of dread. Yes, as one of the cornerstones of the world, the earth felt fear, for she sensed that the child within her possessed formidable potential, and she could feel the world beginning to forge new laws for the sake of her unborn child. A powerful primordial deity in its own right. Yet, the world clearly disregarded the existence of her, the foundational deity. Although she represents an eternal existence, her will would inevitably wane. When the earth weakens to a certain degree, she would relinquish everything that could be forsaken, with her own will being the most instinctual sacrifice, for the essence of the earth has always been the corporeal form as long as the earth exists. The absence of a goddess of the earth is inconsequential. Even in her absence, once the earth regains a semblance of vitality, a new goddess of the earth will inevitably emerge, though that deity may no longer be the primordial Gaia. Perhaps it may be Gaia, but not her. Every life harbors a fear of death. Gods are not afraid of death because they are difficult to extinguish, and the world does not permit their demise. When the possibility of complete erasure arises, however minuscule, it breeds apprehension. She must respond accordingly. Otherwise, the next birth will herald her own demise. The immense pressure of mortality, coupled with an omnipresent sense of weakness and suffering, flashed a glint of determination in the eyes of the earth goddess. If she does not act with sufficient resolve, the birth of her next child will surely be tragic. If she does not muster enough ferocity, the goddess of the earth will eventually become a relic of the past. Rather than allow that, she resolved to fight back. After several deep breaths, Gaia steeled her resolve and departed her sanctuary for the first time without glancing back at her child, making her way toward a shadowy corner of the sky. It was a realm of pure darkness, more aptly described as void. As far as the eye could see, there were no celestial bodies. The heavens above bore no trace of stones transformed into stars. All was engulfed in darkness, where even sound could not traverse. Yet within this void, a temple stood. Upon reaching the temple, Gaia adjusted her attire, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity befitting the eldest sister. Yet her aged visage betrayed the true nature of the earth goddess's plight to the temple's master. Once satisfied that there was nothing left to adjust, she sighed deeply. At that moment, a dark-haired nymph emerged from the temple. Gracefully bowing to Gaia, the nymph's voice carried an air of chill and emptiness, suiting this void-filled world perfectly. Great Mother Earth, symbol of the land, Gaia, my mother, the primordial goddess of night, Nyx, pays you homage and has sent me to guide you. Gaia, still possessing a measure of the primordial god's reserve, nodded lightly and allowed the dark-haired nymph to lead her. Upon entering the grand hall, the nymph bowed deeply to the man and woman seated upon thrones, then withdrew gracefully from the hall. Once all others had departed, leaving only the three deities, they commenced their discourse. Gaia, my glorious sister, what brings you to seek my counsel? Inquired the woman upon the throne. While the man beside her kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to all, they were a loving couple. The woman was Gaia's target this time, the primordial goddess of night and the ever-changing deity of fate. Nyx, the dark-haired youth beside her, was the embodiment of darkness, born from the void during the world's evolution from chaos. Known as Erebus, it is worth mentioning that a child they previously bore had inadvertently trespassed into this being's domain. Yet fortunately, he did not take offense, narrowly avoiding conflict. Otherwise, she would have struggled to maintain her sisterly composure. Although they had jointly birthed several offspring, Nyx was ruthless, expelling impurities at the earliest opportunity. While this did render her gradually weaker, it ensured that their progeny retained pure power, which made Gaia feel a twinge of envy. Ultimately, they were two distinct ideologies, and their thoughts could not be universally categorized as a mother. Gaia harbored profound love for her offspring. Therefore, it is inconceivable that she would inflict harm upon the child she is nurturing. However, the darkness and the night are not so easily swayed in the current circumstances. The darkness and the night have only brought forth 5 offspring, 2 of whom are nameless spirits devoid of divine essence. This is due to the fact that allowing those children to continue developing in the womb of the goddess of night would result in significant losses for her. The 2 deities are sufficiently swift to eliminate these aberrations. Among the 5 children, apart from the deities of sleep, death, and the goddess of daylight, the remaining 2, being the earliest born and one of intermediate status, are also nameless spirits lacking divine essence. Yet, they were meant to be born as deities. However, due to the interruption of their gestation, they are unable to actively claim the divine essence bestowed upon them by others. After all, they too are inherently a part of the world, rendering them indispensable. Thus, if they cannot comprehend the nature of their own power, they will remain as mere spirits for eternity. Nonetheless, despite their apparent insignificance, the 2 primordial deities have indeed proven themselves to be worthy parents. Even if their offspring are but feeble spirits, these original gods have never contemplated casting their children out from their divine abode to fend for themselves. Moreover, although their initial decision was callous, it was also tinged with a sense of urgency. The grim fate of Gaia remains vivid in their memories, and the goddess of night truly cannot bring herself to bear a powerful child that might inflict harm upon her. Yet, in hindsight, as a mother, the bonds of parental affection in this world hold immense significance. Time may erode all, but the pangs of guilt persist. It is precisely for this reason that Gaia of the earth found a possibility to negotiate with the 2 primordial gods. Nyx, as the sister of the night, you who possess the power of fate, should be aware of the purpose of my arrival, she stated. Nyx nodded. I am indeed aware, though I reside in but a corner of the sky. I glean insights into the happenings on earth through the essence of fate. I express my profound sympathy for your plight. Yet fate is immutable. This is the decree set forth by the primordial god Chaos, our father, establishing the laws of existence and the destiny of all beings. Nyx promptly declined, unwilling to entangle herself in such troubles. As the sole goddess of fate in this world, she is the only entity aware of the inescapable nature of destiny. Understanding the dreadfulness of fate, she sought to avoid this matter entirely. Gaia, for the flourishing of the world, is fated to perish, much like the last-born of the primordial gods, at least according to the destiny inscribed by Chaos, which does not allow for her continued existence in her current form. Yet, even the primordial god has transformed into the world itself. Only until the twilight of the gods may the end of the world re-emerge, rendering the destiny crafted by a deceased god absurdly ironic. Yet, fate is indeed formidable and difficult to alter. Despite being siblings, Nyx is not prepared to sacrifice much for the earth, until you and Erebus were birthed together in the boundless darkness. A powerful essence of a primordial god divided into 2 that, if I am not mistaken, should you continue to bear children, you too will fall from the throne of the primordial gods, just as I have. You are compelled to interrupt the gestation of your 2 children's divine essences for this very reason. Their divine essences possess the potential for greatness, yet you cannot allow them to realize this. Unlike me, who can return, you shall forever descend from this realm. The essence of darkness will scatter into countless forces symbolizing the world's negativity across the earth, unless you personally slay your husband. The god of darkness, Erebus, you shall never see the dawn of redemption, Gaia stated calmly. The harshness of this reality struck the eldest daughter of the world, the goddess of the earth, with a force more terrifying than a sharpened blade. Though she had lost her former glory, Having lived for a considerable time, she was not easily vanquished. Gaia remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. Erebus. Nyx gestured for him to halt, her eyes now reflecting not mere indifference, but a tinge of sorrow. Indeed, my sister, what you speak is the truth that I harbor guilt for my 2 children. Yet had they successfully gestated within me, I would have fallen from the throne even more swiftly than you. Hence, let us bring this matter to light. Dear sister, the goddess Gaia, what is your perspective? Perhaps this affair is not a secret to them, yet such forthrightness inevitably heightens the tension between both parties. After a brief silence, I am willing to relinquish a portion of the glory of the world's protector, as well as a fragment of the earth's power. I can forfeit the honor of the world's guardian, and I can also yield a part of the earth's essence, whether it be the cunning Nyx or the stoic Erebus. Upon hearing such a promise, they could not help but rise in astonishment. Yet, having lived for some time, they understood the challenges faced by this elder sister, who, despite being stripped of countless powers, could still propose such a generous offer, indicating that her intentions were not simple. My sister, what exactly are you implying? Nyx gazed longingly at the power of the earth. As Gaia had asserted, the power of darkness is indeed formidable. Yet, a powerful force divided into 2 will invariably be inferior to its complete form. The foundation of the world indeed comprises both night and darkness. Yet if one were to scrutinize closely, it becomes apparent that darkness stands as the sole option, should they be united as one god. Their strength would surpass the abyss beneath the earth. Alas, they have been divided into male and female, resulting in the most potent of the 5 primordial gods being the abyssal Tartarus as for the weakest. It is difficult to ascertain, as all exist in a state of scarcity. However, to expect a miserly and impoverished individual to suddenly offer a substantial sum to their friends would be met with skepticism. Faced with Nyx's newfound directness and Erebus's eager gaze, Gaia finally revealed a hint of a smile and laid forth her condition that I ask for your alliance in overthrowing that tyrannical god-king of the sky. Upon uttering these words, Erebus remained momentarily stunned, while Nyx's expression shifted dramatically. Begone, the swiftness of her change was striking. Gaia mused inwardly, though maintaining her composure, unfazed by Nyx's sudden alteration in demeanor or her hostile attitude. She continued with poise, do you truly disregard the fate of your 2 nameless spirit children? What do you mean? Nyx found herself at a loss, unable to recall the last time she had displayed such a lack of composure. The ambitions of the goddess of the earth were exceedingly audacious. The fate's decree clearly states that the god-king of the sky should remain eternal. Yet, this earth goddess sought to conspire with the goddess of fate, rendering her intentions apparent even to the dimmest of minds. However, regarding her 2 children, though she recognized the potential for injury, and even the risk of losing her divine status, Nyx still hesitated. You have triumphed. At least until I deem this matter utterly hopeless, you have won. The goddess of night had indeed yielded. To forcibly seize power would be a foolish endeavor, especially when attempting to usurp the powers of those primordial gods born from the very beginning. Thus, the most prudent method to acquire power would be through negotiation. That I have discerned the ambitions of my son Uranus, the god of the sky. He is ruthless and has monopolized the omnipresent elemental power of the world to augment his own strength. After numerous encounters, I have sensed his deliberate efforts to weaken the power of the earth. Until recently, I once again bore a divine embryo within me. Yet, the existence of that deity has revealed the extent of Uranus's terrifying ambitions. As Gaia spoke, she gently caressed her belly, causing the eyelids of the 2 primordial deities to twitch involuntarily. Although they too were deities of parenthood, the tragic sight of her made it difficult for them to avoid developing a psychological shadow regarding this matter. Ignoring their expressions, Gaia continued her soliloquy. This child governs wisdom and embodies a form crafted with 100 hands and 100 eyes. This is a warning from the world to me. Wisdom represents this child's role in some scheme of Uranus, while the act of shaping signifies Uranus's capricious ambition to fabricate the existence of the world. The 50 heads and 100 hands symbolize the omnipresent surveillance and the arbitrary power to mold the world. Gaia paused, recognizing that none were fools. The 2 primordial deities understood the implications by this point. Nyx, her countenance darkening, uttered, has he expanded his ambitions to encompass the entire world as the foundation of existence. We too are part of this world. If he seeks to grasp the world in his hands, then we are naturally his adversaries, as destined foes. He will undoubtedly devise means to contend with us. Though you may hide in this corner of the sky, you cannot escape the omnipresent fate. Even the gods of fate cannot evade it. This remark deepened the grim expressions of the two primordial deities. A brief silence ensued as they required time to contemplate. Uranus is the eternal king of the gods, inscribed in the fate crafted by the chaotic chaos. Even I cannot easily dictate his fate until he contravenes sufficient laws and primordial principles. However, before that moment, I can make minor alterations. The child within you will transform into 6 beings devoid of divine essence. 6 titanic giants standing 100 meters tall at their birth, when the heavens and earth reach a height of 100 meters. They will emerge as 6 giants of the same stature. 3 one-eyed giants will possess the innate talent to forge divine weapons, while the other 300-armed giants will wield arms imbued with strength rivaling that of medium-grade deities. At the moment of their creation, they will lack profound wisdom, needing time to temper their will. Yet, they shall be the first of the world's inherently immortal giants. When the King of Gods speaks, he will command the abyss for a fleeting moment. Where the abyss meets the earth shall become the dwelling place for myself and Erebos, sharing half of that realm's glory as for this lofty abode in the sky. Let it belong to my children, for they possess no domain of their own. Despite its desolation, it is safe. Nyx whispered softly, her eyes closed. Invisible divine power radiated outward, as the mysterious force of fate converged within the temple. Until the essence of fate sensed the anomalies that should not exist within its domain, it forcibly detached half and shattered before the 3 primordial deities. Erebos, alarmed, reached out with both hands to grasp this force. While Gaia extended her hand toward the other energies, Erebos seized the larger portion, 2 roughly equal spheres of fate's essence, while Gaia, weakened, could only acquire a small fragment. Some energies fled the temple, vanishing into the void. Until the next deity of fate is born, they shall likely remain absent. This is the price of altering fate. The 2 primordial deities attempted to return these 3 spheres of essence into Nyx's body, only for them to instead fly directly into her womb, transforming into 3 unviable embryos. That it seems I have temporarily been stripped of my rights as a mother goddess, Nyx remarked, expelling a mouthful of golden divine blood. In contrast to the tense Erebos and the equally flustered Gaia, she maintained a certain calmness. How could she be unaware of this matter? After all, it was a decision she had already made. It appears I am destined to lose the essence of fate, yet I still possess half of it. I have another chance. Return now, my sister. I am weary. Nyx slowly closed her eyes, her breathing becoming labored as she sought her child, the one existing in the illusory realm. Although this world lacked many things, it was not devoid of opportunities. The world remained impoverished, and to gain greater power in such barren lands, numbers were likely the rarest means. In the blink of an eye, 2 cycles of 365 days had passed, yet this world still lacked the concept of a year. After all, there were no changing seasons, and the passage of time appeared devoid of any rhythm. Nevertheless, annual events persisted. Rinaudo frequently witnessed the sky plummeting, where heaven and earth would momentarily meld into one, only to separate amidst the earth's lamentations. Moreover, the king of the sky had grown increasingly impatient with his wife, often resolving his needs with brute force before turning his back to return to his exalted throne. Rinaudo suspected that the earth had likely conceived a new child. The flourishing forests he had recently brought to the earth had been drained of their vitality, leaving behind a ground strewn with deadwood. Because of this, he had initially believed he would achieve a medium-grade divine power within 2 years, at the very least reaching the pinnacle of weak divine power. Yet now, the widespread death of the forest had backfired, nearly wounding him. The Earth Mother, feeling somewhat guilty towards her youngest son, imparted a subtle light into him after one such separation of heaven and earth. This light symbolized the vitality of life upon the earth and constituted a part of the earth's own divine essence. In other words, had he chosen to interpret it as a lesser divine essence, he could have regarded it as a fragment of the earth's divine nature. Naturally, Rinaudo found himself inevitably consumed by a greedy desire for the earth's divine essence. However, he was no fool. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and resolved to deconstruct that small piece of the earth's divine essence into a more diminutive yet abundant vitality. After all, he was still his mother's most cherished child. Yet, his father was not so easily appeased. Over the past 2 years, aside from the peace of the Earth's divine essence bestowed by the Earth Mother, he had gained no power for himself. It was not that he lacked ambition for this world. Rather, his strength had begun to expand outward with the nurturing passage of time. He had even contemplated which stronger divine essence he should pursue next. However, an incident from a year prior rekindled the reverence he had carelessly cast aside that he recalled that day, which was meant to herald the birth of a new deity, a remarkably intelligent marine nymph. This essence of the ocean was birthed from the union of the ocean's parental deities and was among the earlier offspring. That child's divinity leaned more towards the father, hence her presence upon the earth. Until 2 years ago, this little spirit had been much like her siblings, unaware of her own latent power. Yet Rinaudo had brought a slight acceleration to this world, using spring water as a foundation. He expanded a thin mist that would not obstruct vision into the forest, nourishing the earth's parched skin and restoring a semblance of vitality. This act led others to believe that the mist's deity would forever be the one who brought material to the world. However, this little spirit was audacious. She burned her own divinity and cried out to the supreme laws. The mist was ultimately fragile. Where there was weakness, there must surely be dense fog arising from ample accumulation. The world embraced this notion. Yet, whether it was the little spirit or the will of the world, they overlooked one crucial detail. The king of the sky's desire for dominion over the world was frightfully intense. He would not permit anything to obscure the gaze he cast from the heavens upon the earth. Even the slightest indication would provoke the wrath of this deity, leading to its swift annihilation. Rinaudo could vividly recall the horrific image of the sacred golden flames engulfing the heavens and crashing down to the earth, transforming it into a tapestry of stars. Uranus himself had intervened, shattering the nascent essence of the mist that had just coalesced. Within the depths of that mist, Rinaudo found himself powerless, having already claimed 2 essences as his own. The diminutive sprite was not the creator of the mist either, and thus was equally distant from its essence. This fortunate circumstance spared the mist from being obliterated alongside the sky's deity. Logically speaking, the significance of an essence should deter any harm. Yet before departing, that god-king cast a piercing glance toward Rinaudo, scrutinizing for the presence of the mist's essence and any potential for its reformation. The blatant malice in that gaze was unmistakable. This madman truly sought to bring down a deity who possessed 2 essences. Fortunately, Rinaudo had shown restraint, refraining from any unnecessary actions. Upon sensing the absence of the mist's essence within him, the other deity departed without further investigation. Otherwise, the power of the Earth Mother and the life-giving essence within him would undoubtedly have been discovered. In the aftermath, Rinaudo refrained from any further actions for a considerable period. Although he possessed protective charms in the form of his identity and divine maternal lineage, the implications of Uranus's gaze were far too evident, compelling Rinaudo to avoid any risks. Over the past 2 years, he dutifully fulfilled his divine role on Earth without drawing attention, which he deemed a cause for celebration. Strangely, the sky deity grew increasingly brutal, seemingly influenced by some unknown force. While Uranus had never been a benevolent figure, he had at least been able to discern which beings were active and which were not. However, now, his impatience with the Earth Mother had escalated, and his cruelty extended even to his 12 Titan offspring, subjecting them to relentless torment. Rinaudo often heard their anguished cries echoing across the land, making it difficult for him to fathom the depths of suffering that could lead such powerful beings to forsake their dignity in favor of expressing their agony through desperate wails. He felt a twinge of relief that his own frailty at birth had gone unnoticed by the skybound Uranus. Yet, it seemed the deity held a modicum of interest in the lullabies he occasionally hummed. Though he was disdainful of seizing the domain of the god of dreams, this brought Rinaudo a slight sense of comfort. If he could not thrive in the realm of nature, perhaps he should explore the realm of art. Such a non-combative divine essence would likely escape the attention of the sky deity. Cultivating prosperity under the reign of the sky's god-king appeared to be a distant dream. Rinaudo even contemplated temporarily relinquishing the power of prosperity. However, upon further reflection, he realized that divine essences were not easily obtained. Presently, the situation was favorable, with an abundance of resources available for all, but in the future, when the number of gods surged, the competition for sustenance would become fierce. Abandoning the power of prosperity might invite the emergence of a new god of prosperity. Continuing the cycle anew, it seemed he would have to endure with this dual-edged burden for the time being. His affection was tempered by the knowledge that the dual concept of fauna and flora could elevate his divine essence to a moderate level that in the future, as more species of life and plants emerged, his essence could potentially reach formidable heights. As for his intrinsic essence, decay would perpetually experience a steady growth. Yet, before attaining further strength, he feared that moderate power might be his limit. Rinaudo pondered whether to contest territory with the primordial god of death, seeking to amass greater strength. However, upon reconsideration, he deemed it unwise. Not only was the opponent a peak being of lower tier, but he also had a sibling with moderate power and two primordial gods as parents. In a direct confrontation, Rinaudo was at a disadvantage. Covert schemes, engaging in such underhanded tactics now could lead to dire consequences in the future. After much contemplation, it became evident that there was indeed potential for growth in the realm of art. If he did not strive to enhance his abilities, how could he hope to survive amidst the impending conflict of the god-kings and the 12 titans? Rinaudo, now indifferent to power or wealth, focused solely on surviving the tumultuous battles that lay centuries or millennia ahead. With this resolve, he chose to return to the small island he had neglected for the past 2 years. Apparently, there was still a follower waiting there. Yet, he dismissed the notion, for it was merely a gesture of goodwill toward his elder brother. Whether that follower was truly valuable or not mattered little. He had already relinquished his essence. What more could he do? Should he simply self-destruct to bestow all his powers upon that little one? Even a god-king lacked the authority to issue such a command unless he resorted to force. In a world governed by strength, this period had not been entirely devoid of gains. Life could flourish, and with the corresponding concept in mind, Rinaudo could reverse engineer the process, expanding the reach of his decay powers. Nevertheless, this endeavor would not be swift. While the idea seemed simple, such conceptual matters were often steeped in complexity, relying on fleeting moments of inspiration. Rinaudo lacked the capacity for such insights, at least for now. As he departed the earth, the coastal rocks softened, a testament to the earth goddess's reluctance to part with him. However, this softness was fleeting. Once the god of decay left, the rocks reverted to their hardened forms. Although Rinaudo felt a pang of sorrow, his powers could no longer serve the earth goddess effectively. Remaining on the land might only weaken him further. In this era, self-preservation was the wisest course of action. The goddess Gaia understood this as well. She expressed her sorrow but offered no intentions of keeping him. Much like when he first arrived on Earth, Rinaudo set sail in a small boat toward the island of his memories. This time, however, he crafted a vessel large enough to accommodate a stone, as he intended to explore the realm of art. Wasting time was a sin if he aimed to expand his artistic pursuits. He would seize the opportunity aboard the ship to practice his carving, and tools were easily found. The stone could not decay, yet decay was one of the few aggressive powers he could control. Gradually eroding the stone into shape could indeed be considered a form of sculpture. Wood, on the other hand, posed a greater challenge. Controlling would require precision far beyond that needed for stone, and a careless application of decay could reduce it to a pool of sludge. Obliterating the entire piece, changing it incrementally was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps out of personal preference, Rinaudo selected a piece of ruby. While it lacked the crystalline clarity of pure beauty, the artistry of carving such a gem would undoubtedly yield captivating results. His control over divine power had yet to reach the level of finesse akin to that of a skilled artisan. Thus, he began with a rough outline. Sculpting was not a daunting task for him, as his divine essence of the ship stemmed from the art of carving itself. Although the vessels he created appeared to grow naturally, it was undeniable that ordinary mortals relied on diligent hands to carve their ships. With his divine essence and a strength surpassing that of any mortal, he easily elevated his sculpting skills. For his first statue, he intended to use the visage of the earth goddess as his model. He was not foolish. He understood that his continued existence depended significantly on the earth goddess's favor. Such acts of flattery might seem embarrassing to some, but the earth goddess had attained a status of unparalleled supremacy in the world. Although now somewhat fallen from grace, it remains undeniable how noble she truly is. Moreover, he had previously perused Greek mythology, which reveals that this earth goddess has existed at least until the 3rd generation. It is said that in the future, she will acquire a golden apple tree, bestowing it as a wedding gift upon the goddess Hera, the goddess of marriage. From this, it is evident that this goddess must have lived until the time of the third generation. If she holds significant weight in one's heart, who else would be the first thought when good fortune arises but her most beloved child? Furthermore, as one of the 5 primordial deities, their appearances are unparalleled. Were it not for their foundational role in the world, they would likely not hesitate to seize the divine essences that they deem inferior, which have extended from themselves. Thus, the true goddess of beauty would certainly be one among the 5. Unlike now, when the essence of beauty still wanders aimlessly throughout the world, it must be noted that this essence emerged quite early and possesses considerable strength. After all, this world indeed harbors an unwavering pursuit of beauty. This is something worth exploring. No, it should belong to the youngest daughter of the future god king of the skies. However, for now, it remains unclaimed. Rinaudo shook his head, realizing that perhaps his thoughts had strayed a bit too far. Setting his sights on the future little sister, he resolved to carve a statue of the Earth Mother to place within his humble cave, and once the divine essence of art expands sufficiently, he would then split off the divine essence of his stone sculpture. Although the Earth Mother might not regard such a lesser divine essence with high esteem, for now, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. The journey was not long. As Rinaudo approached the island, he communicated a message to his followers. Announcing his arrival, he had no intention of hosting a welcoming feast. Nevertheless, it had been 2 years since their last meeting, and he was eager to see the progress of that little sprite. As the small boat reached the shore, Rinaudo's legs touched the ground anew. After 2 years on the earth, witnessing the flourishing world, he glanced at his secluded little island, and it appeared undeniably barren. After all, even the most impoverished land bears the weight of a camel that has perished of starvation. Therefore, this small island, too, is a part of the earth. Yet, it is wholly disconnected from the earthly realm, and perhaps his memory had faltered somewhat. He felt this place was even more desolate than he remembered, despite having nourished it with the power of prosperity before his departure. Noble Lord, great deity of decay and prosperity, your follower Silviros pays homage to you. You are mightier than I had imagined. Initially, I believed that after 2 years away, you would remain much the same. Yet without uttering a word, you have elevated your strength to match what I possessed 2 years ago merely through the power of greed. Quite impressive, Rinaudo nodded. In terms of governance, he had achieved nothing. However, his strength had indeed increased, which was ultimately a positive development. After all, possessing a capable follower to accompany him in the future would surely enhance his reputation. Moreover, strength would facilitate endeavors considerably. Yet, he should not expect any additional rewards. For this young one's contributions to the island were virtually negligible. Go about your business. I have matters to attend to and cannot spare time for you. Help me find some colored stones or gems. Bring me the larger, more complete ones. The smaller ones are inconsequential. Rinaudo commanded without reservation, and then he set off toward the cave. He remembered that, of course, being a future dwelling, he could not entirely disregard the place that as he walked. He scattered various seeds along the path, some flowers, some trees. Though he had yet to successfully cultivate fruit-bearing trees, the seeds were indeed genuine. Many trees encase their seeds within their fruits, leading to the reasonable assumption that the two are akin to each other. In truth, if he were to attain the divine essence of fruits, the ultimate outcome would merely be the fusion of the seeds within them. However, he had been somewhat preoccupied lately, causing this aspect to be overlooked. It must be said that Silviros exhibited commendable efficiency. Within just a few days, Rinaudo's carving skills had seen remarkable improvement. His cave was no longer barren, but adorned with shards of various gemstones, reds, blues, greens, leaving him to ponder how the Earth Mother could have birthed such a vibrant array. Perhaps, as a deity, he possessed memories not belonging to gods and had been subjected to a forced narrowing of perspective. Yet, having once been human, he had gained insights that surpassed the current world's advancements. For instance, through the shards of gemstones, Rinaudo successfully manufactured pigments, thus acquiring the divine essence of color, while continuing his carving. He tirelessly endeavored to depict this world using the pigments. Unfortunately, lacking a canvas, Rinaudo could only sketch upon the rocks. Fortunately, after repeatedly striking dried branches, he found that their fibers could adequately serve as a substitute for animal fur. Allowing him to use them as brushes, Rinaudo chose not to directly demand divine essences from the world. Instead, He waited a while longer to refine his skills further. The Earth Mother had informed him that initially bringing something into the world would indeed yield divine essence. However, for items that could be practiced and enhanced by all sentient beings, such entities would only select the most deserving. Thus, if he wished to reap greater rewards, it would be wiser to enhance his abilities to a certain level before soliciting divine essence from the world. This was the reason Rinaudo had refrained from speaking to the world until now. Great essence. I reshape the natural rocks and trees to my desired forms. I extract colors from gemstones to depict them upon the rocks, bringing them into this world. Therefore, I rightfully claim the titles of the deities of sculpting, pigments, and painting. That Rinaudo's essence of music leaned toward lullabies, yet it was undeniable that music was the world's first artistic divine essence. Furthermore, apart from this deity of decay, no other sprite had yet attained divinity through art. Thus, when this sole artistic deity sought divine essence from the origin hesitated not at all. All that benefits the world is embraced by the origin, even if it merely adds vibrancy to existence. Thus, three divine essences entered Rinaudo, forming a rudimentary framework with his essence of music. Three feeble divine powers surged into the reservoir of divine energy he had long accumulated. Perhaps every cultivation system in the world encounters bottlenecks, relying on either innate talent or epiphanies at particular moments. However, this world is different. When the power is sufficient, all advancements in levels occur seamlessly. While the Sky God King may hold excessive power and the 12 Titans occupy vast shares, art is a newly birthed force. This newly emerged power could expand a small corner of the world, ample enough to accommodate a newly born medium deity. Everything was so straightforward. Although Rinaudo's primary essence had always been decay, it was undeniable that art provided divine energy upon reaching the status of a medium deity. The existence of the origin would no longer exert excessive influence on that feeble form. The essence symbolizing art finally stirred its noble form, unseen by other beings. A dazzling, even somewhat flamboyant, artistic essence soared from the ends of the heavens. This essence, somewhat mischievous, transformed into a string of multicolored musical notes after a few rotations, seemingly dissatisfied, shifting from a string of notes into a painting brush, and then into a sculptor's chisel. This essence continuously morphed, as if deliberating on the most fitting form to inhabit the initial artistic deity's body. Though devoid of wisdom and driven solely by instinct, it exhibited an uncanny level of spirituality. Art should be ever-changing. In the eyes of different individuals, it presents diverse manifestations, hence its essence lacks a fixed form. Others may not comprehend, yet Rinaudo understood in an instant. His initial conception of art was similarly profound, an existence devoid of predetermined rules, perceived through varied lenses, each revealing distinct hues, forms, and interpretations that in his view. The notion of art lacked a universally accepted definition, evolving perpetually with the passage of time. This language struck at the very essence of art. And after several transformations, the lump of clay entered Rinaudo's being without hesitation. However, the essence of art did not remain in a corner like other entities, nor did it attempt to imbue the divine with its own colors beyond its inherent domain. Instead, it merged swiftly into the yet-to-be-constructed framework of art that a small piece of clay resided within, akin to a resplendent gem, while more of it darted about like a curious child, exploring every nook and cranny. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The most crucial task had been accomplished. That dazzling gem symbolized the primal essence of art, reflecting the original deity's appreciation for it. If nothing unforeseen occurred, this could very well be the only part of the essence of art that would coexist with a particular existence through life and death. It was unexpected that even a capricious art could possess such steadfastness, acknowledging a certain being as its eternal master, an astonishing revelation indeed. With this aspect in place, the future crystallization of artistic divinity became significantly simpler. In the distant celestial temple, the 12 Titans occasionally sensed tremors from the earth below. However, most of the time, these fluctuations were related to their own realms. Yet recently, Uranus's increasing brutality had resulted in their suffering intensifying, making it difficult for them to rouse from their anguish in response to any disturbance. Until today, the long-absent Mother Earth arrived at Uranus's temple, granting the 12 Titans a momentary respite. Unlike before, When the king of the sky would eagerly descend from his lofty throne to greet his wife, he now exuded such arrogance that he could not even spare her a glance, lazily remarking, "Ah, my once mighty wife, the great goddess of the earth, behold, you and our 12 children are still thriving, that if there is nothing of import, you ought to return to your grand and profound temple." Uranus, the sight of the sky god in such a state shattered Gaia's composure. Although Uranus had often defied her will, he had at least shown warmth in the past, providing her with some solace. But now, his words cut deeper than thorns piercing flesh. What did he mean by once mighty? What did it mean to thrive? Aside from Rinaudo, the decaying god who fought for his own existence. Which of their 12 Titan children was not akin to a soulless husk? Only when they beheld their mother's arrival did a flicker of light return to their eyes. Now, who among them was not marred by wounds? Gaia's pent-up fury could be contained no longer. Forgetting her own frailty, she raised her fist and struck at Uranus. The divine power of the earth enveloped Gaia's right hand, transforming her slender, pale yet aged fist into a colossal stone descending from the heavens. Hurtling toward the king of the sky with terrifying force that moment, Uranus finally deigned to open his eyes. His golden gaze, sharp as a blade, no longer possessed the clarity it once had at birth. Perhaps it had been clouded by love and desire. Gaia had never realized that her eldest son, Uranus, would one day harbor such blatant murderous intent toward her. This revelation only fueled Gaia's rage further, and she increased the force behind her punch. Even the 12 Titans felt their hair stand on end, as if a single blow could instantly prove fatal. Yet Uranus maintained his indifferent demeanor. With a casual gesture, a nearly transparent sword appeared from nowhere and fell into his hand, devoid of any embellishments and impeccably smooth. The king of the sky then aimed the blade at his wife and lunged forward. Gaia's scream echoed throughout the world as droplets of golden blood streaked across the empty sky, descending toward the earth and distant islands that in but a few breaths. Her husband hurled the goddess down from the divine mountain, crashing forcefully onto her own corporeal form. This farcical spectacle unfolded upon the grandest stage of existence, with all deities, be they powerful or weak, bearing witness to the scene. They dared not gossip, instead closing their eyes, forcing themselves into a semblance of slumber amidst the daylight, pleading with the god of sleep for mercy, hoping to enter the realm of dreams. Rinaudo, too, was among those who witnessed this moment. The sight was utterly shocking, igniting a similar fury within him. Regardless of Gaia's intent at that moment, her maternal instincts were pure and profound, and all living beings, including the primordial gods, held an innate reverence and deep affection for their divine parents. This sentiment was etched into the very essence of all life in the world, akin to an unspoken law. Such a scene ignited a fire within Rinaudo, almost compelling him to ascend Mount Olympus to avenge his mother. Yet, his moderate divine power tempered his wrath somewhat. What could a deity of average strength do against a god-king wielding a primal weapon? For a moment, Rinaudo found himself at a loss, realizing he was powerless to act. Just then, perhaps the world could no longer tolerate the tyrannical god-king. In a fateful twist, the sword inadvertently pierced Gaia's womb. Typically, such a small wound would heal automatically without her attention. However, at this moment, it was not empty. 6 lives were poised to emerge. From that minuscule opening, a robust arm stretched forth, followed by 5 fingers squeezing through the gap. The hands exerted force, widening the small breach. Gaia, already enduring immense pain, could no longer contain herself. Her agony, accompanied by a mournful wail, resonated throughout the world. This duality seemed to celebrate the arrival of new life, for the will of the world had also intervened. As the peculiar beings from Gaia's womb fully emerged, the world itself bestowed upon them a name: the 100-handed giants. With Gaia's womb torn asunder, the remaining 200-handed giants and 3 cyclopes easily wriggled free. Only after all 6 giants had departed did Gaia's womb begin to restore itself. After all, as the goddess of earth and life, her regenerative capabilities were exceptional. Regrettably, recovery required energy, and now Gaia lacked even the strength to rise. Her once proud head had fallen into the dust. This sight ignited the fury of the 6 newly birthed giants, who, having no understanding of the world and quick to anger, were incensed, although they were partly responsible for this predicament. The true origin lay with the king of the sky. The giants, devoid of wisdom, directed their primal roars toward the god king above. The Cyclopes seized the hammers that had been birthed alongside them. While the 100-handed giants, though unarmed, possessed 100 powerful arms that were not to be underestimated. With a reckless confidence, they charged toward Mount Olympus. How audacious to disrespect my divine temple! They deserve to be slain on the spot by the God King. Uranus was enraged. Even though his wife had shown him great disrespect, he could still allow her a sliver of life. Despite his utter lack of interest in her, her aging form and deteriorating beauty disgusted him. How dare these 6 monsters, who lacked divine status, claim to be of his celestial bloodline? His disdain for offspring had always been profound. He considered them unworthy of the Gaias lineage. The cumulative weight of these factors rendered their audacity to assault his divine mountain an immense provocation. The sword, symbolic of the sky, had barely been sheathed before the God King grasped it once more. However, this time, the sword gleamed brilliantly, vowing to slay the wicked foe who dared to challenge the divine majesty of the Sky King. It is difficult to fathom that those 6 bare-shouldered giants rushing toward the Sky King could be the offspring of Mother Earth. She had never given birth to such beings. All her children were born as innate deities, imbued with divine essence, which rendered the existence of these 6 giants somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, the filial piety of these 6 children moved Mother Earth deeply, for while her other offspring cowered in their secluded corners, these 6 were determined from birth to seek justice for their mother, albeit they were somewhat lacking in strength. Even the 100-armed giant barely approached the might of true divinity when measured against the Sky King. The chasm between them was no less than that which lay between the weakened Earth and the most formidable abyss. Yet, defeat was merely a matter of outcome. Should a conflict ensue, even Uranus would find it challenging to easily conquer 3 beings of great divine power alongside 3 others who, while perhaps not particularly formidable, still possessed considerable strength. Uranus had already swung his own sword from his domain, unleashing a strike so terrifying that it threatened to reduce everything it passed into mere dust. Yet, how confident the 100-armed giants appeared. One of them swung its fist, as large as a small mountain, directly meeting the onslaught from the Sky King. However, upon impact, its fist disintegrated as if it had touched a flame, losing the majority of its mass in an instant. This compelled the 100-armed giant to employ even more arms in a desperate attempt to strike back against the sword's radiance. The final outcome of this seemingly casual blow from the Sky King resulted in the loss of over 30 arms for the 100-armed giant. Yet, something felt amiss. These giants were akin to embodiments of great power. They could not be so easily vanquished by the Sky King. Their skin, harder than hills or rocks, crumbled like fragile leaves upon contact with his divine assault. This was hardly a battle. From the outset, the scales of victory had tipped in favor of the Sky King. Truly, they were but ants, even with the blood of the heavens coursing through their veins. They were nothing of consequence, daring to belittle the majesty of the divine ruler. Such audacity warranted their demise. The lofty Uranus scoffed, for perhaps no one had ever dared to gaze upon his throne before. Yet today, these few giants had the audacity to breach that unspoken boundary, prompting certain individuals to entertain treacherous thoughts. Perhaps it would be wise to eliminate such thoughts before they could fester. Once more, the Sky King swung his sword, this time aiming directly for the giants' heads. Even if there were 50 heads, under this strike, scarcely 2 would remain intact. This scene reignited the already subdued heart of Mother Earth. For as a mother, her instinct to protect her children was paramount. How could she stand idly by, witnessing harm befall her offspring without intervening? Pontus, Uranus. In her desperation, Gaia called out for her other 2 children. Pontus, the embodiment of the ocean, and Uranus, the personification of mountains. Perhaps she harbored a myriad of grievances and unwillingness, but since their mother had spoken, the 2 mighty beings would not allow this injustice to transpire unchallenged. A deep blue trident soared from the sea, intercepting the Sky King's sword aimed at the giant. A gleaming silver hammer also erupted from the earth, hurtling toward the Sky King, imbued with immense force that caused even the Sky King to squint against its brilliance. The ocean stirred, conjuring a colossal whirlpool, from which emerged a middle-aged man. His hair was a pale blue, flowing smoothly like the calm sea, while his eyes were as profound as the deepest ocean trench, imbued with an enigmatic hue that did little to alter their essence. Between the Sky King and the giants, a massive peak materialized and a muscular man emerged, his demeanor appearing somewhat simple-minded. his gaze lacking the depth of Pontus, but instead radiating a purity that belied his formidable physique. His bronze skin complemented his rippling muscles, both undeniably handsome, albeit in vastly different ways. Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. Whether it was Uranus' hammer or the trident cast by Pontus, both signified their current resolve. Uranus's countenance darkened. If one were to describe it, Rinaudo mused that a few drops of water would yield a fine inkd. Oh, you truly wish to challenge the authority of the Sky King. Merely for the sake of these 6 grotesque beings? Uranus spoke coldly. Yet, he failed to comprehend the inner turmoil of the ocean god and the mountain god before him, who were as mute as one suffering in silence. In truth, given their prowess, Uranus had no reason to provoke them, especially since they were among the original 3 children birthed by the Earth goddess, while their bond may not have been overwhelmingly strong. A semblance of mutual respect would undoubtedly remain. Unlike the cold-hearted Uranus, both Pontus and Uranus harbored deep affection for Gaia. Perhaps it was the distance that had fostered such beauty, with Uranus, who had never fathered children with Gaia. Being the most emotionally connected of the 3, consequently, when Gaia called upon them, he cast aside all hesitation and hurled his primordial artifact directly at his tempestuous brother, the Sky King. What emotions stirred within him remained unspoken. Yet anyone with eyes could see that he aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the Sky King. Pontus felt similarly. He had been the first among the 3 brothers to join forces with Gaia, even fathering 5 children. Yet over time, his inability to express sweet nothings led Gaia to lose interest, ultimately making the Sky King Uranus the victor. In contrast to his more reserved brother, Pontus merely lacked the gift of eloquence. While the latter's somber demeanor had initially repelled their mother for ethical considerations, please, they were gods. One should not impose modern moral standards upon their actions that in those primordial times, the presence of an additional deity simply expanded the realm of possibilities. Their unions were merely a reflection of cosmic harmony, a boon for the world. They had not heard Gaia's voice in ages, so when she suddenly called their names, a rush of blood surged through them. And without a moment's thought, they seized their weapons. Yet, as their reason gradually returned, both felt a twinge of regret. Had it been the former Sky King, they might have found common ground, but now he was like a rabid dog, ready to tear flesh from anyone within reach. He tormented his 12 children mercilessly, leaving them in agony. Moreover, the 6 newly born giants were also targeted for immediate retribution. They truly could not fathom how their brother had descended into such madness within the span of mere millennia. But to retreat, they were, after all, the embodiments of the ocean and mountains, mighty deities of great power, standing on equal footing with the Sky King. Unlike the giants, who were diminished by paternal authority, they were brothers, capable of wielding their divine power in earnest. If they were to back down at a mere utterance from Uranus, how could they ever hold their heads high before the gods in the countless years to come? Their dignity would be utterly obliterated. Thus, though their hearts were heavy with sorrow, they had no choice but to confront him. Facing the unwavering stance of Uranus and Pontus, Uranus's expression darkened further. His fury only intensified. Yet he was not a fool. His intellect remained intact. He understood that to sever ties with his brothers and engage in a climactic battle with 2 beings of great divine power would result in injury. Even if he ultimately emerged victorious, Uranus had achieved a level of might that placed him among the top 3, second only to the 2 primordial gods. Even if his brothers united against him, victory would not be assured. However, should the 2 mighty deities truly engage him in a life-or-death struggle, who could guarantee their safe return? Thus, when faced with the 2 individuals before him, he would only allow them to withdraw with tranquility. Should they be willing to spare his dignity, without resorting to any extreme actions for extending a semblance of respect by softening his tone? What a jest! The very fact that their lives remained intact was already the greatest mercy bestowed by the Lord of the Skies. Consequently, both parties were driven by a stubborn pride, unwilling to concede an inch to one another. In that moment, not a soul dared to stir, while the 6 colossal beings below contemplated seizing their nearby weapons to strike down the celestial sovereign. Alas, their attempts were thwarted as Uranus swiftly brought them crashing back to the ground with a single, mighty blow. This time, the Lord of the Skies unleashed his full might, unwilling to permit these 6 monstrous offspring to intervene while he engaged in battle. Although he would inevitably face a reduction in power due to his paternal ties, the presence of three deities with formidable strength lurking nearby would instill trepidation in anyone as Uranus forcefully brought down his hand upon his six progeny. Pontus, the embodiment of the ocean, was the first to strike. The ocean, profound and serene, harbored a latent peril as the winds of fate had yet to manifest in the world. Pontus typically exhibited a composed demeanor. However, when the ocean stirred, only a cataclysmic whirlpool could disrupt its stillness. With his assault, he unleashed a terrifying brilliance born from utter tranquility. The deep blue trident, upon separating from Pontus's grasp, resonated with the ocean's might, amplifying its already profound hue to the brink of blackness. The force of this strike bore the weight of the ocean itself, as if casting the adversary into the lightless depths. The frigid cold and crushing pressure of the abyss surging forth alongside the trident towards the Lord of the Skies. The god of mountains was not idle either. Though he was slightly slower than Pontus, he too hurled his hammer into the fray. This was the fruit of the mountain's essence condensed into a formidable weapon. One might envision the god of mountains' attack as heavy, yet the hammer's eruption of power revealed no remarkable display of weight. Instead, it resembled a towering peak propelled by immense force, exemplifying not only strength but an uncanny sharpness. Faced with the two primordial artifacts, Uranus did not underestimate their threat. He first cast forth his sword, symbolizing the heavens, to intercept the dual onslaught with the weight of the sky itself in a swift motion. He unveiled another item, a palm-sized shield, encircled by an indistinguishable swirl of dark energy that eluded direct perception. However, what truly captivated attention was a small, golden crown discernible upon the shield, devoid of ornate design, yet emanating an unmistakable aura of sovereignty. This diminutive crown seemed to suppress the swirling dark energies upon the shield, allowing not a trace to escape. Though the Sword of the Sky was a powerful artifact, it could not withstand the onslaught of two equally potent weapons for long. It was soon sent flying, scattering inconspicuous shards in its wake. Fortunately, this damage was not without merit, as it deflected the incoming attacks, albeit the adversaries quickly readjusted and pursued relentlessly. Normally, a deity would lament the damage inflicted upon their primordial artifact. Yet Uranus's demeanor left observers perplexed. He paid no heed to his displaced sword, instead pouring all his fervent emotions into the shield he held. Though it bore a recognizable form, it remained a mere half-finished creation. Yet, even in this incomplete state, it instilled discomfort in the ocean and mountain deities, as if they were on the brink of returning to their primordial origins. Pontus and Uranus, I implore you once more. Will you not retreat to your respective realms? With the shield in hand, Uranus resumed the posture of the exalted Lord of the Skies, his tone laced with disdain for his two brethren. As though compelling them to slink back to their domains was the greatest act of mercy he could bestow. Such condescension would ignite ire even in deities of lesser power, let alone the formidable ones before him. The two did not respond verbally. Instead, their primordial artifacts surged forth with increased velocity towards Uranus. Even if it is but a half-finished creation, it suffices in the next moment. The sky sword, having stealthily returned to Uranus's grasp, was crushed in his grip, the sound of shattering echoing as the weapon symbolizing the essence of the heavens was obliterated into fragments. This self-inflicted mutilation left Pontus and Uranus aghast, as even the usually steadfast god of mountains hesitated. Tempering his strength, if this battle were not destined to escalate, perhaps it was prudent not to press too harshly upon his kin. Yet, the trident of the ocean diverged from the mountain's choice, intensifying its assault rather than relenting. Its purpose apparent, to sever the head of the Lord of the Skies. Pontus's face lit with uncontrollable excitement. One could hardly blame him. As the god of the ocean, his power was formidable. As one of the trio of siblings, why should the god of the skies reign supreme among the pantheon while he, the god of the ocean, remained overshadowed? Was it due to his lack of a primordial goddess as a consort? Yet, he too lacked such a partner. Now, Uranus's reckless actions stirred a fervor within him. This foolish sovereign was of little use. Better to end this imbecilic ruler and establish a new dynasty. After all, Uranus had long been tyrannical, having seized countless advantages from the world. And could the god of the ocean really fare any worse? The worst outcome would merely balance the scales, so let it be. Uranus, the grin upon Pontus's visage deepened as the trident neared its target. Although Uranus felt a twinge of reluctance, he merely turned his head away, unwilling to witness the impending conflict. The arrogant Uranus had indeed lost face, and his willingness to hold back stemmed from their meager fraternal bond. Did to compel him to engage in battle against another brother? Such a notion was fraught with difficulty at this moment. The smiles were not confined to Pontus alone. Deities across the realm, emboldened by varying degrees of power, revealed their amusement openly, while those of lesser might or more conservative natures dared only to chuckle discreetly. Regardless, it was evident that the sovereign was losing favor among the divine. Uranus, rest assured, I shall safeguard the throne you cherish, along with this world, Pontus declared boldly, now devoid of any reservations, as the trident closed in on its target, a mere 2 fist lengths away from delivering a decisive blow. Nothing could stand in his way. Not even the ancient darkness or abyss could intervene. Yet, Gaia, who had remained prone upon the ground since the onset of this tumult, uttered not a word, her eyes filled with sorrow, only to close them tightly as if surrendering to a deathlike slumber upon the earth. In a palace shrouded in darkness within the skies, Nymphs and Erebus observed the unfolding battle with keen interest. Especially as the husband of Erebus, he yearned to personally bestow strength upon the trident. Should the trident succeed in breaking through the shackles of destiny to vanquish Uranus, Nymphs would experience a significant mitigation of the backlash resulting from her audacious alteration of fate, potentially preserving half of the essence of destiny. Perhaps the 3 strands of destiny residing within Nymphs' womb could, in this moment, transform into 3 delightful children, among those privy to this knowledge. Nymphs and Gaia exhibited a remarkable calmness, having already begun to grasp the inevitable conclusion. Point 1 was the primordial deity, the firstborn of the world, while the other wielded an elusive and unfathomable fate, possessing knowledge far exceeding that which was apparent at the moment the trident struck Uranus. The previously elated Pontus underwent a dramatic change. His expression morphed from joy to fury, and a palpable sense of panic could be discerned upon closer inspection. Urea, still bewildered by the unfolding events, observed as Pontus's trident seemed ensnared by Uranus's flesh, unable to advance. Subsequently, the once calm Urea found his composure shattered. Foolish creature, this world's order does not permit the existence of those who dare defy my will. It became apparent that the small shield, which emanated a nearly imperceptible glow, enveloped Uranus, rendering him unharmed under its protective luminescence. Indeed, the gravest injury he sustained stemmed from the destruction of the Sword of the Sky, now understood to have been sacrificed for the growth of the small shield, which required sufficient energy, and Uranus willingly relinquished his primordial artifact. The golden crown atop the small shield grew increasingly resplendent, while the dark energy shrouding it began to recede, revealing glimpses of the intricately carved shield surface depicting mountains and rivers. Rinaudo caught a distant glimpse, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship, which appeared almost lifelike. Even though the divine essence of the deities was present within him, did Uranus disregard the essence of art, thus failing to claim it? Returning to the battlefield, the trident, having been thwarted, attempted to retreat. But Uranus would not allow this threat to escape, despite its lack of direct menace to him. For the first time in battle, Uranus wore a relatively serene, rather than arrogant, smile in front of Pontus. He forcefully snapped the trident in 2, inflicting severe damage upon the oceanic essence contained within, which also left Pontus considerably wounded. Even the entirety of his oceanic essence was halved, scattering across the world. Recognizing the dire situation, Urea turned to flee, expending all his strength to hurl his primordial artifact in an attempt to impede his brother's advance. Yet, this action inexplicably extinguished the smile from Uranus's face. How dare you attempt to flee without paying homage to the king of the gods? Who permitted you to do so? You wish to save those 6 monsters, yet today I demand the fall of a deity. Since you are so benevolent, let it be you who takes their place, Uranus coldly declared, casting the small shield. This shield was not merely a defensive weapon, yet, when Uranus hurled it, none perceived it as possessing any terrifying power. Only Urea, facing the oncoming assault, understood the grave sense of mortality that the shield invoked within him. Should it strike, he would surely return to his essence. Trusting his instincts, Urea's apprehension intensified. Meanwhile, the goddess Gaia lay upon the ground, and the ocean god Pontus, suffering from his own backlash, spat forth golden divine blood. Other deities trembled at the sight of Uranus, too fearful to intervene. In that moment, Uriah realized his error in attempting to stand against Uranus. He found himself with no escape. The wait for death was excruciating, a torment that stretched what should have been a fleeting instant into a harrowing ordeal. Glancing at the Earth Mother lying prostrate, and the indifferent Uranus, Uriah, the one closest to the essence of the Earth Mother, understood her plight all too well. At this juncture, what more clarity could he require? In any case, death was inevitable. A grim smile crossed his face as he resolved himself. Suddenly, he thrust his right hand into his chest, tearing forth the essence and divine nature of the mountains in a grotesque display that astonished all present, casting them into the air as he proclaimed, "Great Essence, I am Uriah, the Lord of the Mountains, the embodiment of the Earth's elevation. Now, I return the power of the mountains to the world. Allow me to return to the embrace of the earth." Transforming into an everlasting peak that separates heaven from earth, as Uriah beseeched the laws to become a mountain, the small shield collided with his head, shattering the deity's skull. Nonetheless, Uriah's sacrifice remained potent. The power of the mountains was drawn away by the laws, while his remains began to solidify into resilient rock. Although indifferent to the earth, Uranus, intrigued by the essence of the earth, ignited with fury. If he did not weaken the Earth Mother through the union of yin and yang, his plans would face considerable constraints. Yet, if he remained outside the realm of the sky, his power would also be curtailed. Despite Uranus's arrogance, believing himself invincible, such actions nonetheless tarnished his pride. Since you aspire to become the tallest peak separating heaven from earth, very well, as your brother, I shall graciously consent to your wishes. Uranus, seething with anger, kicked the remains of the mountain god, sending them tumbling into his domain atop Mount Olympus. Since you seek glory, I shall bestow it upon you. Henceforth, you shall bear the palace of the king of the gods. From now on, every deity who ascends the holy mountain shall tread upon your back to pay homage to the king. Are you satisfied with such glory? As the mountain god gradually merged with Mount Olympus, the already towering peak surged to even greater heights. Following the fusion with Uriah, Olympus soared into the clouds, reaching heights that pierced the very heavens. The celestial realm, compelled by the ascent of the mountain, could no longer descend to the earth. The punishment meted upon the mountain god assuaged Uranus's ire somewhat, yet gazing upon the ocean god Pontus, sprawled upon the ground like a defeated dog, reignited his anger, recalling Pontus's audacious claim to relinquish his throne. Pontus, who would have thought you harbored such ambition? Since you covet the king's throne, I shall grant you a throne of your own. Uranus smirked coldly, extracting the other half of Pontus's essence from within him. The agony was akin to being torn apart, yet Pontus had no choice but to endure it. He dared not utter a sound. Vividly recalling Uriah's grim fate, desperately hoping his brother would spare him for the essence, the world still had its voids. He would not be rendered utterly powerless. Moreover, with half of the oceanic essence scattered across the globe, as the most familiar with the sea, he could swiftly reconstitute the dispersed essence, reclaiming his dominion as the ocean god. However, knowing the initial deities, Uranus remained resolute, observing the frantic glimmer in Pontus's eyes. He discerned his thoughts, but was this truly possible? He intended to inflict suffering, regarding the remaining essence as a contribution to the world. This ocean deity, ranking among the highest in the waters, was not significantly different from himself, only lacking the same audacity. Losing power felt akin to death, yet how much better was the loss of freedom. In the name of the divine king, from this moment forth, Pontus shall reign as the sovereign of the oceans. Bestowed with the divine rank of the CGOD one who possesses half the essence of the ocean, you shall henceforth be the deity of the deep sea, dwelling eternally in its profound depths. Ah, but no, to be granted eternal life without the possibility of departure would be excessively cruel. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a singular opportunity to leave the deep sea and traverse to the land. From that point onward, you are forbidden from venturing into the skies, the land, or even the shallows, as the monarch of the deep sea. It is imperative that you fulfill your duties with diligence. Uranus, feeling his spirits lift, casually grasped the blue, crown-shaped divine essence of the sea god, appearing rather pleased. Although Pontus harbored considerable resentment regarding the deprivation of his freedom, the mere prospect of survival seemed to appease him. and he exhaled in relief, unaware of the sinister smile that crept across the face of the divine king. That it was evident that Uranus harbored no benevolence in bestowing a divine essence upon him. Unbeknownst to Pontus, Uranus secretly imposed further restrictions. The king of the deep sea could only wield dominion over the abyss. The sea god was thus barred from acquiring any additional divine essences. The magnanimous sea god would selflessly distribute half of his essence to other beings of the world, refusing to reclaim it for himself. Upon fully embracing the divine essence of the sea god, he would require a sea queen. As Uranus spoke, he produced a small orb of pink energy. After a moment of cautious observation, he pressed it into the divine essence of the sea god. He had encountered the primordial god of love, Eros, who governed all passions of the world. That in his youth, Eros had bestowed upon him a fragment of divine power as a gift. To this day, he dared not absorb even that small measure of love's divine energy, for it was well known that the Lord of Desire ultimately succumbed to the very passions he sought to control. Returning to his essence, this illustrates the immense demands that love's power places upon the heart. He lacked the courage to claim the essence of desire for himself. However, today was fortuitous. Once this sea king acquired a queen, he would be eternally bound to the depths of the ocean, forever stripped of his freedom. Moreover, after some time, when his interest waned, Uranus would reclaim the essence of the sea god, leaving him devoid of any power whatsoever. To possess nothing would serve as the most fitting punishment for his greedy brother. Another admonition: the Lord of the Deep should remain in his abyss and not wander the surface of the earth. With the troublesome duo dealt with, Uranus felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Observing the 6 giants, his progeny, he expected them to serve as attendants in his divine sanctuary. Yet, whether they were cyclopes or centimines, their appearances were, in truth, far removed from Uranus's understanding of beauty. This elicited no interest from the divine king. The mere thought of encountering such abhorrent beings on the surface of the earth filled him with revulsion. Yet, should he eliminate these 6 giants, his wife would undoubtedly erupt in fury in this dire predicament. He feared that if she were to succumb to despair and self-destruct, it would spell disaster. He wished for her survival, but could not bear to have her within his sight. Finding a solution proved quite challenging. After a moment of contemplation, inspiration struck him that if the surface was unsuitable, he would cast them into the depths below, to the very bottom of the world, the abyss of Tartarus, where these grotesque beings rightly belonged. In the name of the divine king, Tartarus, open your gates and connect to the earth. Henceforth, all gods who show disrespect to the divine king shall be cast into the abyss, enduring eternal torment. Uranus felt an overwhelming sense of pride as he beheld the earth fissuring open into a vast chasm. Even the primordial deities would have to obediently comply with his command. It appeared that no being in this world could thwart his ascension to eternal kingship. In an instant, Uranus's mood brightened once more. After consigning the 6 giants to the abyss, he joyfully made his way to his celestial sanctuary, dismissing any further contemplation of his wife's grievances. His thoughts turned to surveying his realm from the highest peak of the world. How splendid it would be! The self-important divine king did not even cast a glance toward the abyss, entirely oblivious to the fact that Tartarus had already dispatched an avatar to teach this arrogant younger deity a lesson. Simultaneously, the primordial darkness, as a cornerstone of the universe, had also sent forth an avatar to impede the displeased brother in order to solidify the destiny altered by his wife. Uranus's hubristic arrogance could not be relinquished. Though this may tarnish Tartarus's glory, it was a necessary sacrifice. He would later offer apologies to the abyss once his wife's condition stabilized. Having received positive feedback from his previous command, Uranus basked in newfound prestige, which greatly improved his mood. Typically, during such periods, he would indulge in tormenting his 12 children, but his spirits remained high, and he felt little inclination to punish those he deemed unworthy of being his progeny. Instead, he found himself frequently gazing at the black pit leading to the abyss on the surface, a symbol of his glory. Due to Uranus's elevated mood, even the mother of the earth regained a semblance of vitality, which did not compel him to descend from the celestial realm to the earth. Perhaps he wished to avoid witnessing the decline of his aging wife, lest it mar his good spirits. For now, the realm of chaos remained tranquil. There were no cries of despair echoing from the clouds, nor were there tormented souls hiding in the sanctuary, nursing their wounds. although they had endured countless lashings for over a millennium. They dared not defy the Lord of the Skies, nor did they express any desire for closeness. However, for the 12 Titans, this was a welcome reprieve, as they were spared from further beatings. Meanwhile, on a distant isle, the observant Rinaudo fell into a contemplative silence. Truth be told, he had not emerged from the conflict entirely empty-handed. Opening his palm, he revealed a small shard of blue essence, encased within the power of a spring. Although the two possessed differing natures, both were forms of water, and thus did not exhibit deep repulsion toward one another. This fragment of essence belonged to the oceanic source cast forth by Pontus across the world. It was no surprise that Rinaudo had acquired this power. His fundamental strength stemmed from the decay of terrestrial flora and fauna, a process of decomposition. However, with the guiding force of the spring's energy and his moderate divine power, he found himself in a position of relative strength. Even among the 5 offspring birthed by the Mother of Earth and the Lord of the Ocean, the most formidable were no match for him in this weakened world. Notably, the 5 deities of the deep sea seemed disinclined to seize the oceanic essence, perhaps out of fear of inciting their father, Pontus, or of provoking the wrath of the divine king above. Rinaudo, however, felt little trepidation. Having lost half of his own essence and been imprisoned in the depths, Pontus posed no threat to him. As for the Lord of the Skies, he would gladly see the weaker gods claim the ocean's power, thus humiliating the sea god brother who dared to challenge him. Even if Rinaudo's actions stirred anger in Uranus, it was merely due to his ascension to moderate divine power rather than any lingering weakness. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly. While the movements of the worlds will proved even swifter, the essence was not something just anyone could command. Only the firstborn or those with outstanding contributions in a specific domain could wield it. This fragment, in his possession, could be considered a forceful acquisition. While there were no immediate penalties, absorption would still prove challenging. Yet, destiny began to unfold as he had remembered from the tales of old. Soon, Uranus would fall from grace. Although he held no interest in the divine king and felt a profound fear of him, the undeniable strength of Uranus loomed large. Could Chronos truly challenge such a mighty presence? The formidable mountain god and the sea god were now a corpse and a cripple, respectively, with their essence artifacts destroyed. Rinaudo pondered whether anyone else truly stood a chance. That he was acutely aware that, according to the fate he perceived, the Lord of the Skies was destined to meet his end. However, the mere thought of that small shield previously vanquishing a formidable divine power caused Rinaudo's confidence in Chronos to plummet drastically. Sighing, he resolved to spend 2 days absorbing the essence of the ocean, after which he would deliver the strength of the stone sculpture to Mother Earth, who would surely appreciate it. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed that Mother Earth was also devising a means to cast her husband down from his divine throne. Thus, offering timely assistance might yield some benefits. The crux of the matter lay in the delicate balance of wanting to help while also seeking rewards. It would be utterly unrealistic to expect gain without some form of contribution. The essence of the ocean was indeed the source of a great divine power, even though it amounted to less than 1% of his former glory. It posed a challenge for the decayed divine essence, which typically resided in the realm of mid-level divinity. Fortunately, the simultaneous presence of both the essence and the divine essence prevented the ocean's power from forcibly supplanting his newly acquired mid-level divine status. Should that occur, engaging in a contest for the oceanic divine throne alongside the Sea King would be far from entertaining. The essence craved completeness, as did the ocean's power, especially since he had been coerced into incompleteness. Yet the ocean's scope was truly vast. Possessing even a fragment of its concept was sufficient to amplify his waterspring power significantly. Though the limitations of the world's springs were numerous, he longed to articulate the concepts of deep pools and groundwater to the world. Springs, after all, were merely underground waterways that forced some water to emerge through a fissure, representing the groundwater's reluctant ascent to the surface. In terms of origins, acquiring the divine essence of groundwater should pose no difficulty. The challenge lay in Mother Earth's uncooperative disposition. Groundwater is intrinsically linked to the Earth's movements, yet any alteration necessitated the consent of Mother Earth. The issue was that the capacity of groundwater did not straightforwardly confer benefits upon the Earth. Unless he were to surrender his divine essence to Mother Earth, recovering his investments would likely prove arduous and might even result in a loss of divine power. The primordial deity of his zenith would have scoffed at such trivialities. But was he truly still the primordial deity of his prime? He genuinely feared that his own mother might turn into a bandit. Indeed, it was prudent to check on Mother Earth after some time. She had not even returned to her temple recently, instead shedding tears by the mountainside. Nevertheless, her complexion was less pallid, suggesting a recovery of sorts. Why, then, did this Mother Earth persist in her precarious state? Previously, she had appeared on the brink of death, only for him, the decayed deity, to revive her with a nurturing essence, and now she seemed to oscillate between life and death, somehow enduring despite grievous wounds. Still able to mourn for her son, the mountain deity. Was she, then, operating under some divine advantage? Rinaudo did not understand, nor did he need to. His primary task was to absorb the ocean's essence and subsequently seek out Mother Earth. Surely, she would not be rude should he offer assistance. Besides, he had prepared a gift. She could hardly seize it by force. Could she? A sudden wave of unease gripped Rinaudo as he tightened his grip on the precious stone essence. It was indeed valuable, and she would likely not discount this offering. Initially, he had intended to craft an entire cloak, much like the artistic divine essence he had prepared before, consistently honing his weaving skills to secure greater benefits. However, he had yet to find suitable materials. The vines were too coarse. He had hoped to craft a more intricate cloak for Mother Earth if he could locate the right materials. It seemed he would have to postpone that endeavor. Sighing, he reassured himself that everything would be fine. Rinaudo engaged in a bit of self-therapy. After all, the previous great battle had stemmed from this Mother Earth. Whether intentional or accidental, it had left onlookers feeling rather unsettled. "Silvirus," Rinaudo called out. "Master, do you have a command?" Silvirus, who had been waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing his name. "I shall visit an old friend on the earth. Guard the home well. This island is rather impoverished. I will grant you some divine power of prosperity. Use it wisely to manage the island. If you can glean any insights and become an agent of prosperity, that would be even better." Rinaudo had no qualms about allowing his follower to traverse the earth, spreading prosperity. However, in this perilous age, he had not lost his conscience to the extent of putting his follower's life at stake for his own retreat. Silvirus obediently cradled the emerald gem formed from the essence of prosperity, casting an admiring glance at Rinaudo as he prepared to depart. Rinaudo did not consider himself stingy. He had already granted Silvirus an opportunity, one to acquire a second divine essence. If Silvirus failed to seize it, it would simply reflect his own inadequacy. Opportunities may be afforded by others, but one cannot simply succeed without effort. One must learn to seize certain moments. Once more, he set sail across the sea in a small boat. This time, however, the essence of the ocean did not hinder him. Instead, it expressed an overwhelming affinity, for as the second most powerful mid-level deity after the great divine powers and the 12 strong divine powers, the ocean opened its arms to him without requiring any pretext. Suddenly, Rinaudo felt an impulse and shed the thin layer of fabric draped over him. Finding the water temperature rather agreeable, he then leapt into the sea. Yet, why did this ocean look so unappealing? It was nothing but blue water, devoid of life or beautiful coral reefs. Swimming deeper only revealed a bone-chilling cold. It was no wonder that the deep sea harbored little life. Under such conditions, life would seem a distant dream. The temperature was sufficient to freeze a mortal, and even he, a deity, felt a chill. Lacking beauty and comfort, Rinaudo leapt back onto his small boat, wrapping himself in the scant fabric. Great essence of the ocean, I perceive the warmth of the surface, yet the icy depths below. I offer my own essence of the ocean in sacrifice to stir the waters, creating a ceaseless current to bring warmth and life to the deep sea. Without a second thought, Rinaudo, whose divine essence lacked water attributes and who had found no one to discover currents, took the plunge. In response to his declaration, the world recognized the benefits of currents and swiftly reclaimed his meager essence, bestowing upon him a divine essence shaped like a circular flow of water, accompanied by resplendent power. Though in terms of hierarchy, currents could not rival the ocean, they were nonetheless a part of it. And Rinaudo felt quite greedy for choosing the current over the limited essence of the ocean. Indeed, the birth of the god of currents above the ocean heralded the ocean's own movement. The sea transitioned from tranquility to tumult, maintaining a semblance of calm above, while below, danger loomed, enhancing the might of the ocean's perilous divine essence. albeit one that did not belong to him, in the depths. A warm current surged from the ocean to the seabed, bringing with it a glimmer of life. Once unimaginable, seaweed began to grow slowly on the ocean floor. However, in deeper areas, the cold persisted, nearly freezing over. Even currents could not instantaneously warm such regions. Life would require time to flourish. It was clear that procrastination was best avoided. Whatever good ideas or opportunities arose should be seized promptly. Rinaudo swirled the immense reservoir of water energy within him, now multiplied several times over. Satisfied as he pocketed the newly acquired power, beyond the realm of water, the forces encompassed by ocean currents extend into various domains, making it simpler to attain greater divinity in the future. Rinaudo, now endowed with enhanced power, felt an uncontainable joy, quickening his previously reluctant steps severalfold. Without lingering any longer, Rinaudo arrived at the site where the earth goddess had fallen within mere days. The goddess Gaia had long since awakened and departed, leaving behind only a vast pit as a testament to her disgrace, which she had not even bothered to erase. It appeared she had either lost her strength or had more pressing matters to attend to. Rinaudo, with a flick of his hand, filled the pit before commencing his prayer. O Gaia, glorious primordial deity, cornerstone of the world, please heed my call. Compassionate mother, grant me an audience. Rinaudo utilized the feeble powers cloaked in mist to shield the earth from the sky's prying gaze. Perhaps due to the limited scope, the divine presence was unaware. However, because this was a direct invocation of the earth goddess, she responded promptly. Soon, a myriad of colorful flowers blossomed upon the ground, forming a path that directed the child of the earth towards the temple of the goddess. Without a moment's hesitation, Rinaudo stepped onto the floral pathway, advancing towards his destination, the temple of the earth, a site he had not visited in years. Upon his return, a wave of emotion washed over him. Akin to the feelings of a wayfarer returning home, the deceitful being had led him astray without a thought for his return, and years had slipped away. Departing as a child with short limbs, he returned transformed into a 10-year-old boy, having gained divine power, albeit still short in stature, wearing the same cloth draped upon him at 3, indicating little growth. Indeed, this could be considered a homecoming, and feeling a twinge of emotion was entirely understandable. After all, it is quite normal to feel joy upon returning home after 2 or 3 years away. Mother Goddess, after many years, Rinaudo and Gaia finally reunited within the temple of the earth. Ah, my child, she uttered as mother and son met. The tempestuous longing within Gaia mingled with the grievances she had endured over time, causing her to weep unabashedly. A pang of sorrow struck Rinaudo's heart. Why must this wretched world refuse to grant peace to their family? Gaia, who may have once carried herself with an air of superiority, had never wished harm upon anyone. Yet, as the original and most nurturing mother in existence, she had, in her role, experienced profound failure. None of her children had ever reciprocated her love with pure intentions. Even the most reticent and industrious of her offspring, the mountain god Urea, harbored feelings that precluded him from identifying as her child. The other 12 titans held their own complex sentiments towards her as well. Even Rinaudo's initial affection had become tainted with ulterior motives. How could the original goddess be so naive as to remain oblivious? She simply refrained from acknowledging the truth, remaining pure in her yearning for at least one of her children to respond to her love with unblemished sincerity. Yet, upon seeing the sole child who returned to the temple of the earth, tears flowed from Gaia's eyes. Perhaps it was because this child was the last, or perhaps it was due to Rinaudo's emotions, which had crystallized into a singular, pure love for her as a mother. Rinaudo, your mother has now lost the ability to protect you. Yet, I take solace in your growth. Forgive me, my child. I am too weak to present you with a gift befitting your ascension to intermediate divinity. I sincerely wish you do not suffer the same fate as your 12 siblings, falling victim to your tyrannical father and becoming his slave. As Gaia spoke, her tears, which had momentarily subsided, began to flow anew. No, your blessing is the finest gift I could ever receive. Rinaudo knelt beside the throne of the Earth Mother, cherishing the gentle caress of her loving hand. That in moments of my stagnation, you have endured the agony of your frailty. The strength accompanying the fleeting moments of life and death is a rarity, and you are the favored one. What more could I desire? Rinaudo uttered not grandiloquent declarations of love, but, in a youthful voice, tenderly recounted all that his mother had done for him. Simultaneously, he presented a gift, a token of filial piety that a small fragment of divine essence, seemingly mundane and lacking in brilliance, yet in this exalted age of deities. It was the most precious of offerings. Gaia understood well that her little son was merely a clever but not particularly powerful god, the essence of soul, memory, and time. These were formidable innate divine attributes. Predetermined great powers that, when severed from her being, felt like a sharp blade carving through her very bones. Yet, the pain of decay felt less severe than the plucking of a few strands of hair. Thus, it was evident that her sorrow over decay was not profound. What achievements could her youngest child hope to accomplish with such diminished strength, being inherently weak and the smallest among them? These two factors alone would allow the god of decay to capture a significant portion of Gaia's maternal love. Now, upon witnessing her youngest child offering a fragment of divine essence, she felt no stirrings of emotion. Instead, her expression hardened, even igniting a flicker of anger. What difference was there between this and a child exhibiting signs of organ failure donating their bone marrow to Gaia, in this world, surrendering his power to her? The very mother meant to protect him felt akin to self-destruction. Countless stern admonitions stirred within her, and she could hardly contain her ire as she yearned to deliver a lesson to her child. Yet, the innocence in his eyes, the simplicity of his hope, rendered her speechless. This foolish child. Gaia found herself unable to adopt a stern demeanor in his presence. Even her words lacked the intended severity. Stripping away all other reasons, it was due to one primary cause. He was the only child to present her with a gift. This was the sole offering she had received from her offspring. All other gifts had been delivered by the king of the sky through the woodland spirits. While some were indeed rare, they could only be deemed uncommon in terms of both value and sentiment. How could they compare to the divine essence held in her child's hands? My son, why must you resort to such measures? Gaia clenched her teeth, ultimately adopting a serious expression, though warmth and concern still permeated her voice. Your divine essence is a symbol of your strength, the very foundation upon which you stand in this perilous world. That I do not wish for you to make such sacrifices, that I do not require your essence to validate your love and respect for me. Inflicting harm upon yourself is no different from wielding a sharp blade against your mother's heart. Gaia dried her tears and gazed fondly at Rinaudo, her heart swelling with pride and maternal glory. She knew that even in her weakened state, having lost a portion of her power, with a child like him to protect her, she remained the indomitable earth goddess. Yet it was precisely because she remained that steadfast deity that she felt such resistance towards this gift that could harm her child. When the mother goddess regains her strength, I shall accept this essence along with greater honors. For now, please accept this token of my child's devotion. Having spoken thus, how could she refuse the radiant light shining in her child's eyes? This made Gaia loathe her current frailty even more, and she felt the shadow of the one who had caused her weakness, Uranus, fade from her heart, along with her love for both her husband and child. My child, I have sensed your sincere heart. Your mother is too weak to accept your power. Yet I must accept your filial piety without a return gift, which causes me great anguish. Thus, I can offer you a promise. Should the will of the earth ever fade, new strength shall be nurtured within you to be why that time. Your mother goddess, who has proven to be of no use, will be ever present by your side, thereby eliminating any threat the sky may pose to you and elevating you to the highest divine throne. One day, when the sky dissipates, your mother goddess will regain some of her strength and will willingly share the mysteries of life with you, regardless of the promises made, until the very fabric of heaven and earth collapses and the ancient chaos of cows awakens once more. They shall remain valid, Gaia spoke gently. Although her sister of fate has rendered great assistance, who can truly fathom the extent of power that resides within that small shield, should circumstances reach an irretrievable state? The earth goddess would not wish for her strength to be squandered on her ambitious husband. She has spent far too long with the sky, so long that she has grown to despise everything about it. Even at the final moment, she would rather not merge with the sky. Instead, she prefers to remain eternally beside her younger son. Fortunately, the temple of the earth retains its exalted status, and the king of the sky cannot easily gaze upon its inner sanctum. Rinaudo has been accompanying the goddess Gaia these days, striving to soothe her as she grapples with the loss of 6 children. Those children may have appeared foolish and unremarkable, yet the genuine affection they embodied moved the earth goddess deeply. Since absorbing the divine essence of the stone sculpture, the power of the earth has finally been granted the opportunity to expand outward. She recalls the day when the visage of the earth began to transform, shifting from natural forces into a multitude of invisible artisan hands, subtly altering the eternally unchanging earth without anyone noticing. Though merely a beginning, the fusion of these elements quietly birthed a natural artistry upon the earth. Henceforth, the divine essence of the land belongs to the boundless earth, and surely, under the passage of time, countless breathtaking landscapes will emerge. One cannot help but wonder what grand vistas they might encompass. The goddess of the earth only concerns herself with the fact that her power has seen a slight restoration. She is indifferent to the changes this power may bring. It cannot be said that she is entirely unconcerned. At this moment, despite her aged visage, there is a newfound charm to her countenance. The already stunning features of the earth goddess have grown even more exquisite, her face now possessing a beauty akin to the earth itself, once sharp and defined, now softened and rounded. After several days, the goddess of the earth confirms that her younger son does not stand with the brutal sky. Yet, this is hardly surprising. How could such a creature garner much support? Nevertheless, the goddess refrains from saying much, simply advising her son to safeguard himself, for soon there may be great disturbances that threaten her peace. Her thoughts are simple, newly born with moderate divine power. He remains a feeble god, and it is futile to expect him to confront the king of the sky. It would be akin to hoping one of her sons could choke the king of the sky with a mere stone. On one side, a scene of familial harmony unfolds, while on the other, disarray reigns. This era is inherently mundane. Even at the pinnacle of power, the king of the sky finds himself separated from the earth by the cursed mountain god. Moreover, the visage of the earth goddess no longer possesses its usual allure. One of his few remaining pleasures has been stripped away. Now, the only amusement he derives is from the relentless torment of his 12 children. After several days of reveling in his descent toward the abyss, the king of the sky has returned to his monotonous routine, which has grown even more tedious. He can no longer engage in meaningful discussions about the mysteries of life with his aging earth goddess. Although, truth be told, he lacks the appetite to converse with a goddess in decline to shift his affections to other sprites for discourse. That would be a blatant insult to the proud and noble lineage of the sky. How could such a lineage allow those of lesser stature to bear offspring related to the sky? Furthermore, having grown accustomed to the beauty of his 12 children and his extraordinarily lovely wife, those sprites, however passably attractive, fail to capture the king of the sky's interest. Even with eyes closed, he can easily recall their faces. As deities, their memory is exceptional. Merely a fleeting glance allows him to imprint their likeness in his mind. To remember their appearances and then engage in such acts would surely provoke an insufferable revulsion that would be impossible to conceal. In yet another ordinary day, the king of the sky effortlessly snaps the neck of the soul lord, extricating his essence from his body, and subsequently draws forth the holy fire from within the soul deity, crafting a labyrinth. Watching his children scurry within like lab rats, the other 11 kneel beside, too fearful to gaze upon their brother. As the soul deity's pained cries send shivers down their spines, they can only hope the king of the sky remains focused on tormenting the soul deity. Oblivious to their presence, the sky god's cruelty has escalated. Not long ago, he forcibly extracted time from the bodies of 2 time gods, folding it like rubber bands, nearly returning his own children to their primordial state. The time of the time gods cannot be altered by their own divine essence, much like how they cannot change their own existence. If the future self were to slay the past self, it would mean his own demise. Who then would carry out such an act? Without his existence, the future cannot exist, and without his past self, he cannot perish. It is a vicious cycle, and this world lacks the concept of parallel timelines. As one who can also touch upon the fabric of reality, the laws governing time are absolute, creating a closed loop that prevents time gods from altering their own temporal nature. Their time remains sovereign and flows at the forefront of time's river. Manipulating their time is a blatant violation of the laws. The king of the sky, due to his exalted status and the audacity of using the divine power within his own children to toy with their time, renders himself immune to the law's retribution. Meanwhile, the 2 time gods, enduring the backlash of time and the punishment of the laws, appear to be on the brink of collapse. Rhea, the goddess symbolizing the passage of time, is disheveled and devoid of any semblance of nobility. Uranus, representing the destructive aspect of time, is in a slightly better condition, yet still far from well. After all, Rhea embodies the continuum from this moment onward. Manipulating the past equates to destroying her current divine essence. Even now, Rhea continues to feel the agonizing backlash from her divine essence, with cracks in her divine form remaining unrepaired. Just days ago, a small divine essence, symbolizing the transformation of the earth under the passage of time, quietly emerged within her being, allowing her to barely endure the torment. Otherwise, the goddess of time would have long since returned to her primordial state due to this power. Following the aura of this newly emerged strength, Rhea ultimately discovers its source, her mother, the goddess of the earth. Even in her frail condition, her mother still offers her assistance, which deeply moves Rhea. Alas, she is bound by her circumstances. Otherwise, she would rush into her mother's embrace and indulge in affectionate whims. However, this will soon come to an end. Casting a glance at the still screaming soul deity, Rhea's previously hesitant heart hardens with resolve. They have endured such torment. What purpose does their continued existence serve? It would be better to prepare for one final struggle. After all, returning to the primordial state could hardly be more painful than their current plight. Their inherent power certainly renders them unqualified to challenge their father, the divine deity. However, the Earth Mother undoubtedly possesses sufficient strength, and recently they had secretly concealed a small portion of her divine blood. Though it went unnoticed at the time, building upon this foundation, they also stumbled upon fragments of the shattered trident belonging to the god of the ocean. The kings possessed the capacity to harm the god of the sky. And though there was some hesitation initially, she now feels compelled to test her limits. The Titans, who had no intention of resisting him, have gradually steeled their resolve. Uranus remains oblivious to the fact that he has unwittingly become a pariah. With not a single ally by his side, perhaps even if he were to realize this, he would be indifferent, for his arrogance leads him to consider all but himself as worthless. Rinaudo has spent 30 days accompanying the Earth Mother, during which her myriad of negative emotions has been significantly alleviated. Rinaudo has numerous avenues to acquire divine power and often bestows some of his less useful divine energy upon the Earth Mother, hoping to restore her health. Only after 30 days, once assured of the Earth Mother's well-being, does Rinaudo joyfully make his way back to his humble abode. It is not until the figure of the god of decay is entirely out of sight that the goddess Gaia returns to her domain. However, this time she does not take a seat, but quietly awaits a message to arrive at Asa deity. Every part of her embodies an immortal divinity. She can acutely sense the experiences that a particular part of her body has undergone after detaching from her essence. Gaia now waits, anticipating her 12 offspring to provoke the wrath of the Sky King, compelling this tempestuous being to violate the laws of the world. Only by fully unveiling his inherent flaws will the world consider relinquishing the eternal nature of the Divine King. Yet, Uranus, in his fury, possesses a degree of cunning. He never meddles in the inviolable aspects of other laws. Even in his failure to assert his dominance, he utilizes his children's divine power to force them to bear the repercussions of the law's backlash upon themselves. His cunning is laced with a repugnant quality. Gaia begins to doubt her initial attraction to Uranus. The scene shifts back to Mount Olympus, sensing the divine energy fluctuations of the goddess of night. The Sky King realizes that nightfall approaches. Each evening, the god of sleep's magic swiftly ushers the deities into slumber, provided they do not resist. Dreams lack the power to influence reality. Thus he remains unconcerned that the god of sleep has attained a moderate level of divine power. Moderate power is still trivial compared to swatting a mere insect. Titans, depart. I have grown weary of your grotesque visages. It is time for me to rest. The 12 Titans silently bow their heads and exit the celestial temple. Uranus harbors no suspicions towards the Titans. These timid beings lack the courage to challenge his authority. After all these years, if they had wished to revolt, they would have done so long ago. Uranus falls into a tranquil slumber. However, he fails to notice that the temple doors, which were once tightly sealed, remain ajar that night at the stroke of midnight. Oceanus quietly enters the temple. He is the one most attuned to the trident of the god of the sea and is also the eldest among the deities. After much deliberation, the gods ultimately place this responsibility upon him, their elder brother. Were he to express his reluctance, it would be entirely justified. Yet, apart from him, the only one close enough is his wife. the goddess Tethys, with whom he has shared countless years. They are among the earliest pairs to marry. In this moment, his love for her is profoundly intense, prompting him to willingly shoulder the impending danger. Even in failure, he knows that his wife will not suffer greatly as a result. Moreover, he perceives that his other siblings would be averse to accepting this mess, no matter how powerful he may be. Divine strength alone cannot match the combined might of 10. After all, those beings may appear weak externally, but they can unleash devastating strikes internally. Nevertheless, they are not foolish enough to attempt an outright assassination of the Sky King. Recognizing that paternal authority inherently suppresses offspring, even if they banded together, they could not overpower the god of the sky, especially with that peculiar small shield, the nature of which remains a mystery. Thus, rather than seeking death, they resolve to sever one of his arms. Do not blame me, Father. Oceanus, holding a piece of origin artifact fabric fashioned from divine shards, stealthily approaches the seemingly ordinary small shield, which has lost its luster. The radiant golden crown atop it continues to gleam with noble light. The previous battle compelled the divine king to relinquish the sky's sword, channeling all his strength into this small shield, enhancing its power. The intricate patterns upon it seem to encompass the entirety of existence. Such an artifact should never have been birthed within the realm of chaos, nor should it be wielded by a tyrannical god. For the sake of his wife and their numerous offspring in the ocean, Oceanus grits his teeth and drapes the deep blue fabric over the small shield, swiftly seizing it before making his escape. The moment the shield is grasped by anyone else, it instinctively seeks to unleash blinding divine light to obliterate the disrespectful intruder. Yet, the blue fabric possesses an uncanny suppressive force, exuding a deep blue hue laced with hints of brown divine energy, which directly drives the small crown into the shield. This is a result of the combined divine energies of the Earth Mother and the King of the Deep Sea. The ornate and splendid patterns on the shield lack any representation of the ocean, rendering the ocean's power significantly less effective against it. The Earth Mother symbolizes the foundation of the world, the very Earth itself, which carries a weighty essence. That to place this upon a shield is to impose an overwhelming burden. The combination of the two forces effectively suppresses all of the small shield's power. Oceanus harbors doubts that his petty and suspicious father would have no defenses against this act of thievery. He knows that claiming this artifact for himself will not be an easy feat. However, it is worth noting that Uranus had recently allowed a deity to return to their origin, and that being possessed great divine power. While the small shield remains powerless to resist, the other titans stand ready outside, wielding the hammer of the god of the mountains. Although the god of the mountains and his power have returned to their origin, his artifact has inadvertently fallen to the earth. The Sky King, in his arrogance, has never deemed it worthy to collect the artifacts of others, granting the others a sliver of opportunity for rebellion. The 11 titans collectively channel their power into the hammer, once dull and somewhat unsightly, which now flourishes under the infusion of divine energy, reclaiming the glory that belongs to the gods. Perhaps it is due to the lingering resentment of Urea in his final moments. But when this hammer strikes, the sound alone resonates with earth-shattering intensity. Uranus, who had been lost in dreams of the earth goddess's beauty, is jolted awake, instinctively reaching for the small shield at his side, only to grasp at nothingness as he recalls the colossal noise outside. His previously pleasant mood is swiftly consumed by fury. He has nurtured these 12 wretches beneath his very eyes, and now they dare to rebel against his supreme authority? Clearly, he should never have sired such progeny, and now he shall rectify his mistake. Uranus's murderous intent surges, but alas, his weapon has been stolen, leaving him empty-handed as he prepares to confront those insolent wretches. Readying himself for a fierce battle. Perhaps not merely a fierce battle, but rather 12 punches and a pile of corpses. The shield, forged from the essence of laws unknown, proves impervious to the might of the divine mountain artifact, the hammer striking without causing even a scratch. Instead, the residual force from their collision inflicts injury upon all involved. A drop of blood, infused with the laws of 12 potent divine powers, falls from the heavens to the mortal realm, prompting the Earth Mother, who constantly monitors her children's movements, to immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. She is unwilling for her youngest son to be embroiled in this conflict, for he is far too frail. Yet her other offspring possess sufficient strength. According to the agreement between her and her sister, the goddess of night, Nyx, The time for the next fateful intervention has arrived. As for the shield held by her child, I fear it is not merely Gaia, the Earth Mother. Even at this moment, Uranus, the king of the gods, cannot obliterate his own divine artifact through mere brute force. After all, none could have anticipated that Uranus would be audacious enough to extract the divine essence of the river god from within himself, utilizing the heavens to shield against the encroaching chaos beyond the world, thereby extracting a fragment of chaos's divinity. Should that golden diadem bring tranquility to the chaotic energies residing within the shield, Uranus might indeed gain dominion over the entire world. At that juncture, his sovereignty would surpass all, including that of the chaotic deity who birthed the universe, not to mention, for her own preservation from being erased from existence. She could not allow such an occurrence to unfold. Even for the sake of the bond between herself and the primordial chaotic deity, she could not permit this to transpire lightly. Once the reign of sovereignty established itself over all, it is likely that even the destruction of the world would not allow that deity to return. She could only hope that the 12 offspring could hold Uranus at bay for a while longer. Even if just for a fleeting second, the embodiment of the earth transformed into a divine radiance, soaring into a shadowy corner of the heavens, where the god of darkness and the goddess of night awaited. Let it commence. The essence of fate has accompanied me long enough. It rightfully belongs to the world. Nyx exhaled softly, yet she harbored no longing for her near absolute dominion over fate, the last time she altered destiny. The current scene became an inevitable reality, and she discerned within that remaining fragment of fate the choice she would soon make, whether in submission to destiny or in pursuit of greater benefits. She and her husband would inevitably become entangled in this murky affair. Erebus gazed at Nyx with a hint of concern, yet the goddess of night merely shook her head. Fate is capricious. I cannot ascertain who he would select as the new deity of destiny once I relinquish my control over it. Yet, it is undeniable that if the deity of fate does not ally with us, our every endeavor shall be thwarted. Nyx lamented, intending to bequeath the essence of fate to her children, yet she currently possessed only 5 offspring: the god of sleep, the god of death, the goddess of day, and 2 sprites who had lost their divine radiance due to her negligence and a fleeting moment with Chino. Their dormant powers were ill-suited for the burden of fate, for not all beings can bear the weight of the world's truth. As for her remaining 3 children, Nyx felt they were equally unfit to inherit destiny. The goddess of day, possessing a gentle disposition, diligently fulfilled her divine duties, yet her realm was the sky, and as a primordial goddess, Nyx feared not the king of the heavens. However, her child, long oppressed, had lost the desire to strive. The god of sleep, endowed with considerable strength, could ensnare even deities in dreams, possessing a relatively complete and potent divine essence. The bestowal of greater fate upon this child could prove perilous. And what of the god of death? Nyx, as a primordial deity, possessed a keen insight. Death symbolizes the end of life, and the original god of death embodies all demise. Even should more powers arise in the future, as long as those powers lead to death, this child's strength will only continue to grow, expanding its reach ever outward, though they are all gods now. The death of deities does not fall under the jurisdiction of the god of death. Yet, how could the goddess of fate not perceive the future? She had long envisioned the myriad vibrant creatures that would one day inhabit the world. Though it was but a fleeting glance, those beings would inevitably meet their end. To bestow the essence of fate upon the god of death would effectively ruin his future path. Thus, while she yearned to pass this formidable power to her offspring, these children did not rise to the occasion, or perhaps their excessive ambition rendered them incapable of accommodating such incompatible power. Since retaining it served little purpose, why not extend a favor and offer it to her sister? Gaia was no fool. Since the other party had articulated such a clear intention, it was undoubtedly to aid her in selecting a suitable candidate. Yet she too hesitated. Her 12 Titan children, taken from her, were born with moderate divine strength, and they had long since charted their own paths. In truth, they already stood at the terminus of certain trajectories. Her children were even more formidable than her sister's 5 unremarkable offspring. This proposition, perhaps there is merit in it. Gaia instinctively felt this was a burden. Thus she bypassed her beloved youngest son. Yet upon further reflection, if only a deity symbolizing fate were required, rather than the deity of fate itself, possessing a fragment of the essence of fate would be a tremendous boon to anyone. Perhaps I shall confer some of this power upon my youngest son, Gaia, with thoughts racing through her mind. Swiftly arrived at this conclusion, stating it without much deliberation. Your youngest son? Chronos, you mean? He embodies the destructive force of time and space, leaning more towards chaos. The essence of fate requires a more orderly bearer. Are you certain you wish to entrust it to that god of temporal devastation? Nyx expressed her disapproval, not holding much faith in Chronos. Not him. I refer to my youngest son, the deity symbolizing the decay that nourishes the world after all things perish. Rinaudo, the bearer of 4 primordial forces, decay, seed, art, and ocean currents, is also the former master of the essence of greed that once split from your own being, though now the power of greed belongs to his followers. Gaia chose not to conceal this, knowing that presenting a more substantial bargaining chip would compel her astute sister to match her offer. The presence of 5 primordial forces in a being of moderate divine power is indeed a remarkable achievement. As expected, both Erebus and Nyx expressed their satisfaction. With such an array of primordial forces, it stands to reason that he is a being of considerable intellect. The most valuable assets have now been allocated. As for the remainder, they can only be distributed upon the downfall of the King of the Heavens. The 3 primordial deities conversed merrily, having secured ample benefits for themselves. Rinaudo, oblivious to the machinations at play, would surely be pleased, for although he knew nothing, his mother had procured for him a portion of considerable advantage. The sole parties likely to be displeased were Uranus and the 12 beleaguered Titans. Although the essence artifact of the mountains could not obliterate the shield, the force of that strike would certainly compromise its integrity. Even the hardest shell, when caught unawares, finds it challenging to withstand a full-force assault. While the sovereignty may not belong to them, and thus cannot be damaged, that strike nonetheless manifested a chaotic backlash that nearly engulfed the crown. This blow effectively depleted the scant benefits that Uranus had derived from the destruction of the heavens artifact. It is no wonder that this king's mood was far from jubilant. You cowardly servants dare to defy me. It is I, the King of the Heavens, who bestows upon you the right to exist upon the earth and the glory to act upon the divine mountain. And yet you do not consider how to repay me. Instead, you plot to destroy my artifact. You wretched spawn, your very existence is a monumental error, and I shall rectify this mistake by returning you all to the belly of the earth. Fury overwhelmed reason as Uranus bellowed with a voice that could resonate across the world. Meanwhile, in a distant corner beyond the heavens, another tremor occurred. Gaia had now acquired half of destiny, claiming 14 parts of the whole. While the original goddess of fate, Nyx, now slumped upon her throne, her suffering had come to an end. The trials of others were about to commence. Your very existence is indeed a mistake, and I shall now rectify this error by ensuring none of you remain outside the earth. In the realm of the heavens, the power of the celestial sovereign is nearly boundless in its growth. Although his 12 offspring possess notable abilities, their strength, as titans, ultimately pales in comparison to that of the sky. They are more akin to the forces of the earth. Furthermore, due to the inherent suppression imposed by their patriarch, even the mightiest among them, the 100-armed giant, appears as feeble as a child, naturally reluctant to confront the celestial king head-on. Unlike her siblings, Themis was born alongside a golden balance, symbolizing justice and destined to become her primal artifact. As the sole bearer of such a relic, Themis raised the scales of justice high. Directing the golden radiance like a sword towards Uranus, in the name of justice, she proclaimed that Uranus, having exhibited his brutal nature, had driven more than one deity back to their primordial essence. He deserved to be judged. With her words, the brilliance of the balance intensified, showering Uranus with divine light like raindrops. Yet the sovereign of the sky remained unperturbed. I am the king who governs all deities. And deities are the masters of all creation. Justice is bestowed by the king. How absurd it is for you to attempt to judge the great king of the gods with such a trinket. Uranus made no effort to evade. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he charged into the divine light. Upon emerging, he bore only minor scrapes, and within mere moments, those slight wounds vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the goddess of justice fared poorly. After Uranus surged past her attack, he confronted her directly. With a single punch, she felt the world turn upside down. From an observer's perspective, the goddess of justice was sent flying by the celestial king's blow. Spinning through the air several times at this juncture, the others were not idle. Although they yearned to strike the shield once more, they had no choice but to engage as Uranus had closed the distance. Chronos and his wife, the goddess Rhea, simultaneously extended their right hands. With the mysterious and noble essence of time flowing from their fingertips, as they reached forth, two forces of time surged towards the king like sharp hammers. Embodying the secrets of temporal decay and the destruction of space, should a mere mortal be struck, they would swiftly crumble to dust as their time expired. Even among deities, the peril of this attack was not to be taken lightly. This time, Uranus deftly evaded, sidestepping the two assaults to stand before the divine pair, delivering a punch that caused Chronos' chest to cave in. Rhea did not fare much better, despite her valiant attempt to block. The force of the blow landed upon her abdomen, nearly shattering her divine form. Observing this, Oceanus and Tethys, alongside Hyperion, who represented the light of the heavens, and Thea, who symbolized the light of sight, unleashed a tumultuous wave of energy. Infused with nearly untraceable light, propelling the celestial king a distance of over 10 meters. This proved to be their most effective strike. Seizing the opportunity, Thea snatched the light from Uranus's vision, depriving him of the ability to perceive the world visually. With his sight reduced to nothingness, Uranus's anger flared that it could be said that he had long been furious, but now his ire was heightened. Yet this was not the end. 5 others still possessed combat prowess and had yet to intervene. Vegetation on the earth burgeoned wildly, with trees towering even above Olympus obscuring the landscape, as resilient vines coiled around Uranus, stemming from the deity of growth who sought to restrain the celestial king's body. Simultaneously, the Master of Souls transformed his ethereal power into intangible chains adorned with sharp spikes. These chains ensnared Uranus's essence, their barbs inflicting torment that elicited cries from him. The Titans, who barely managed to exact revenge, now bore smiles. Inflicting harm upon him signified the possibility of their victory. As long as they could annihilate that shield, the threat they faced would diminish significantly. However, in their fervor, they overlooked a crucial detail. The 3 deities tasked with destroying the shield, Ceus, representing darkness, Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, and Phoebe, the mistress of prophecy, were the weakest among them. Ceus derived a fragment of his power from the realms of 2 primordial deities of darkness, rendering his prospects dim. Mnemosyne's powers influenced the mind. While she could easily gather divine energy, her combat abilities were lacking. As for Phoebe, though she stood upon the divine diagram of fate, she too was embroiled in a struggle for territory against the Lord of the Night. Thus, from her inception, her future was equally bleak. They were indeed the weakest trio, inconspicuous among his 12 siblings. Yet now, they were to raise the artifact of the mountains, and do so in a short span of time. Was there truly any difference from courting death among the collective understanding of intelligent beings, which bore greater strength, darkness, memory, or prophecy? This referred to physical prowess. Tio asked 3 entities not skilled in strength to lift an immensely heavy primal artifact was a daunting task. Given a century or 2, they could surely manage it, but to shatter another great artifact in such a short time was truly burdensome. Yet, when they considered the punishment they would face at the hands of their tyrannical father should he triumph over their siblings and seize them, even the prophecy goddess, known for her calm demeanor, found herself trembling. The 3 exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in unison, since they had resolved to fight to the death. How could they remain idle? 3 golden flames ignited. As the powers of memory, darkness, and prophecy swiftly waned, even their once immaculate skin began to show signs of aging. The god of darkness, whose once stalwart back began to curve, while the goddess of memory's slender fingers took on a gnarled appearance. And the prophecy goddess's raven locks transformed into silvery threads. The 3 had resolved to gamble their very lives to hasten the destruction of the loathsome shield. It was a rhythm of desperation. Uranus seemed to sense a shift that he naturally held an innate dominance over his children, and even as he regained his sight after a brief moment of blindness, he did not focus on the shield. However, gazing upon the primal artifact raised once again, Uranus found himself feeling a sense of urgency. He did not believe that even a hammer of the mountains could accomplish any further damage to the shield. Yet what if this fleeting achievement was to be obliterated? He possessed no second celestial artifact. To forge another sword would require eons. You foolish beings, do not delay in relinquishing the artifact of Urania. Even Urania had perished beneath the shield. How could an artifact devoid of its master hope to destroy it? Uranus merely stated the facts, yet his offspring seemed to interpret them differently. Celestial King, your tyrannical reign is nearing its end. Are you beginning to feel fear now? Let us return to you all that you have done to us. Crushed beneath the weight of despair, Chronos, with a gaping dent in his chest, unexpectedly found the fortitude to rise unsteadily and declare his rebellion to Uranus. Perhaps he believed that the king of the heavens had indeed reached the end of his rope, yet the last to utter such words now reigned as the sovereign of the deep sea, likely forever bound to its depths. Although the other titans refrained from vocalizing their sentiments directly, their expressions conveyed a similar message. Already exerting themselves to impede Uranus's advance, they now intensified their efforts, subtly hinting at a desire to fuel the sacred fire with divine power. Despite their diligent efforts, the mountain's artifact ultimately crashed against the shield. Like the previous collision, this encounter granted Chaos another opportunity to retaliate, unleashing a terrifying aftershock. In the wake of this clash, the three nearest deities were violently toppled, with the unfortunate god of darkness, Sanctus, suffering an injury to his arm from the flying debris, leaving it limply at his side, albeit the most noticeable among his many wounds. The other two goddesses fared slightly better, having only served as auxiliary support. Though they too bore significant injuries, their bodies sustained a more even distribution of impact compared to the dark god's arm. The shockwave from their collision even forced Uranus to stagger back a few steps, causing the heavens and earth to tremble once more. As for the other powerful titans, they were not as fortunate, enduring varying degrees of shock and harm, which allowed Uranus to subdue them with ease. However, Uranus did not hasten to unleash his wrath. Instead, he swiftly retrieved his shield, scrutinizing the crown nearly engulfed by chaos. Aware that another blow could spell disaster, should the crown be consumed by chaos, who could fathom the centuries it would take to cleanse it? Contemplating this, Uranus's fury erupted uncontrollably. In a fit of rage, he delivered a kick to the chest of the god of darkness, disregarding all restraint, enveloping his leg in divine energy. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate god of darkness was sent hurtling away, crashing into the very mountain of Olympus. This strike revealed several cracks in the divine essence within him, causing fragments of darkness to scatter towards the unknown. Wounded and overwhelmed, the already beleaguered god of darkness gasped for breath, succumbing to unconsciousness, appearing as though he could scarcely draw in air. Witnessing his dire state, the other titans were engulfed in conflict. Any rash movement could provoke the wrath of the king of the heavens. Yet remaining passive risked making them the next victims. Their injuries were not merely transient, easily recoverable upon the enemy's first strike. Even as they pondered their predicament, Uranus had no intention of granting them respite. He approached each titan in turn, delivering kicks that left them teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Were it not for two artifacts, one destroyed, the other rendered useless, he would have relished in scattering their ashes. Yet even without those tools, Uranus remained unsatisfied. He directed a punch at Rhea, the goddess of time, with the intent to obliterate her from existence. His fist, imbued with celestial power, descended. Even Rhea was gripped by fear, shutting her eyes tightly, too terrified to witness her own impending demise. In this fleeting moment, the one who had once shared a deep bond with her, even contemplating marriage, Chronos, appeared utterly incapable of intervening. Resembling a timid turtle, wholly ineffectual, despite being a formidable god of time, had he truly been rendered so incapacitated? Should Rhea perish, the essence of time she embodied would inevitably dissipate, leaving Chronos as the only remaining potent deity of time. Perhaps such thoughts were mere overreactions, for aside from the time wrecker, the other deities lay motionless upon the ground, just as Rhea seemed on the verge of succumbing to the wrath of the sky god. Their mother, the earth goddess Gaia, could no longer stand idly by and extended her aid. The earth's profound divine power, omnipresent and embodying all tangible matter, may not have been formidable in pure offensive capability. However, in this realm, the speed of divine energy transmission and the formidable protection it provided were unparalleled. The translucent, earthen shield rose from the ground, encasing her 12 children within its protective embrace. The moment this shield materialized, Uranus was forcefully repelled, the earth rejecting the sky's encroachment. Gaia then summoned her long-unused primordial artifact, the vessel of life, from which a fountain of vitality surged forth, coalescing into a small pool of life-sustaining water sufficient to stabilize the injuries of her 12 titans. The closest was the god of darkness, Chronos, who quickly understood Gaia's intent and poured the life-giving waters over Sanctus, aiding him in maintaining his waning divine form. However, the essence of darkness that had already fled could not be reclaimed. It had been dispersed by the powerful god of darkness. Although he was a formidable deity born of the world's inception, the two gods of darkness, by nature, belonged to the same realm of shadow, allowing their essences to merge seamlessly. This left Gaia, who had failed to safeguard the rights of her children, feeling a twinge of anger. Only when the dark couple retreated from their previously agreed-upon exchange of benefits did she cease to harbor further grievances. Ultimately, her primary concern lay with her 12 children, for she had no desire to witness that madman send any of them back to their primordial origins, while the death of a primordial god might invoke the sky's wrath. Witnessing her children perish at the hands of their father was a fate far worse, even for a primordial being like herself. Frustrated, Uranus struck twice more, realizing that the earth was resolute in its protection of the 12 servants. Anger began to bubble within him as he cast a scornful glance at the earth. That moment, the earth regained some of its former radiance, the power of its terrain lending it a revitalized appearance, alleviating its previously decrepit state. This unexpected transformation caused Uranus, who had previously shown no interest in the earth, to halt his actions. The world itself was inherently dull. Creating offspring had become their most engaging endeavor. Were it not for the earth's aging visage, Uranus could have easily fulfilled his desires while deriving pleasure from the process. However, as the earth's beauty was restored, surpassing that of an ordinary nymph, even if it did not reach its zenith, it sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. It was time to rekindle the bond between husband and wife, as for those 12 rebellious children. They were, after all, the offspring of both he and Gaia, and he would spare them for now. Perhaps for the first time, Uranus found himself confronting the Earth Mother in such a weakened state, devoid of his primordial artifact and the dominion of the skies. Yet even so, he returned to his realm, a look of contentment etched upon his face. Throughout all of this, Rinaudo remained oblivious. He merely followed the guidance of his divine essence, perpetually bestowing prosperity and decay upon the earth, while teaching some lesser nymphs the arts of song and sculpture. Recently, he had successfully acquired the essence of weaving, motivated by a desire to craft a visually appealing garment for the Earth Mother. After numerous attempts, he managed to extract fine and supple fibers from plants, and upon completion of the dress, the laws themselves recognized his efforts, bestowing upon him the essence of weaving. However, this essence was diminutive, offering no enhancement to the medium-level god of decay, perhaps only hastening the accumulation of his divine power. With no pressing concerns, he embraced a carefree existence, until one fateful night, when he intended to enter the dream world of Hypnos. He found himself inexplicably drawn to an unknown, pitch-black throne. The presence of a man and a woman seated upon the throne evoked in him the same profound feeling he experienced upon his initial encounter with the Earth Mother at the moment of his birth. However, the aura of that divine matron was imbued with a sense of vitality and warmth. Even now, as weakness and death gradually encroached upon his being, the essence remained unchanged. In stark contrast, these two figures exuded an eerie blend of acceptance and invisibility. All malevolent thoughts would be embraced, and every vision swallowed whole. Rinaudo instinctively perceived them as the embodiment of Tartarus, descending into the mortal realm. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if they were indeed deities of the abyss, merely gazing upon them would likely rend one's very soul. Having encountered the primordial goddess of night, Nymphs, and the ancient god of darkness, Erebus, the earth goddess's offspring, the god of decay, offered them his utmost reverence. As he spoke, Rinaudo's mind raced, struggling to comprehend why these two gods, with whom he had no connection, sought his presence. Surely, his existence could not be outside the narrative woven by fate. Yet, decay was a phenomenon traditionally overseen by divine beings, albeit he had merely arrived a few years earlier. Nevertheless, if one were to inquire whether he felt fear, he would assert that he did not. Although these two emanated a sense of malevolence, they were, after all, former deities of emotion who had once wielded the power of greed. While they no longer held such dominion, he still possessed a faint sensitivity to emotions, and their true intentions remained elusive, at least. They bore him no malice, Most importantly, he was, after all, the son of the Earth goddess, which positioned these two as his uncles or elder relatives. It was unlikely they had devolved to the point of taking pleasure in the slaughter of their own nephew. The primordial darkness cast a glance at the goddess of night and nodded in acknowledgement. Nyx appeared quite satisfied. Yet, what thoughts lay behind their inscrutable expressions remained a mystery to Rinaudo. He was acutely aware that if these primordial gods intended to act, they could achieve nearly anything, save for taking his life. Thus, he deemed it wise to tread carefully, for at least in their current demeanor, they appeared amicable. Should he inadvertently trigger an unfriendly narrative, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, they did not seem inclined to toy with their junior for long, and soon, they spoke, their words hitting like a thunderclap. "Eddie, though you believe Uranus is still worthy of the title of God King?" Nyx inquired, bluntly and directly. The straightforwardness of the question sent Rinaudo into a panic. Fleeing was not an option in this realm. How could he, a deity of middling power, dare to voice an opinion on the worthiness of a being of great divine strength to lead the pantheon? Could he risk uttering a word that might reach the ears of that petty tyrant? He was undoubtedly facing certain death if he did. Yet now, the gaze of both primordial deities was fixed upon him, leaving him no choice but to muster his courage. In my view, there is little merit to his reign. The god king Uranus is a proponent of violence, showing no respect for the earth goddess, trampling upon her dignity at will. His actions are difficult for me to endorse. While he did not provide a direct response, it was nonetheless a declaration of his stance. The two deities did not express overt satisfaction nor disappointment with his answer. Rather, the god of decay's response seemed of little consequence to them, as they likely only sought to indulge their curiosity. "And who do you deem suitable to assume the mantle of the next god king?" A second thunderous inquiry followed. Rinaudo felt an urge to curse rise within him, but quickly suppressed. It appeared he could not afford to offend either the god king or the primordial gods. Yet, how could he articulate such a notion? Should he claim knowledge from a distant future or from an alternate realm, asserting that the next god king would undoubtedly be the god of time? Chronos, his mind swirled, nearly overheating under the pressure of the question. It was an utterly inappropriate query for him to address. Yet, he steeled himself to respond once more. All things that flourish must inevitably decline. The cycle of life and death is an inescapable truth. Even for deities, the concept of eternity is a distant and miraculous notion. However, the laws of nature are inscrutable, and I cannot foresee the next step. What a profound observation regarding the inevitability of decline. You have unwittingly articulated the predicament of my siblings, Erebus interjected, a hint of mirth coloring his tone. But could Rinaudo engage with such banter? He could not afford to do so. Should he venture to respond recklessly, he would find himself with no escape route, though having an escape route would hinder his unyielding pursuit of his goals. He lacked a fervent desire to see Uranus toppled. While he held the earth goddess in high regard, he was acutely aware that his abilities were insufficient to match her stature. Thus, he preferred to retain some semblance of a fallback. The two primordial deities were not excessively demanding. Nyx remarked with a light chuckle, "Not long ago, I sensed a sudden influx of primal energy in the world, a novel force springing forth from nothingness. Recently, I took the time to explore this path known as art. Though it holds no utility for me, it is undeniably intriguing. You, the original god of art, have drawn a measure of the power of sleep from my child through your mastery of lyrical artistry. In the distant past, you also accepted the greed of impure night, a theft of my domain. It seems you owe me quite a debt. Given the current tumultuous state of affairs, it may be prudent for you to remain in my palace, providing me with amusement to pass the time, as a companion to your unfortunate aunt. Since you have extended this invitation, I would be more than willing to remain and serenade you, whether this was genuinely for amusement or some other motive." Nyx was correct. The outside world posed certain dangers, and staying by her side was decidedly safer than facing potential threats on the earth, even if Uranus did not regard him with favor. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, what song could he possibly sing for this goddess? While he had heard many melodies and could recall them vividly, he felt too embarrassed to sing contemporary pop songs that lacked depth before such a transcendent deity. Would it not be absurd to present trivial, shallow tunes to a goddess of her stature? Ultimately, after much contemplation, he resolved to hum a simple melody instead, intending to delve into instrumental study once he procured the necessary instruments. After all, Crafting with plant materials was not overly complex. Weaving inherently involved threads. Even if the silk used for clothing could not produce sound, he could still experiment slowly. As deities, they had all the time in the world. Rinaudo was ushered to a secluded corner of the heavens, a realm draped in darkness. Since his arrival, his daily task had been to softly hum gentle melodies whenever the goddess Nyx required it, lulling the goddess of night into slumber. Though the two primordial deities had not explicitly explained their motives, he sensed that Nyx appeared to be suffering from some unknown trauma, perhaps enduring a measure of pain. In a sense, he had become a balm for her wounds. He had entirely relinquished any opportunity to intervene in earthly affairs, while he had no desire to interfere, nor the capability to do so. His presence in this corner of the dark realm allowed him to immerse himself in the concept of darkness. That it was not that he harbored ambitions regarding the domains of the two primordial gods. Rather, being constantly enveloped in this darkness, he absorbed the essence of the primordial night. Even a fool could glean some understanding from such an experience. He found this world reminiscent of certain primordial existences, a void and hollow realm that sparked memories from his former life. That it was difficult to fathom how such a spectacle emerged organically from discarded concepts, akin to filth, cast aside by the two primordial deities. If he could fully comprehend this dark expanse, he might attain formidable divine power. Indeed, with a little assistance from another, ascending to the esteemed throne could become a reality. Rinaudo felt a twinge of envy, but refrained from attempting such a feat. Firstly, the nature of their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that would warrant the bestowal of divine status from the primordial gods, even if the other party merely refrains from refusal. Any matter entangled with divine entities is inherently complex and fraught with complications. Furthermore, there is the matter of another nymph, whose male appearance is quite rare. Along with his brother, are both offspring of two primordial deities. It is difficult to fathom how the progeny of two primordial gods could be so feeble, especially when compared to the formidable Gaia, who birthed 3 beings of tremendous divine power and 12 others of great strength. The elder of the two is evidently intent on claiming this domain as his own, despite the fact that this little sprite had endeavored for countless years prior to his arrival without making any progress. The agreement of the two primordial gods suggests that this realm is likely deeply connected to that sprite. In terms of intimacy, Rinaudo has yet to feel inclined to subject himself to humiliation. Grateful for his moderate divine power, he finds some solace in the friendliness exhibited by the offspring of the two primordial gods. Despite being firmly constrained by their authority, life during these years has been remarkably tranquil. So much so that 2 or 3 years have swiftly passed. Rinaudo has spent this time simply channeling his divine energy into the earth, with little else to concern himself, having attained moderate divine power. His understanding of decay has also deepened. This natural phenomenon will integrate itself into the world, and unless he perishes, it will fulfill its duties autonomously without the need for control. As for the act of bestowing divine energy, it remains necessary. The ability to simply set it and forget it does not imply that all responsibilities are nullified. The passage of time will inevitably drive the evolution of the world, necessitating corresponding adjustments from the deities as the world changes. Otherwise, even the most exquisite melody, after undergoing centuries of transformation, would ultimately become mundane. Perhaps time would imbue this music with a different significance. Yet it would remain merely that significance. In summary, it is essential to periodically assess the situation. Otherwise, when the time comes to adapt to the world's transformations, he would find himself at a loss, unable to weep for the emergence of a second deity of decay. Yet, his life has been serene these past few years, while the situation with the Earth Goddess is far more intricate. After Uranus rediscovered the joy of sustaining life, despite the slight diminishment of the Might Goddess's beauty, the absence of new offspring has prevented further deterioration of her power, and the acquisition of additional divine attributes has provided her with some respite. Consequently, Uranus has begun to engage once more with the Earth Goddess. Naturally, the Earth Goddess is unwilling, yet the celestial king remains obstinately oblivious to her desires. As always, until this day, the wails of the earth reverberate throughout the world, as the Earth Goddess astonishingly resumes her cycle of reproduction. Such a turn of events has even escaped the notice of the once fated goddess Nyx. Both primordial deities abruptly rise from their thrones, their faces etched with disbelief. My heavens, how can my sister of the earth endure the repercussions of birthing a deity? The concept of Earth is vast and profound, yet the presence of 15 deities, each comparable to great divine power, has long since depleted her essence, should she genuinely bring forth another divine being. The Earth would disintegrate on the spot. Uranus truly seeks to claim Gaia's life. Erebus, seething with fury, appears intent on confronting Uranus. However, Nyx intervenes, restraining her husband that it is futile, if this is the will of the world. Neither you nor I can alter it. Yet how can fate have been altered and lead to such uncontrollable outcomes? Nyx is perplexed as to where she went awry, resulting in the complete unraveling of destiny. The future she once envisioned was not like this. As the eternal king, Uranus believed that ruling the world was the most advantageous course of development, although they had once shared this belief. The plight of the Earth goddess has instilled a measure of trepidation towards Uranus. Yet, even if Uranus were to be dethroned, she never considered allowing the foundational essence of the world, the Earth, to vanish. They have known each other since the chaotic beginnings, and many years have passed since then. Furthermore, the Earth is the fundamental substance that constitutes the world. The ancient concept of Earth differs from that of the present. The primordial Earth symbolized all tangible matter, while the current notion predominantly represents the rocks and soil that form the bedrock of the world beneath the sky. Regardless of the interpretation, should the will of the Earth be gravely wounded and dissipate, the world may not necessarily face annihilation, yet it would certainly plunge into great turmoil, from which they could not escape. Nyx is tempted to utter a curse, but with younger beings present, her command of the art of language falls short, resulting in a mere exclamation. That said, she does not remain idle. The optimal solution to this predicament is to invoke the power of fate. However, I am no longer the goddess of fate, having relinquished my divine authority to the world. Leaving only a remnant of fate's power, she ponders momentarily, then steels herself. These 3 embryonic children, in principle, can never truly become deities in this lifetime. They are the punishment bestowed upon me by fate and a deprivation of my maternal identity. Yet, having reached this juncture, I must act resolutely. The former goddess of fate extends her right hand into her womb, forcibly extracting the 3 embryonic masses still in gestation. The platinum-hued power of fate swirls around the 3 masses, rendering them noble and mysterious. Although no longer the goddess of fate, she has wielded this power for countless ages. Nyx effortlessly extracts 90% of the primordial energy from these 3 fleshly forms, amounting to nearly half of the essence of fate. That I shall inscribe the future of the world with the power of fate. The Earth shall endure eternally, no longer to be divided, with merely a few words. Half of the essence of fate ignites and burns away. Should she utter more concerning the future of the Earth goddess, the essence of fate may be entirely consumed. Gritting her teeth, she extracts another mass of enveloping black energy from within herself. This is the divine power of the night. Upon its separation from her being, Nyx's visage pales. The night goddess, with fierce determination, forcibly merges the 2 energies into a singular form, continuing, my beloved 3 children of fate. They shall offer their primordial essence as a sacrifice, granting the magnificent Mother Earth a rebirth. Such glory shall accompany them throughout their lives, and one day, they shall be brought back to this beautiful world by one of Gaia's offspring. After articulating these words, the night goddess Nyx seems utterly drained. Collapsing into her throne she forcibly extracted the 3 undeveloped embryos from her body. Golden blood slowly seeps through the fabric of her nightgown. Pooling upon the floor, despite Erebus's fervent efforts, he cannot hasten the recovery of the night goddess's wounds. Even the body of a primordial deity can only heal from the injuries inflicted by such a rebellious act against the source of life at a languid pace. After all, since the dawn of creation, no one has ever been known to directly remove their children from their wombs, especially not embryos. Rinaudo collides with the other deities who have hastily arrived, marking the first occasion in 3 years that he encounters the god of sleep and the original god of death, from whom he has claimed a fraction of power. They share no excessive words, instead waiting outside the grand hall for the 2 deities to summon them if necessary, that if not, they can depart after a brief wait as a gesture of respect. Rinaudo's thoughts diverge from theirs. He is not a child of either, and coming here to express filial piety would be a misstep. Rather, he is preoccupied with the desire for the 2 to return him to the Earth. Sensing that the power of the Earth is swiftly waning, Concepts such as decay and prosperity have all benefited from the grace of biological death bestowed by the earth, moreover, with their shared bloodline. Rinaudo subconsciously perceives through this connection that the earth goddess is on the verge of giving birth to another child. The prospect of a new sibling brings him no joy. His own birth was already a miraculous event. The earth goddess did not give rise to him from a splintering of decaying power, but rather from the natural evolution of the world, allowing Rinaudo to emerge successfully. Otherwise, he would likely become a nymph or perish outright. This is what is known as a stillbirth. Moreover, he was not formed within the womb of the earth goddess. Rather, it was the essence of the sky god and the bitter tears of the earth goddess that coalesced to create a saline lake, which, by a fortunate turn of fate, also fostered the power of decay. Only through this collision did his rejected form gain an opportunity for growth. Later, perhaps to atone for her shortcomings, the earth goddess generously bestowed all her milk upon Rinaudo. Otherwise, to manipulate a divine body with a mere human soul would not only preclude the acquisition of a new divinity, but merely surviving the searing flames within that body would be considered a stroke of luck. While there was indeed an element of atonement, the earth goddess treated him with unparalleled kindness. Now, he could not rest easy without returning for even a fleeting glance. Not to mention that the earth had already begun to give birth. The last time 6 giants emerged from the womb of the earth, they inflicted nearly irreparable damage upon it. Those brutes, relying solely on their raw strength, tore that fragile organ from within, perhaps the womb. Akin to a shattered wooden box, could no longer sustain such powerful deities, and this subsequent birth brought a sigh of relief to the sky god that a new race emerged, named Gigantes by the world. These beings resembled the previous generation of giants. Towering and immensely strong. 4 giants once again rent asunder the womb of the earth goddess. One after another, the Gigantes crawled forth into the world, totaling 150. However, unlike the earth goddess's prior offspring, the weakest Rinaudo was a naturally moderate deity. The 6 giants, lacking divinity, still possessed formidable strength or dexterous hands. Yet these 150 Gigantes howled like beasts, their behavior devoid of the hallmarks of intelligent beings. Instead, they resembled uncivilized brutes, akin to primitive livestock. Although this was an ancient world, peculiar creatures still roamed the earth, and these children of the earth goddess bore an uncanny resemblance to those animals. This infuriated Gaia, her eyes reddening with rage, even veined with blood. Should another god be born, she might suffer yet another blow or even fall into a deep slumber. But these 150 savage beasts could not evoke a shred of maternal love within her. They could not even engage in normal discourse. Instantly, the goddess Gaia felt a profound aversion towards them. If they had been children, the maternal love etched into the very marrow of the earth would have compelled her to set aside her grievances and embrace her offspring joyfully. Yet how could these beings, lacking in beauty, power, and even wisdom, be worthy of being called her children? Without a thought, she knew Uranus was still watching from the heavens, and she understood that he would soon seek to expel the Gigantes from every corner of the sky. Unwilling to bear witness to what he deemed a disgraced, expected doe, my wife, the earth goddess Gaia, behold what you have birthed. My love for you once overcame the anger stemming from your disrespect towards the king of the gods. Yet you have betrayed his trust by bringing such creatures into the world. A final glance at those uncivilized Gigantes, who even attempted to defy the heavens as their 6 forebears had done, shattered Uranus's rare moment of good humor. He could not endure the thought that these beings were the offspring of himself and a primordial deity, nor could he tolerate their presence beneath his very gaze. However, as they had yet to commit any acts of disrespect towards the king, it was unseemly to cast them into Tartarus. The primary concern remained that casting them into Tartarus would surely provoke the primordial deity, leading to dire consequences. After all, Tartarus serves as the world's protector, not a refuse dump for his detritus. Gigantes, I impose a decree upon you in the name of the king of the gods. From henceforth, you shall remain forever on the Pyrenees Peninsula. That I have spared your lives is an act of mercy from the king, as well as a testament to the boundless love the earth goddess has for her children. Uranus, unable to bear the sight of the Gigantes for even a moment longer, swiftly dispatched them to the shores of the sea. He then picked up a stone from the ground and cast it into the waters, which transformed into an island, the Pyrenees Peninsula, henceforth the dwelling place of the Gigantes. That a glance at the earth goddess revealed she had aged even further, looking more haggard than before. the king of the gods abandoned the notion of creating another child. Looking back at the 12 unruly progeny still safeguarded by the Earth's divine power upon his mountain, Uranus's eyes glimmered with a sudden idea he deemed brilliant. He hurried back to his divine mountain, seized the 12 titans, and swiftly returned to the side of the Earth goddess. Since slaying the primordial deity would extract a tremendous toll, and considering Tartarus's temperament, it was inadvisable to cast them into that abyss. Yet, unwilling to leave these nuisances before him, he decided to allow the Earth goddess to make one final contribution. "Though, my wife, I know you long for your children day and night, that I in retrospect. It was cruel of me to take them away and not let them remain by your side. To compensate you, let you and them be together forever." Uranus's smile was innocent. Though his actions were repugnant, he seized the largest titan and, with a single grasp, concentrated the weight of the heavens into his hand. Under immense pressure, the titan's form collapsed, merging his will, body, divinity, and essence into a small orb. Then came the explosion. Uranus forcefully shoved this orb back into the still healing womb of the Earth. This act instantly triggered a backlash against the Earth's own reproductive nature. He repeated this operation 11 more times, during which the Earth was in such pain that it lacked even the strength to cry out. Above and below, all life bore witness to the king's audacious defiance of the world's essence. When the smallest child, Chronos, was thrust into the Earth's womb, Uranus finally clapped his hands in satisfaction, only to feel a twinge of insecurity. Thus, he struck the outlet for the Earth's birthing process, sealing it with divine powered, in the name of the king of the gods and the husband of the Earth. The Earth's reproduction has harmed itself too greatly. I cannot bear it. Hence, I shall take away its power to give birth. Having resolved this predicament, Uranus felt lighter and more at ease, casting a glance at Gaia, whose eyes had lost their brilliance, before returning home with light-hearted steps. Now he felt extraordinarily liberated. There were only a few beings of immense power in the world, and including them, there were 3 great divine powers, all of which had been rendered ineffective. Furthermore, the 12 strong divine powers had also been nullified. The 5 primordial deities above generally would not take action against him, provided he did not continue to court disaster by discarding refuse into Tartarus, and the abyssal god, most likely to act against him, would certainly refrain from doing so. His throne now stood incredibly secure, with nothing worthy of concern. Thus, upon returning to his temple, Uranus withdrew his all-seeing gaze that had covered the entire Earth. Maintaining such a constant flow of information had often left him fatigued. With no one left to threaten him, he naturally relinquished this vigilant oversight of the world, allowing the tiny insects to play as they pleased, for in the end, they were merely subjects beneath his feet. He even grew weary of directly mending that shield, opting instead to allow time to gradually wear it down. That a pervasive sense of lethargy enveloped Uranus, while far in a corner of the sky, the night goddess, who encompasses all sins, held the newly birthed essence of lethargy, continuously channeling divine power into it, subtly influencing the thoughts of the king, glancing at Hypnos, who was also releasing the power of the god of sleep. Nyx murmured, Uranus will likely sleep for a very long time. He has retracted his all-seeing eye that covered the entire world, and from now on, whatever he does will be far more convenient. Rinaudo, my glorious sister, the Earth goddess must be feeling an immense sorrow at this moment. Go and keep her company, as it is your duty as her child. Although my sister wishes to spare you the turmoil of this chaotic situation, neither the Earth nor the night offers us more suitable offspring to undertake the forthcoming endeavors. Thus, we must rely upon you. Rinaudo bowed his head and said, I understand. Since Uranus has enacted this matter, rendering the law's favor into naught, I shall naturally acquiesce to the choice of the laws. That I beseech you to lend me your strength and guide me back to my mother as long as you comprehend. This journey may harbor boundless dangers, so you must exercise utmost caution. To be why the way. Take this, Nyx said, producing a withered seed. When I altered the world's fate for the 3rd time, I sensed that it would be of use to you. In the future, you may harness its essence to gain a certain power more swiftly. That I cannot disclose further details, but rest assured, it is indeed beneficial. Filled with curiosity, Rinaudo accepted the seed as his hands made contact. His divine essence revealed to him that it was merely an ordinary tree seed, one he had yet to encounter, not belonging to the rare and formidable flora of this world. though he could not fathom the emotions with which the goddess of night bestowed this seed upon him. Given that it was a gift from an elder and claimed to be useful, he resolved to treat it as a precious offering and express his gratitude. Their conversation, though seemingly prolonged, lasted not even a fraction of the time that the goddess of daylight's divine power enveloped the world. The dark divine essence enveloped him, transporting him to the presence of the goddess of the earth. When the earth goddess beheld her last remaining child upon the land, tears cascaded from her eyes like a spring. Trembling, she extended her withered hand, yearning to touch the only child she had left. Rinaudo hastily stepped forward, placing her hand upon his face, allowing her to truly feel his existence. The goddess spoke not a word, only wept incessantly, while the god of decay offered no solace, merely standing by in silent companionship. This simple exchange compelled the goddess of daylight to expend her divine energy 30 times, while Nyx unleashed her power 29 times. When Nyx cast the dark shroud for the 30th time, Gaia's profound anguish was alleviated somewhat, and she regained her ability to speak. My child, my dear son. Thank goodness your frail and ineffectual mother still has you by her side. Or what would I do? A single utterance from her rekindled the flow of tears anew. At that moment, an untimely surge of divine energy reverberated. The disturbance emanated from Gaia's womb, specifically from her uterus, where 12 clusters of energy resided. The last to be inserted was the god of time and space, Chronos, whose power, being the smallest and last, rendered Uranus somewhat weary, his grip less fierce than before. This allowed the temporal energy to retain a fragment of its own will. Because of this residual consciousness, his 11 siblings merely fell into slumber. With such a catalyst, it seemed that within a few years, the other wills would gradually awaken. This realization sparked a flicker of joy within Gaia, akin to discovering a remnant of wealth when one has lost everything. Although they had become unrecognizable, their intrinsic value could not be denied. Gaia immediately wished to converse with Chronos, but the loss of his corporeal form rendered the god of time unable to utter a single word. He could not even perceive his whereabouts, having lost all awareness of the world. Thankfully, he refrained from moving, lest he injure Gaia's already fragile and battered womb. Otherwise, this poignant reunion would not have been so harmonious. Observing Gaia's excited yet helpless demeanor, Rinaudo summoned forth the divine essence of art from within himself. To appreciate art requires both sight and sound. Rinaudo had not been idle during these days. He had diligently studied the application of his divine power and thoroughly analyzed the scope represented by his divinity. It was precisely because the divine essence of art entered Gaia's womb that Chronos, who had been ensconced in the womb without knowing what to do, received guidance that in this moment, devoid of ears and a mouth, he could still perceive sound and produce utterances to my heavens, where am I? Why can I see nothing? Mother, goddess of the earth, can you hear me? Please save your child. It is dark and confining here. Even I cannot discern the specific scene. Have we been cast into Tartarus? No, that cannot be. It should not be. Uranus cannot do this. He must not. It is difficult to ascertain the precise emotions Chronos wished to convey at this moment. Yet his speech was so fragmented that it lacked clarity, resembling a tangled mass of yarn left untouched in Rinaudo's room. Gaia endeavored to soothe Chronos while casting a grateful glance at Rinaudo. For at least they could still communicate. Had they been left together without the ability for even simple exchange, she would have been driven to madness by anguish. Although he was noisy, the other 11 wills still showed no signs of awakening. They remained in quiet waiting, which caused Gaia further heartache. Nevertheless, compared to annihilation or being cast into the abyss, remaining within her womb was at least less tormenting. At least they were spared the ceaseless agony inflicted by the forces of the abyss. And with the aid of their brothers, they could still perceive the world through sound. Rinaudo remained by Gaia's side, and for the first time in the lengthy expanse of time since she had her first child, she felt a long-lost tranquility that she had only experienced in the absence of a partner. Yet, the goddess of the earth did not become mired in this serenity. She swiftly regained her composure. Arriving at this juncture made her heart ache for her child, yet she would not forget that she was also one of the architects of this scene. Moreover, she would not adopt a weak and defeated posture to elicit sympathy from anyone. Such behavior was humiliating and futile. However, the innate sorrow of a mother weighed heavily upon her, and now, with her spirits renewed, she must continue with their plans. After all, They had devised so much, and even Nyx had lost all claims to fate. If these sacrifices could not compel Uranus to abdicate, then what significance did their schemes hold? Rinaudo, my dear son, at present, your brothers and sisters cannot emerge from my body. Although the earth has received their essence, it will not relinquish its power over them, which also prevents me from departing. However, the tyrannical sky god must pay a price for his actions, which trample upon the dignity of the primordial gods and insult all mother deities in the world. He has defied the laws of procreation, and all of this has rendered him detestable to the laws. Now, I require you to undertake a task for me, to retrieve a certain object. Gaia spoke softly, not wishing to compel her child, yet no other options remained. The domain they were about to enter was the ocean, which, though separated from the earth, had become an independent realm, just as the sky was. Regrettably, the only water deity remaining upon the earth was her youngest son, the god of currents. She truly did not want her son to venture into the risk of being discovered by Uranus. But if he refused, she would not press further. In fact, she secretly hoped he would decline her request. Rinaudo did indeed entertain a fleeting thought of refusal. After all, involving himself in this matter would certainly have significant consequences, and he was not one destined to survive amidst such fate. Yet, Gaia had shown him genuine kindness, and in terms of sentiment, he wished to assist her. Moreover, in practical terms, the lineage of the divine king would inevitably change hands. With the throne belonging to Chronos of time and space, if he did not establish some merit now, his moderate divine power would hardly make a difference in the impending conflict. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. Speak, and I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill your request. With his emotions somewhat conflicted, Gaia was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow at this moment. After all, the endeavor was fraught with peril, albeit accompanied by great potential reward. Should it succeed, she might secure more for her dear son in the end. Yet risk remained risk. Regardless of the outcome, one cannot directly impose it upon the present. However, the fact that her own child has consented to undertake this perilous task is undoubtedly influenced, at least in part, by the admiration she holds for her mother. This pure adoration fills the heart of the primordial mother goddess with immense joy. Emotionally, Gaia's feelings are complex, yet in reality, her voice does not falter. You are surely aware that within you reside two distinct essences, originating from both myself and Uranus, the deity of the sky. He is your father, and likewise my husband. Beyond that, he is also my child, my firstborn son. Not long after the primordial passions had waned, his beguiling charms spread across the world, while the essence of love and desire nestled deep within life's core. Quietly subduing it was during this time that I, alongside the god of the ocean, my other son, had just given birth to 5 oceanic deities, and my bond with him began to wane. Eventually, we parted ways, yet the magic of love proved too potent. Uranus, seizing this opportunity, employed sweet words to deceive me into trusting him. I became his queen, and during that time, he was gentle and caring. At this juncture, Gaia cannot help but reminisce about the warmth of bygone days. However, the thought of the 12 children within her womb swiftly extinguishes that warmth. It was only after the birth of my first child that his true nature began to unravel. In Gaia's heart now burns a fierce wrath, regardless of the passage of time, even until the seas run dry and the stones erode. This fury shall remain ever ablaze within her. At that time, he was no match for me. Yet through his sweet words, he deceived me into relinquishing our eldest son. Osinus, I was blissfully unaware of the impending danger, merely weakened from birthing a primordial deity and retreating to my sanctuary for recuperation. It was not until the turbulent currents of the ocean, born alongside my eldest son, manifested that I realized Uranus had reduced his own children to mere servants. As I recount this, the surrounding hills sensed the fury of the earth, a searing heat simmering within the mountains, as if ready to erupt. Yet, contemplating the fact that I cannot yet confront Uranus, and lacking any means to retaliate, Gaia suppresses her rage once more, bearing the pain and indignation. Rinaudo must uncover more truths. While it is feasible to command him directly to retrieve an object without uttering a word, the goddess still yearns for her child to grasp the broader reality. Though recounting the truth undoubtedly rends the scab from old wounds, exposing the flesh to the air once more. Although I reclaimed your elder brother at that time, my second childbirth rendered me even weaker. giving rise to your elder sister, Tethys. Seizing that moment, Uranus abducted both children. How infuriating! I had believed, at the very least, he would act reasonably as their paternal deity, and his honeyed words led me to trust him. But from that point onward, my strength was evenly matched with Uranus. I could no longer suppress him. He continued to plead for exchanges, resulting in the birth of 12 children. When my youngest son was taken from me, I could no longer bear my grief. My tears transformed into saltwater lakes upon the land. You are the embodiment of both Uranus' essence and my tears, born of decay and power. You are my 13th son, the only child I have managed to protect. Perhaps the presence of my one unscathed child brings a sigh of relief to Gaia. Yet, her narrative serves a purpose. All her words lay the groundwork for a singular reason: to clarify their paternal relationship, which is governed by a law that does not overtly manifest in the world as the god of creation. Chaos ultimately appeared in the world as a male deity and father figure. Consequently, the laws of the world lean towards the masculine, with the throne of godhood reserved solely for male deities. Even the offspring of deities cannot challenge the authority of their father, yet they may rebel against their mother, committing acts of disobedience. Thus, the key to defeating Uranus lies in unseating him from the throne of divinity, stripping him of his dual identity as both father and king. These two aspects render you incapable of overcoming him. Additionally, there remains the matter of your strength. If you were to possess divine might, vanquishing Uranus would be considerably simpler. Henceforth, we must seek out the sacred artifact capable of defeating Uranus, or one that can sever his ties to both identities. However, he is the primordial god of the sky and a being of immense power. Weapons crafted from ordinary materials would scarcely harm him. That I now require you to plunge into the depths of the sea, to locate the imprisoned god of the ocean and demand the fragments of his shattered trident. Only great power can contend with greatness. This is the first step. There remains much to prepare. So you shall first retrieve the trident fragments while your 12 siblings train within my womb. Should they attain divine strength, the subsequent tasks will become considerably easier. This lengthy narrative may have sparked some conjectures within him. He likely possesses memories that do not belong to the present. Yet, must we truly forge the scythe that will castrate Uranus? It seems the raw materials for that scythe include the trident of the ocean god. He had previously assumed it was forged from obsidian deep within the earth. It appears that even legends are not universally accurate. One must observe with keen eyes and listen with attentive ears, for what is seen and heard constitutes reality. I understand now. I shall return swiftly. With thoughts in mind, he races towards the ocean, aware that this endeavor bears significant peril and that time should not be squandered excessively. Guided by the earth goddess, Rinaudo has roughly pinpointed the location of Pontus. His small vessel now lies less than 10,000 meters from Pontus, and it is time to enter the waters, rowing forth to display a modicum of respect. Primarily, Rinaudo must afford the other party a moment to prepare. Even with the command of the earth goddess, he should allow some time for psychological readiness before demanding the fractured artifact. Although the deep sea is uncharted territory for him, and the absence of the earth goddess means he lacks her protective presence, he must tread cautiously, especially since treacherous currents now pervade the ocean. The currents of the sea should, in theory, belong to him. However, he conjured the ocean's movement through its primordial essence. Should he fail to offer the ocean god some benefit, he might find himself in trouble. Thus, he refrains from claiming the divine aspect of ocean currents. That a mutual exchange of interest shall ensure the other party does not wholly disregard him as the god of currents enters the sea. The tumultuous waves and swirling tides transform into tranquil and gentle waters. The ocean reserves its fury for adversaries, extending warmth and acceptance to its own progeny. Every being that draws power from the ocean may be considered its child. Even if Rinaudo is born of the earth goddess, the intangible waters now form a staircase for the god of currents to meet the ocean god. Had this current deity not resided in the sea, even a being of moderate divine power like him would not possess a palace beneath the waves, especially since he has brought a glimmer of life even to the depths of the ocean. One of the primary conditions for the world's development is life itself. The ocean, already sparse in life, does not readily reveal its gentler side to all. Nonetheless, despite the ocean's tenderness towards its child, he remains an outsider. Such transformations likely stem from another being assisting Rinaudo in constructing a path to meet the ocean god. He glances towards a certain spot in the deep sea. where soft energy melds with the waters. Thank you, Rinaudo murmurs softly. The ocean will convey his gratitude to that being. Even ordinary deities possess remarkably acute hearing. Within the realm of the ocean god enjoys the protection of the waters. And the capacity to render the ocean so gentle suggests that the other party likely possesses a keen sensitivity to concepts of kindness and gentleness. The staircase of the ocean continues to guide him toward the temple of the ocean god. Meanwhile, the ancient ocean deity, resting in the tranquility of his deep-sea trench, smiles faintly and nods, accepting this gratitude. Though termed gratitude, a tenuous connection has been established between the two, facilitating future requests. The aura of this being should have elicited discomfort within me. Yet, in the realms of decay and corruption, this deity of rot presents an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, vastly different from my preconceived notions. The venerable elder of the ocean, Nereus, embodies the gentler aspect of the sea. Yet he is also the firstborn of the god of the deep. He has taken it upon himself to construct a staircase, signaling that the oceanic deity has made his preparations. This staircase, guided by the currents, leads to the profoundest abyss, where an imposing, deep blue temple stands at the heart of this sanctuary. A magnificent throne rises majestically. Its embellishments surpass even those of the throne of the king of the gods and the seat of the earth goddess. The god of the ocean, Pontus, reclines upon his throne. However, it is more accurate to say he lies upon it, for his breath has grown weak since our first encountered. Once flowing, light blue locks of hair have darkened to shades of the abyss. Having lost dominion over the surface and shallows, it is hard to imagine that this disheveled mass once resembled a bundle of withered branches, so pliable and fluid like water. His eyes, still as deep and inscrutable as the ocean, now betray a profound weariness. Even his once powerful muscles have slackened, retreating into the realm of decay. Fortunately, his divine power remains formidable. Though it may not rival his former glory, he still retains enough radiance to preserve a semblance of middle age. Avoiding the immediate transformation into an elderly figure with graying hair and clouded eyes, perhaps I should address you as nephew, or perhaps as brother. You are the offspring of my mother, the earth goddess, yet also the child born of my wife, the earth mother. And another point, one wonders what kind of blow has prompted such contemplation of lineage and ethics. Yet the tone in which he speaks suggests a lack of genuine interest in the matter, merely seeking an opening for conversation. Regardless, you are the god of the ocean, and thus my uncle. As for lineage, it would be prudent to regard oneself as the younger generation. After all, you are a great deity, and it would be unwise to invite resentment by placing oneself on the same pedestal as him. However, since he is aware of his own identity, it indicates that the earth goddess has shared certain matters with him, at the very least enlightening him on current necessities. Rinaudo, too, has no intention of continuing with flattering words. Verbosity serves no purpose. Yet before he can speak, the ocean god Pontus interjects. The earth goddess has spoken with me. My mother and wife. She desires to overthrow my brother of the skies, and I must entrust my trident to you. Yet, you can see that my glory as the sea god is still intact. For my trident retains a portion of the ocean's essence. Though I harbor resentment towards my brother in the heavens, the thought of relinquishing my trident to you stirs within me a sense of reluctance. He seems to be negotiating, seeking to extract more benefits from the situation. However, what can be done? The object in question ultimately belongs to him, and he cannot forcibly seize it. Must he truly surrender a portion of his watery essence? You, the god of the deep, are reluctant, yet I, the deity of currents and springs, would willingly do so. Perhaps I would even risk my association with the deity of mist. What a delusion! You are bound to the depths. Unless the king of the skies is dethroned, you shall forever remain shackled by his decree. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Furthermore, while the trident is indeed the finest material for unseating the sky god, it is not the only one. It merely stands out as the sole damaged artifact of primordial origin that in dire circumstances, our mother would not cling to her artifact with unwavering tenacity. She might even consider using her life vessel as a substitute. Should you refuse to pay this price, even if success is achieved, you will gain no benefit from it. In contrast, my brother and sister, who exist at the pinnacle of the water domain, will be impervious to the king's decree when the time comes. We need not elaborate further. None among us are so foolish. Does the ocean truly require a king? Perhaps. Yet often the ocean's self-sustaining nature surpasses the need for a ruler. The throne of the Ocean King may serve as a fetter, yet it also represents a valuable divine essence, crucial for restoration. It is implausible to envisage a complete revival of divine power solely through the might of the deep, though Pontus seeks to extract more from this situation. It does not imply he is foolish enough to abandon it entirely. The notion of toppling the sky god may sound audacious, even preposterous. Yet if the orchestrators of this plot involve primordial deities, is it still so inconceivable? The Earth Goddess has not disclosed their intentions, merely requesting the trident. However, considering the snippets of information gleaned from our prior conversation, it appears they may be planning something grand. Like an investment that promises returns, it raises suspicions. Yet if the entity behind it is a wealthy magnate who already possesses a significant portion of the world, one might suddenly find the situation less alarming. While others may not yet reap rewards, merely utilizing their surplus wealth for an experiment poses minimal risk. Should it succeed, there is gain, and should it fail, the consequences are not catastrophic. Alas, the currents cannot be reclaimed. While the other party has relinquished their divine connection to oceanic flow, who among us would not wish to seize it entirely? I shall dutifully adhere to the will of the great Earth Goddess, channeling the ocean's wrath and waves to declare war upon the skies. The trident, severed into two segments, soared from the ocean's side chamber into Rinaudo's grasp. This marks his first encounter with a primordial artifact. The essence of the ocean brings him joy and comfort. Should he merge with this essence, his power over currents would undoubtedly amplify. Regrettably, the ocean's essence has already shifted from the artifact into the body of the ocean god. Yet, it is understandable. Were all of Pontus's oceanic essence to be extracted, he would surely descend into madness. After a fleeting moment of attunement with the trident's aura, Rinaudo turned once more to the ocean god. I thank you for your generosity. I trust the goddess will not be disappointed. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave to travel safely. I shall not see you out. Visit the ocean more often. As the god of the sea, you must also fulfill your divine duties within its depths. Indeed, once all settles, I shall return to observe. After the god of decay departed, Pontus let out a soft sigh. He undoubtedly harbors ambitions to compete for the heavenly throne, yet in his current state, he is but a shadow of his former self. To covet such a position is nothing short of folly. It remains uncertain whether the second generation of gods will cleanse the remnants of the first. While the god of decay may not be a significant ally, the Earth Goddess's affection for her wayward son is palpable. The Earth Goddess may not offer protection to the god of the ocean, yet the arrival of the god of decay within the ocean shall ensure a period of tranquility, if only to safeguard her progeny. While I do not seek further advancement, I wish for my deep realm to maintain a semblance of peace. At least, for the sake of my 5 children, may they grow up in harmony. Perhaps the ocean craves new vigor. Must I, as an ancient being, also face my twilight? Armed with the ocean goddess trident, Rinaudo hastened back to the Earth Mother's side, aware that such an artifact bore no inherent benefit for him. Even the mere aura enveloping it could gradually elevate his water-related divine status. However, such advantages are not for everyone, especially in these tense times. Ultimately, he could propose to the Earth Goddess the creation of underground waters. By then, his attribute powers would be sufficient to establish a cycle, as his primary focus does not lie within water elements. Should he cultivate the essence of water too vigorously, it might overwhelm his original divine status, a loss not worth the gain. The Earth Mother, anxiously awaiting, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon receiving the trident. The fate of Nyx had once encountered a misstep, leaving the Earth Goddess, who witnessed the repercussions of fate's alteration, with a lingering unease. Only now, with the trident in hand, can she feel a degree of solace, having achieved success to some extent. This artifact constitutes one of the most crucial components, while obtaining the others should prove simple. Her heart is reluctant to proceed. Rinaudo, my child, you have done exceptionally well. You have brought forth the ocean's trident. Only with such a divine artifact can we possess the necessary edge to vanquish another of great divine power. Yet this alone is insufficient. The trident of Poseidon, the god of the sea, has absorbed the essence of the ocean, utilizing it for healing. But a relic devoid of its primordial essence can only be regarded as a mere artifact. The disparity in power between the two is quite significant. As Gaias spoke, she prodded the ground before her with the broken trident. When the trident was still in Poseidon's grasp, its might resembled the ocean cascading from the heavens, possessing an unrivaled force. Yet, the thrust from the earth goddess now felt rather feeble. Although the attack remained sharp, it was evident that even a deity of moderate strength could not withstand it. However, when compared to the ocean god, this strike appeared excessively delicate. But why dwell on this matter? Would he be expected to relinquish the power that belonged to the sea? Surely not. Having narrowly escaped one peril only to enter another. Rinaudo felt somewhat dazed. Was he destined to be unworthy of the power of water throughout his life? Why did everyone fixate on this minuscule essence he possessed? Rinaudo felt a twinge of exasperation, yet maintained a neutral expression, calmly awaiting the Earth Mother's request for the power of water. However, the outcome diverged slightly from his expectations, remaining broadly similar, yet altered in a subtle way. Rinaudo, my child, I require a portion of your essence. The forging of this artifact necessitates the essence of artistry. I am aware that you have become an eternal master of a part of art itself. Hence, you may relinquish that portion of essence that will not eternally belong to you. It was not quite as he had imagined. She merely sought artistry. This revelation genuinely astonished Rinaudo. Perhaps the earth goddess perceived his surprise. As she continued to elucidate, while you possess a considerable amount of the power of water, it pales in comparison to the essence of the ocean. Moreover, the trident's original form is ill-suited for the forthcoming endeavor. I only require its raw materials, as the entirety must undergo transformation. The power of artistry, though not formidable and lacking in offensive capability, embodies innovation and change since the world's inception. These two subtle forces are concealed within art, which is why artistry is forever cherished by the new gods of art. It gravitates towards those who embody a spirit of innovation and transformation. Our actions henceforth will mark a first in the entire world. To ensure its feasibility, I need to utilize the characteristics of art as a catalyst, a means to successfully sever the symbolic ties of Uranus, the father god to translate, for there are none before or after. We must borrow from the attributes of art that can create the unprecedented. Understood. Were it any other essence, he would undoubtedly hesitate. Yet when it came to artistry, Rinaudo felt little fear beyond the pain of loss. Losing other essences would undoubtedly affect his current strength, but artistry itself held no combat prowess. Even if his divine power diminished slightly, it would not significantly impact his overall capabilities. Nonetheless, the prospect of losing his primordial power without cause remained irksome. However, the inevitable downfall of Uranus was inscribed in the annals of the future, the truth of which remained uncertain. Regardless, he was undoubtedly bound to the chariot of the earth goddess, and even if it was false, he could not resist. He resolved to do all that he could and leave the rest to fate. With that thought, the god of decay ceased his hesitation. In the interest of expedience, he placed his hand upon his chest, forcibly extracting a portion of his artistic essence to minimize the agonizing pain of having his soul torn apart. He moved with astonishing speed, and within mere breaths, a vibrant mass of artistic essence was drawn forth. From here on, I fear I lack the capacity to assist you further. The anguish of losing a portion of my essence has rendered my spirit weary, and my divine power has consequently suffered. Rinaudo spoke truthfully. The impact of artistry on him was minimal. However, it did not imply a lack of injury. His current state was indeed far from optimal, necessitating a period of recuperation. The earth goddess, filled with concern, had already sacrificed too much to topple Uranus, and she would certainly safeguard the artistic essence that Rinaudo entrusted to her for future use. After all, this was not a time for indecision. Even if he wished to halt now, others would not permit it. Yet, bestowing a reward upon her child was hardly a trivial matter. With this in mind, Gaia's expression softened, and she produced a shimmering orb of silver essence from seemingly nowhere. My dear son, I shall not forget the sacrifices you have made for your mother. Though the power of the earth may be weak, it still harbors some treasures that can assist in your recovery. When Nyx was still the goddess of fate, she had once foresaw destiny for me, prophesying that I, along with the sky god and your 6 giant brothers, should have only 18 children. 12 of them would claim a portion of the earth's essence as their divine attributes. And they have now become beings of great power. The remaining 6 were to be a single deity, arriving in this world alongside new primordial essence, yet they are now confined within Tartarus. This, in theory, should encompass the entirety of it. A bead of cold sweat trickled from Rinaudo's brow. unbeknownst to him, as a sense of unease crept into his heart. Yet, truth be told, he felt no fear. The Earth Goddess likely sensed his peculiar nature long ago, but the timing of her remarks today could not be for the purpose of judging him. Otherwise, her powers would have swiftly silenced him. Reflecting on the essence he had yet to encounter, he anticipated benefits to come. Indeed, you are a wanderer beyond destiny, a perturbation of fate, a free being unbound by its whims. You ought to be the god of variables and fate. The vitality of the world, as the last syllable fell from the Earth Goddess's lips, the omnipresent laws responded that a sphere of divine light, indistinguishable to the naked eye, surged into the essence of fate in her hand, giving birth to a mutable and elusive divine attribute that it bore no fixed form, yet encompassed everything that it symbolized the infinite fluctuations of destiny, while simultaneously embodying the unpredictable nature beyond fate. Alongside it emerged a pair of golden scissors. Rarely do divine attributes manifest in tandem with artifacts, yet such occurrences, albeit infrequent, do exist. These scissors represented the capacity to shatter the rules of fate, a tool of guaranteed precision, a gift from destiny, capable of severing all curses and prophecies. However, the subsequent effects remain known only to the new master of fate. "Thank you, Mother Goddess," Rinaudo exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from him. He was genuinely thrilled. His eyes sparkled as they fixed upon the divine attribute of variables, which contained 1/6 of the essence of fate. Should he succeed in absorbing it, Rinaudo's power would witness an unprecedented enhancement, at the very least. With the divine attribute of variables, a future of formidable strength seemed assured. Gaia smiled gently, unfazed by her child's impropriety. In truth, she too would be elated to receive a divine attribute that could further amplify her own power. "Go now. You ought to rest. You have labored excessively for this endeavor. Return here in 7 days to witness the birth of the artifact alongside me. 7 days may not seem long or short, but for a god, it is but the blink of an eye." The nature of the variable of destiny is mysterious and unfathomable, yet this was something the Earth Mother had persistently sought from the world. Thus, the fusion proceeded without hindrance, seamlessly integrating into his being. Aside from its inability to connect with other divine attributes, this power would continually and stably provide divine strength due to his own existence, which was a positive outcome. With the arrival of the 8th day, as the goddess of daylight wielded her divine power to transform the celestial realm into daylight, Rinaudo found himself at the location previously agreed upon with the Earth Mother. Though she had engaged in no activities during these days, she had diligently conserved her strength, sparing no effort in preserving every ounce of her power. Upon witnessing her child's arrival, the goddess nodded, indicating that they could commence. Rinaudo stood quietly beside the Earth Mother, cradling the half-broken trident and the artistic essence extracted from within himself. At this moment, it was finally time to begin. The goddess slowly coalesced a sphere of power belonging to the earth in her hands, an essence that radiated remarkable gentleness. Merely observing from the sidelines evokes a sense of serene tranquility, akin to basking in the gentle embrace of spring. Yet, the power that seeks vengeance upon the heavens cannot be so placid and beautiful. It demands ferocity, it requires fervor, it necessitates sharpness, and it craves every force capable of inflicting devastation. The goddess Gaia, reflecting upon the past transgressions of Uranus, while sensing the 12 sources of primordial energy within her womb, could no longer suppress the fury that surged within her. The boundless essence of motherhood could not extinguish the flames of wrath that blazed in her heart. The strength of the earth resonated with the goddess's indignation, giving rise to extreme transformations in equal measure. That a crimson point of light emerged within the divine energy of the earth, akin to a virulent contagion. Merely its appearance sparked rapid proliferation. Within just a few breaths, the red luminescence enveloped the entire energy sphere. As the earth's power grew scorching and tempestuous, Gaia lifted it high and pressed it downwards towards the ground. This surge of energy was absorbed directly by the earth, altering the surface in response to the goddess's actions. This divine force contained within it the infinite wrath of the earth goddess, a heat surpassing the sacred flame within the celestial deities. Even the typically serene and tranquil earth could not help but become terrifying with such power infused within it. That a prominent bulge gradually emerged, initially mistaken for the handiwork of the mountain god Urea, as if he had whimsically shaped a small hill to please his mother. Yet soon after, a dreadful force gestated within this small mound. The power within intensified, rendering the Earth's protrusion increasingly pronounced. From the perspective of future generations, it resembled a pimple on the Earth goddess's form, one that continued to grow. According to past experiences, this pimple would inevitably explode upon reaching a certain threshold. Rinaudo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If this power had never manifested in the world before, leaving many deities bewildered, he, as a descendant, surely understood its implications. It was a natural disaster. Should this joyful mountain erupt, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly alert the king of the sky. Rinaudo sensed that without intervention, a great conflict was imminent, yet his power was not easily capable of muffling such a sound. Hypnos, the ruler of dreams, I am Rinaudo, the one who draws others into slumber. Please, bestow tranquility upon the earth at this moment, allowing this hill, emblematic of the earth goddess's wrath, to express its fury in a serene manner. Without hesitation, Rinaudo reached out to Hypnos, having spent some time in the realm of night. He had conversed with the sleeping god, who seemed indifferent to the invasion of his domain, even expressing interest in recruiting Rinaudo to co-govern the night and dreams. That it was evident that Hypnos was genuinely disinclined to manage affairs. However, such matters were best left unspoken. Truly daring to intrude upon another's domain would likely create a negative impression. Moreover, dreams require a singular, magnificent divine power. It was improbable that this path possessed the strength to accommodate two great powers as co-rulers. As the original master of dreams, Hypnos would certainly retain his status as a supreme divine being, rendering such an arrangement unsuitable. Despite not becoming colleagues, their relationship remained amicable, as one sought perpetual sleep while the other preferred to avoid conflict. Hypnos, disturbed from his slumber, exhibited mild displeasure, yet upon hearing Rinaudo's plea, he swiftly spread the tranquility of night across the earth. It should be noted that this serene power was imparted to Hypnos through Rinaudo, who had allowed the sleeping god to perceive it amidst the deep slumber of all existence. It dawned on Rinaudo that Hypnos's actions were likely a precaution against Uranus, a means of ensuring safety. Unbeknownst to anyone, the already dormant Uranus was enveloped once more in a deeper layer of dream magic. After all, they were all grasshoppers on the same string. None could hope to escape. One could only assert that this grasshopper, in comparison to its soon-to-be doomed counterpart, was relatively secure. Yet how long such safety would last under Uranus's ambitions was anyone's guess. A rumbling roar echoed throughout the world. The first volcano was born. The divine essence of the volcano lay quietly in the depths of the magma. However, the earth goddess had no inclination to claim this power at that moment. Instead, with a fierce countenance, she brandished her trident as she approached the volcano's mouth. The magma transformed into a colossal forging platform for the earth goddess, the terrifying heat instantaneously enveloping the entire trident. While the volcano's power may not rival that of the ocean, the trident had already lost its oceanic essence. Let alone the fact that the current heat was augmented by the unmatched fury of the earth goddess. Even deities of considerable power would hesitate to extend their hands into it. Yet the earth goddess, seemingly devoid of sensation, allowed the intense heat to scorch her hand and the trident without relinquishing her grip. Once the trident exhibited signs of melting, she plunged her hand into the earth. Retrieving a hammer, this was not the hammer of the mountain god Urea, but one birthed alongside the Cyclopes. Originally intended to deliver the final blow to the earth, they had fortunately been saved by the night goddess, transforming them into 6 giants. The power that should have been wielded by the final deity encompassed a fragment of creation, while the force of forging had already begun to gestate, only to be shattered by fate at the final moment. However, this did not imply that the earth goddess, the pinnacle of the world's deities, had not recorded this power. Though shattered, it did not mean it could not be utilized. Under the intense heat of the volcano and the hammer's strikes, the trident underwent transformation. As diverse materials were melded into the crafting vessel, the countenance of the earth goddess shifted from fury to a fierce grimace. Despite exerting her utmost effort, each strike upon the forming weapon felt insufficient to release the pent-up resentment within her. Suddenly, the Mother of Earth ceased hammering and straightened her posture. Meeting Rinaudo's perplexed gaze, she extended her right thumb, then placed her left hand atop it. With a forceful tug, the Mother of Earth tore her thumb. Along with the flesh of her hand, asunder, divine blood gushing forth upon the ground. This blood flowed into the volcano, merging with it, as the vitality of the earth clashed violently with the flames of destruction. Initially, a lush expanse of greenery flourished, only to be consumed by the wrathful flames, turning them to ash. Yet, the resilience of life proved formidable. The plants, recently incinerated, swiftly began to regrow. However, such extreme heat soon drained their vitality, causing their moisture to evaporate rapidly, rendering them weak and feeble. Ultimately, once the moisture had entirely dissipated, they were swept away by a gentle breeze, transforming into clouds of ash. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the remnants of ash ultimately settled upon the volcano. Rinaudo, who should have been fixated on the actions of the Mother of Earth, found himself captivated by the cycle of life and death among the plants. An urge to reach out and touch those striving to bloom in this land of desolation, that it was only when the Mother of Earth let out a pained groan that Rinaudo redirected his attention back to her. What was the purpose of this suffering? The artifact crafted from the ocean's trident was more than sufficient to wound the celestial king. It would merely require a bit more time, such a sacrifice of vitality. Even if it toppled the king, would be challenging to replenish swiftly. It seemed that a long slumber awaited. Rinaudo, my child, you do not understand. Though Uranus appears arrogant and egotistical, he harbors a seed of suspicion towards all. Should he sense pain, he will become alert in the blink of an eye. Thus, regardless of the opportunity, we possess but one chance to strike. As she spoke, the earth goddess examined her severed thumb, then gently blew upon it. This breath transformed the flesh and blood that had covered her thumb into a swirling essence of life, destined to return to the earth, albeit currently resembling ashes. Once the flesh had nearly vanished, the translucent bone beneath was revealed before them. This bone bore no resemblance to any biological structure known to Rinaudo, appearing more like a gem cherished by the earth than a mere bone. Perplexed, Rinaudo wondered why the earth goddess would sever a piece of her own bone. Did it possess some extraordinary significance? In this moment, Gaia's thoughts had already drifted far away. She was preoccupied with the idea of delivering a more devastating blow to the god of the sky. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to her youngest son. Rinaudo, grant me a drop of your blood, the blood from your very eyes. Rinaudo, perplexed, could not comprehend the purpose behind her request. However, as a god, he possessed the ability to regenerate even if he were to tear off his own arm. After all, prosperity governed the essence of life, and he did not lack vitality as long as the wounds were not inflicted by divine artifacts bearing eternal characteristics. Gods like him could easily heal their injuries or even regrow lost limbs. Thus, even if his eyes were to be removed, aside from enduring some pain and losing a bit of vitality, it would likely have little lasting impact on him. Was there perhaps some hidden treasure within his eyes that held a special power against Uranus? Nevertheless, since the goddess Gaia had spoken, and they had reached this juncture, it would be inappropriate to turn back now. Without uttering a word, Rinaudo proceeded to extract his own eyeball with his bare hands. The sensation was indeed unprecedented, yet compared to the excruciating pain he had experienced when he had previously removed the essence of art, this was tolerable. Catching the regal golden eye, inherited from the heavens, the earth goddess unhesitatingly cast it into the flames. The searing magma swiftly enveloped the golden eye as if it were a trident. This time, however, the earth goddess produced her divine artifact, the vessel of life. She scooped a jar of water from the earth, shook the vessel, and then poured forth a pale green elixir of life. She then drizzled this life-giving water over the now softening eyeball, allowing the laws of life to gradually penetrate into it, exploring its depths before commencing their transformative effects. An overwhelming vitality enveloped the golden eye, transforming it into a vibrant green orb, filled with life and benevolence. From this eye, a single drop of blood, the essence of the sky, was extracted. A remnant of Uranus's lineage. It was at the sight of this drop of celestial blood that Gaia finally felt a sense of relief. My child, you have suffered. Gaia retrieved the eyeball from the fire, filled the vessel of life anew, and used it to cleanse the eye of the ash that clung to it. She then placed the revitalized eye back into Rinaudo's eye socket. The surge of life force united the eye with its rightful owner, and due to the effects of the vessel of life, the eye now contained an essence of vitality, enhancing the power of prosperity. Rinaudo's left eye gleamed with a majestic golden hue, while his right eye radiated a gentle, compassionate green light. This striking contrast in his gaze was unprecedented. Gaia found herself momentarily taken aback, yet upon closer inspection, she found the eyes to be quite beautiful. Though Rinaudo was diminutive in stature, he had inherited the fine features of his parents and was exceedingly charming. Now, the unique pairing of his eyes added an extra layer of mystery and extraordinary beauty to his appearance. This only heightened Gaia's already considerable affection for her son. Were it not for the critical moment at hand, she would have gladly sought divine attributes of beauty for him. But she reassured herself that once she regained her original divine splendor, she would provide her child with ample compensation for the hardships he had endured alongside her. Her handsome son had not been born with great power. Even now, he had merely restored his original strength, all while bearing the burden of her inadequacies. That it was simply unjust that such a beautiful deity should have to endure such suffering. That scoundrel Uranus. If it were not for him, she could have granted her child enough power to protect himself. Even if he harbored no ambitions, she could have kept him by her side without fear, thereby sparing him a life of caution. As the temperature of the volcano surged dramatically, Gaia seized the forged hammer once more, each strike channeling her rekindled fury. In this moment, her wrath transcended that of a mere wife and mother. Observing that the earth goddess was preoccupied and had no time to explain, Rinaudo astutely chose to engage in play. Recently, the goddess Nyx had gifted him a seed, claiming it might prove useful in the future. After acquiring the power of the god of uncertainty, his sixth sense had grown remarkably acute, a perception of fate. Now, he felt that the seed might indeed serve a purpose. Finding a secluded corner, Rinaudo carefully buried the ordinary seed in the cooler shadow of the volcano. However, he soon pondered, could this seed thrive without sunlight? Yet, there was no sun in the sky. Initially, he had sought only to shield the seed from the searing heat of the volcano, but now he questioned whether the conditions for plant growth in this world included light and warmth. However, heat did not emanate from the heavens. Neither light nor warmth was consistently accessible to plants. Perhaps he would only learn the outcome once the seed sprouted. After all, as the god of seeds, it seemed rather disappointing that he knew so little about their potential utility. If he failed to provide assistance, the seed might not survive. Yet, if he used divine power to aid it, could that still be considered a natural growth in such a hostile environment? Perhaps, beyond the realm of mystery, there were many benefits to being a deity. Lost in thought, Rinaudo picked up a searing volcanic rock and opened a gash in his palm. Ordinary stones could leave no mark upon him. Yet, the earth goddess's fury rendered the volcano exceptionally potent. Only the rocks connected to this volcano possessed the capacity to harm a deity directly. The rock, sharp as a blade, easily carved a long cut into the hand of the god of decay. Blood flowing freely from the wound, yet he felt no pain from the heat. This was only to be expected. The high temperatures here were fueled by the goddess's anger, which was directed. The new divine artifact intended for Uranus was taking form under the relentless hammering of the earth goddess day and night. This artifact was truly magnificent, incorporating innovative elements inspired by the essence of art to achieve feats never before witnessed. It inherited the closest bloodline from Uranus, guiding its creation. The hardest and strongest thumb bone of Gaia's right hand was utilized to enhance the artifact's power and resilience. Even the material itself was forged from the shattered trident of the sea god. Under the wrath of the earth and the skillful hammering of the one-eyed giant, a sharp scythe emerged from the flames, symbolizing Gaia's unquenchable desire for vengeance against the sky. During this time, Rinaudo had been diligently tending to his little seed. After absorbing the blood of the gods, the seed grew rapidly, yet the volcano's intense heat and the ever-present threat of eruption made its survival exceedingly arduous. By this point, it had lost its life 3 times. To be frank, plant growth in this world had effectively ceased, were it not for his flourishing city, which still managed to sustain some semblance of growth. All plants would surely have stagnated since the day the god of growth returned to the womb of the earth. Chaos trembled daily, the ubiquitous laws intertwining, calling upon the mighty titans to maintain peace within their realms. Yet the titans had returned to the womb of the earth goddess, losing their forms and, with them, their capacity to intervene in the world's affairs. The earth goddess Gaia, confined by her husband, found herself deprived of her reproductive faculties, rendering her unable to bring forth new life into the world. This dire circumstance nearly disrupted the balance of chaos. Fortunately, in the realm of darkness, 2 primordial deities emerged to quell the unrest. In the domain of flora, the earth goddess had not yet succumbed to slumber. and the god of prosperity possessed some power, which, in the contemporary mystical world, was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the sea god had lost much of his strength. The surface of the ocean was now perpetually agitated, while the depths managed to retain a semblance of tranquility. The sole vexation lay within the realm of time. The two powerful deities governing time had reached the limits of this domain. As no third deity could successfully carve out a niche amidst the formidable pressure exerted by the two, the realm of time was yet insufficiently expansive to nurture a third time god. The functioning order of the world was a matter for the cosmos, whereas the Titans' failure to fulfill their responsibilities was their own plight, constantly besieged by the backlash of their intrinsic essence and divinity. This turmoil left the Titans, who had recently acquired the gift of speech and a modicum of awareness, in a state of lamentation, continuously assailing the Earth goddess and her exceedingly fragile psyche, which left her, focused on crafting the fabled scythe, utterly fatigued at this moment. However, the final blow was struck, and a sharp divine light soared skyward, only to be intercepted by Gaia, who wielded her scythe to shatter the radiant beam. Tentatively, she tested the blade in her hands. This formidable instrument effortlessly carved a deep gash through the volcanic mountain, inadvertently severing the nail of her right pinky finger, the small fragment of nail. Once detached from the Earth goddess, transformed into a translucent crimson gem. After a fleeting glance, she discarded it into the temple of the Earth, for time was of the essence, leaving little opportunity for her to admire such external trinkets. Yet the next step of her plan posed a conundrum for Gaia. To sever the symbol of patriarchal authority, she needed to draw Uranus closer. However, she was reluctant to allow the king of the gods to witness her current state. The mere thought of Uranus viewing her with pity or derision incited a tempest of fury within her. The heavens, too, would not simply abandon their rationality upon seeing the goddess. The sight of the aged Earth goddess would likely invite mockery from the sky. The appearance of deities is influenced by their divine essence. Take Rinaudo, for instance. Though he was not born grotesque, the taint of decay masked his once pure visage, drawing attention instead to his dark locks. A gift from the Earth goddess, beneath which lay the remnants of life after decay, rendering his appearance deceptively beautiful. The sea god, dwelling in the abyss, bore a visage shaped by his divine essence, embodying the ocean's lengthy lifespan. Now appearing middle-aged, his eyes peering into the depths, nearly obscured by darkness yet tinged with a hint of blue. It must be noted that even in her decline, the Earth goddess retained an arresting beauty. However, the power of the earth began to envelop her, urging her toward slumber. Rocks and vegetation silently crept up her form, and in due time, she would transform into a stone statue, her will merging with the earth as she slipped into a sleep indistinguishable from death. Thus, she resisted, unwilling to succumb to this eternal slumber, particularly not alongside her 12 offspring, not to mention her 6 giants still trapped in Tartarus, leaving her with countless unfinished endeavors. Yet, the beauty bestowed upon her by the earth had been breathtaking. Even now, gazing at her reflection in the water, a tinge of sorrow would wash over her. After all, in this world, appearances wield significant influence. Frustrated and unable to devise a solution, the goddess turned her gaze to her youngest son, Rinaudo, hoping his clever mind could offer assistance. A deity capable of creating art. Surely he would have a spark of inspiration to share. Rinaudo, my child, I summon you to my side. There is a matter I wish to discuss, Gaia called out to the withering plants nearby. In the realm of decay, only one master existed, and thus, invoking the name of the master would relay all language to him. Rinaudo, engrossed in tending to his fragile little plant, glanced towards the mountain peak. Then back at his feeble, ailing flora. Gritting his teeth, he conjured a protective life shield before racing towards the summit, hoping to complete Gaia's task swiftly and return, for he did not wish for his cherished plant to perish in the lava. What could Mother Goddess need me for? He pondered. Hadn't she been preoccupied with crafting that scythe? Just recently, he had offered to assist, only to be turned away, deemed too weak to be of any help. Mother, do you require my aid? Rinaudo inquired, feeling pressed for time. Gaia nodded, gesturing to her face, now significantly diminished in radiance compared to her former self. You are aware of our long-standing scheme. The crux lies in stripping him of the paternal symbols of Uranus's dominion. Yet, Uranus is exceedingly vigilant. No one can approach him with a divine artifact while he is in his right mind. especially not in such a critical location. Only under the primal enchantment of desire would Uranus lower his guard and succumb to indulgence. With a soft sigh, Gaia continued, "But you know that Uranus could never feel affection or desire for a visage as aged and unappealing as mine. He has an insatiable pursuit of beauty. I called upon you to inquire whether your imaginative mind might restore some semblance of my former appearance." Gazing at the earth goddess, whose flawless visage was now marred by age and rock, Rinaudo found it challenging to assess the task's difficulty. Was he truly the one to undertake such a feat? He had never held a high regard for beauty. His indifference extended to clothing and cosmetics. Leaving his aesthetic sensibilities in a state of confusion in his youth, he may have fretted over blemishes. Yet now he found himself apathetic to his own appearance. The challenge loomed large and daunting. Yet, contemplating how future men and women would strive for beauty, he mused on their methods. They would adorn themselves with cosmetics of their own creation, sculpting their faces to meet the prevailing standards of beauty. Even when their natural features fell short, though love and desire can easily lead one astray, beauty, too, can subtly ensnare its beholder, transforming them into a willing slave. Reflecting on this notion, Rinaudo refocused his thoughts and declared, "I cannot transform an ordinary face into one of earth-shattering beauty. However, if it is your visage, with a few embellishments, I believe we can restore some of its former glory that a spark ignited in Gaia's eyes, illuminating both orbs with renewed vigor." It was indeed a sound proposition. Although Gaia had long appeared intent on disposing of Uranus, she still harbored a desire for her appearance, revealing that even this primordial deity was not immune to the allure of beauty. Perhaps through the art of cosmetics, Rinaudo might carve out a niche for himself among the second and third generations of deities, particularly in the favor of those goddesses who cherished beauty. With thoughts coalescing, Rinaudo waved his hand, and a vibrant swirl of divine energy cascaded to the ground. This energy twisted and morphed into a kaleidoscope of powder, pigments extracted from gemstones. While this substance might be somewhat abrasive to others, its minuscule crystalline particles, though still rock-like, would pose no discomfort to the earth goddess, who was the embodiment of the earth itself. In time, as this power grew stronger, he would condense these divine essences into an artistic form. Otherwise, as a singular deity of painting, there remains a sense of inadequacy when attempting to adorn the visage of divinity with artistry. The amalgamation of water and gemstone powder transforms into the pigments employed for painting, while the face of the earth goddess serves as a canvas for the painting god to unleash his creativity. Intriguingly, both the gemstones and water are imbued with divine power when they adhere to the earth goddess's face. They seamlessly merge with her features, enhancing the longevity of the cosmetic effect. However, he had never before ventured into the realm of makeup, resulting in a somewhat lacking skill set. The visage alone appeared peculiar to Rinaudo. For the earth goddess's hair was no longer reminiscent of the typical forest giants, which naturally bore the essence of flora and vines. Instead, the goddess now embodied a human-like form, and her hair, in its unkempt state, resembled a tangled nest of birds and beasts. Unable to bear the sight, Rinaudo exerted effort upon her hair, first extracting the heart of a tree measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, which he crafted into a wooden comb from its innermost wood. With this comb, he tamed the goddess's hair, rendering it less wild and more manageable. Regrettably, lacking expertise in hairstyling, he could only rely on memories of television dramas to fashion a gemstone hairpin. Gathering the goddess's hair into an elegant updo, upon completion, a lingering dissatisfaction remained. The goddess typically donned little clothing, as deities are unconcerned with notions of propriety. Rinaudo, perpetually draped in a cloth, appeared somewhat out of place. The earth goddess possessed a beautiful cloak, yet she rarely wore it. Observing the result of his meticulous efforts, Rinaudo resigned himself to crafting a long skirt. Adorned with simple landscapes, the garment bore no intricate patterns. Presenting something so anachronistic would undoubtedly feel jarring. Merely donning the skirt caused the goddess a degree of discomfort, and introducing further garments risked exacerbating her agitation. Rinaudo regarded the final creation. He could not claim complete satisfaction, for his aesthetic sensibilities had always been rather ordinary. Nevertheless, the transcendent and omnipresent will of chaos took note of this endeavor, seamlessly integrating the divine essence of craftsmanship and artistry into a cycle symbolizing the artistic domain. Thus, the artistic aspect was deemed sufficient. Despite experiencing harm, the deity of art chose to bestow its essence upon Rinaudo, its original artistic patron. However, this essence was now considerably more elusive. It intertwined all divine aspects of artistry, transforming into a true deity of art, while it itself concealed within the divine essence, wary of being extracted and forged into a divine artifact by its current master. What would have required a significant investment of time was accomplished in an instant. Aided by the essence, proving its utility, Rinaudo benefited from this. Though it was a gift from the essence, the Earth Mother, eager to behold her reflection in the water, reveled in the beauty she had painstakingly restored. With barely contained joy, she exclaimed to the resplendent Gaia, "Rinaudo, my dearest and most cherished son, your endeavors bring me immense joy. This scythe is the first ever forged artifact in existence, distinct from those created by mere laws. For it is crafted by the hands of a deity. Thus, it stands as the sole artifact capable of manifesting all possibilities that I promise you. Once it fulfills its destined purpose, it shall become your finest tool for safeguarding both art and your own safety." It was evident that the Earth Goddess was elated, directly gifting the scythe to Rinaudo. Unlike promises made after great battles, this gift represented the benefits awaiting him after the impending conflict, with the scythe excluded from the count of benefits. Truly, it was a remarkable boon. The creation of a scythe capable of harming the king of gods had drained the Earth Goddess of considerable energy and power, leading her to a brief slumber immediately after its forging. This left the Titans residing within the womb of the Earth Goddess in a state of panic, akin to a cacophony of wild beasts roaring incessantly in their ears, creating an unbearable din. In desperation, the Earth Goddess even resorted to borrowing the magic of slumber from the ruler of dreams, allowing her children to return to a state of tranquility while she regained her strength. As for the one free Titan, Rinaudo, compared to his 12 brethren, he was more concerned about whether his saplings were too cold, too hot, or had suffered damage. During this time, both the king of gods ruling the sky and the goddess Gaia of the earth remained profoundly silent. The king was still ensnared by the magic of slumber, oblivious to his condition, believing he simply wished to linger in dreams. Meanwhile, the Earth Goddess employed sleep to mitigate her physical drain, hastening her recovery. Though both were in slumber, their intentions diverged as for whether the carefully prepared makeup would fade during sleep, who among the Earth's deities would stir in their slumber. Time, inevitably, slipped away unnoticed, and before long. A year had passed. Should the Earth Goddess continue her slumber, she would undoubtedly regain even greater strength. Indeed, a vast expanse of time would be required to fully restore her powers. Perhaps they still had some time. Yet some were growing impatient. The 12 Titans, unable to fulfill the duties bestowed upon them by the world over the course of an entire year, faced constant retribution from the laws and backlash from the divine essence. Fortunately, although the Earth Goddess's wound confined them, it ensured their powers remained intact, allowing a world devoid of new domains to function without losing its balance, thereby preserving the Titan's strength. Primarily, the passage of a year. Despite various disasters and upheavals occurring across domains, ultimately yielded no significant consequences. Otherwise, even if the womb of the earth were to be destroyed, the world would not easily relinquish its hold. Yet, despite this, the Titans were unwilling to endure such torment any longer. The power exerted directly upon their souls by the laws proved far more excruciating than the brutal strikes of the King of Gods. However, they had no choice but to wait. That it was best to allow Uranus's vigilance to diminish as much as possible. At that moment, their chances of success would be greater. Being awakened from sleep would surely not alleviate their anxiety. Thus, their current course of action was to await Uranus's awakening. Receiving word, Hypnos swiftly retracted his powers. Amidst the constant tremors across various domains, the protective sky of the world would frequently experience fluctuations, suggesting that the King of Gods would soon awaken. Children of the earth, your long-awaited moment approaches. The sky remains vibrant, though I am unable to grant you freedom just why as a husband and King of Gods. My identity compels me to breach the laws of procreation. Soon, the King of the sky shall unite with the heavens, never depart again. At last, when the sky exhibited tremors imperceptible to the naked eye, and that familiar sense of being surveilled from above returned, Gaia recognized the moment had arrived. This would mark the conclusion of the Celestial King's chapter. The goddess inserted the scythe into her womb. entrusted to her youngest son, who would wield it. Chronos, remember that this scythe is merely on loan. Its true master should be your youngest brother, Rinaudo. Do not engage in any unnecessary actions. As the forger. She was acutely aware of the scythe's immense power and the temptation it entailed. It was not that she doubted her youngest son, but the past behaviors of the sky had often surpassed even those of Chronos. He had once been an exemplary husband, blinding her to the sky's true nature, leading to this moment of nearly irreversible conflict. Chronos, however, dismissed her concerns, readily assuring her they were both beings of immense power, soon to be elevated to greatness. At that time, each would possess their own divine artifact. With such a precious weapon forged from rare materials, his ascension would outpace that of all his brothers. As for Rinaudo, he was merely a deity of moderate power, scarcely touching the threshold of true strength. What need did he have for such a precious weapon? At the very least, when I ascend to the exalted throne of the God King, having vanquished all my elder siblings, I shall allow this younger brother to remain by my side, offering him a chance to be close to the God King as compensation. After all, how else can one claim to be a father? Yet, what Chronos failed to anticipate was that the Earth Goddess embodies the essence of the land itself. Everything upon the earth is but her gaze. It is futile to think one could hide within the womb of the Earth's incarnation. Even if one were to flee to Tartarus, the realm of the underworld, the goddess of the underworld would still glean insights. He had no inkling that his grotesque musings of the future had already been observed by the Earth Goddess. This realization caused Gaia, who initially considered that Chronos bore the burden of such peril, yet gained nothing in return, to momentarily withhold her affection from her previous younger son, contemplating favoring him with the position of the God King. She perceived in Chronos a striking resemblance to his detestable father. The goddess, who could see through the essence of matters without needing to behold a visage, could sense the thoughts harbored within the divine heart. Not to mention the titans who had already shed their outer facades. The goddess remained silent, providing no hint to the spatio-temporal Chronos. Indeed, he could seize the scythe and claim it as his own from the very essence of time and space. However, the essence of time and space, under the weight of absolute power, could be cleaved away and appropriated by another. One could only hope that her younger son would possess the wisdom to refrain from employing his petty cleverness to maneuver a primordial deity into risking a broken promise. Gaia, already predisposed to favor her youngest two sons, found her inclination swaying further, not merely for other reasons, but chiefly due to her current loathing for Uranus. His celestial lineage was irritating enough, compounded by the fact that he bore an uncanny resemblance to his loathsome father, rendering it truly repugnant. The bait had been cast. It was time to fish. This day had inevitably arrived. Uranus, surveying the world from the heavens, would undoubtedly turn his gaze towards Mother Earth. The visage of Mother Earth was unparalleled. As one of the original 5 primordial deities, they all possessed a perfection that far surpassed that of all beings. Furthermore, after her adornment, the Earth Mother intentionally evoked Uranus's deepest desires through various alluring poses. To ensure the success of this endeavor, the great goddess Nyx, with her husband's assistance, once more grasped a thread of fate's power and used it to locate an artifact left behind by one of the primordial gods, the deity of love who returned to the source. This artifact was a manifestation of power among the 5 primordial gods, a force of passion embodied in a golden arrow suffused with the magic of love to guarantee that all proceeded smoothly. This golden arrow was sent into the heart of the sky god, where it radiated the enchanting power to incite the union of all things. This caused Uranus to experience an almost irresistible love upon catching sight of the goddess Gaia. At that moment, disregarding all peculiarities, unconcerned with why the goddess had suddenly transformed into a vision of beauty, nor did he care if departing his domain would pose any danger. All he knew was that he yearned to engage in an act of creation with his wife. Concealed on the far side of the earth, Rinaudo did not direct his gaze towards the scene of union between those two great beings, setting aside the potential damage to his eyes from witnessing such a sight, one being his own mother, the other his father. He could not bear to look upon such a thing. He merely awaited the sound of a scream. The Earth Goddess, maintaining her composure, embraced the broad chest of Uranus, constantly teasing him with tender words. Immersed in ecstasy, Uranus paid no heed to the goddess's unusual demeanor that day, Nor did he notice the stark discordance of their location atop a volcano that should have been teeming with life. Now rendered desolate, his entire being was devoted to the pleasure of that climactic moment. At this juncture, the opportunity was optimal. The magic of the heavens would instinctively avoid the essence of the God-King during transmission, allowing Chronos, within, to make contact with the divine form of the God-King while wielding the scythe. The heightened ecstasy nearly severed the God-King's rationality, even if he missed this prime opportunity. There remained a few seconds during which the God-King's sanity would be suspended, allowing for the scythe to be swung. All conditions aligned perfectly. In summary, the characteristics of Uranus as a male deity would inevitably be stripped away. Uranus, cloaking the entire world beneath the celestial canopy, was miserly in granting even the slightest tangible assistance to the world. He was unwilling to allow clouds to obscure his vision, ruthlessly slaying a yet-to-become divine sprite. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that someone could still draw rain from the earth to nourish the world. The night goddess draped the world in a shroud of darkness, which quietly ascended to the firmament. Receiving the signal, Rinaudo understood it was time to fulfill his final role. O great law, I am Rinaudo, the god of mist. I shall merge the thin vapor into a fog, elevating it to the sky to become clouds, tiny droplets of water that, when gathered, will fall from the heavens as rain to nourish the earth, whether it be thick mist or clouds. These phenomena obscure the sky's visibility, which the God-King forbids. He suddenly realized that these entities were not seeking demise, but had ulterior motives. Who dares to encroach upon the realm of the sky? For the God-King, anything pertaining to the heavens falls under his dominion, as an autocratic deity. How could he permit such occurrences? He did not even require a subordinate. The joy of propagating life and the indignation of his domain being violated compelled the God-King to raise his head high, casting his gaze from the sky towards the earth, attempting to pierce through the clouds to discern which audacious being dared to challenge his divine might. In that moment, his vigilance towards Mother Earth plummeted to an all-time low. Completely disregarding the 12 titans concealed within her womb, the sky darkened entirely. Uranus lay upon Gaia's form, yet years of habit compelled him to angrily look into the distance towards a place he had never scrutinized, but was intimately familiar with. Chronos seized the opportunity. He grasped the divine root of his father, raising the sharp scythe, and with it, the fury of the titans and the Earth Mother descended. A sudden wave of agony surged through the God-King's loins. Uranus swiftly scrambled off Gaia, and the moment he rose, his gaze locked onto that which could not be named. It was drenched in blood, and the signals from his senses conveyed to him that he had lost the emblem of his masculinity and the authority of fatherhood. You betray me, Gaia. Look at what you have done. You have sullied the glory of the God-King, trampled upon your husband's dignity, and betrayed my trust. Uranus questioned Gaia in a furious tone, while the earth goddess merely regarded her once-beloved husband with an icy stare. Clutching his wounded area in terror, Uranus was horrified to find his once majestic beard uncontrollably detaching from his body, his robust muscles rapidly softening. Particularly at his chest, he felt an unsettling swelling begin. The laws of this world were intent on transforming him into a goddess. Throughout the history of existence, there had only been two genders, for the great creator of the chaos world had only ever brought forth these two. Neither he nor his offspring had ever produced a third gender. That which represented masculinity, once lost, would naturally prompt the laws to recognize this aberration. The scythe could accomplish feats never before seen. Yet it could not wholly alter or create a new species. However, having lost his masculine representation, Uranus, wounded by the artifact and imbued with the fury of the earth, found his body incapable of further rebirth. Thus, the world's laws had no choice but to concede, guiding the God-King's form towards femininity. He was on the brink of becoming the goddess of the sky. Had Uranus accepted the world's transformation with grace, he would have encountered no issues. Perhaps the form of a goddess was ill-suited for battle, yet he inherently possessed formidable strength. But how could this God-King, steeped in pride, consent to becoming such a delicate figure? In his perception, every goddess was frail and unskilled in combat. Even his wife, the earth goddess, whose prowess paled in comparison to that of the other male primordial deities. Yet Uranus could not accept such an existence. Even the slightest alteration is beyond his acceptance. That he forcibly stabilizes his body with the supreme power of the God-King and his own formidable strength. attempting to resist the modification of the laws. Undoubtedly, this method proves effective, yet it simultaneously incites a deeper disdain from the very laws themselves towards Uranus. Gaia remains utterly unresponsive, merely offering a cold smile. The covenant between the God King and the Goddess Queen was irrevocably severed the moment their connection was cut. The world is not generous enough to allow two deities to fulfill such a lifelong contract. The institution of marriage remains underdeveloped, and no deity of matrimony has yet emerged. Thus, this covenant is an exclusive bond between the God King and the Goddess Queen. The rarity of such a contract compels Uranus to sever it entirely at the moment he transforms into a goddess, leaving not even a trace of connection. Similarly, as Uranus has lost all masculine attributes, the laws do not permit a goddess to occupy the throne of the God King, a position that rightfully belongs to Chaos, the primordial deity. Therefore, whoever ascends that throne must bear similarities to Chaos. No one in existence possesses the essence of Chaos, for it eludes comprehension. Consequently, the prerequisite for being a God King has become that of a male deity. Apart from sharing the same gender, they likely possess no other commonality. After all, Chaos is the progenitor of 5 primordial gods, whose powers are unfathomably terrifying, suggesting that this deity may transcend even the primordial gods. Regrettably, Uranus currently possesses none of the requisite qualities. The essence of the God King has begun to reject Uranus. Though the divine power of the sky envelopes him, preventing the essence from swiftly escaping his form. Otherwise, it would have surely burst forth in the next moment, akin to a cleanliness-obsessed individual fervently cleansing themselves after encountering something unclean. Stripped of his identity as both husband and God King, Uranus finds that all he has done for the Mother of Earth has become futile. The Mother of Earth reclaims her right to give birth. With Chronos, wielding a sharp sickle, being the first to emerge from her womb back to the earth, the laws of time and space envelop him, and the magnitude of divine power lies merely a step away. Other titans gradually return to the earth as well. During this time, they have not idly passed, experiencing a period of solitude, albeit with some pain, during which they have gained deeper insights into the nature of their divine essence. Uranus gazes in astonishment at the 2 items in the hands of the youthful figure. Though the sickle possesses some power, it is insufficient to impress him. Rather, it is the other soft tissue that truly captivates his attention. Chronos, are you challenging my authority? Do you dare to rebel? The youthful god of time appears reverent, yet a closer look reveals the calmness in his eyes that, O brutal and unprincipled goddess of the sky. You have lost your qualifications as the God King and can no longer be my father. Is it not wise to abdicate and yield? Uranus is taken aback by Chronos' audacity to question him. Perhaps the Titans have rebelled before, yet they have mostly cowered in submission before him. But now, Chronos dares to instigate a revolt. Anger and humiliation surge within Uranus, prompting him to clench his fist and strike. Despite the enhancement of divine artifacts, Chronos has no intention of engaging in a mutually destructive confrontation with his father. He deftly sidesteps the forceful punch aimed at him. This spectacle causes the elder brother, Oceanus, to twitch his eyelids in dismay, feeling that this younger brother has proven rather inept. No, he is no longer the younger brother. A younger sibling has emerged, witnessing the wrathful god of the sky. Memories of past oppression flood the minds of the Titans, who now regard Chronos with disdain. Given the opportunity for revenge, yet lacking the courage to seize it, they deem him useless. Such thoughts echo among the others, leading them to retaliate, reminiscent of their previous rebellion against the sky, which ended in failure, but this time could yield different results. The sky descends with overwhelming urgency, yet the peak of Olympus, Uranus's own sacred mountain, staunchly holds the heavens above, preventing this force from descending to the earth. Realizing he cannot directly shift the sky to the ground, Uranus decides to expand his domain. He grasps an unclaimed surge of divine power from the earth. Causing the goddess of the earth to tense with displeasure, he integrates this divine power into the essence of the sky, and suddenly, countless fragments of the earth materialize in the sky, seemingly inert until Uranus speaks. The earth's fragments above shall ultimately return to the embrace of the goddess, and this process will manifest as the wrath of the heavens, obliterating any rebellious traitors against the God King of the sky. They are meteors, Uranus proclaims through gritted teeth. The wrath of the earth forges the sickle that rends the sky. In retaliation, the sky's fury envelopes countless meteors, imbued with destructive power, hurtling towards the earth. Far in a distant dark corner of the sky, the largest nymph among the offspring of the sky seems to attain a moment of clarity, as if understanding what he ought to do. Yet this fleeting insight escapes him, requiring a bit more time to solidify. Amidst the fierce clash between the Titans and the sky, Rinaudo remains undistracted, continuing his declaration. Before the battle, the Mother of Earth disclosed her pact with the Goddess of Night. And now he must endeavor to grant the sky dominion over as much territory as possible. Even if these powers do not belong to the sky's master, they must still be related to it. I am the god of currents, governing the flow and temperature of the sea. I am the 13th child of the sky, proven by my golden eyes that I shall stir the air of the world. And this flow shall be known as wind, that I share the frigid power with the sky. The delicate white crystals formed from condensed rainwater are snow, and I bestow this cold power upon water, where the resulting crystals are termed ice, and when ice ascends to the sky, it becomes hail. That I am the god of clouds and mists, bringing forth rain, the god of snow, mastering the icy forces of the world, and the wind god who facilitates air currents. I should be the god of weather. This power suffices for Rinaudo to plunge a metaphorical dagger into the back of his battling father. Let the rebellion against the father commence in grandeur. In the realm of laws, the power of weather is beneficial to life in the world. It fosters prosperity, enriching the world with vibrancy and strength. However, the sky's share of power is excessively dominant, rendering the equally powerful weather essence unable to manifest immediately. But what can the laws accomplish? At least Rinaudo is a deity of moderate strength, and his power induces meteorological changes in a small region, signaling to the world that his assertions are valid. So, which power closely aligns with weather and can be torn away? Indeed, it is the sky, dominating much of the power, yet failing to enhance the world's prosperity. The god of the sky, Uranus, who could have matched other Titan deities, is suddenly pierced by the laws, causing nearly half of his celestial essence to erupt violently. Struggling to escape his being, this force, guided by the will of the world, sheds the sky's exterior, transforming from the power of the heavens into the power of weather before the eyes of all. This revelation fills Uranus with a sense of impending rupture. He reaches out, attempting to reclaim the weather's essence into the sky's divine identity. But the Titans, witnessing Uranus's weakening, cannot stand idly by and allow him to regain that power. At this moment, even the ever-cautious Chronos found himself compelled to exert his full strength, solely to withstand the onslaught of the father he so deeply detested. The power of the weather was unimpeded, seamlessly entering the corporeal form of Rinaudo. Regrettably, he was temporarily incapable of conjuring thunder. Had he possessed the might of lightning, the weather would have become even more complete, and he might have qualified to contend for a divine status in the heavens. However, what he sought was never the divinity of the sky. Though the heavens were formidable, they were not without limitations, especially with the disruptive presence of Uranus, which would likely render the power of the sky subject to suspicion in the future. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the strength of the heavens was indeed formidable. Even a fraction of its essence was sufficient to catalyze a rapid growth in his divine power, bringing him swiftly to the brink of immense divine strength. As long as he could maintain his composure, within 2 years, he would also become a being of considerable divine power, or he might take advantage of the current chaos to pilfer a bit from the realms of other deities. Yet, contemplating such actions felt too distant for now. Although Rinaudo had ascended to a mid-tier divine strength approaching that of the mighty in less than a decade, this was primarily due to the inherent divinity of the weather, which was sufficient to support the birth of a powerful deity. Coupled with his acquisition of the essence of weather, he could effortlessly integrate this power into himself. However, to truly aspire to the status of a great deity, the current weather alone would not suffice. He would likely have to await the emergence of the golden and silver races. Yet, the arrival of the golden race would probably only occur after the 12 Titans had exhausted their own pursuits. And the silver race was crafted by Prometheus, who had yet to be born. Presently, the influence of the weather upon the world was not particularly pronounced. It could not be deemed an essential presence, merely one with immense potential. Nevertheless, the benefits he had garnered from this battle were undoubtedly considerable. Previously, the Mother of Earth had promised him a divine artifact, a sickle, and now with the divine essence of weather, he was merely a step away from attaining immense divine power. The days ahead would likely improve gradually, as he had indeed managed to ride the coattails of the dragon's accomplishments. Furthermore, the Mother of Earth held a deep fondness for him. It was inconceivable that while others reaped the benefits, he would be left with nothing. At the very least, he could charm Gaia for a piece of land. Speaking of which, the divine essence of the volcano had not been claimed by the goddess either. If, after the battle, that divine essence remained unclaimed, he would take it for himself. With dreams of the future swirling in his mind, Rinaudo eagerly observed the clash between the Titans and Uranus. The battles among the deities of Greek mythology lacked the intricate techniques and styles found in Eastern mythological systems. Instead, their confrontations were far more primal, with divine power and methodologies leaning heavily towards the natural. To draw a comparison, it was akin to opponents bickering softly about the operation of their techniques and methods of exertion while engaged in combat. With the astute able to glean some understanding that as for the Titans observing the fight, they were undeniably gaining some enhancement, and the sky was no longer under the oppressive shadow of their father. However, this did not imply that the sky god, who had existed for eons, would be defeated by these fledgling deities, each of whom had lived for less than 10,000 years. Even after losing half of his essence, he still retained all the divine power he had amassed over time, and judging by the actions of retreating towards his homeland while being struck, he still possessed a shield that had yet to be destroyed. Thus, Rinaudo heard a voice in his ears, "My dear child, let the dark clouds carry your father's filthy flesh far away, and bring me the shield of Uranus that has slain Uranus, should he obtain this divine artifact." The outcome of the battle would remain uncertain. Yet, if they were to secure this artifact, even if victory was not guaranteed, their chances would be significantly bolstered. My child, do not fear. You are the god of variables. Even fate cannot dictate your path, while Uranus is scorned by the laws. Both the world and destiny shall aid you. Rinaudo, who had just settled onto a beautifully crafted wooden chair, suddenly recalled the voice of the Mother of Earth. He was aware that Gaia, the goddess of the earth, could project her voice and presence throughout the entirety of the land. Yet, was this mother not asking too much of her child? During the new year, the moment he sat down, his mother scrutinized him with discontent. If he could not find something to occupy himself within mere minutes, he would inevitably be assigned a task that was neither a matter of delight nor discontent, willingness nor reluctance. But for such an important matter, could it not be entrusted to someone slightly stronger? Rinaudo inwardly scoffed, yet Chronos was not inclined to grant him any more time. Uranus prepared to hurl Chronos away with a mighty blow. The other Titans found themselves ensnared by falling meteors. Thus, he placed his utmost trust in this younger brother he had never met. He deftly tossed Uranus' celestial root towards a nearby dark cloud. Rinaudo, now, within the womb of the earth, the 12 Titans were aware of this younger brother's existence, yet they had yet to meet. It truly irked them to be commanded so brazenly. Rinaudo, harboring his silent grievances, found himself on the other side of the earth, yet he could manipulate the brewing weather above. Countless tiny droplets coalesced into dark clouds, poised to unleash rain, now acted upon the command of the weather god. The almost imperceptible mist transformed into a tangible entity, akin to a black hand seizing Uranus' celestial root and directing it towards the ocean. As Uranus beheld this unfolding scene, his anxiety surged. For the first time, he regretted his action of destroying his source artifact. Had he possessed a fitting weapon now, he would not be reduced to this pitiful state, pressured by 12 deities of immense divine power. Especially that accursed sickle, an artifact seemingly crafted specifically to combat him, the sky god. Each swing and slash struck him at peculiar angles. Should he suffer such an attack, it would leave an indelible scar. For he had never heard of anyone successfully healing from an artifact's wound since the world's inception. Even those 12 foolish servants who dared defy him bore scars from his sword, wounds that remained unhealed to this day. They merely formed scabs, preventing them from bleeding profusely. When it came to life and celestial roots, Uranus could still make a choice. The crucial point was that Uranus could temporarily withstand the changes of the laws. At least until his divine power was exhausted, he remained the sky god. Otherwise, even if he were to be torn asunder, Uranus would not permit himself to return to his essence in the guise of a goddess. He must return whole. Yet, watching his celestial root being whisked away, Uranus could not help but feel a surge of bitterness. The thought of losing half of his essence made him feel nauseous. Had his essence not been seized, he would not be in such a predicament. The 12 Titans, too, were resolute. Even if Uranus did not urgently seek to reclaim what he had lost, they each exerted their utmost to obstruct the path of their unkind father. On the other hand, even a mere fragment of the divine king's body, being a shard of immense divine power and the sky god, was not easily described. The cloud controlled by Rinaudo soared rapidly. In the time it took to utter a few words, Rinaudo disdainfully hurled that object into the ocean. He then pondered whether that fragment might have absorbed some unsavory elements, considering its previous proximity to such a place. How could it possibly remain clean? Yet, if he cast such a thing into the sea, would it not lead to bacteria proliferating in the ocean from contact with that object? Would he then have to discard the very essence of ocean currents? Suddenly, he felt that the world was anything but clean. Lost in thought, Rinaudo abruptly shook himself from his reverie and chastised himself. After all, this was the primordial world of chaos. Where could so many microorganisms possibly come from? Moreover, the bodies of the gods belonged to a realm that ordinary creatures could not even approach. How could bacteria truly exist? The fact that he had become so entangled in such trivial matters. Forgetting to seize the shield, an object of such significance, was nothing short of absurd. With a newfound sense of urgency, Rinaudo transformed into a wisp of wind and soared towards Mount Olympus, as for the celestial realm of the Sky King. It is no longer his concern. The ocean possesses its own sovereign, and how to manage this matter is solely his prerogative. To handle it independently might indeed raise suspicions of overstepping one's bounds. Even though that deity has been rendered half-defunct, they nonetheless deserve a modicum of respect, as they embody the immense divine power of this domain. Initially, Uranus's sky was merely descending slowly over the eastern sea. But before long, an enigmatic creature, half human and half fish, emerged from the abyss. After circling the object a few times, it revealed a distinctly human expression of disdain. The father god, in a fit of inexplicable impulse, sought the tyrannical sky god's celestial essence. Surely, he does not intend to restore his own divine power through this artifact. Keto, symbolizing the perils of the sea, is a goddess manifesting the unseen dangers lurking beneath the ocean's surface, and one of the 5 offspring of the sea deity Pontus. With the emergence of undercurrents in the depths, her powers have received a notable boost, complemented by the protection of the sea god and the inherent affinity the ocean has for its divinity. Thus, Pontus dispatched her to retrieve the lost celestial essence of Uranus from the ocean depths. However, as a goddess, and particularly one who has yet to experience pleasure, she harbors a flicker of curiosity regarding this object, though she has no intention of testing it. Instead, she contemplates finding a few lovers to indulge with in the future. In the face of such formidable divine power, even a mere fragment is not something her diminished strength could afford to desecrate. Keto dutifully delivered the object into Pontus's hands before departing from the sea god's temple, seeking a deity she could find appealing to take as her lover, since none had experienced the joys of passion. Perhaps she might as well be the one to savor it first. Pontus, lacking the inclination to concern himself with the daughter of the sea's dangers, deemed it sufficient that as long as she does not recklessly court her own demise, no significant calamity would ensue. The pressing matter at hand is how to dispose of this object. It must be hidden away securely. If Uranus were to acquire it and bolster his own powers, only to turn against them, all efforts would be in vain. As for destruction, he has already dispatched his trident, rendering that option temporarily impossible. Surely, he cannot resort to boiling it for broth, if this object remains exposed in the sea. Uranus will undoubtedly sense the binding of his own sea king's divinity, which has been trapped in the deep, is the handiwork of Uranus, and it surely contains some contingency he left behind. Initially intending to assist his own faction with a trivial task, who would have imagined he would inadvertently seize a veritable hot potato? Left with no choice, Pontus cast the object far into the distance, where the ocean might take it away, allowing the sea to carry this fragment of the sky towards the horizon. He recalled a region known as the Aegean Sea, beneath which lay a shell from a sea deity meant for birth, but ultimately failed. He decided to use this item as a vessel for sealing, anticipating that once the ocean had fully absorbed this fragment, the shell would become obsolete, perhaps even assimilating a trace of the sky's essence to create a new artifact. Yet, it is likely that this process would require some time to come to fruition. Once all was accomplished, the ocean returned to a placid state. He must continue to amass divine energy, awaiting the day the sky king dares to approach the ocean's expanse. Simply concealing a fragment of his adversary's power would hardly alleviate the resentment born from his current predicament. He harbors an incessant hatred for Uranus, resenting the eternal confinement to this sunless abyss and the loss of much of his divine power, leaving him devoid of the right to resist. Perhaps when more sea gods are born, the original ocean deity surrounding him will succumb to slumber, forever intertwined with the world by threads of fate that cannot be interchanged. Contemplating the destiny he has surmised, a chill crept into Pontus's heart. The once great Mother Earth possessed prophetic abilities, though they were later siphoned off by one of her 13 offspring. None could fathom what this goddess might have foreseen when she glimpsed the future. Yet, given the current situation, it is improbable that she remains entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. For the newly birthed Titans, this world may indeed appear resplendent. However, whether he, the god of the sea, or his brother, the god of the mountains, or the sky god Uranus, emerged from the earth, they have become integral parts of the world. Now, with the mountains returning to the earth and the sky on the verge of reverting to its origin, he, once one of 3 brothers, finds himself ensnared in the depths of the ocean. Compared to his 2 brothers, who may face the specter of death, his situation is considerably more favorable. Nevertheless, he wonders if his tribulations have reached their conclusion or if they are merely an opening act. Must he truly relinquish all that he stands upon for his suffering to cease and the ocean to regain its tranquility? Whose conspiracy is this? Or is it simply the fate of the world? Oh, god of the variance beyond destiny, it seems necessary to seek an audience with him. Fate, how that goddess whimsically manipulates the destinies of other beings. Even the fate of the divine king cannot escape her grasp. It is indeed frightening. In quiet self-reflection, Pontus eventually closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. He would not awaken until Uranus either came or his power had sufficiently restored, or perhaps until the god of variance sought him out. Beyond these 3 pivotal matters, he cast aside all others in the hazy realm of realization. Having caught a glimpse of the truth behind the unfolding events, Pontus found little leisure to observe the fierce battle among the 13 deities. Every ounce of recovery increased his chances of survival. Rinaudo, devoid of any weight, swiftly arrived at the sky god's temple, where the shield that had vanquished the mountains lay. What a curiosity it is! The artifact that Uranus so cherishes, even to the extent of sacrificing another to nourish it. What power could possibly reside within? Since the last incident where 12 children pilfered from him, Uranus has become far more cautious in safeguarding the shield. As Rinaudo reached out once more, he encountered an attack from the protective divine power of the sky that safeguarded the shield from being disturbed. Simultaneously, a beam of celestial energy sliced through the night sky, hurtling towards its master, seemingly meant as a message. The protective divine power was not overwhelming. As a deity of medium strength, he was hardly affected. The semicircular, glass-like transparent shield of divine power enveloped the shield, symbolizing the sky's protective nature over the world, its original purpose. Though the divine power was scarce, the sky remains the world's protective dome, rendering it somewhat challenging for Rinaudo, who had just attained medium strength, to break through this barrier, requiring time to do so. Fortunately, the forces of weather belong to the sky, enabling Rinaudo to erode the celestial power in reverse. If only he could seize a bit of divine power or essence from his father in the process. This was Rinaudo's intention as he raised his hand to unleash the weather's divine power, which he had recently acquired, were it not for his unwavering focus on the decaying essence of his original divine nature. He would genuinely wish to make weather his primary divine aspect, as this power could sustain a great divine strength when life flourishes and thrives in the world that on the earth. Uranus and the 12 Titans engaged in a tense battle. Despite his disdain for Uranus, one must acknowledge his innate and formidable divine strength. Even though half of his celestial essence has been seized and he lacks a suitable weapon, even with the loss of his completeness, he continues to resist against the changes in his divine power and essence, all while being besieged by 12 formidable powers that in such a situation, he appeared merely somewhat beleaguered. Even his daughter, the oracle goddess, who is typically not inclined towards combat, is now covered in wounds, her powers not suited for conflict. At this moment, Gaia recalled that this daughter also possessed divine powers of fate, though nearly all of that power had been claimed by her sister of the night, resulting in this daughter being among the weakest of all her children. While the battle had been intense, it had reached a point of stalemate, as Uranus was still constrained by certain reservations. preventing him from unleashing his full might. At this moment, the Titans were consumed by a wrathful rebellion that left them devoid of any restraint. If they could not muster their full strength now, their most favorable outcome would be to be cast into Tartarus, facing eternal confinement. However, when a divine force from the heavens pierced through the void, Gaia sensed an ominous shift. Instinctively, the goddess reached out to shield herself from this divine energy returning to Uranus. But she realized it was too late. By the time she attempted to obstruct it, the divine power had already reverted to its original form. In that instant, the battlefield underwent a transformation. Uranus, already aflame with fury, became even more enraged upon receiving the divine force, gasping heavily in anger. That shield was his unwavering source of confidence, the most significant reward he had garnered over the years as the king of gods, and the key to achieving the primordial divine status. The last time it had been stolen and he was struck with a blow, he had been infuriated beyond measure, and now, another petty thief dared to attempt a repeat while he battled against his rebellious offspring. It was utterly disrespectful. With a single punch, he repelled the dark god who had approached him, followed by a swift kick that sent the god of growth flying hundreds of meters away. He then evaded the turbulence of water and time. Frustrated by these children, he realized he could no longer exert his powers effectively. Thus, with a steely resolve, he unleashed his divine energy outward from his core. The immense aura instantly halted the Titan's advance, and Uranus seized this opportunity to proclaim loudly to the laws of the cosmos. Meteorites were a calamity born from the combined forces of the king and queen of gods, and the sky itself should likewise possess the might to assert its sovereignty. In the name of the king of gods, I declare that swift and formidable power shall manifest the majesty of the heavens. And thus, thunder shall be born. To his astonishment, a portion of the divine power belonging to the king severed itself from the sky, taking on a coercive nature as it vanished into the void, subsequently drawing forth a small orb of golden essence. This essence, entwined with the king's power, transformed into a symbol of thunder, poised to merge with the divine essence of the sky. Just then, Chronos' delayed attack struck from the side, cleaving through space with a scythe poised to rend the king's form asunder. In a moment of peril, Uranus could not afford to unify the two divine essences and had no choice but to roll away. If his body were to be split in two, he would stand no chance of victory. Having gained the power of thunder, the divine energy he had expended was partially replenished, while the isolated thunder could not rival the might of the sky or the weather. The king demanded only the devastating force of thunder. In other words, the thunder now at his disposal was a potent means of destruction. Although it lacked other beneficial effects, its sheer destructive capability made it a formidable asset. Within the celestial temple, Rinaudo was taken aback by the swift emergence of new insights from the king following the birth of the weather, as he had also nurtured thunder. Initially, a surge of anger at having his domain invaded filled him. But upon reflecting on his own actions, that anger dissipated. This was fortuitous. He had not yet devised a means to acquire the power of thunder, yet the king had forcibly compelled the laws to yield a thunderous divine essence. After this great battle, he would have something to gain. Rinaudo's thoughts danced with optimism, invigorated by a newfound objective, prompting him to hasten his efforts. If earlier he had exerted 9/10 of his strength, now he was fully committed. Such endeavors were believed to yield greater rewards proportional to the effort exerted. Furthermore, if he had not misperceived, the shield contained a rich essence of Earth's divine power, with which he was quite familiar from his time spent with the Earth Mother. If his assumptions proved correct, Uranus's previous actions would be most intriguing had the shield reached the Earth Mother sooner. This conflict would have concluded with greater swiftness, and he would have acquired a small island of his own post-war. Then, he could charm the goddess Gaia to obtain the thunderous divine essence, merging it with his own, thus achieving a more complete power. Even without a lofty status, such an outcome would be acceptable. Was it not the case that he had a subordinate? Perhaps he could persuade the rejuvenated Earth Goddess to grant that young one a divine essence of their own. The allure of greedy power did not captivate Rinaudo. He had little interest in reclaiming it. However, candidly speaking, he had even less desire to carry an utterly useless subordinate. Surely, it would be best to return that young one to his elder brother in due time. Uranus was in a frenzy, employing his powers with diminishing caution, and he had begun to lose his rationality, recklessly intent on swiftly dispatching these foes to reclaim his last hope. Regrettably, the goddesses tended to be more gentle in their conflicts. During the protracted struggle, their powers did not diminish but rather remained steadied. In contrast, the male gods gradually ignited the combative elements inherent in their bloodlines. The repeated clashes of divine energy and the visceral chaos unleashed had significantly stimulated the sanguinary and brutal combat instincts within the male gods, leading them to progressively lose their rationality, even neglecting their own pain. They inflicted new wounds upon their enemies, even while enduring injuries themselves. Uranus was transforming in every respect, even in states of unawareness. Facing him were 6 formidable male deities, who had now shed their former grace and composure. Their eyes burned crimson, as if possessed by madness, as they strained against a great divine power. Meanwhile, Rinaudo, having exerted full strength, achieved the results he desired. The affinity between the powers of the sky and weather was strikingly similar. Indeed, the very essence of weather had been extracted from the sky, making it exceedingly easy for the residual powers of the sky to accept the integration with the weather, thus yielding to it. Moreover, the king had just forcibly extracted a bolt of thunder from the laws, which, while not yet fully classified as weather, was an embodiment of destructive divine punishment from the sky in the king's possession. Rinaudo held the weather essence in his hands, which was more inclined toward beneficial influences on the world. The compatibility between the two would likely require further refinement. Nonetheless, Rinaudo swiftly acquired the shield. He examined it for a moment, then revealed a playful smile. It is often said that one either erupts in silence or transforms in silence. Over the years, the pressure he had endured stemmed from survival, compounded by his lack of capacity for rebellion. Now, he could be deemed somewhat peculiar. Upon perceiving the distinct triad of divine powers within the shield, Rinaudo contemplated presenting it to the goddess Gaia. Envisioning an entertaining spectacle, with this thought in mind, he merrily summoned a cloud as his current means of transport, harnessing a gust of wind to accelerate his speed. He would soon witness this amusing performance unfold. He was genuinely curious about the expressions that would grace Gaia and her paternal counterpart, Uranus. Although the goddess might sense something amiss, the true confrontation between her suspicions and the unpleasant reality would surely evoke 2 different emotions. Rinaudo's affection for the goddess was undoubtedly pure and childlike in its innocence. However, his actions, driven by a desire for amusement, ultimately benefited her. To the very least, it would hasten her resolve to sever ties with the sky god, allowing her to stabilize the world more swiftly and regain her divine powers. On his way back, Rinaudo vigorously shook his head, summoning a chill of divine energy to form a small flurry of snowflakes that landed upon his face, urging his somewhat peculiar thoughts to retreat momentarily. Indeed, in the pursuit of self-entertainment, one inevitably treads the path of peculiarity, though he could not claim to be devoid of tasks, as he could still contemplate divine essences and laws. Elevating divine power was a different matter entirely. The quantity of divine power was determined by the essence itself, and this process required time, impervious to the whims of divine will. This circumstance led to a certain degree of idleness among the deities of Greek mythology. Amidst this process, Rinaudo found himself once more scrutinizing the shield in his grasp. Within it lay the essences of the sky, the king, and the earth goddess, coexisting so harmoniously within a single artifact, truly remarkable. On the same day, empowered by the divine might of the god king, the heavens and the earth conspired to create a rudimentary world, allowing the laws of existence to permeate every corner of creation. Only through meticulous observation and the acquisition of a shield could one directly perceive the immense ambition contained within. Even Rinaudo contemplated concealing the shield, should the next god king wield this shield and persist along the same path. It was conceivable that he might become the eternal sovereign of the world, indestructible as long as the world itself endured. However, in pursuit of divine freedom, he resolved to surrender the artifact to the Mother of Earth, for she would undoubtedly be perturbed by the theft of her divine power. As one approached the battlefield, the vibrations of the omnipresent laws grew increasingly intense. Previously, Rinaudo had merely been a distant observer. Yet upon arriving at the volcano where the scythe was forged, the madness of the gods instilled a sense of dread within him. While not inherently timid, having navigated the world for a considerable time, he had indeed sent some beasts back to the embrace of the earth. Yet, the 6 seemingly deranged deities before him, were they truly his 6 elder brothers? Even his 6 sisters had consciously evaded the indiscriminate assaults of divine power, suggesting they were already becoming a liability. Now was not the time for spectatorship. Although Rinaudo wished to remain and watch, the moment was ill-suited for such indulgence. Should the conflict persist, what would happen if they inadvertently harmed one another? After all, they were 12 against 1, and misidentifying allies was a distinct possibility. For instance, his eldest brother had just landed a punch on their sibling Chronos, leaving one to ponder whether it was mere disdain for this younger brother or a complete loss of reason. The divine force that governed the weather coalesced into a dark mass of clouds beneath the shroud of night. Rinaudo infused the chilling essence of his divine power into the falling snowflakes, while meteors from above plunged into the clouds, swiftly enveloped by the divine energy, significantly mitigating their downward force as the flames above were extinguished by the frigid power. The descending snowflakes lingered momentarily between the brows of the 12 titans, tempering their uncontrollable fury and restoring a semblance of rationality. Having accomplished this, he approached the Mother Earth, who remained on the sidelines of the conflict, not out of any ulterior motive, but simply because the sky had yet to falter and her own divine power had waned considerably, rendering her presence ineffective. This continued until the shield found its way into the goddess's hands. Uranus. Sensing the vast divine power of the earth within the shield, Gaia felt a chord snap in her mind. Uranus. Upon hearing the furious roar of the goddess Gaia, Uranus instinctively turned his head towards her. He had just repelled the goddess of vision, and now, with his sight intact, his first observation was not the goddess's furious visage, but rather the shield in her grasp, his last hope. The very shield he had wielded to dominate the world, a nascent embodiment of the divine order. Observing Gaia's enraged countenance, Uranus realized that she was acutely aware of all that transpired. If earlier the goddess of earth had merely observed with a cold eye, now she seemed intent on shouldering the weight of the entire earth and swinging it directly at the pancake-like visage of this sky god. If the sky merely sought the divine aspects that extended from the earth, there was no reason for the earth to refuse. After all, such divine aspects, in the hands of others, could greatly expand the dominion of the earth, although the earth itself was a boundless and formidable force. The Mother of Earth had always been benevolent, unwilling to mind the use of her extended divine aspects by others. Yet Uranus's actions were tantamount to exhausting the Earth's divine power without her knowledge. What more could the goddess misunderstand? She had initially believed she had been sufficiently harsh with this sky god, only to discover that her husband was far more formidable than she had imagined. Uranus understood that matters had escalated beyond redemption. While the Mother of Earth might have felt a semblance of indebtedness towards him before, now, she likely harbored a desire to reclaim his sky divinity. Despite being the compassionate mother goddess, even at this juncture, she had not exerted her full force to prevent him from placing meteors in the sky, granting him a brief respite. However, the situation had now shifted. The sky had acquired a new duty. He was no longer merely the guardian of the world. Great laws, arise once more and forge a new world above the skies, a place that shall serve as an endless expanse for the protection of creation. A realm shrouded in mystery, separate from the earth. There lies the cosmos. Gaia possessed the power to punish the sky, yet her own betrayal lingered within her, inducing a twinge of guilt, leading her to believe that the worst fate for Uranus would be to be dethroned and imprisoned within the temple as a goddess. However, since Uranus had long prepared to usurp the earth, she could not entirely fault herself, the goddess of earth, for undermining him. She had never intended for Uranus to meet a dire fate. First, he was her eldest son, and second, as the first deity born beyond their 5 primordial gods, he embodied numerous qualities that were not immediately apparent. Uranus symbolized rebirth and hope. From the moment of life's inception, these forces had watched over him under the protection of the laws. Being the first to emerge, a ruler of the world must naturally bring forth hope. This delineates the distinction between an emperor and a general. The emperor is Uranus, for his intrinsic qualities of hope enable the world to manifest greater possibilities. Furthermore, there lies his other significance that if one envisions a cultivation chamber nurturing a plant, the earth serves as the nutrient solution and soil within. The abyss of Tartarus forms its foundation. The sky, in this analogy, is the encompassing chamber. It is the protector of the world, safeguarding the interior from any external invasion that may harm the seedlings within. This grants his sky divinity an inherent power, a force that, in some respects, rivals that of Tartarus. This is the absolute condition ensuring his safety and freedom. Nevertheless, these conditions hinge upon his ability to avoid inciting the ire of someone capable of retracting them, such as the now nearly transformed goddess Gaia. Perhaps Uranus's series of actions had finally led the laws to utterly disdain him. When he obstructed the emergence of new deities, he had incited the newborn forces to reject him. If the world could not birth new life or deities, remaining forever stagnant, what then could be said of rebirth? In his reckless pursuit of power, he had driven hope away. His birth had indeed aligned with the world's needs, representing the world's profound hope. Yet, his accumulation of power had plunged others, who ought to have become deities, into the mire, perhaps granting Uranus further hope. Yet, in doing so, he had stripped countless new deities of their chances for emergence. Until he returned the children he had already birthed back into the womb of the Mother Earth. Such actions were a blatant provocation to all goddesses, a glaring insult to the very concept of the Mother Goddess. Moreover, these actions completely contravened the laws of reproduction, inciting a level of disdain from the laws that could potentially affect the world itself. That it must be noted that the ease with which the sky god's roots were extracted bore the influence of the reproductive laws. Since he had defied these laws, he would henceforth be stripped of the right to bear children. Were it not for the world's prohibition against a third gender, the laws of reproduction would have been more than willing to ensure he could never have progeny, whether from the front or rear. Meanwhile, far across the heavens, Nyx opened her eyes. She sensed a space above the sky was already in gestation, closely tied to her own ethereal child. My child, you are my firstborn. Yet I cannot grant you the power for self-preservation. I can only confine you by my side. But today, you may finally unfurl your wings as your mother goddess. I shall offer you a gentle breeze to help you stand tall in this world. Nyx spoke gently, aware that he was destined to be the child of countless mothers, a choice of fate, a manifestation of the world's phenomena and biological diversity. As a mother, it is not ideal to show favoritism. Yet at this moment, she is simply the mother of 5 children, at least for now. Let her offer a plank to the child trapped in the mire, hoping that her modest assistance might liberate him from the sea of worldly suffering. Yet, she departed with her husband and the other 4 children from their long-standing home, leaving behind the Temple of Night. However, the pensive elf remained behind. Erebus, let us begin, Nyx declared. The god of darkness nodded. And together with the goddess of night, they unleashed divine power, severing this dark sky from the world and elevating it towards the realm of the burgeoning heavens. Outer space, the dark sky merged with the cosmos above. The contemplative elf finally seized a glimmer of inspiration. Great law, O great law, please heed my call and come to this realm above the heavens. The actions of Uranus contradict the very essence of the world. He often neglects his duties, and the sky should not continue to bear the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the world. This is the sky above the sky, the first barrier between the world and chaos. I shall merge with this realm, becoming the embodiment of outer space, forever united with the cosmos, eternally safeguarding the barrier between the world and chaos. The cosmos shall remain fixed, never to interfere with the actions of any deity beneath it. I shall be the essence of outer space, the god of the cosmos, ether. As ether's declaration concluded, the law, without hesitation, entered Uranus's being that a deity scorned by the law cannot endure in this world. Had he remained the first deity of the world? Had he not been so tyrannical? Even with the assistance of ether and 2 primordial gods, it would have been no easy feat to wrest the responsibility of the world's guardian from Uranus. It should not be this way. I ought to be the eternal king of the gods. Law, why have you forsaken me? At this very moment, Uranus felt no semblance of error within himself, instead vociferously denouncing the law. Yet such behavior only hastened the depletion of his power. Gaia glared furiously at the increasingly defenseless Uranus. However, as she sensed the guardian's powers being stripped away, her heart fluttered. She understood how significant the guardian's share was. For this power had once emanated from her own essence. Though there had been fluctuations over the years, the current loss of power was minimal. The sky still retained the duty of safeguarding the world, albeit now relegated to a secondary role, essentially becoming the second line of defense. The reason for this outcome is straightforward. The sky could possess the entirety of the guardian's share because it was sufficiently powerful. Having been the apex of strength since its inception, a status it retained now at a mere elf, Even one who faced tremendous rejection would find it exceedingly difficult to usurp more power. Gaia took a deep breath and turned her gaze towards her son. Rinaudo, child Rinaudo, you are now strong enough, yet you still fall short compared to your brothers, which brings a tinge of unease to my heart. Your brothers have spent little time with you. So I intend to seize a portion of power for you. Gaia spoke. She extracted a small fragment of the Earth's essence from within herself. This was not the endlessly produced divine power, but an invaluable essence belonging to the core of the Earth. Rinaudo, taken aback, felt a surge of joy. Though it was but a sliver of essence, it was immensely precious. However, he did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he continued to observe the goddess, trusting that her offering of such a rare treasure, especially in her weakened state, must carry significant intent. That Rinaudo's obedient demeanor pleased Gaia immensely, prompting her to continue. My dearest son, your tyrannical father Uranus possesses the divine essence of the sky, which acts as a line of defense for the world, a force of protection. Thus, it is great. Yet Uranus is unworthy of this position. That if he continues to wield that protective power, we shall be unable to inflict any mortal harm upon him. Even if we imprison him, the law will release him. Currently, the god of the cosmos above is exceedingly weak. You must lend him your strength. Moreover, I do not wish for the sky to retain fragments of the earth. Therefore, take with you the earth's fragments from the sky. You need not worry about my sister. She will understand my intentions. Once Gaia finished speaking, Rinaudo respectfully accepted the earth's essence for the task bestowed by the earth goddess. It was a simple matter. Outer space had just come into being, thus devoid of anything substantial, and when night fell, one could still see scattered stars from the earth. Thus, ensuring that the earth's fragments vanished from the realm of the sky was quite straightforward. Merely allowing them to ascend to a higher sky would suffice. Great law. I am Rinaudo, representative of decay, art, and weathered. In obedience to the will of the earth goddess and in accordance with the law's decree, I shall elevate the earth's fragments to outer space, coalescing them into spheres, merging with the cosmos to become a barrier protecting the world. I shall name them planets, and I shall be the embodiment of the planets. I am to be the god of celestial bodies. Unlike Ether, Rinaudo's proclamation elicited a swift response from the law. Although Ether had the aid of two primordial gods, he was still merely an elf transformed into a being of feeble divine power. Even though the essence of outer space served as a crucial barrier for the world, in this primal and savage realm, strength remains the unchanging melody. Rinaudo was now exceedingly close to possessing formidable divine power. And with the elevation of the Earth's essence to outer space, it was akin to bringing in resources. Naturally, the law's response was exponentially quicker. At this moment, the Earth trembled, having witnessed countless mountains shattered and rivers severed during the battle. The fragmented pieces of the Earth, guided by the law, soared toward the cosmos above. Rinaudo chose not to rely solely on the law, but began to evolve the celestial bodies within outer space. Since Ether had declared he would not interfere with matters beyond outer space, Rinaudo found it challenging to channel his not-so-powerful essence of life from the Earth into the cosmos beyond. A circular, rock-like divine essence of a celestial body entered Rinaudo's brow. Fragments of the Earth, you must return to the embrace of outer space, transforming into eternal celestial bodies, obeying my command, and returning to the cosmos. Uranus, now showing signs of fatigue, found Rinaudo indifferent to delivering a decisive blow against the God King. After all, they had never shared any positive sentiments. Moreover, this task was indeed bestowed upon him by the Earth Mother. The distinction between primordial gods and great divine power was clear to him. It must be acknowledged that the talents possessed by this sky god were truly astonishing. From the onset of their conflict until now, they had endured the alternation of day and night for no less than a dozen cycles. Uranus had stubbornly resisted the desire to escape the clutches of divine power, his essence having been drawn away by half, rendering him weak. As the law sought to alter his strength, there may even be a profound resentment nestled within his heart. Until now, he had been stripped of his last lifeline, yet he continues to battle against the 12 formidable victors. Unarmed and unwavering at this juncture, all things are destined to reach their conclusion. With the final trump card vanishing, the once mighty Uranus finds himself unable to contend with his 12 offspring, their varied assaults landing mercilessly upon his weakened form, rendering even defense a Herculean task. In this moment, he finds no escape. neither to the heavens nor to the earth. With nowhere left to flee, it is only at this instant that a peculiar thought arises within Uranus. In this vast universe, there is not a single soul to assist him. It is in this days that Chronos approaches him, brandishing the scythe that signifies their rebellion, piercing through the figure that once towered over the cosmos. Ah, how all things ebb and flow, a cycle unending. What is deemed eternal is merely a concept unreachable for ordinary beings. For those etched in my memory, 200 years would be an eternity beyond their grasp. Regardless of the splendor, all must inevitably succumb to obscurity. Indeed, having accomplished much, all must return to dust, sinking into silence, leaving neither joy for oneself nor for others. Perhaps moderation in all things could serve as a philosophy for life. Rinaudo watches with a grin as the final act unfolds. Nestled beside the Earth Mother, he feels the utmost security, and having ascended to immense power, he is no longer fearful of any actions his brothers might take against him. Suddenly, the goal of his existence appears to have been achieved, much to his astonishment that a fleeting moment of distraction leaves Uranus gravely wounded. The injury inflicted by the scythe is one that their current powers would struggle to heal, especially with so many watchful foes nearby. Uranus clutches the gaping wounds at his chest, his mouth opening and closing several times, yet no words emerge. This pitiful sight bears no resemblance to the majesty of the King of the heavens. Had he been told in the past that he would one day find himself in such a humiliating state, he would have scoffed in disbelief, perhaps even silencing the speaker with lethal force. Yet now, at this critical juncture, he can scarcely utter a syllable. As he gazes towards Gaia, who holds a shield in the distance, perhaps a realization dawns upon him, and as he attempts to speak, the divine essences he had long suppressed within him finally erupt. The essences of meteorites and lightning, forcibly extracted from the fabric of the universe, are powers he acquired through privilege, utilized without proper integration. Akin to hastily consuming the surface effects of two divine essences, in his present state of weakness, Uranus finds himself incapable of restraining these tumultuous forces yearning for liberation. The essences of meteorites, lightning, and the king of gods burst forth from Uranus, threatening to return to the cosmic laws. Should they succeed, they would transform into natural phenomena, and any future attempts to harness these powers would rely solely on personal understanding. It is conceivable that new deities of meteorites or lightning could emerge, birthed from the loins of another. However, such scenarios are improbable. With 13 powerful entities and a primal god, should they choose to act, they would never allow two essence-less divine forces to escape. Rinaudo is captivated by the essence of thunder. Possessing such power would render the weather increasingly complete. He merely needs to wait for the complexities of the future to unfold. This implies that even if he forsakes the path of decay and life, he could still achieve greatness solely through the mastery of weather. Regrettably, he is not the only one with such aspirations. He raises his hand, conjuring chains of rain and snow to ensnare the essence of thunder, resulting in the robust vegetation of the earth surging skyward, swiftly capturing the power of lightning before he can fully comprehend the situation. The god of growth, Chronos, has seized the opportunity. Rinaudo furrows his brow, while Chronos merely smiles benignly. Logically, the essence of thunder should hold little value for someone like him, who embodies growth, particularly since Uranus' essence, representing the wrath of the king of gods, only serves as a foundation for Chronos to construct the weather he envisions. However, with Chronos having taken the essence of thunder, it seems the shortcut is no longer viable. Nevertheless, given its immense power, Rinaudo does not display overt displeasure. Although the unexpected loss of the thunder essence has dulled his countenance, he responds with a semblance of cordiality. Other titans also harbor ambitions regarding the remaining two essences, the most fervent among them being the goddess of prophecy, symbolizing fate. Her presence is regrettably understated. Gaia, possessing the essence of destiny, momentarily forgets her, coupled with the fact that her own essence lacks offensive potency. If there is a benefit, it is that she can remain idle without backlash. Yet, being a goddess devoid of direct attack capabilities, she finds herself in dire need of a means to strike. Her ability to foresee the future is undeniably powerful. Even Rinaudo believes the essence of meteorites will either be claimed by the Earth Mother or himself, as the celestial god associated with the cosmos. According to legend, it should rightfully be taken by Zeus, the god of darkness. To her astonishment, It is she who claims it for the essence of the king of gods. The Earth Mother still exists, and the queen possesses her own essence. Thus, with a mere flick of her hand, the goddess effortlessly draws the essence into her grasp. While they scramble for the three divine essences, they do not overlook the protagonist of this tale, Uranus. All eyes are anxiously fixed on the increasingly frail Uranus, fearful he may succumb to despair and self-detonate. Moreover, he still wields the power of the heavens, which, having existed longest alongside him, shows no inclination to seek another master. Instead, sensing Uranus' frailty, the entire sky begins to descend, yearning to return to the embrace of the earth, to nurture a healthy form anew, or perhaps to birth a rejuvenated sky god. Yet, this instinctual act of the heavens brings suffering to the world. Rinaudo had intended to intervene further when he received a telepathic call. Ether, the embodiment of space, urgently summons Rinaudo, the fellow deity of the cosmos. The power of space remains feeble, possessing only one formidable essence and another of minor strength. Though it claims to protect the world, it can only maintain its position at the very edge of existence. As the sky descends, in truth, should the sky fall, the already chaotic realm of celestial bodies would only worsen. Mother Goddess, the cosmos trembles. I must attend to this, as the heavens descend. Some celestial bodies are affected and begin to plummet. Should they fall, it would spell disaster. I must act swiftly. Rinaudo informs Gaia before hastening towards the cosmos. Gaia does not harbor ill feelings towards the anxious Rinaudo. After all, the power of celestial bodies is newly acquired by him. Neglecting its protection could result in it being snatched away in an instant. Thus, she remains silent. Yet, as she gazes at the sky rushing towards her, Gaia cannot help but sigh in resignation that if space could entirely replace the heavens, she would have little concern for their fate. After all, their emotional bond has waned. However, the current fragility of space and Uranus' possession of half the essence of the heavens makes the return to cosmic law perilous, potentially leading to the collapse of the sky. The goddess will not allow her anger to complicate her child's plight. After much contemplation, she ultimately seals Uranus' will, eternally casting him into the realm of dreams. Subsequently, a colossal form rises slowly from the earth. The visage of the earth goddess during battle, a giant composed of mountains, flora, and the sturdy rocks of the earth, the goddess gently cradles the unconscious form of Uranus, elevating him to the sky. Returning to his familiar domain, the essence of the heavens conceals Uranus along with itself. He shall await either the complete restoration of the sky god or the emergence of a new deity chosen by cosmic law. The protracted war finally draws to a close. In the aftermath of this great conflict, the reality feels somewhat surreal. Regardless of who ascends to the throne of the king of gods, they must face a fate akin to mine. Such is the predetermined path of the divine sovereign. The new god king will be raised by his progeny, the blade of rebellion held aloft. Like me, he shall remain eternally ensnared within the confines of his most familiar domain. Reincarnating endlessly, forever barred from transcendence, in the vastness of space, Rinaudo found himself diligently tending to the newly birthed celestial bodies, which had become chaotic due to the turbulence of the heavens at that moment. He was suddenly awash in the echoes of Uranus's voice, the voice of the former sovereign of the skies, now stripped of his divine regality, resonated in Rinaudo's ears, instantly heightening his vigilance. Enveloped by the divine powers of the planets and the weather, he scanned his surroundings with trepidation, fearful that an unseen blow might shatter him into fragments. However, after waiting for quite some time, he discerned no trace of the sky deity Uranus, placing a hand over his racing heart. Rinaudo took a moment to compose himself and began to reflect on the source of that voice. It did not seem to emanate directly from Uranus's lips. Even if the deity were to roar at the heavens, his voice would not reach this isolated expanse of space. That a glance at Ethel, who was busily engaged in her own endeavors, revealed that if the voice of the sky god had truly been heard, this goddess of space would likely be more anxious than he was. Although Rinaudo had often undermined the celestial authority, Uranus was the paramount player capable of pulling the rug from underneath him. His own divine status as a god of the stars was merely an extension of the existence of space itself. In a contest of peril, this space deity was undeniably formidable, despite the pressing chaos. This space god was quietly managing his domain, exhibiting no signs of distress. This indicated that the voice had reached only him among the two divine beings. Upon contemplation, Rinaudo conjured a sphere of weather-related divine energy. And after a careful examination, he realized, no wonder I alone heard it. This god-king truly possesses a sinister cunning. Uranus's consciousness had been thrust into the deepest layers of dreams, with his corporeal form retreating to the profoundest recesses of the sky. Eternally concealed. Even the essence of the heavens had been halved, and to assert that he bore no grudge would be a gross understatement. What astounded Rinaudo was that the proud Uranus would resort to such underhanded tactics. He had forsaken his eternal dominion over the skies merely to exchange it for a curse. Rinaudo reveled in this irony. His ability to extract half of the sky's essence stemmed from the absence of sufficient power to consolidate a robust divine status of weather. This, however, did not signify that the heavens had relinquished control over the weather. In fact, the skies could be regarded as the higher power in relation to weather, should Uranus have triumphed, with a mere utterance. His exalted status as god-king and sovereign of the heavens would suffice to reclaim all divine attributes associated with the sky instantaneously. Fortunately, he had not prevailed. This meant that even though he had been diminished to such an extent, as long as he possessed the patience to linger within the realm of dreams, he might restore the sky's powers to their former glory before the world met its doom. After all, the sky, being a higher entity, would ultimately lead to a restoration of its powers due to the inherent laws governing weather. Who could have anticipated that Uranus's resentment had reached a point where he would settle for eternal slumber to ensure the emergence of a new god-king? The voice he had heard was a result of the resonance between the weather and the heavens, allowing him to perceive the curse left behind by the former sky deity, should others become aware. It would only be through his own indiscretion or if they possessed the divine status of a god-king. However, to acquire such divine status would signify that the curse had been activated. It was surprising to discover that the seemingly unwise Uranus understood the principle of striking at the heart of the matter. This was a mythological realm of the extraordinary, where a curse transcended mere textual expression. Once unleashed, regardless of who bore it, the outcome would invariably align with the present conclusion. Though this ability carried an implication of the defeated's lamentations, embedding a curse within the divine status of a god-king. To be triggered upon the ascension of the next god-king was a cunning stratagem. The moment the curse was enacted, even primordial gods would find it nearly impossible to dispel, while Rinaudo was eager to witness the unfolding drama and discern who would ultimately possess the divine status of the god-king. He was acutely aware that the scythe now belonged to him. He pondered whether the god of temporal destruction still possessed the capability to vanquish his 11 siblings and seize the mantle of god-king. However, speculation was one matter. Inaction could provoke the ire of the Mother of Earth. Enveloping a fragment of sound with divine energy, Rinaudo directed this sound toward the ears of the Mother of Earth. Leaving the outcome beyond his purview on the terrestrial plane, Gaia held the divine status of the god-king, feeling the intense gaze of her progeny upon her. Although the goddess could not ascend to the role of god-king, which somewhat tempered their fervent aspirations, their husbands could, inevitably stirring thoughts of rivalry. While Gaia favored Rinaudo, she was mindful that this newly empowered child, should he become god-king, would bring with him certain complications. Furthermore, her fondness for him led her to wish for his company a little longer. The position of god-king offered significant advantages, yet such immense power could transform her beloved children, and she earnestly hoped her cherished youngest son would not become like his vexatious father, the sky. Thus, she shifted her attention to her second favorite son. Chronos stood proudly, accepting the scrutiny of the Mother of Earth, unabashedly revealing the aura of impending greatness that lingered just beyond his grasp. The other male deities wore expressions of discontent. They too coveted the power and authority of the god-king. This predicament placed Gaia in a quandary. While she could simply prevent her youngest son from attaining the title, she felt compelled to offer some form of reward. Moreover, she harbored an apprehension that another Uranus might arise, wielding his unique powers for malevolent purposes. It was at this juncture that the voice from the weather reached the ears of the Mother of Earth. "O great and glorious Mother of Earth, my proud and beautiful matron, your youngest son has inadvertently overheard a few lingering issues left by the former god-king of the skies. It seems he has inscribed some minor vulnerabilities within the divine status of the god-king. To ensure the safety of both you and my brothers, I bring this warning." Rinaudo's gentle voice soothed Gaia's somewhat agitated heart. Even as a being of high status, she cherished the dependency and innocent admiration of her bloodline offspring. This youngest son fulfilled her maternal vanity splendidly, a child of remarkable appearance and eloquent speech. If she could not grant him the wings to soar freely, she would feel a sense of failure as a mother. Consequently, she turned her attention to another matter. Chronos, prior to this great conflict, I had tasked your brother with lending you the protective scythe I bestowed upon him. Now, due to certain circumstances, your brother has ventured into space and has no time to reclaim his artifact. So I shall retrieve it on his behalf. Gaia, despite her newfound favoritism, still held a measure of bias toward Chronos. Thus, she decided to test this son that if Chronos truly heeded her previous counsel and returned the protective scythe in a timely manner, she would consider bestowing the divine status of the God King upon another child. After all, this was a counterstrike from the dying Uranus, and she could not guarantee the curse would fail. Therefore, this hot potato would not be handed to her favored sons unless she was assured that Chronos would genuinely heed her maternal advice and adhere strictly to it. Now, it remained to be seen whether Chronos would bring sorrow to his mother. On the surface, Gaia feigned indifference to Chronos's response, yet in her heart, she began to hope. The betrayal of Uranus had been anticipated by Gaia, but she had never fathomed that he would forsake even her life. After all, he had once been a husband and a child she cared for deeply. How could she not feel heartache? She was unwilling to suffer another betrayal from a beloved child. Should the final outcome prove unsatisfactory, Chronos could not fault his mother for being unsympathetic. Chronos was taken aback by Gaia's inquiry, having assumed that Rinaudo would be the one to ask for it. While Rinaudo had indeed become a being of immense power, he had only recently attained such strength, having nearly bypassed the intermediate stage of divine power. The passage of mere years for beings such as them was scarcely distinguishable from an absence of time, save for the experience of its flow through their forms that in fact, Chronos had observed Rinaudo struggle against Clithos for the thunderous divine status. Clearly realizing that Rinaudo was no match for Chronos, an established deity of great power, Clithos's understanding of his own divine status was formidable, and he harbored no fear of Rinaudo seeking the scythe from him. Regardless, if he does not yield to Chronos at that time, there will be no remedy. When Chronos seeks out the goddess Gaia to integrate himself with his own essence, he cannot believe that Gaia would truly allow her essence to be harmed. However, the situation has changed, with the goddess Gaia herself demanding it. Even his arrogance would not lead him to offend her gravely. After all, she is the formidable figure who resolved the fate of her own husband with such ruthless methods that the god of the sky was fused with the heavens. Yet the scythe is undeniably alluring. If asked whether he should comply, the answer is certainly affirmative. If questioned about his desires, he would assert that he harbors none. Chronos's eyes darted, and suddenly, he produced the scythe. Gaia accepted the scythe, feeling quite pleased, yet her expression froze before she could display any emotion. It was the essence of time. Subtle, yet the existence of time is predicated on the transformation of matter. As the sovereign of matter, the earth goddess Gaia derives this power from herself. Perhaps this faint aura would merely be perceived as remnants of battle by other primordial gods, but she distinctly sensed the imprint belonging to the god of time within it. Truly untrustworthy, just like his father, spewing flowery words while remaining unrestrained in action. If this scythe were to be bestowed upon her youngest son, would it not be a disgrace for Chronos to subsequently claim it as his own through the imprint? Originally intending to provide her child with a favorable opportunity, this behavior reminded her of the sky. It can only be said that they are indeed father and son, sharing strikingly similar patterns of behavior. The goddess Gaia discreetly put away the scythe and remarked, "The world cannot exist without a ruler for even a day, now that the position of the king of the gods is vacant. Chronos, although you are supposed to be my youngest son, you are the last child to return to my being. At your birth, you were the first to emerge into the world. Thus, you shall possess the identity of the firstborn and, with this identity, ascend to the throne of the king of the gods." Gaia harbored some concerns regarding whether the titans with celestial blood had sensed the existence of the curse prematurely. Consequently, she subtly removed her youngest son from the list of candidates. It may seem somewhat unfair. However, favoritism is inherent to human nature, and even deities, possessing thoughts, exhibit biases in their affections. Yet, this concern proved entirely unnecessary. Whether it is the elder brother Oceanus or the powerful god of growth, Chronos, they both reacted with extreme discontent upon hearing Gaia's words that if strength held absolute dominance, they would have no objections. After all, the world venerates power. This is inescapable. If all other siblings supported Chronos, they would harbor no grievances, for sheer numbers suffice to imply sufficient strength. Chronos had just returned the scythe, and among his siblings, there were supporters as well. Yet, with just a single utterance from their mother goddess, all possibilities were extinguished. How could they not harbor any resentment? Nevertheless, the Earth goddess remains their mother, and they still respect her. At least for now, they merely felt discontent beneath the surface, their faces revealing little emotion. Chronos remained oblivious to his siblings' dissatisfaction towards him. Perhaps he was aware, but chose to feign ignorance, as it served no purpose to complicate matters for himself. What if voicing this dissatisfaction to the goddess led to a contest? He had already become the most conspicuous candidate, and engaging in a free-for-all with them would undoubtedly result in him being targeted. I shall not fail my mother's trust. At this moment, Chronos exhibited extraordinary excitement, which is understandable. Although he felt that the throne of the king of the gods was within his grasp, the reality of the moment made his exhilaration palpable. However, Gaia interjected, shifting the tone. Although this was a trap, it also presented genuine advantages. The goddess felt it would be somewhat unfair to receive such a boon without due consideration. She found herself less enamored with this youngest son than before. Yet, let it not be forgotten, she was not merely the mother of 13 children. She had 6 others confined in Tartarus. The fact that those 6 children ended up imprisoned in the abyss immediately after their birth was a source of guilt for Gaia. And their premature separation from their mother left her with an unfulfilled maternal instinct reserved for giants. Thus, she resolved to make a request. You must release your brothers and restore their freedom. Chronos understood to whom Gaia was referring, and his expression stiffened momentarily. He had witnessed the strength of those giants. Despite being suppressed by paternal authority, they had still caused trouble for Uranus. The confinement of those monsters in the abyss was indeed their best fate. What if they returned to the earth and rebelled just as he had? 3 beings of tremendous power should not be underestimated. Chronos had not yet become so arrogant as to believe he could easily subdue 300-handed giants of great divine strength. However, judging by the goddess's demeanor, if he refused, the path to obtaining the divine status of king would be fraught with difficulties. Chronos calculated in his mind, glancing towards the horizon, and then straightened his posture. Naturally, my great mother, how could I allow my brothers to suffer in that desolate place under Uranus's confinement without taking action? Upon my ascension to the throne, I shall use my authority as king to restore their freedom. When Chronos spoke these words, he exuded a sense of righteousness that even Gaia felt a pang of guilt for concealing the curse from him. It appeared he would require more thought to resolve this curse in the future. It seemed this child did not entirely inherit the brutality of that loathsome king of the sky. At least, he appeared more agreeable thus far. Once the 6 children were freed, they could be put to work under Uranus. Whether they were the 100-handed giants or the Cyclopes, they each possessed unique advantages. Whether it be their formidable combat strength or their unparalleled forging talent, Gaia acknowledged that if they were on equal footing, she might not necessarily prevail against them. At the very least, if the scythe were forged by the Cyclopes, its effectiveness would be significantly enhanced. Once the Cyclopes emerged, she would have them refurbish the scythe. After all, it was crafted from fine materials, and wasting such resources would be unwise. Were it not for the superior quality of the materials, it would have been impossible to use this tool to castrate the sky. With conflicting feelings of revulsion and guilt, Gaia ultimately concluded that Chronos's concealment of the truth aimed to undermine the primordial god's promise. Moreover, when he ascends to the throne, he would grant freedom to her 6 suffering children. Gaia gazed thoughtfully at the divine essence, carefully sensing the curse within it that would have gone unnoticed had he not paid close attention. Chronos, observing the Earth Mother's demeanor, felt a sense of calm. This great mother would undoubtedly not abandon her 6 suffering children while leveraging the Earth Mother's boundless maternal instincts. Achieving certain objectives would become significantly simpler. Nevertheless, his thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Although Gaia had made up her mind, her impression of Chronos had improved somewhat. She decided against overly burdening her son, allowing him some room for maneuver. Thus, the goddess Gaia, meeting the puzzled gazes of the Titans, seized a nearby shield in the name of the Earth God. The power of the Earth must be returned to the Earth. Bound divine power, returned to the embrace of the Earth Goddess. The torrent of vibrant life force flowed from the shield, and although Gaia had anticipated the quantity, Witnessing such a surge of divine power reinstated the fiery vigor within her. Uranus truly wished for her demise. Otherwise, how could he stand by and observe her in such frail condition while withholding so much divine power from her? With the infusion of this divine energy, the once weak earth goddess began to recover at an astonishing rate. The rocks that had clung to her form and visage swiftly fell away, returning to the essence of the earth. The skin, once slackened by age, regained its tautness. There was no longer any need for cosmetic enhancements. The essence of creation is to transform an unappealing object into something exquisite. The rejuvenated earth goddess needed no adornment. Her appearance embodied the endless life and mysterious beauty of nature. Gaia's decision to restore her power was not merely for the sake of enhancing her beauty, but rather for the actions she was about to undertake. If she cannot possess a modicum of strength, she harbors doubts regarding her youngest son, Chronos, and whether he might be unable to refrain from turning against her in the name of the goddess and the primordial deity. Uranus, who alone wields power, has wrought chaos upon the world, leading to incessant calamities and endless misfortunes. Thus, I shall today extract 12 portions of authority from the king of the gods, transforming them into 12 golden thrones for the chief deities, each of whom shall enjoy powers akin to those of the god king within their own realms. Ultimately, it is Uranus who has left an indelible mark upon the world, prompting the goddess to speak. Causing the divine essence of the god king to tremble violently, it longs to escape, unwilling to remain in her grasp, like a delicate porcelain artifact. If it were sentient and daily praised for its beauty, it would never consent to shatter into fragments. The god king, with unparalleled authority, would certainly resist the emergence of 12 chief deities vying for his power. Naturally, it is resolute in its desire to flee. Yet, the world is indifferent to this sentiment. Rather, the will of the world appears to support it. A beam of divine light, whose origin is unknown, manifests as a spear that pierces the divine essence of the god king, shattering the exquisite crown into myriad pieces, 12 smaller fragments and one larger piece. The 12 smaller shards soar towards the celestial temple of the former god king, Uranus, where they transform into 12 golden thrones within the grand hall. The remaining larger fragment, after a moment of distortion, reconstitutes into a golden crown, albeit with a dimmer aura, its hues now muted, and its form significantly reduced. Having completed her task, Gaia casts another glance at Mount Olympus, where the mountain god, Urea, has been assimilated following his fall, and which now stands as the highest peak in the world, having shielded the earth from the sky's encroachment. Despite Urea's unassuming nature during this conflict, he has paid a considerable price and achieved commendable results. And no matter how fond she is of her children born of the sky, they bear the enmity of the mountain god and the bloodline of the sky god, making it inappropriate for them to dwell upon Urea's form any longer. Thus, the mother of the earth summons once more her formidable incarnation, a giant adorned with vegetation and rock, which may be deemed a mass-produced avatar. With the goddess's restored strength, the giant appears even more robust. Urea has become the divine mountain, yet you are progeny of the sky. Therefore, you cannot reside upon Olympus. I shall transform my embodiment into another lofty mountain, bestowing it upon you as a sanctuary for your temple. Let it be called Mount Otris. Gaia finally relinquishes the now dimmed divine essence of the god king to Chronos, the new god king of time and space, whose countenance contorts with discontent. If one were to inquire about his satisfaction, it would be impossible for him to feel even a modicum of it. His thoughts echo those of the divine essence, who would willingly share their supreme power with others. Fearing further upheaval, Chronos swiftly swallows the divine essence, the essence of the god king. Perhaps equally fearful of being fragmented once more, offers no resistance, merging seamlessly with the new monarch, my beloved son, Chronos of time and space. You must now fulfill the promise you made to me and restore the freedom of your brethren. Having barely completed the integration of the divine essence, Chronos is met with Gaia's request to fulfill her prior promise, or rather, her demand. Yet this is not a formidable task. He is untroubled by the abyssal god's potential retribution, for he boldly proclaims, "Of course, Mother Goddess, in the name of chaos, the new god king, Chronos of time and space, I declare that giants, I shall restore to you the right to roam freely within the abyss. You need not be shackled by chains." With his proclamation, the 6 giants, once bound by countless chains in the abyss, Hear the command of their new god-king. The chains disperse like stars across the sky, leaving not a single intact link behind. The giants, now tenuously restored to freedom, exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Though they may not possess great intellect, they remain oblivious to whether they are truly free or still captive. However, their ancient mother possesses greater wisdom. The goddess Gaia is on the verge of waging war against the second god-king. In a brief span of intense emotional upheaval, even primordial deities cannot help but feel their vision blur. What is this? Are you belittling me, son of Uranus? In stark contrast to the incensed Gaia, who struggles to articulate her fury, Chronos speaks with eloquence that as per our agreement, I have restored their freedom. You. Observing the calm demeanor of Chronos, Gaia yearns to strike him down, casting him into the depths of the earth. Yet, the omnipresent laws continually thwart such thoughts. The world has just witnessed the transition of the God-King, and the second God-King cannot be so easily dispatched, while the position of God-King appears to be replete with benefits. It also entails certain responsibilities, which Uranus has consistently neglected. Otherwise, this deity, a symbol of hope, future, and rebirth, would not be so easily overthrown. Thus, the goddess is left with no choice but to depart in indignation. As for seeking a means to lift the curse, she cares not. Farewell, Mother Earth. Though it is a farewell, Chronos does not even take a single step. Only when the figure of the Earth goddess has completely vanished from his sight does Chronos's expression falter in an instant. If one could gauge the affinity between them, it would be apparent that not only has the Earth goddess's fondness for Chronos plummeted, but Chronos's own regard for her is also dissipating rapidly. It is one matter for Chronos to be untrustworthy, but for the Earth goddess to cast her son into an unyielding abyss. Surely this cannot be for his benefit, and Uranus as well. Though he has returned to the eternal slumber of the sky, he continues to sow discord. He does not curse a specific individual, but rather the very essence of divinity that bears the name of God-King. Does this not imply that he shall forever be unable to father a child with any goddess, or that he must be even more ruthless than Uranus, ensuring that all his offspring meet their demise at his hands, or indirectly? Uranus, having forced his offspring back into the womb, defied the laws of procreation and was effortlessly castrated, losing the ability to bear. If he were to strip the life from his newborn child, would he not trample upon the world's protection of deities and transgress even graver laws of existence than those of procreation, suggesting that any future rebellion could swiftly extinguish his life? Despite the existence of the curse, the Earth goddess offers him no warning. How could Chronos harbor no resentment? Yet the goddess is not one to silently endure suffering. Otherwise, she would not have so readily replaced the god-king. That as Chronos contemplates how to counter this curse, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his chest, and a surge of blood rushes forth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of divine blood. That a portion of the stable essence within him has been extracted by the goddess from afar, even if it amounts to less than 1%. Such an act undoubtedly conveys to Chronos that the goddess has regained her strength, warning him to refrain from any further deceit. The mark of the sickle has been erased, and the goddess Gaia has even utilized the mark to extort him in return. Even if he has been cornered to the brink of eternal slumber, one must not underestimate these ancient beings. Chronos wipes the remnants of blood from his lips, yet soon restores a beaming smile. The myriad potential repercussions can be set aside for now, as the benefits he has gained are tangible, since merging with the essence of the God-King, even if it is only about a fifth of the former God-King's power. It far surpasses that of the primordial deities in comparison to his 12 brothers, who collectively share 4/5. His capabilities are vastly superior. Furthermore, the title of God-King signifies not only his supreme status among the deities, but also his inherent dominion over them. The divine essence of the God-King serves as an amplifier, whether it be power or divine energy. Both have received considerable enhancement under the aegis of this exalted rank. In this manner, Chronos ascended to the grand might of divinity without stirring a single ripple. Originally, his divine artifact was that formidable scythe, yet it was forcibly seized by the Earth goddess. Until he acquires a new primordial artifact, he shall remain in an awkward position, possessing great divine power, yet not to the fullest extent. Fortunately, his brothers do not wield such grand might either. Even should some choose to rebel, it matters little. Aside from the primordial gods, he stands invincible in this world. Next, he must endeavor to win the hearts of some of his siblings that a solitary invincibility, as demonstrated by Uranus, ultimately leads to isolation, for when besieged by his own titans, no one will offer assistance. Had there been even a single powerful deity to intervene back then, the outcome could have been drastically altered. However, the miserly Chronos has no intention of parting with his treasures to curry favor with his siblings. Instead, he casts his gaze upon the 12 golden thrones. What precisely transpires within his mind remains a mystery. Shifting his focus upward, beyond the heavens into the vastness of space, we find Rinaudo, a deity of formidable power, tasked with responsibilities that are considerably more extensive. Though Ether, as the embodiment of space, possesses an exalted status and considerable strength, he hesitates to directly embrace the might of divinity due to the brevity of his existence. Rather, he seems inclined to gradually comprehend the essence of space, by steadily elevating himself. When he returns to his rightful height, he shall possess far more than if he were to ascend abruptly. Different perspectives yield diverse worlds. Rinaudo, in dire need of power for the impending war, has opted for immediate enhancement, yet he lacks the patience for gradual self-improvement. The number of divine essences in this realm is inherently limited. Acquiring even a single additional essence is paramount. Their thoughts may not converge, yet intersections exist within their domains. Describing their understanding and perception of their respective realms in simplistic terms proves challenging. Nevertheless, as the only two deities of space, they do not shy away from sharing their insights. During this time, aside from daily organizing the celestial bodies scattered throughout the cosmos like billiard balls, they engage in a near-constant exchange of understanding and comprehension regarding space. Rinaudo, possessing a higher realm of awareness, perceives a broader vista, yet his ultimate developmental goal lies beyond mere celestial bodies. Should the decayed power grow stronger, he would not hesitate to simulate starlight, constellations, or even entire star systems akin to the solar system. However, should he pursue this path, it raises the question of whether he might inadvertently displace Ether from his throne. Not to mention whether his decayed divine essence could suppress the overwhelmingly potent essence of the space god. Initially believing he could act without reservations at this juncture, he now observes the decay of his primary divine essence confined to a corner within him. The reason it hasn't been entirely expelled is due to the divisions among the essences of art, weather, and celestial bodies that it seems the weakest decay may ultimately be regarded as a prize, awaiting the resolution of the three divine essences to determine their hierarchy, potentially resulting in the voluntary expulsion of the decayed primary essence. During this period, he must invest considerable time and effort into safeguarding his primary essence, lest its forced removal trigger a cascade of unforeseen repercussions, the most immediate of which could be a backlash that severely injures him. It is crucial to recognize that his divine essence is indeed enviable. The deity of growth, embodying both decay and prosperity, can certainly make use of it. Celestial bodies, being potent divine essences, are coveted by any deity possessing a modicum of strength, not to mention their integral role in the cosmos, serving as a protective domain and an eternal safeguard. Weather, being intimately connected to the sky, possesses a power that naturally attracts envy. It is the domain closest to the heavens, and ambitious souls often aspire to become the next sky deity. He cannot afford to be weak, at least not until his absolute safety is assured. Such actions are akin to a child grasping at gold. It appears that the tranquility he had envisioned is still a distant reality. After much contemplation, Rinaudo concludes that his primary focus must be on elevating the level and scope of his divine essence, yet his understanding remains largely superficial. Now, as a deity, he perceives infinite possibilities, such as the flow of water, its gathering, or the ecology of rivers, whereas in his previous mortal existence, water was merely water and rivers were simply rivers. Despite harboring certain ideas, the question remains, can these notions align with the world? Those who abandon the world shall ultimately be forsaken by it. Hence, residing within the chaos of existence, he lacks the privilege to diverge from the world. It is paramount to consider what is beneficial for the world. The most effective approach to this matter would be to seek the counsel of a powerful ally with a broader perspective. With such an ally guiding him, a novice would always feel secure. Pondering this, he surveyed his surroundings. The affairs of space were nearly resolved. The cosmos, once barren, now teems with celestial bodies. However, overall, no constellations have formed, nor is there any starlight. Organizing these entities merely serves to prevent collisions that could reduce them to mere fragments. Incidentally, it seems Starlight could also function as a divine essence that in due course, he intends to address the decay of his primary essence. Should the brilliance of Starlight remain undiscovered, he shall seize it for himself. For now, he must seek out the Earth Goddess. Let us not speak of the term mama's boy. What is wrong with seeking solace in one's mother during times of trouble? It is a natural inclination for any child. Should one wish to weep, they may do so, provided the goddess herself does not object. Serendipitously, as Rinaudo floated down upon the earth, his feet resting upon white clouds, he received a message from the Earth Goddess. As before, the flowers of the earth formed a path to guide him. Following the trail of blossoms, accompanied by the earth's guidance, he once again arrived at the temple of the earth. That I pay my respects to you. Great Earth, Mother of the Gods, Goddess Gaia, you have finally arrived, my dear son, the only one who understands the challenges of an aging mother. Gaia's demeanor, in stark contrast to her previous state of fury or impassivity, now exhibits a serene countenance, far removed from the frail and fragmented form she once bore. As if a gust of wind might scatter her, the battle with Uranus had drained her considerable energy. Yet she was momentarily hindered by trivial matters. Now that she has time, and with him having just descended from the cosmos to the earth, she is prepared to bestow upon him the scythe she had promised for his protection. As she spoke, Gaia tapped a polished white stone pillar of the temple, causing it to crack open, revealing the serene artifact, the scythe, resting within. Whether this was to enhance its prestige or due to the scythe's excessive sharpness leaving the Earth Goddess with no place to store it remains uncertain. Nevertheless, this legendary artifact has finally found its way into his grasp, and upon reflection, he feels a surge of excitement. Rinaudo naturally accepts the goodwill of the Mother of the Earth. Not only is this his rightful due, but he is also mindful of the peculiarities of divine thought processes. Should Gaia perceive his refusal of the scythe, or any semblance of politeness as dissatisfaction with her gift, it could lead to discontent. As anticipated, Rinaudo graciously accepted the scythe. Deepening Gaia's smile, he hastily imparted a fragment of his own divine energy, signifying that his duty to seek her assistance had concluded, and now it was time to attend to his own matters. Forgive my impertinence, Mother Goddess. I find myself in need of your analytical prowess. Though Rinaudo felt it inappropriate to request assistance empty-handed, he had no means to hastily procure a gift. Fortunately, the Earth Goddess, untainted by such cultural nuances, did not perceive the necessity of gifts in mother-son interactions. Speak to me, while I am still awake. If I can assist in resolving your troubles, it shall be a boon. My divine essence can no longer suppress my ability to draw power from other realms that I now seek to enhance the force of decay, yet I find myself at a loss for direction. Thus I have come to you in pursuit of a method. Gaia nodded and remarked, indeed, decay is not a particularly potent force. It arose from the fusion of my rage and helplessness when your brother from that realm was taken from me. Intertwined with the powers of the earth at that time, the earth was exceedingly frail, instinctively yearning for self-preservation. Coincidentally, my sister had just given birth to a son symbolizing death, and it was through this confluence of events that your existence came to be. I have shared this with you before, so I shall not reiterate. Now, regarding your inquiry, if you wish to enhance the power of decay, please elaborate on your understanding of it. That I perceive decay as the process by which the forms of life return to and nourish the world after death. It is precisely for this reason that I find it challenging. This power feels somewhat misaligned whether it leans towards the direction of life or death. Perhaps I should develop towards the decay of all things, or join forces with the god of death to seize dominion over the realm of mortality. Rinaudo confided his troubles, only to raise his gaze and discover Gaia standing before him, gently tapping his forehead. My dear child, all things must come to an end. The culmination of life is death, and the end of plants is withering. This is a vast domain, yet it is also a delightful direction to pursue. However, the world is currently flourishing. Uranus has kept it tranquil for too long, stifling its potential. Presently, the world does not permit significant destruction. Even gods of volcanic might, I can only seal them in their place of origin, refraining from unleashing them for your use or integrating them into the world. For what is required now is stability. You comprehend why you were able to acquire divine essence so effortlessly. While there are times I have orchestrated matters on your behalf, even primordial deities cannot conjure something from nothing. you have wielded a divine essence of decay, which is merely of moderate power. To obtain two divine essences of great potential and the unprecedented innovation of art, all thanks to the world's favor upon you. The force of decay exists at the intersection of life and death. Pursuing death is certainly permissible. After all, the end of life, indeed existence itself, whether in power or intimidation, is sufficient for you to attain great divinity. Yet, equally, if you fail to allow this power to reciprocate to the world's favor towards you shall wane. That if you must pursue this path, my suggestion is that you remain in my temple, adopting other divine essences as your primary essence, enduring your period of vulnerability here, thus alleviating your concerns of danger. When the world burgeons and thrives in the future, divine essences such as the end will not clash with the world as vehemently. However, you must understand that no thriving world desires calamity. After all, calamity embodies destruction, a senseless waste, and may even lead to significant upheaval in certain realms due to disaster. Should you aspire to become a deity of calamity, it would be exceedingly difficult not to be reviled by the world. Perhaps calamity can be controlled, but does such controllable calamity possess formidable power, and can it ensure your life remains untroubled? Decay straddles the realms of life and death. It can render the land more prosperous and the soil more fertile, which aids life, yet its essence is rooted in the aftermath of life's demise. Even if I were to bestow upon you the divine essence of life's deity, it is likely that life would consume decay rather than decay merging with life. The intricacies involved are far more convoluted than I can express in mere words. Nonetheless, I earnestly hope that you will be another favored child of the world, one that has always enjoyed its favor. Unlike your shameless father, who became one with the sky after losing such favor. Having said this, I fear you may not fully grasp my words. Ponder them for yourself. Contemplate what you truly wish to achieve. Reflect on what your future holds. As a mother, I wish to protect you eternally. Likewise, as a mother, I hope you can safeguard yourself when I am not there. You may meditate for 30 cycles of day and night. During this time, I shall seek to untangle my own chaotic divinity. That I look forward to your answer in 30 days, and regardless of what it may be, I shall support you. Rinaudo was perplexed. He could not fathom what the Earth Goddess sought to convey. Yet, it was understandable. Had the Earth Goddess directly provided him with the answers to this examination, the solution would have become fixed in his mind. No matter how the final outcome might vary, it would inevitably revolve around that center. Yet to expect him to grasp the profound mysteries of life and death within 30 days was an overwhelming task. If he could so easily comprehend the dualities, surely he would have a stake in the essence of life and death that pervades the world. Rinaudo, troubled by the goddess's words, ultimately sank down onto the floor of the temple in utter despair. Is decay not merely the process of a corpse returning to the earth? He scrutinized the powers of decay multiple times, feeling a sense of nostalgic reunion, having seldom utilized this essence since acquiring stronger divine powers. It dawned upon him that possessing too many divine essences was indeed correct. An overabundance of them led to a depletion of energy. 30 days seemed a lengthy duration, yet in the flow of time, it passed in the blink of an eye. Rinaudo racked his brain in hopes of conjuring something unique, yet in the end, he could not provide himself with a satisfactory answer, true to their previous agreement. The Earth Goddess appeared punctually in the temple. The once pristine and grand temple of the earth was now half entwined with vegetation, while the other half brimmed with the nutrients left behind by decayed plants. Through a series of endeavors, Rinaudo had only succeeded in introducing an element called biogas to the powers of decay, which had not even formed a distinct divine essence. Fortunately, the goddess did not seem to mind the haphazard state of the temple. She approached Rinaudo and softly inquired, "Rinaudo, have you discovered your own answer?" Her gentle voice caressed him like a soft breeze, imparting no pressure. Rinaudo felt a pang of embarrassment for being unable to conjure even a single answer. Uncertain whether he had disappointed the goddess, it was akin to a child who, despite their rebelliousness in the outside world, still wished to shield their vulnerable side from their parents. Yet, one must face the inevitable. Rinaudo could only shake his head in honest admission. This reaction seemed to fall well within the goddess's expectations. Come, let us step outside. This temple, magnificent as it may be, remains merely a dwelling of the earth. Here, you toil in contemplation. Even on the day of the world's destruction, it would be difficult to conceive anything beyond your current understanding. With some hesitation, Rinaudo nodded. Where shall we go? He asked as he summoned clouds as their means of transport, only to find Gaia had no intention of ascending upon them. Life and death are present in every corner, yet those upon the earth are the most vibrant. The sky is simply too vast and expansive. Its former master was overly self-absorbed, unwilling to allow any life to find respite there. It is the most distant realm from both life and death. Rinaudo understood the goddess's intent, even if only partially. He dismissed the summoned clouds and walked alongside her upon the earthly realm. Their first destination was a verdant grove, appearing newly sprouted, its traces of time not deeply etched in stark contrast to the surrounding desolate land. Once ravaged by the aftermath of battle and now devoid of any signs of life, this grove thrived. Could the scorched earth we passed signify death upon the land? Rinaudo inquired of the goddess. The earth shall not perish, at least not before the eternal collapse of the world. That it merely transforms into a different form, safeguarding children that differ from those of the past, allowing new life to take root within it. Then does this forest symbolize life? He probed further. Perhaps it does. Plants are ancient beings. When your brother, the god of growth, Chronos, was born, the entire world birthed trees and flowers, emerging from vast lands and silent oceans as entities known as plants, adornments of the world. However, those plants, without restraints, merely knew to grow, ultimately inciting Uranus's wrath, leading to the punishment of both the plants and their divine master. Each time the plants reached a certain height, they would lose all vitality. Is the loss of all vitality the precursor to death? Perhaps, at least after Uranus cast this curse, my sister bore those twins in no time. With that, the two deities continued their stroll through the forest. Rinaudo and Gaia possessed an innate affinity for flora. The former symbolized the other side of plants. Although that aspect is not particularly pleasant, it is undeniably real, while the latter is revered by all creatures on earth. Even if that essence lacks any intelligence, they moved silently across the earth like powerless sprites, leaving no trace behind. The forest, too, was enveloped in tranquility, until a small rodent suddenly darted out from nowhere, glanced at them, and scurried away in another direction. This creature bore a resemblance to a rabbit. Unfortunately, it dashed right into the path of a peculiar being, akin to a fox, with a long tail and sharp snout, which opened its large mouth and seized the rodent in one swift bite. Rinaudo instinctively wished to protect the weak, but his outstretched hand was halted by his mother in response to Rinaudo's puzzled gaze. Gaia merely shook her head. The world abides by its own rules. Deities should not transcend these earthly laws, for they too have their own survival regulations, and we cannot rise above those either. Naturally, Rinaudo would not take any drastic action over a creature that held no significance to him, so he merely watched as the little animal lost its life, becoming a meal. Then he followed the fox-like beast for a while, witnessing it being hunted by a stronger predator, ultimately becoming another meal. Yet, what does this have to do with decay? Those deceased creatures became sustenance for more powerful beings, and those stronger beings, by filling their bellies, continue to survive. Indeed, there is life and death, but I am not a deity of animal hunting. I cannot glean anything useful from this cycle. Rinaudo truly did not understand what the goddess intended, until he once again beheld an animal of the same kind as the previous rodent. It was as if time had reversed, for another fox-like creature was coincidentally hiding among the grasses. This time, Rinaudo had no intention of intervening, yet Gaia gently lifted the small creature. Stubbornly adhering to established rules had ensnared them in an invisible web. Sometimes, not all rules must be followed absolutely. All pioneers are those deities who defy the tacit rules, like the flute you crafted recently, for no one before you had ever conceived of transforming wood into a playable instrument. Oh, what is it that you wish for me to pursue? Silly child, just keep walking. Oh, what is your message? Simply follow me. In the days that followed, Rinaudo accompanied the goddess Gaia across the earth. Though the world was not particularly vibrant, the rejuvenation of the earth goddess infused it with a measure of vitality, reclaiming some of the essence that Uranus had seized, allowing for the emergence of more gods. However, the power held by their 13 titans encompassed nearly every realm from the heavens to the earth. Although the world exerted great effort, it had evidently not yet touched the fringes of success. Some minor deities began to emerge gradually, yet none could significantly impact the world. Rinaudo transitioned from a state of profound impatience to a gradually calming demeanor. even finding leisure to critique the newly born deities alongside Gaia. His power had not seen a marked increase, yet his temper had notably softened. However, his mind seemed to have offended the goddess of wisdom. As it stubbornly refused to awaken, he often tinkered with curious little inventions, displaying a keen intellect that could not only grasp a singular concept, but also draw broader connections. Yet when faced with matters of personal importance, he found himself at a loss for action. Due to his influence, the goddess had traversed the vastness of the earth alongside him, delaying her slumber for an extended period. Rinaudo felt a pang of guilt for this, yet was powerless to change it. He had urged the goddess to rest, but she insisted on waiting until his powers had further evolved. Rinaudo frequently received guidance from the goddess, yet her hints were often too cryptic, requiring numerous twists and turns to grasp even a hint of understanding. The goddess endeavored to illuminate paths for her little son, but he perceived the world as vast, while he himself could only glimpse a small fragment. Yet that fragment was nearly filled to capacity. The suggestion to transcend his original world proved challenging for him to comprehend, and he had yet to present the carefully prepared gift she had labored over for so long. This benevolent mother feared that should she fall into slumber, her 12 sons might commit unforgivable acts against their less familiar younger brother. Thus, both mother and child found themselves in a state of anguish. Gaia or Rinaudo? I am so troubled. This tension lingered between the two deities, yet the goddess remained relatively composed. Slumber was not an urgent matter, for there were still millions, perhaps even tens of millions, of years before the world's end. What if she spent a mere 1,000 years accompanying her little son, or even 2,000? After all, she would not believe that her abilities could not reveal to her son even a corner of the world beyond his own. With that child's intelligence, once he glimpsed a new domain, even if just a corner, he would surely gain an advantage with remarkable speed. They maintained a steady, unhurried pace across the earth, and Rinaudo encountered much. The greatest benefit of journeying with someone of broad perspective is the discovery of many things previously unnoticed. During this time, he had already conceived several ideas. After all, he had some exposure to the stories of deities. Yet he dismissed these thoughts. The same refrain echoed. His vision was confined to a singular domain, making it difficult for him to expand his perspective, which left him feeling incapable of presenting anything to the world in its entirety. Until they arrived at the battlefield of the Sky War, the site of their conflict with the Sky God, where the essence of the volcano lay sealed. Let us venture there. After all, it is a divine essence, and keeping it sealed there is not ideal. Moreover, I shall provide you with that essence. Once the world has evolved, you may absorb it. I recall you possess the currents, which encompass both high and low temperatures. Recently, you mentioned your desire to transform the power of temperature into a distinct divine essence. With the essence of the volcano, it would become considerably simpler. I shall extract some heated concepts from the volcano. I already possess a sufficient number of divine essences. If I continue to hoard them, I may inadvertently obstruct the paths of future generations. The world cannot consist of just one deity. Otherwise, many things would remain undiscovered. Is that not what you have told me? Therefore, let such catastrophic power as the volcano be left for future generations. Perhaps someone may carve out an entirely different path amidst this destructive force. Rinaudo and the goddess Gaia walked along, exchanging laughter and conversation. Though their feet bore no fabric, neither the rugged rocks nor the volcanic heat affected them in the slightest. They ambled toward the mountain's peak. Still engaged in cheerful discourse, the crimson divine essence lay quietly within the magma. Rinaudo gently brushed aside the molten rock, extracting the heated concept and leaping forth from the volcano. Well, I have acquired what I sought. Now, let us take a look at that little hole you dug. You were quite fond of what lay within, and I have yet to see it, Gaia teased. Rinaudo shrugged. Even if I tended to that thing daily, I doubt I know more than you do. The moment that seed took root, I felt it. Why mock me? Despite his words, he thoughtfully led the way, allowing the gentle breeze to clear the rocks and sand, paving a small path of grass. Though that little hole was meant for the seed, the volcanic eruptions during the divine conflict likely left nothing but remnants. Even if he wished for that seed to sprout anew, he likely lacked the capability to do so. Indifferent, he found himself disinclined to even glance in that direction. Knowing the answer made the very act of answering a tedious and superfluous endeavor. Nevertheless, that place, where he had resided for a time, could be considered a modest home, and it was only fitting to invite his dear mother over with a touch of ceremony that I in the past. Strolling along the flower-laden path had been an invitation from Mother Earth herself. Today, however, it marked the first time he extended such an invitation to her abode. Reflecting on this, he realized they had wandered upon this earth for a good 20 years or so. Lost in thought, Rinaudo found it difficult to multitask during unimportant moments. This distracted state caused him to overlook the serene smile of the goddess Gaia. The result was a sudden exclamation. Ouch! What is obstructing my path? Distracted, Rinaudo collided with a tree, the pain not unbearable, merely prompting an instinctive cry. Where did this tree come from? This should be my little cave, he exclaimed in confusion, initially suspecting the seed. Yet he had spent considerable time with that seed. Its essence still fresh in his memory. Upon first sighting, he had confirmed that this tree was not the progeny of that seed. They bore no similarities in essence, indicating that this tree was, indeed, unrelated. But how had this tree managed to thrive in such a harsh environment? Mother Goddess, seeking solace in his mother during difficult times, Rinaudo showed no inclination to feign strength before her. Yet, the nurturing Earth Mother was easily swayed by such sentiments. She, however, remained as enigmatic as ever, reluctant to express her intentions in plain language. In this barren land, a different tree had taken root, a seed carried by the winds of fate, quietly sprouting until it grew into the grand tree before him. Its existence bore witness to his efforts, albeit indirectly. What contribution have I made? I merely planted a seed here, which has long since been lost in the chaos of the magma's eruption. Yet, in the endeavor to let his planted seed take root and flourish, he had exerted considerable effort. Those efforts did not aid the desired seed, but rather allowed another to occupy its place, growing into a magnificent tree. Still, this tree was not that tree, the same location, the same people, the same type of seed, yet ultimately not the same one that all things in existence endure and renew. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Yet, what has vanished can never be replaced by those who come after. That tree is that tree, and that seed is that seed. Destruction is destruction. Even if one plants the same variety of seed in the same spot, it remains distinct. Rinaudo vaguely sensed an obstruction before him, a manifestation of his self-doubts. Even after 11 or 20 years, he had yet to fully comprehend this self-questioning. Gaia, too, was aware. Her youngest son was forever hesitant to voice such thoughts, and she could only wait for him to confront the ultimate barrier. When he had nowhere left to retreat, it would be the moment of reckoning, whether this journey held meaning or was in vain. This tree, though not the same as the previous one, inherited its essence. You allow the former seed to take root, grow, and decay, a cycle repeated countless times, leaving remnants that have not vanished, but rather seeped back into the earth, hidden away, when birds bring forth new seeds. Even if the previous tree has vanished, the next will sprout anew in the same place. As you say, all things endure, and the cycle of life persists. It need not be the same, just as the world has its limits. The so-called eternity is merely the addition of one to a vast number. When you reach the end of eternity, even that will fade into the past like ephemeral smoke. In this light, does it truly matter whether it is the same? This is the law of existence, the unchanging principle. Gaia made no haste, speaking softly, imparting the world's truth to her child, encouraging him to take that courageous step while wishing not to impose any pressure upon him. How could he comprehend? It was merely a stroll together for a couple of decades, nothing to be ashamed of. The decay and its child were simply not meant to be. Yet, within the myriad paths of the world, must one remain fixated on a singular route? Thus, her child need not worry. She, a powerful mother, would shield him from any insurmountable harm. Should he succeed, all her preparations would bear fruit. Should he fail, countless possibilities would still await him. Rinaudo's taut nerves gradually relaxed under the infinite tenderness of her gaze. All things endure, cycling through birth, growth, decay, and death. The deceased transform into nourishment, returning to the world, nurturing new life. A continuous cycle, unending and perpetual. Yet, I still yearn for the process of growth, a tinge of regret. Within Rinaudo, an essence emerged that Gaia had never before sensed. Yet the goddess felt no apprehension. She understood that this matter would bear fruit. As for growth, a slight deficiency was permissible. Though she cherished her youngest son, she could not simply summon her other son, the deity of growth, into existence. She acknowledged her favoritism, yet she had not lost her mind completely. The decay, prosperity, seeds, and the divine essence of the cave plants within Rinaudo gradually fused, forming a patchy, incomplete essence no larger than a fingernail. Aside from the trouble he caused in finding his way. This child certainly has an impressive knack for gathering resources far quicker than I. Gaia chuckled, shaking her head, before revealing a new essence from her palm. It resembled an embryo enveloped within a womb, radiating a soft green luminescence. This new essence had long harbored intentions of birth. Had she not restrained it, it would have fallen into the hands of Uranus. Now, having approached it through the realm of plants, seeking to harness the eternal cycle of nature, how could your mother not lend her aid? The new essence not falling into Uranus's grasp was simply a matter of fate. If you could indeed usher in new changes for this world, it would be a fitting end. The goddess placed it on her middle finger, applying a gentle force to merge it with the newly birthed essence. This infusion provided the previously tenuous essence with ample sustenance, rapidly enhancing its completeness. Alas, the plant cycle remained somewhat lacking. The crucial growth process had its own master, and no matter how hard Rinaudo tried, he could not push this newly born power further. However, possessing a semblance of form was a promising start, and the future would surely allow for further advancement. To be prudent, Rinaudo once more turned his gaze inward, focusing on the essence of art within himself. He felt a resonance between art and the cycle, albeit subtle, lacking grand displays. The cyclical essence yearned to attract the essence of art, yet the latter remained elusive, akin to a quail reluctant to show its head. Those symbols of his origins as the initial god of art, a part of the eternal essence of art, were immutable, while art might seem of little consequence to other deities, as one privy to deeper truths. He held certain ideas. Thus, he could only repurpose the fickle essence of art, akin to a rogue lover prone to distraction. Though their fusion was seamless, the master remained the master. Rinaudo retained the right to dispose of all that belonged to him. Even that reluctant portion of art was drawn forth to I shall name this power cycle. It shall be the legacy of will in the name of decay. Even the fallen may endure, in the name of rebirth. The successors tread the path of their predecessors, forging new beginnings. It embodies the perpetual cycle of all existence that in my name. The eternally identical world is fraught with despair. Thus, I shall introduce a hint of new life into the cycle. In the name of art, I shall bestow the crafts of weaving and sculpting upon the world, recording it through imagery. I am the great master of the cycle, as well as the chronicler of all. Rinaudo could not help but entertain thoughts of directly possessing the cycle. Yet upon reflection, was he truly the master of life born from death? Was he the master of souls? Even the realm he named after plants is not entirely his own. Thus, in light of this, he can only settle for a secondary option that has always been the case. He must first possess before he can expand. In the art of undermining others, he can indeed be considered a pioneer. Rinaudo smiled as he stowed away the hollow ring. Initially, some of the primordial fates had also been drawn to him. Yet, if the world is truly just an unalterable cycle, then does not all effort become devoid of meaning? What significance does rebirth hold, and for what purpose does hope exist? To claim to be the master of cycles seems somewhat lacking in substance. His strength derives more from inheritance and transformation. Nevertheless, he finds satisfaction in this, for the power of decay has finally merged into the cycle. As long as he waits patiently for a year, gaining formidable strength within the current cycle poses no challenge. However, in the upcoming period, he may have to remain at home. The cycle is merely an infant at present. Rinaudo must employ his will to ensure that other divine essences do not commit unforgivable acts against this nascent power. Moreover, he possesses some divine essences to nourish the cycle, as death serves to enhance strength. Therefore, retaining the powers of prosperity and cave plants is of little use. Utilizing them as sustenance for the cycle and facilitating their integration is indeed advantageous. After completing these tasks, he briefly reflected. Rinaudo felt he might have been somewhat foolish. In undertaking various actions, something is invariably overlooked, and hindsight has rendered him wiser. Furthermore, the inheritance did not directly transform into divine essence. Rather, certain rules merged into the cycle. Contemplating this, Rinaudo suddenly realized that there were indeed many domains he had yet to explore. Well then, no need to dwell on it. It cannot all be attributed to your clumsiness in speech. Your disjointed utterances may very well be due to the laws wishing to restrict your acquisition of mord. In this critical period, the power possessed by the laws is not particularly abundant. Although you have demonstrated a glimpse of the cycle, it remains merely a surface understanding. The rest must be provided by the laws. Were it not for your own accumulation of several divine essences, this power might have been precarious. You are rather generous, even leaving behind the scattered primordial fates. Even if you do not wish to integrate those primordial fates into the cycle, allowing everything to remain unchanged in an eternal recurrence. Would it not be better to collect them and incorporate them into your variable divine essence, rather than discarding them? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts, child. Gaia seldom expressed complaints, for who would ever consider primordial essence to be excessive? Yet, after her grievances, Gaia still wore a gentle smile. Now that your troubles have dissipated, I hope you will treat this power with care, though I am uncertain what kind of power you initially intended to use to fulfill your original vision. Go ahead and pursue it. Your mother goddess still possesses sufficient strength to protect you. And remember, inheritance need not be conveyed solely through images. It can also be articulated through words. You recall your elder brother's daughter in the sea? Métis, the goddess of wisdom, who embodies intellect and thought. A while ago, I sensed that you imbued water with the quality of flow, and she, in turn, gleaned greater insights from the movement of water. Before long, we shall have an additional title for her. Perhaps in the future, she will become the goddess of hydrology. Gaia lavishly praised, her satisfaction with this granddaughter evident. Rinaudo pondered for a moment and resolved to pay a visit to this goddess in due time. Indeed, words are far more effective in conveying one's thoughts than images. Words function like coordinates in the world. The longer the text, the more precise the reference, making the documentation of one's thoughts through words generally superior to that through images. Mother Goddess, would you not accompany me to meet this goddess of wisdom? I have been with you for a while now, and it is time for me to enjoy a good sleep. This period has left me physically and mentally exhausted, and I wish to unwind in the realm of dreams. Then I shall accompany you to the temple of the earth. It is a fitting opportunity for me to solidify my own essence. And when that goddess of wisdom brings words into the world, the power of inheritance will be relatively complete. However, before that, I must borrow a bit of life force from the mother goddess. Gaia would not begrudge Rinaudo, for the divine power of life is not particularly precious to her. I shall detach the threads from the weaving, combining the power of life to bring you into the world. You are the allies of the weaver, the creators of silk and thread. Rinaudo melded the silk thread with the divine power of life, contemplating for a moment before crafting a pair of diminutive white caterpillars. I shall name you silkworms, and let us grant you a touch of life as transformative power. Rinaudo recalled that these little creatures were merely infants. Thus, he sprinkled the essence of growth upon one, causing it to swiftly metamorphose into a pupa before eventually emerging as a moth. However, its drab wings were far from appealing. The goddess lost interest after a glance, instead intrigued by the pupa shed by the mature insect. Holding it in her hand, she rubbed it gently. While it did not compare to fabric woven from waves and flowing water, if there were more of these little creatures, the fabric brought forth by her little son would find broader application, which would be beneficial to him. Since this is a race you have created yourself, I shall bestow upon them a blessing. I grant these little beings the power of rapid reproduction, akin to the seeds of certain plants. How thoughtful indeed. Rinaudo placed the moth and the silkworm on the ground, meeting the curious gazes of the two small beings, and bestowed upon them the divine essences of the silkworm and the moth, allowing them to evolve into deities. However, he had no interest in nurturing two trivial beings further. The gust of divine power sent the two little ones away to the earth, and he no longer inquired after them. The blown silkworm landed in a mulberry grove, the naive creature unaware of its recent experiences, simply munching contentedly on the leaves of the tree it found itself upon. The blessed moth, meanwhile, laid a number of eggs during this process, which were carried by the warm wind to various places, while the moth deity showed no intention of searching for them, continuing instead to produce more eggs and instinctively scattering them across the earth. Over a decade later, Rinaudo departed from the temple of the earth. In the span of these 10 years, he had been diligently stabilizing the delicate balance within himself. An incomplete cycle finds it exceedingly challenging to suppress other complete powers. Yet, Rinaudo's favoritism has allowed the cycle to firmly maintain its position atop the throne of his divine essence. Otherwise, it would be difficult to assess whether celestial bodies and weather could indeed undermine the cycle. Once his matters were settled, and he had even integrated the scythe, the earth goddess, feeling a sense of relief, well, more accurately, fatigue, cast him out from the temple. The goddess had already spent nearly 50 years accompanying him. And now she was weary, longing for a swift slumber. 50 years ago, he would have deemed that an eternity, yet indeed, even now, he has not reached 50 years of age, compared to his siblings, who have existed for nearly 1,000 years. He is merely a tender sprout. Having temporarily acquired sufficient strength for self-protection, Rinaudo began to contemplate how to attain the divine essence of growth and develop the cycle's power into reincarnation. This inclination arises primarily from Rinaudo's closer affinity to the series of life as a child of the earth, while his understanding of the cycle leans more toward fate. Recently, he had nearly fused the essence of variability. The cycle is indeed potent. It encompasses an extraordinarily broad range, exemplified by the three states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. The most typical representations are ice, water, and steam. Rinaudo possesses the power of water, as well as that of temperature. Were it 20 years ago, he would have been elated to absorb this cyclical power and utilize it to enhance his divine essence. Alas, a significant event had unfolded among the Titans. It was precisely 10 or 20 years prior that no light penetrated the temple of the earth, as all illumination emanated from the earth itself. Thus, he remained unaware of how time flowed. Yet the proclamation of the laws transcends all barriers, resonating clearly within the ears of every deity powerful enough to heed its call. Rinaudo recalls vividly the resounding announcement that reverberated throughout the world, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of existence itself. His elder brother, the deity of the ocean river encircling the world, Uranus, has existed for nearly 20 millennia, a figure whose age could easily ascend even higher. He is the god most persecuted by the heavens, yet one cannot deny the brilliance of his innate talents. 20 years ago, unshackled by any constraints, Uranus finally took his final step, crafting a belt that embodies the very nature of the ocean river that envelopes the world. This river belt symbolizes both a beginning and an end, resembling an unceasing flow of water that signifies all transformations of water itself. Indeed, the three states of the water cycle are encapsulated within it. Now, having ascended to a tremendous divine power, Uranus is an awe-inspiring entity. 2 decades have scarcely allowed his fervent heart to find tranquility, making it ill-advised to seek his favor at this juncture. What if he finds himself in need of a companion to test his strength? However, this brief span of 50 years has evidently not introduced anything particularly intriguing to the world, apart from the rise of his elder brother to great divine power. The world still appears lifeless and stagnant. The wisdom of the Titans is constrained by the laws, and until the world has accumulated sufficient vitality, they shall not acquire further divine attributes. It pains Rinaudo to witness such a golden opportunity slipping away. Yet, the ache is merely a fleeting discomfort. Once his elder brother's emotions have settled, he can approach him with the items he desires, if it is merely the concept of the water cycle that his elder brother seeks. He is unlikely to be overly stingy, for such concepts are abundant in his realm. With a respectful demeanor and offerings of decent quality, the likelihood of success should be considerable, especially with his elder brother's mistress of salt water, the mother of the ocean, Thalassa. Rinaudo harbors an interest in the essence of life that emerges from the salty depths. Moreover, if the matter pertains to the realms of life and death, he might indeed need to pay a visit to that perpetually sour-faced deity of death. Contemplating this, what initially seemed a tranquil retirement now becomes a flurry of activity. Of utmost importance now is to devise a strategy concerning the divine essence of the deity of growth. If Greek mythology holds true, the deity of growth is destined to be cast into Tartarus, leading to the dimming of his divine essence, leaving only his head, clinging desperately to the essence of growth, to suffer in that lightless abyss. Indeed, his brother possesses not even a complete form to endure such torment, only a severed head. Let it not be said that he lacks compassion. After all, there has been little intersection between them. Rinaudo has interacted with the deity of growth on but 2 occasions. Once in his youth, when he delved into the realm of plants, perhaps catching a glimpse of him in passing. And again during a fierce battle with the king of the sky, when, separated by the womb of the earth, they did not meet face to face. Upon emerging, the deity of growth seized the essence of thunder. Naturally, Rinaudo, though skilled in the domain of plants, could not rival the deity of growth. Had he truly exerted himself, he would have achieved nothing, yet he thought to extend a favor, laying a small foundation for the future. If memory serves him correctly, weather does influence the growth of plants. His elder brother appeared unfazed, yet after the Earth Mother announced her choice for the Divine King, the growth of all plants on Earth ceased for but a fleeting moment, a phenomenon that indeed transpired. That instant was so brief that even the Earth Mother was left bewildered, ultimately believing she had erred. However, as another primordial deity within the realm of plants, Rinaudo distinctly sensed the profound resentment and bitterness akin to an abyss within that fleeting moment. Yet, this resentment was not directed at the Earth Mother, for Rinaudo harbored no ill will at the time. Now reflecting upon it, this brother may harbor deep-seated discontent. The Titans have endured relentless torment for countless years. Even the briefest of them, Chronos, has a twisted psyche. How could the others fare any better? Any emotion suppressed for too long will inevitably erupt in a cataclysmic display. Yet, one wonders what mindset he possesses. Whether he intends to wield the curse left by the King of the Sky to aid the third generation of deities in their rebellion against Chronos, or to amass his own strength to challenge the King of Time and Space. Rinaudo believes his elder brother will be prepared, at the very least stirring some commotion. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the resentment that momentarily flickered within him. This matter necessitates thorough discussion. Should the deity of growth, Gaias, indeed harbor rebellious thoughts, how shall he aid him? Perhaps he might elevate the deity of growth to the throne of divine kingship, thereby eradicating Zeus's dynasty. After all, during the reign of the thunder god Zeus, many of the second-generation deities fared poorly. The trio of siblings, Sun, Moon, and Dawn, suffered greatly, one losing their divine essence and being eternally imprisoned, another stripped of their essence, and the third coerced into sacrificing their purity. The 12 Titans have remained hidden, fearful of drawing attention and incurring the wrath of this divine king, though recognized as the mightiest of divine monarchs. Who would dare wager that Zeus's heart is as formidable as his power? The ascension of the deity of growth to the divine throne might indeed yield unfavorable consequences, yet it is assuredly better than suffering a grand upheaval. At the very least, chaos currently maintains a semblance of stability. Despite the gods' confusion, they dutifully fulfill their responsibilities. Aside from the disgraceful Uranus, no rumors of divine misconduct have surfaced. In contemplating these matters, perhaps it is prudent to preserve Chronos. The more one reflects, the bleaker the future appears. What, one wonders, is the deity who has captured the attention of the cyclical god currently engaged in? He is neither reviving the earth nor performing any tasks within his temple. At present, he finds himself submerged in the ocean. O goddess of the sea, embodying strength and valor, your wild beauty enraptures my heart. Fair goddess, would you grant me your hand in marriage? Indeed, he is proposing beneath the waves, expressing his affections to the goddess Uranus, who personifies the might of the ocean. Witness the love-struck gaze in his eyes and the bashful demeanor of the goddess Uranus. Alas, after Uranus merged entirely with the sky, the world seemed to lose its vigor. Despite the absence of restraints, no ripples of change have emerged at most. There have been minor disturbances, and these trivialities hardly warrant the attention of the powerful Titans, who remain focused on their elder brother. The most anxious among them must be the King of Time and Space, Chronos. As the divine king, he stands but a step away from achieving great power, yet this does not alter the fact that he is not yet a being of such magnitude. Moreover, aside from a few unfortunate deities whose essences clash with greater entities, and those who have never been particularly strong, his brothers harbor aspirations of greatness. This has instilled a sense of unease within the newly relocated Chronos. As his ascension was secured through rebellion, leading him to question the loyalty of his brethren to his throne, he must devise a means to stabilize their allegiance. Thus, on a day when the goddess of daylight casts her divine power to illuminate the world, Chronos manifests an avatar towering as high as the heavens, creating a commotion that reverberates throughout the very fabric of existence. This spectacle captures the attention of Rinaudo, aimlessly wandering the earth, as well as the gaze of other Titans drawn towards Chronos. Only Chronos knows the intentions behind his actions. When 12 pairs of eyes converge upon him, the King of Time and Space finally speaks, proclaiming his desires to the world. O great law, I am Chronos. the king of time and space, that I survey the earthly realm and behold its desolation, decay, and chaos in countless domains. Therefore, I forged 12 divine thrones, appointing 12 chief deities, granting them the highest authority beneath the divine king. To guide the world, my brothers, ascend Mount Otris. You shall share in the glory of the divine king. As the discourse concluded, the immense illusion that soared as high as the heavens dissipated, the 12 thrones beneath the divine ruler. There's one for me as well. Rinaudo was immensely surprised. He had not anticipated that he would benefit from this arrangement. He had assumed that the 12 golden thrones would be claimed by Chronos, the god king, who would occupy one himself. To his astonishment, Chronos had summoned his 12 brothers instead. This fellow seems quite amiable. I shall remember to bring a gift next time I seek him out. Rinaudo mused as he summoned a cloud, standing upon it as he soared toward Mount Atreides. Rinaudo, as he flew toward Mount Atreides, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he beheld his elder sister, the goddess Thetis. Ah, good day to you, mistress of the salt waters, my elder sister, the benevolent mother of the ocean. Thetis, Rinaudo exclaimed with a bright smile. Thetis returned his smile, her countenance radiating warmth. Under prolonged oppression, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. She had not become cruel, nor dull, nor cunning, but rather increasingly gentle. The children of the ocean, the mistress of salt waters, forever maintained the most tender and gracious smile. Good day to you, master of cycles, creator of art and currents, the variable of fate, my wise and valiant brother. Rinaudo, why do you ride upon a cloud instead of your war chariot? Rinaudo glanced at the opulent chariot fashioned from shells and corals, and at the 2 dolphins swimming gracefully in the air, a hint of confusion flickering in his mind. He had never even contemplated the creation of a war chariot. Although the titans of yore had faced harsh criticism and mistreatment, they still boasted a semblance of grandeur in comparison to the infinitely magnificent temple in the sky. Their status was somewhat lesser, yet still remarkable when juxtaposed with the heavens, not to mention the war chariot. After all, he had only lived for a little over 50 years, and his foundation was rather lacking. Were it not for the absence of sarcasm in this era, and had Thetis' tone not been so gentle and sincere, he might have doubted whether the mistress of salt waters was subtly mocking him. Why did you not achieve a perfect score on your exam? Was it because you didn't want to? What difference does that make? Is it truly a matter of desire? It seems one cannot be too idle. It would be wise to attend to necessary matters. Rinaudo thought. It is not that I do not wish to ride in a war chariot. I must admit, I have been burdened with many responsibilities in recent years, and thus the creation of a chariot has been set aside. It appears I have inadvertently become a source of amusement for my elder sister. The desire for a war chariot did not detract from Rinaudo's spirits. Such material possessions were not yet worthy of display in the eyes of the divine. Indeed, having a war chariot would be more convenient. If you have the time, do seek one out. Your brother Chronos has summoned us. If you linger too long, you may incur his displeasure. Come, let us journey together. Thetis invited Rinaudo to accompany her. Her chariot could easily accommodate a few more passengers, and Rinaudo felt no fear of falling. Without hesitation, he accepted her offer. Along the way, the 2 deities engaged in lively conversation, for they both possessed dominion over water, providing ample topics to discuss. It was not that they lacked the desire for gossip, but there was little to share. The strongest among them were indeed these gods, and they knew each other too well. As siblings, it was hardly appropriate to exchange trivial news. During their journey, Rinaudo gleaned numerous insights. Thetis, as the mother of the ocean and mistress of salt waters, had brought forth all the creatures of the sea. Her understanding of life was undoubtedly profound. Thetis, too, benefited from their discourse. As the currents stirred, transporting warmth and life to the depths of the ocean, while not directly related to salt water, it served as a worthy reference. They chatted and laughed, and soon enough, they arrived at their destination, Mount Atreides, the abode of the god king of time and space. Aside from themselves, the others had already begun preparations within the temple. But wait, there was one deity still absent. The god of growth, Kleos, had yet to arrive. According to the goddess of sight, this deity of growth had been preoccupied with courting his bride, momentarily forgetting the passage of time. They would have to wait for another half-day. Standing at the entrance served little purpose. So Rinaudo planned to accompany Thetis to view the thrones belonging to the chief deity. These thrones had split from the divine essence of the god-king, 12 identical golden seats, devoid of any embellishments. Awaiting the presence of their master to undergo transformation, the 12 thrones stood in 2 rows of 6, guarding the more magnificent throne of the god-king at the center, upon the god-king's throne. A clock and a sword rose together, while a crown loomed above, perched at the pinnacle of the seat. Perhaps this was Chronos' interpretation of himself. The clock represented his dominion over time. The sword symbolized conquest and destruction, and the crown proclaimed his identity as the god-king. Though simple and straightforward, under the influence of such supreme power, even these unadorned seats exuded a sense of unparalleled grandeur. Perhaps this was the essence of authority. The passionate bond between Cleos and the goddess Eurypia truly incited envy among the gods, as they had kept the 12 siblings waiting for so long. Merely to present the goddess with a flower from the earth, how vexing, Thetis remarked with discontent. The other deities remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Thetis' sentiments. Rinaudo and Thetis had already waited for the better part of a half-day with the other deities. For gods, this span of time was hardly significant, provided they had tasks to occupy them. Yet, the act of waiting in solitude easily bred discontent among the divine assembly. The goddess of sight was the most dissatisfied, for she represented not merely vision, but the very light within it, symbolizing all perceptions granted by 2 eyes. Seated within the temple, she could see Cleos hastening toward them that in the days of darkness and daylight. The goddess of sight had her eyes forcibly removed by Uranus and hung in the heavens, transformed into 2 celestial bodies illuminating the world. Only after the birth of the goddess of daylight could Thetis reclaim her eyes. This goddess was wed to the celestial light, Hyperion, and her current expression of discontent signified that even the celestial light harbored a hint of impatience. The chariots of the other gods sped swiftly. Especially since Hyperion and his wife resided in the heavens, their temple perched aloft. Mount Atrides stood as the second highest peak, surpassed only by the towering Olympus. The temple, situated at the pinnacle of this lofty mountain, placed the god-king Chronos in close proximity to the sky. They were among the earliest deities to arrive, and thus had waited the longest. As siblings arrived one after another, they could converse to alleviate their boredom, sharing tales from beyond the heavens, providing some distraction from the tedium of their prolonged wait. Alas, the life of the gods was fundamentally dull and monotonous. The most frivolous of them, Uranus, had been suspended in the sky, while the Titans, being the ones manipulated, could hardly recount such dark histories as jest. This left them with little to discuss, and after merely 2 or 3 daylight cycles, their conversation dwindled to silence. Initially, they had anticipated the arrival of their youngest brother. Surely the others would follow suit. Yet, one fool remained preoccupied with romance, oblivious to their impending duties. Chronos, as the god-king, could not allow Thetis to lose face. New authority often seeks to assert itself, despite their lack of acquaintance with such sentiments. They shared a similar understanding. She had no desire to become the object of such authority, thus, the one responsible for their prolonged wait. Cleos would naturally find himself the subject of conversation. Goddess of sight, might I inquire as to the whereabouts of this god of growth, and how much longer until he arrives? Chronos' expression was far from pleasant. This was his first decree since ascending to the throne, or rather, his first act of grace. Though no specific time had been set, his tardiness could not help but suggest some underlying discontent. It is indeed noteworthy that even the divine essence representing the wrath of the god-king, the thunder, has been usurped by this deity of growth. It is inevitable that Cleos harbors certain thoughts about his throne. Unbeknownst to him, Chronos' once clear mind began to dull, and trivial matters increasingly vexed him. The incessant suspicions within his heart led him to perceive the tardiness of the god of growth as a personal affront. Meanwhile, Thea's attention was more fixated on Cleos, rendering her oblivious to Chronos' grim demeanor as he continued to babble about his observations and express his dissatisfaction with the god of growth. It was akin to a stifling summer day, where the absence of air conditioning made sleep elusive, further exacerbated by the relentless buzzing of mosquitoes, transforming the source of discomfort into an unbearable situation. Such a dire atmosphere weighed heavily on the mind of Rinaudo. Though he shared no particular camaraderie with Cleos, he nonetheless held great interest in the positions of the 12 principal deities. Moreover, one would expect promotions to be a cause for celebration, should they turn into a source of distress. It would be quite unfortunate. With the surrounding deities in a state of discontent, Rinaudo pondered and conjured a seven-stringed instrument using his divine powers of flora and art, remembering that he possessed a soothing divinity. He infused this power into the seven-stringed instrument, allowing its melodies to resonate outward. The two divine essences he had acquired from a lullaby, which he initially thought would serve little purpose in his lifetime, now found a rare application. The gentle strains of music filled the air, Thea's incessant chatter ceased, and the deity's irritations gradually dissipated, restoring a sense of calm within. Only Chronos remained, as the soothing melodies could only marginally temper his fury. The rate at which his anger surged far outpaced the music's calming effect, rendering it nearly ineffective. The awakened deities soon recognized the peculiar state of their god-king. While Chronos was cunning at times, he was not perpetually so. He typically concealed such blatant emotions, opting instead for a demeanor that was relatively tranquil and gentle, which contributed to his favorable divine rapport. Even as the god-king, he did not require constant social interactions. Yet, his overt demeanor alerted others to a disquieting shift. The Titans exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward the dark deity, Koios. Though hesitant, Koios nodded in agreement. He embodied the darkness within the earth and could rightly be termed the god of shadows. However, among the two highest deities of darkness, one exuded an encompassing power, allowing all sins to be concealed within the shadows. Consequently, the deities of darkness often lean towards malevolence and emotional turbulence. Koios, not a child of night, but a wielder of dark powers, could, to some extent, obscure and suppress negative emotions. Had the god of growth merely been late, they would not have allowed such emotions to surface, fearing the impression of superficiality, especially considering Chronos' acute awareness of his own dignity. There was something amiss, yet the protagonist was clearly in a state of confusion. Unless he regained his clarity, the matter would remain unresolved. Thus, Koios lent a fragment of his dark divine power to Rinaudo, integrating it into the music, which gradually soothed the now crimson-eyed Chronos. "Apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. I have arrived," he declared. Just as Okeanos was about to inquire, Clythios fortuitously arrived, prompting Chronos to regain his composure. "My tardiness is regrettable. I shall host the next banquet to atone for this. Now that we are all gathered, let us commence." With this, Chronos deftly sidestepped the issue and proceeded to his throne. Okeanos wished to voice further concerns, but the source of the unease had already turned away, rendering his words futile. He resolved to address the matter later. With all the gods now present, the throne of the chief deity should no longer remain vacant. Upon taking his seat, Chronos sensed the peculiar gazes of the other deities upon him. Each deity in the temple seemed to scrutinize him with an air of intrigue, as if he had transformed into some peculiar creature or had behaved in a manner incongruent with his usual character. Was his posture comical? Chronos yearned to inquire whether their focus was on him or something else entirely. However, this was not the opportune moment, and an inexplicable awkwardness permeated the atmosphere for a fleeting moment. He decided to wait for it to pass before addressing the matter. After all, no one could afford to be absent today. As the God King resumed his position, the once simplistic throne began to radiate a golden divine light, emanating an aura of authority that seemed capable of shattering the heavens, enveloping each present deity. This intimidating aura was so potent that it could reduce frail sprites to mere dust in an instant. Yet, the 12 mighty deities remained unfazed, standing with an air of indifference. Even Rinaudo, who had ascended to great divine power, merely furrowed his brow at the suddenness of this oppressive force. Fortunately, Chronos had no intention of wielding his divine might excessively. He did not wish to alienate his 12 brethren. Instead, the godly presence flowed toward the 12 unadorned thrones, the once humble seats transformed under this unseen weight, emanating an enigmatic aura that, upon closer inspection, mirrored the essence of the God King, albeit slightly weaker in comparison. Chronos, unperturbed by the resistance, continued to project his divine authority. With millennia of experience, the divine power within him surged ceaselessly, fueling the might of the God King. The 12 thrones, without roots, could only withstand so much. 12 platinum-colored divine essences were ejected from the thrones like juice from fruits. "Now, it is up to your own abilities," Chronos proclaimed, loosening the constraints on those divine essences. Unbound, the principal divine essences soared toward the heavens, while others sought refuge within the earth. They asked the God King. Chronos exhibited no inclination to intervene. After all, if he could not seize them himself, how could he be deemed a worthy chief deity? Okeanos was the first to act. Demonstrating tremendous divine strength, he lightly patted the ever-flowing river belt at his waist, transforming the intangible water in the air into an extension of his power as the god of the ocean. He effortlessly captured two of the flying divine essences, securing one for himself and another for his wife. Following him was Iapetos, the master of souls, who, despite his usual reticence, took action as the second. The essence of the soul is formless and functions at the core of one's being. Even the mindless divine essences could be instinctively drawn, and one piece flew directly into the grasp of Iapetos. Within mere breaths, three essences had vanished, prompting the remaining deities to take the situation more seriously. Next was the goddess of memory, who found herself slightly challenged by these mindless entities, however, relying solely on divine power. She could not fail to grasp such feeble trinkets. Had they been sentient beings, the goddess of memory could have toyed with them at will, but alas, although the temple radiated light, some corners remained shrouded in darkness. Where one divine essence lay hidden in the shadows, the god of darkness acknowledged this with gratitude for nature's gifts, whether it was the god of growth or the light of the celestial dome. They could effortlessly capture those errant fragments flying about, especially in proximity to their domains. Even if they were to soar into the vastness of outer space, they possessed the remarkable ability to retrieve what has been lost. In contrast to the violent deities engaged in conflict, those few who can glimpse the future exhibit a far more artistic demeanor. Rinaudo and the goddess of oracles, Phoebe, nodded to each other, then offered a slight bow to the future goddess. Rhea, receiving a courteous acknowledgement in return, the three deities strolled leisurely, anticipating the erratic trajectories of the flying divine essences, effortlessly capturing two errant divine fragments. Ultimately, the somewhat reclusive god of justice cast forth his scale, emblematic of justice, subduing the chaotic divine essence beneath it. Thus, this demonstration, while not a true exhibition of power, concluded satisfactorily. Each deity showcased their might, inviting all to step forward and select their cherished thrones. Marking them with their personal sigils, Chronos appeared quite pleased. This was inevitable, as the Mother Earth had apportioned 12 seats from the essence of the divine king, clearly signaling to this new divine monarch not to wield his power oppressively over his siblings. Rather than feigning reluctance and causing discomfort, it would be far wiser to make a favorable impression, ensuring that when the time comes for mutual effort, he might receive a bit more support. The 6 male deities and 6 female deities approached the left and right sides of the throne of the divine king. Rinaudo ascended to the last seat on the left, regardless of age or strength. He was ultimately inferior to these ancient beings. Thus, he chose to step back to avoid any unpleasantness. After all, regardless of where one sat, the treatment was equal. Only outsiders might perceive him as weaker. And perhaps that was indeed the case. As each took their seats, Chronos finally rose from his throne. The 12 main gods returned to their rightful places, pledging to jointly safeguard the peace and stability of the chaos realm. With the 12 thrones and divine essences as their testament, the divine king made his proclamation to the world. The divine essences held by the Titans obediently merged into their respective beings. As a remarkably perfect manifestation of the world, their self-mastery had reached a nearly terrifying level. That moment, the main gods simultaneously sensed their physical forms, the speed at which they absorbed divine power, and the enigmatic wisdom and fate that enveloped them. The world, in all its nobility, humility, strength, and weakness, radiated goodwill towards them. Everything bowed in deference, except for Chronos, seated regally upon his throne and his dominion over time and space. Those who lacked the domains of the main gods even drew nearer to the Titans seated upon their thrones. In a secluded corner, the god of sleep, peacefully lost in dreams, abruptly returned to the waking world, forcefully suppressing the restlessness within him. Moments ago, the power of slumber had almost surged forth from him once more. Despite possessing only a modicum of strength, the ascension to the position of main god had caused the essence of sleep within him to behave like an unrelenting devotee. Hypnos found it challenging to articulate his feelings. Yet, he understood that he could no longer afford to disrespect the dream deity who had once stealthily entered his realm. It might even require him to extend a significant favor to retrieve this small portion of power. Otherwise, such a hidden peril would surely deprive him of sleep. What a bother. This troublesome and convoluted reality is one I truly wish to avoid, Hypnos lamented. Previously, many had inquired whether I had a romantic partner. So now I shall gather everyone's opinions. First is the preference for a solitary beauty. Those who choose this may leave a comment here, writing either 0 or 1, with any content acceptable, as the final decision will primarily depend on quantity. Next is the goddess. For this option, please provide a child's name and divine essence, and no romantic subplot, as I truly cannot write that it would be best to consider who the partner might be as well. Lastly, for male deities with male deities, feel free to unleash your creativity. If original, please organize names, divine essences, and identities. While I do read same-sex literature, I have yet to encounter male deities in such narratives. If you have ideas, feel free to explore. I recall that the community allows for creative expression. One more thing. I took quite a fall, and my coccyx and the joints of both hands are still quite painful. A piece of skin has come off the joint of my right hand, while the joint of my left hand continues to ache. The coccyx has improved somewhat, but primarily my hands lack strength. Therefore, the frequency of updates may not be swift, and I ask for your understanding. The consecration of the main gods has drawn to a perfect close, and the joy derived from the union of power and individuality is beyond verbal estimation. At this moment, the Titans suddenly felt a flicker of understanding towards Uranus. This is precisely why that brutal god of the sky can act without restraint. The exquisite allure of power, when one stands atop it, renders any rules impotent against such noble form. Ambition and desire, under the influence of power, can be elevated to infinite heights. Fortunately, their powers are not complete, including Chronos, which allows them to converse amicably with their siblings. My dear brothers, you have ascended to the noble rank of main gods. Even though Mount Othries bears the glory of the divine king, the multitude of main gods renders it insignificant. As the ceremony concluded, Chronos felt he had garnered a measure of goodwill, and thus began to usher people away. This, after all, reflects the exceedingly stringent control the god of time and space has over his domain. If the previous divine king was synonymous with brutality, this current divine king exhibits an excessive stinginess. His yearning for that supreme power is unlike any other, though compelled by the goddess Gaia to unwillingly and irrefutably divide 12 portions of power, transforming them into the essences of the 12 main gods. This does not imply that the divine king is inclined to keep his siblings upon his divine mountain. Leaving 12 thrones atop Mount Othries has drained all of the divine king's energy. He believes his brothers are not so greedy as to wish to remain cloaked in the divine king's glory. His brothers are not foolish. Having already been urged to depart, it would be unwise to cling desperately to their place. Moreover, in this world, there exist only the 13 of them standing at the pinnacle of power. While the earth may not yet be boundless, there will always be a corner to accommodate them. Surely, the primordial gods would not suddenly covet their abode and demand they vacate. Otherwise, the great divine powers of the world would be reduced to that of the sea god, a mere half-wit. And what could he possibly do? As the 11 brothers departed, the time and space god, who had maintained a courteous demeanor, finally shed that guise of affability. How could he be so benevolent to those seeking to divide his power? Had it not been for the need to avoid offending everyone, he would not even deign to offer a pleasant expression. To toy with a being of primordial god stature like Gaia is already a significant affront. Should he continue to misbehave, he might find himself deposed before he even settles into his role. Otherwise, he would truly consider seating 12 incapable, diminutive beings upon those thrones rather than his powerful siblings, who might harbor ambitions. He trusts those smaller beings far more, for no matter how grand their ambitions, they cannot escape his grasp. However, upon glancing at Rhea, the goddess beside him, Chronos revealed a gentle smile. His brothers may take his power, but the goddess, his consort, would only share in that supreme glory with him. Moreover, this wife had stood by him through arduous times, enduring pain hand in hand. She is his true admirer, and one can only hope that her heartfelt devotion shall endure eternally. Rhea sensed that fervent gaze and reciprocated with a gaze filled with affection. The intensity of their shared glances was trivial. Yet the primordial magic of love resonated throughout the hearts of all living beings. Chronos initiated the invitation, and though Rhea felt a hint of shyness, she responded in kind. As the distance transformed from positive to 0, then to negative, The omnipresent gears of fate began to turn, in invisible waves surged through the entire world, causing the returning goddess of oracles and the departing Rinaudo to halt in their tracks, both casting their gaze towards Mount Othries simultaneously, devoid of any prior understanding. The power of fate was obstructed by the world, and Uranus's curse should have taken effect at this moment. Yet, the divine king's stature altered the potency of that curse. What does it matter to me, after all? Was it not already predetermined from the moment I chose not to contend for the title of the God King? The fate of the God King is far too convoluted and extraordinary, which dissuades me from meddling lightly. It is perhaps best to feign ignorance, Rinaudo murmured to himself. Continuing his flight toward the earth, this time, he resolved to find a territory to settle down, as the matter of a war chariot could wait. After all, flying on his own was sufficient. Acquiring a war chariot would necessitate the upkeep of various pets, which would indeed be quite troublesome. The identity of the king of the gods shielded him, and at this moment his destiny was being rewritten. After all, Chronos had committed no grave offense. Thus, the world's favor remained ever enveloping him. Yet, who had cast the curse upon him? Such a curse could not be easily invoked through mere words. It seemed more akin to a desperate act of retribution. The goddess of oracles pondered, bewildered by the audacity of the perpetrator, and whether the god king of time had sensed it. However, as a god king, the world still favored him. If that god king had indeed sensed it, he should be able to trace the culprit back to their origins, even if Chronos took no action. The instigator would likely not meet a favorable end. With this thought, the goddess of oracles halted her intent to return and instead turned her chariot towards her divine temple. If even Chronos, with his formidable divine power, could not resolve the issues he faced, what utility was there for her as the chief deity of oracles? Moreover, she always felt a sense of discomfort in the presence of that individual. Her instinct for fortune advised her to maintain a safe distance. Though they were brothers, one could not simply watch as the other endangered himself. If one could, they would not truly be a brother. If he were indeed a brother, he would not impose such demands. Thus, the goddess of oracles departed without a shred of psychological burden. The two deities of fate considered the god king of time, who remained blissfully unaware, as he continued to indulge in primal pleasures, savoring the raw ecstasy. Upon its conclusion, as he caressed his beloved wife's long hair, Chronos wore a satisfied smile. Yet, a wave of unease washed over him. If the previous moment had been fueled by the intoxication of primal love, causing him to momentarily forget the curse, now, with that desire quelled, the clarity of his mind rendered Chronos' expression far more sinister. However, casting a glance at his dearly beloved wife, he could not emulate the Sky Father by obstructing the path of childbirth for his spouse, as relative bystanders. They could somewhat comprehend the transformation of the Sky God into the Sky Goddess. The laws of procreation likely played a minor role in this shift. Contemplating the scythe now in his brother's possession rather than his own, the possibility of success had shifted from zero to a slight chance. Thus, such thoughts were best left as mere musings. Moreover, they had only engaged in a moment of pleasure. With caution in the future, it was not as if they could directly conceive. Chronos mused, now hoping for a touch more favor from fate. Apologies for the delay in updates. However, we are about to enter the practical training week, lasting approximately 2 weeks, culminating in final examinations. Once these 3 weeks are over, a month-long holiday will commence. By the way, the voting results for the protagonist pairing are as follows. Female solo, 228 comments. Male-female, 26 comments. Male-male, 115 comments. Choosing to mind one's own business is indeed a longevity strategy, effectively circumventing unnecessary troubles. Rinaudo, unconcerned with the curse upon Chronos, had now arrived on the earth. Yet, as with all life, existence brings forth worries, whether trivial or significant. At this moment, Rinaudo found himself grappling with considerable vexation. His mother, the earth goddess Gaia, adored him excessively. Wherever he stood on the ground, flowers would bloom vibrantly, transforming his location into a perennial paradise of flora. However, the pressing matter was that he needed to construct a temple of his own. As the god of art, coupled with a touch of transcendent insight as a time traveler, he would indeed adorn his temple with plants, yet he would not allow them to compose its very structure. Yet, as Rinaudo stood upon the earth, the growth of plants became excessively rampant and unrestrained, leading to the disintegration of his temple. which he had occupied for less than a day, under the relentless pressure of nature. If one were to discern beauty in it, it would only be of a fractured kind. Sometimes, excessive affection could yield trivial troubles that it seemed this temple could not reside upon the earth, the power of plants. Though gentle, was also unyielding, effortlessly demolishing the sanctuary he had erected with divine strength. Truly astonishing. Rinaudo observed his temple, now overflowing and bursting with vegetation, and lamented helplessly to himself, if it could not be on the earth, then perhaps he should seek refuge in the sky or the sea. That he was the god of celestial bodies, symbolizing planets. Theoretically, he should venture into the cosmos. Yet, upon reflecting on his brothers, each of whom dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to a singular domain, one could not merely dwell in a realm without earnest pursuit. Otherwise, the future would inevitably yield a mishmash of identities. He had arduously transformed decay into renewal, elevating that feeble power upwards if he remained in the cosmos. Enhancing the divine essence of planetary gods, would he not weep in despair? One could not simply sever ties with oneself and excavate it from his own being. Not to mention, the leap from power to greatness was not one he could readily relinquish. Furthermore, whether he could extract it without harm was also a matter of concern. Thus, the cosmos was certainly not a viable option. The sky offered no landing place, and the sky god Uranus lay dormant above. Rinaudo's weather also stemmed from the celestial domain, in the stories that lingered in his mind. This sky king would remain in slumber indefinitely. Yet, he himself was a variable, possessing divine attributes of unpredictability. Who could say whether fate might play a grand jest upon the god of variances? If the power of weather held the potential for transformation, this era, deemed the finest for the Titans, might soon give rise to turmoil. Although somewhat apprehensive, given the circumstances, there seemed little choice. With that in mind, the only realm left to distance himself from both sky and earth was the ocean. To seek residence within the sea seemed prudent, especially since he had recently expressed a desire to visit the goddess of wisdom, who had birthed the art of writing. Proximity would certainly facilitate such an endeavor. Once she had created writing and integrated it into the realm of wisdom, he could consult her regarding inscribing text upon fabric. The newly awakened power was formidable. Forever entwining it within the cycle would indeed squander this miracle. When the power of recording could stand independently, merging it with new creation should allow him to attain a unique divine essence. Such were Rinaudo's thoughts. Upon arriving in the sea, the ocean welcomed him with warmth. As the creator of ocean currents, he breathed new life into this tranquil world. Thus, the ocean treated him with a gentleness that, while limited, was far from the overwhelming affection of the earth goddess. This finite gentleness brought a sigh of relief to Rinaudo. Establishing a home in the sea was indeed a wise choice. Yet, where should he settle? After pondering, he produced the scissors of fate. This artifact had long eluded his understanding of how to wield it. It was designed to sever the threads of destiny. Therefore, with these scissors by his side, neither fate nor fortune could harm him in the slightest. However, the scissors themselves were not intended for offense. The handle was substantial, yet the blades were exceedingly small. Attacking with such an implement would likely result in naught but a superficial wound. Today, he brought them forth primarily due to the dearth of alternatives. Thus, he would employ this minor tool for a selection of destiny. The scissors rested securely upon Rinaudo's left index finger, and with a forceful motion of his right hand, he began to spin. When it ceased, no matter where the scissors landed, he would establish his home there. Only this artifact remained untouched by the whims of fate. Otherwise, Rinaudo truly feared he might inadvertently point himself towards some future battlefield. Although the king of gods in Greek mythology experienced several transitions, none explicitly stated where these changes occurred. Thus, seeking solitude to evade the clutches of fate seems a prudent course of action. Guided by forces beyond destiny, Rinaudo soared in a singular direction. During this time, his existence, while not exceptional, was far from miserable. At the very least, he lived joyfully. When fatigued, he could recline in the ocean, allowing the gentle waves to caress his form. If he wished for movement, he could dance with dolphins, frolicking freely in the sea. Occasionally, the ocean would bestow upon this master of currents vibrant shells and pearls born from the depths. The god of currents played within the sea. The currents themselves shifted, delivering precious gifts that delighted him, in return for which he invigorated the ocean with vitality and life. Such a lifestyle was extraordinarily delightful. The unhurried journey filled Rinaudo with a profound sense of joy. For the first time, he realized that apart from the pursuit of strength and the monotony of existence, idleness could also elevate his spirits, until, accompanied by the ocean, he arrived at a desolate expanse. Strangely, the currents seemed to avoid that region, rendering its waters frigid and lifeless. Even the remnants of the earth goddess shunned this place, transforming into rootless islands drifting elsewhere. What could be the reason? Rinaudo pondered with curiosity. It appeared the currents were leading him away from there. Yet, this divine being, now filled with curiosity, dared to venture forth. Did this forsaken sea conceal something? Rinaudo found himself intrigued. The ocean lay serene and undisturbed. Whether it be the islands upon its surface or the currents beneath, even the winds above seemed disinclined to linger. All things swiftly departed from this place, as if repulsed by something grotesque. No, rather than mere aversion. It seemed they perceived something terrifying, so frightful that they fled with utmost haste, fearing even the slightest taint. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Rinaudo chose to enter this forsaken sea. Eager to uncover the truth, upon his entrance, he swiftly grasped the reason behind the reluctance of all things to remain. That he felt an intangible pressure, a force emanating from a higher realm. Was it life? An object? Rinaudo could not discern. None of his sensory faculties could directly perceive its presence, nor could he ascertain its true nature. What he could confirm was that this entity belonged to a higher order. Perhaps parallel to the world itself, that it bore resemblance to the source artifacts of great divine power, integral to the world's very core, yet unlike artifacts forged by deities. This one seemed to be born of nature itself. Contemplating this, a spark ignited in Rinaudo's eyes. Could this be the innate artifact the goddess once spoke of? Had he truly encountered such an extraordinary existence? This overwhelming fortune had finally graced him. Fear not, my precious, for your father has arrived. Rinaudo's eyes sparkled with excitement. With unprecedented speed, he surged towards the heart of the sea, anxious that someone might seize this treasure before him. His exuberance was not unwarranted. Such a naturally birthed artifact far surpassed anything he could forge himself. If his creation stemmed from a personal understanding of certain concepts, albeit somewhat lacking, this innate entity was as if the entire world had crafted it. Deeming it valuable, while it may not be omnipotent, its strength eclipsed that of mere divine creations. For instance, the scythe in Rinaudo's grasp, though fashioned by the Earth Mother, bore her own limitations in craftsmanship. Despite the formidable materials used, had the giants not been confined in Tartarus and the underworld awaiting its moment of genesis, Rinaudo would have sought the one-eyed giants to reforge his scythe. Rinaudo flew swiftly, yet he remained vigilant of his surroundings. The more he observed, the more his brow furrowed. It was eerily silent. Regardless of the sounds of wind or water, the entirety of this world seemed disassociated from the desolate sea. The currents diverted their course, and even the gentle breezes shunned this place. What malevolent force lurked beneath? Had not the earth goddess proclaimed that such naturally birthed artifacts would receive ample care? Could it be that the essence of this artifact was to create a realm that all things avoided? If so, such a power seemed rather futile. Nonetheless, regardless of the answer, the ultimate revelation awaited him in the heart of this mystery. It felt incredibly strange, as if this sea lay in a state of death. Perhaps a deity was destined to be born here, but which god could be so detestable? It seemed not merely devoid of charm, but rather possessed of a negative allure. Rinaudo's mind raced with new hypotheses, his curiosity and the mysteries he unearthed swelling within him, until he arrived before an immense crystal. Though he could not see within, this marked the very center of the tranquil sea. A ghostly blue light emanated from the crystal, its soft glow seemingly beckoning the unwary to plunge into its depths. The crystal's form suggested that what lay within was yet indeterminate, a nascent artifact devoid of life or embryonic shape. Thus, it was likely that this was merely an artifact's embryo. How fortuitous! This artifact had not yet fully formed. It would require at least a century to truly manifest in this world, leaving this sea in its current state for the foreseeable future. Coincidentally, Rinaudo found himself in need of a home, yet life had favored him too greatly, rendering permanence elusive. This lifeless expanse of ocean seemed tailor-made for his divine sanctuary. As for the notion that constructing a dwelling upon the sea was impractical, such concerns were trivial for a deity, a god. Rinaudo could effortlessly establish a temple upon these waters. The gentle power flowing within him now surged forth, akin to a river breaching its banks. With divine power unleashed, the sky above this sea darkened under heavy clouds, and frigid winds howled, showcasing the might of the great being who wielded control over the weather. Under the will of this weather master, blizzards and hail descended relentlessly upon the sea. The currents, guided by their master, brought the icy waters from the depths to the surface. Harnessing the concept of warmth from volcanic heat, Rinaudo gathered all warmth into his grasp. Gradually, the first piece of floating ice emerged on the surface, as if the ocean called forth other water molecules to join this frigid realm. This ice was not solitary. It rapidly expanded, attracting more and more water molecules until a vast expanse of floating ice formed. Great goddess Rhea, my illustrious sister, the goddess of time, grant me your aid. Upon Mount Otris, the goddess Rhea heard the call and looked down. Upon recognizing her youngest brother and observing the burgeoning expanse of floating ice, she instantly comprehended his intentions. You have summoned me, and I shall assist. With the irreversible power of time, the floating ice transformed dramatically, the fragile formations intertwining to gradually forge a colossal glacier. This glacier, alone in the ocean, formed a landmass. Such a lifeless realm appeared quite dull. As my divine domain, it could not remain so monotonous. With a grand gesture, Rinaudo conjured forth the potential for creation within the cycle of rebirth. A spark of life force effortlessly at his command. Amidst the vast expanse of this snowy continent, an idea of a certain creature swiftly crossed his mind. You shall be the guardians of this land, the sovereigns of the ice plains, Rinaudo proclaimed with a beaming smile. In his hands, a fluffy white orb began to take shape. He cast the orb outward, and before it could touch the ground, it rapidly expanded into a colossal beast, resplendently white in hue. I shall name you the polar bear. You will be the progenitor of your kind. Serving as my steed shall not be seen as a dishonor. Rinaudo remarked with a nod of satisfaction. He felt a twinge of remorse for his prior arrogance. The polar bear, birthed in a moment of whimsy, seemed quite fitting as a mount. Perhaps it was the image of the two dolphins bound to his sister's war chariot that had sparked a fleeting sense of resistance within him. As the first polar bear descended upon this pristine continent, the laws of life finally cast their gaze upon the immaculate landscape. This was not merely the handiwork of two formidable powers, but a wondrous creation of nature itself. Under the watchful eye of life, an array of peculiar little creatures, seemingly emerging from nowhere, began to establish their homes here, forming a vibrant ecosystem at a breathtaking pace. In this realm, they sought sustenance, propagated their kind, and created a flawless cycle within the ecological chain. As Rinaudo paused in his endeavors, the laws of nature bestowed upon him that which had long been prepared. First,